Chapter 1. A thousandfold return, the Nine-Yang body. Junior brother Jun, please stay tonight. In the chamber of the sect leader of Luoyun's sect, a stunningly beautiful woman exchanged glances with an elderly man. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty and a graceful figure. Her white dress clung tightly to her slender waist, accentuating her enchanting silhouette. Her skin was flawlessly white, reminiscent of freshly fallen snow in winter, crystalline and translucent, as if she were a masterpiece meticulously crafted by nature, delicate and smooth. She was Ji Rushue, the leader of the Luoyun sect. Opposite her stood the elderly man, her childhood companion, now the esteemed elder of the sect, Jun Moxiao, known as the Thousand Blades Tai Sui. At this moment, Ji Ruxu's gaze was filled with an indescribable emotion as she spoke softly. Your time is drawing near, and I must enter seclusion to break through to the combined body stage. It is highly likely that when I emerge, you will no longer be in this world. This is our final opportunity to sever the ties of these 500 years, allowing my heart to attain completeness. Upon hearing these words, the elderly man with white hair appeared somewhat dazed. Ever since he suddenly awakened the memories of his past life last night, he had spent the entire night merging the two sets of memories into one. His name was Jun Moxiao in his previous life. He was a human from Blue Star who met an untimely death at the age of 18 due to a fall after stepping on a manhole cover, inadvertently traversing into this fantastical world. After enduring countless storms over the years, he and his childhood companion Ji Rushue joined the Luoyun sect. Ji Rushue, with her superior talent, became the current sect leader, while he, with his perfected cultivation, ascended to the position of the sect's elder. Their relationship had always been ambiguous. Ji Rushue never sought other partners, and he had never taken another woman. A decade ago, the vengeful spirits plotted against the Luoyun sect, and Jun Moxiao single-handedly challenged 10 cultivators at the god transformation stage with nothing but his sword, ultimately sustaining severe injuries and narrowly escaping with his life. Since then, his cultivation plummeted to the foundation establishment stage, and he could no longer progress. Now, his time was limited, with less than a year left to live. Ji Rushue gazed at her elder brother, her eyes revealing a mix of melancholy and affection. The once renowned Thousand Blades Tai Sui, who fought valiantly for the sect and himself, had now become what he was today. She sighed softly. Brother, I know your feelings and you understand my aspirations. I once devoted myself to the path of ascension, but it is only today that I dare confront my true heart. Now that your time is near, I fear. Jun Moxiao attempted to speak, but a delicate hand covered his mouth. Tomorrow, I shall enter seclusion for at least 3 years. Tonight may be our last meeting. In compensation to you, and to ensure my heart remains unburdened, let us cherish this night together. With that, the radiant multicolored lotus dress of Ji Rushue fell away, revealing her astonishingly fair skin. That blinding whiteness nearly dazzled Jun Moxiao's murky eyes. Swallowing hard, he surveyed his own frail body, the skin resembling dry tree bark, a stark contrast to her luminous beauty, and he sighed deeply. Rushue, why must you do this? The world-renowned Ji Rushue, surrendering herself to an elderly man like me. You are at such a disadvantage. Ji Rushue embraced him tightly, resting her head against his chest, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Brother, we have known each other for 500 years. You should know what kind of person I am. If I cared for appearances, I would not be doing this now. As she spoke, she began to assist him in shedding his garments. Upon touching his withered and rugged body, she discovered countless scars from blades and swords, densely packed and innumerable. These were the injuries left from that fateful battle. It was a sight that struck deep into her heart. Brother, I know you could have escaped that battle, but because I am the leader of Luoyun's sect, you fought to the bitter end. It is I who have wronged you. A single tear glistened as it fell from her cheek. Her soft lips pressed directly against her brother's. Jun Moxiao felt a tumult of emotions within him, both moved and exhilarated. Very well. Tonight, he would give his all to ensure that this matter was resolved. The next day at noon, Jun Moxiao struggled to rise from the bed, his entire body aching as if it were disassembled. He let out a wry smile. Upon the grand bed lay a letter and a vial of pills. The letter was written by Ji Rushue. Brother, from the moment we met, you have been a beacon of light in my life. You once promised to accompany me forever, and now. After reading the letter, Jun Moxiao treasured it carefully. Looking at the vial of pills, he noted it contained 10 second-grade blood nourishing pills, effective in replenishing one's vitality. His body had aged considerably, and even though he was at the foundation establishment stage, his frail form could no longer channel that level of power. Higher-grade pills would merely overwhelm this body and cause it to burst. Only these blood-nourishing pills, which nourished vitality, were suitable for him. At that moment, a clear and melodious system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The thousandfold return system has been successfully activated. Thousandfold return system. As long as the host gifts anything to a woman of fortune within a reasonable scope, it will trigger a corresponding crit return. Oh, my system has arrived. Jun Moxiao, who had been pondering how to deal with his affairs, instantly felt invigorated, nearly moved to tears. It felt as if a drowning person had grasped a life-saving straw. Ding! The initial activation of the system rewards the host with the 9-yang body. The sudden appearance of this reward left Jun Moxiao momentarily speechless. The system's initial activation had granted him the 9-yang body. In the realm of cultivation, one's innate talent is of utmost importance, ranked as follows: mixed spiritual root, pseudo-spiritual root, true spiritual root, heavenly spiritual root, supreme heavenly spiritual root, and extraordinary heavenly spiritual root. Special physiques transcend even the extraordinary heavenly root, representing the potential of an emperor. Ji Ruxue had reached the pinnacle of the void refinement stage in just 500 years, and was now on the verge of breaking through to the combined body stage. This was due to her possessing the pure jade phoenix essence body, an undeniable imperial endowment. Ding! The host grants the golden 5th grade woman of fortune Ji Ruxue pure yang energy, triggering a thousandfold crit return, rewarding 300 years of lifespan. Another unexpected reward appeared, leaving Jun Moxiao momentarily stunned. What does pure yang energy entail? Could it be? So that's how it is. I love this system. Cultivators possess an innate sense of their lifespan. At this moment, he, who was once on the brink of death, suddenly felt the call of mortality dissipate. Though Jun Moxiao still appeared as an elderly man, he unexpectedly received a system reward, greatly increasing his lifespan by 300 years. This. Jun Moxiao leaped from the bed, feeling the vigor of pure yang energy and vitality surging within him, as his foundation establishment stage powers gradually returned to this frail body. He believed that if he were to spar with Ji Ruxue in his current condition, he would not suffer such a dismal defeat. The categorization of realms in the cultivation world: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, void refinement, combined body, great ascension, and tribulation transcendence. Among these, the tribulation transcendent stage is the final realm in the mortal realm, unrivaled in the world, thus often referred to as the Emperor. Chapter 2. The Esteemed Elder. Opening the panel. Name: Jun Moxiao. Age: 502 years. Remaining lifespan: 301 years. Realm: Early Foundation Establishment. Spiritual root talent: 9-yang body. Fortune level: Purple 5th grade. Fortune is classified into white, green, blue, purple, red, and gold, totaling 6 levels. Jun Moxiao closed his panel. He now possessed an extended lifespan and the rare 9-yang body as his spiritual root. When Master Sister emerges from seclusion and sees that I am not only alive but stronger, she will surely be astounded. However, he cast a glance at his body. Though his posture had straightened, he still appeared as a white-haired elder. Considering the special circumstances of last night, it was understandable. Yet when Ji Ruxue learned of his newfound longevity, she would likely not wish to rekindle their bond with an old man like him. Sigh. Reflecting back, Jun Moxiao, was once breathtakingly handsome. With the name of Thousand Blades Tai Sui, countless rogues would flee, and innumerable fairies would be entranced. How lamentable. How tragic. Cultivators can indeed maintain a youthful appearance for extended periods. But he was different due to the destruction of his spiritual root and severe injuries. Merely surviving had been a stroke of luck, and rapid aging was only natural. At this juncture, the only path forward was to diligently cultivate and break through to higher realms to gradually restore his appearance. Of course, to fully regain his youthful visage, he would likely need to reach the void refinement stage. Previously, he would have never dared to dream of such a goal. But now, with the system at his disposal, achieving the void refinement stage was no longer an issue. Reaching even higher realms like Great Ascension or Tribulation Transcendence was no longer a mere fantasy. With thoughts of the system, Jun Moxiao began to delve deeper into its workings. According to the system's prompts, to gain crit returns, he needed to gift items to the woman of fortune within reasonable bounds. The higher the fortune level of the woman, the greater the return multiplier. Ji Ruxue was a top-tier golden fortune. After just one night, the system had directly returned him 300 years of lifespan. Jun Moxiao surmised that individuals of such high fortune were indeed rare, and he felt a tinge of regret. Reflecting upon that fateful night, I find myself somewhat overwhelmed. Ahem, what nonsensical thoughts am I indulging in? I am the esteemed Grand Elder of the Falling Cloud sect, not a hot-blooded youth from the Blue Star. I must maintain my composure and poise. Gently touching the storage ring, I recall it holds the remnants of Jun Moxiao's meager fortune. Due to past events, he had expended a significant portion of his wealth on healing injuries and restoring his spiritual roots. Upon returning empty-handed, he fell into despair. A person facing imminent demise tends to regard material possessions with indifference. Whenever he finds a disciple pleasing to his eye, he generously bestows various elixirs and artifacts upon them. Consequently, within the Falling Cloud sect, the mention of Grand Elder Jun Moxiao evokes profound respect, with all disciples vying to pay their respects. The contents of this storage bag are limited, containing only a few third-grade cultivation elixirs gathering chi pills and foundation establishment pills. Moreover, it houses several thousand spirit stones, a not insignificant sum. As for the most crucial weapon for a cultivator, it is a treasured sword named Ming Ji Shui, which has accompanied him for over a century. This Ming Ji Shui sword, measuring 3 feet in length and entirely snow-white, has attained the status of a low-grade spiritual treasure, a gift from Jiru Shui, and he would never part with it. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. It was Elder Yuan Hong, who, upon seeing Jun Moxiao, bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Grand Elder. Today is the day you share your insights on the sword path, and I have come to escort you." Despite his advanced age and diminished cultivation, Jun Moxiao's knowledge of swordsmanship remains unparalleled. Thus, he often holds lectures, imparting his years of experience to the disciples of Falling Cloud sect, aiding their growth. Ah, Grand Elder. When Yuan Hong beheld the current visage of the Grand Elder, he could not suppress a gasp. The Grand Elder, at this moment, bore no resemblance to the frail figure nearing death. Though his appearance had not altered, he stood erect like a sharp sword, and with his flowing white hair emanated the aura of a venerable sword sage. Jun Moxiao stepped outside, casting a slight nod towards Yuan Hong. "Very well, let's be on our way." With the signal given, Yuan Hong respectfully assisted him onto his flying sword. Soaring into the sky, they traversed peaks, taking in the breathtaking scenery of the Falling Cloud sect. Yuan Hong respectfully inquired, "Grand Elder, is this speed satisfactory? Should I fly a bit slower?" "Not at all. Continue as you are." Jun Moxiao waved his hand dismissively. Below, numerous disciples looked up in awe, recognizing the Grand Elder soaring through the air, their eyes filled with admiration. "Ah, the Grand Elder has arrived. He is here to teach us swordsmanship again. How can someone as virtuous as the Grand Elder be nearing death? Truly, the heavens are blind. I have resolved to serve the Grand Elder from tomorrow onwards, until he departs this world." A female disciple declared passionately, "Humph, I advise you not to covet the Grand Elder's legacy, lest the sect master returns and you face dire consequences," someone cautioned, exposing her intentions. Within the Falling Cloud sect, in the Hall of Doctrine, today's gathering was extraordinary. As the renowned thousand-blade Tai Sui personally explained the profound mysteries of the sword path, disciples from all over flocked to attend. The scene was unprecedented in its grandeur. Inside the hall, a multitude of attendees perspired profusely, shoulder to shoulder, foot to foot, creating a tightly packed assembly. It was truly a case of people pressing against one another, yet none showed the slightest inclination to retreat, their eyes bright and focused, eager to absorb the wisdom and insights from the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Jun Moxiao nodded slightly and began his discourse for the day. Each word he uttered was imbued with supreme sword intent, resonating deeply within the souls of all present, allowing each disciple to feel the vastness of the sword path, as if enveloped in a gentle spring breeze, awakening their understanding. Not only the disciples, but even some of the elders nearby reaped great benefits from his teachings. Ah, every time I listen to the Grand Elder elucidate the mysteries of the sword path, I feel as if a fog is lifted, saving me at least half a year of arduous training. Just the thought of the Grand Elder nearing his end makes me feel as though the sky is about to collapse. As night descended, the lecture came to a close. The next session was scheduled for a month later, during which time the disciples needed to internalize the knowledge they had gained today. One by one, the disciples exited the hall, hoping that the Grand Elder would endure until the following month to continue imparting his wisdom on swordsmanship. At that moment, a new system notification resonated in Jun Moxiao's mind. The daughter of Fortune, Yu Xian, has been locked in. Fortune level, red 8 grade. Spiritual root, chaotic spiritual root. Cultivation, Full circle of Qi refining ninth layer. Identity, outer sect disciple of falling cloud sect. Return rate, 500 times. Bond value, initial 1 point. Tip, deepen the bond to continuously increase the return multiplier. Chapter 3, the Empress Potential, Yu Ruoxian. Jun Moxiao's gaze sharpened as he noticed a radiant young woman among the remaining disciples, gazing intently at him. Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled brilliantly, her skin fairer than snow, resembling exquisitely crafted jade, exuding a captivating and gentle luster. Her collarbone formed a delicate line, gracefully curved, with a long neck as white as snow, embodying the elegance and nobility of a swan. With a graceful figure standing tall, her long hair cascaded like silk down to her waist, swaying gently, releasing an alluring fragrance. A crimson dress clung to her enchanting form, accentuating her perfect curves. She was undoubtedly a celestial beauty of the highest order. Without a doubt, this young woman was Yu Ruoxian. A red 8th-grade fortune. This must not be overlooked. He then noticed her spiritual root talent, which was an exceedingly rare, chaotic spiritual root. It is said that those who possess a chaotic spiritual root appear identical to ordinary 5-element mixed spiritual roots during testing. Its defining feature is the ability to cultivate all 5 elemental attributes, and the speed of cultivation far surpasses that of heavenly spiritual roots. With a red 8th-grade fortune combined with the chaotic spiritual root talent, this young woman, if not cut short, is destined to reach the pinnacle of the mortal realm and become a legendary empress. It was surprising that such a prodigious disciple had been misjudged as a mixed spiritual root disciple, buried among the outer sect disciples. Having discovered her, he must draw her close, utilizing the system to nurture her, while cultivating a future empress. At that moment, their eyes met. Jun Moxiao noticed a flicker in her gaze, indicating she was troubled or faced with a dilemma. It seems this daughter of fortune is encountering difficulties. How fortuitous. Thus, he took the initiative to speak to Yu Ruoxian. It appears this disciple has not fully grasped today's lecture on the sword path. If so, you may visit my mountain peak tomorrow to inquire further. Upon hearing this, Yu Ruoxian found an escape from her previously troubling dilemma. Thank you, Grand Elder. Some remaining disciples cast envious glances at the exchange. The Grand Elder had never taken on a disciple, always publicly imparting his teachings. To her surprise, today had taken an unexpected turn, as she resolved to privately instruct her disciples. Was there something amiss in this change? The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Yu Ruoxian arrived at the elder's exclusive domain, Tai Sui Peak. Having arrived too early, the elder had yet to awaken, so she quietly stood guard outside, patiently awaiting his arrival. The sun ascended to its zenith. Jun Moxiao leisurely rose from his slumber, donned his attire, neatly arranged his bedding, and then opened the door. Disciple pays respects to the Grand Elder. Yu Ruoxian, upon seeing the Grand Elder emerge, promptly performed a respectful bow. Jun Moxiao stepped gracefully towards the pavilion in the courtyard, and upon noticing this, Yu Ruoxian hurriedly approached to assist him. It was heard that the esteemed elder of the falling cloud sect, revered for his wisdom and virtue, was nearing the end of his days. Should he stumble while walking, it would undoubtedly result in a tremendous loss for the sect. With an arm offered for support, Jun Moxiao did not decline, for his appearance still bore the visage of a venerable elder with flowing white hair. Upon reaching the bamboo chair in the tranquil courtyard, Yu Ruoxian gently wiped away the dust with her sleeve before inviting him to take a seat. After Jun Moxiao took a seat, he smiled gently at her and said, "You are indeed thoughtful." Upon receiving such praise, Yu Ruoxian immediately responded with a flustered demeanor, "Esteemed elder, you flatter me. I am merely fulfilling my filial duty." Today, Yu Ruoxian donned a water-blue robe that accentuated her exceptionally graceful and slender figure. Her face, untouched by cosmetics, still radiated an otherworldly beauty that captivated all who beheld her. "You are called Yu Ruoxian, are you not?" Jun Moxiao spoke slowly, preparing to probe into the depths of the other's circumstances. "During yesterday's sermon, I observed your troubled demeanor, frequently lost in thought. Is there something amiss?" Upon hearing these words, Yu Ruoxian could no longer contain her emotions. She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Great Elder, you must stand up for me. Indeed, being the daughter of destiny is no easy feat. Calamities are bound to befall her." Jun Moxiao nodded inwardly, having anticipated such a turn of events. As the Great Elder of the Falling Cloud sect, every disciple is akin to my own child. Speak freely of your troubles. Wiping her tears, Yu Ruoxian parted her crimson lips and began to recount her tragic tale. She spoke of her childhood, marked by the destruction of her family, her subsequent displacement, and how she was taken in by kind-hearted souls, only to face famine and lose her family to death. She was then sold by evildoers into a brothel to serve as a maid. After escaping from that wretched place, she inexplicably witnessed a murder and was pursued for months, nearly losing her life. Fortunately, she managed to join the Falling Cloud sect and officially entered the realm of cultivation. Last month, while venturing out for training, she encountered a male cultivator from the Qingyan sect, and they journeyed together. However, during a perilous encounter, the male cultivator, driven by greed, insisted on harvesting spiritual herbs, which ultimately attracted a powerful beast. The two barely escaped with their lives. Afterward, the male cultivator confronted Yu Ruoxian, claiming that he wasted a precious third-grade talisman to save her and demanded compensation. If she could not pay, she would have to marry him as a partner. As she recounted this, Yu Ruoxian clenched her fists in indignation. It was the male cultivator who had provoked the beast. Why should she be held accountable? Regrettably, the circumstances had been beyond her control. The male cultivator was already in the early stages of foundation establishment, and she could only promise to give him a definitive answer in 10 days. Now, only 5 or 6 days remained. Jun Moxiao stroked his beard, reflecting on the minor frictions among his younger disciples. Given his esteemed position, he need not concern himself with such trivial matters. However, since Yu Ruoxian was the chosen one he had set his sights upon, this venerable elder could not remain indifferent. Thus, it became apparent that the male cultivator had indeed overstepped his bounds. Yet, he ultimately aided in your escape. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you that third-grade talisman as compensation for him. However, as a disciple of the Falling Cloud sect, you must uphold the dignity of our sect. Once the compensation is settled, I expect you to challenge him and defeat him, ensuring you trample upon his pride. When Jun Moxiao uttered these words, an air of formidable valor surged forth, reminiscent of the legendary thousand-blade Tai Sui of yore. Yu Ruoxian, upon hearing the elder's declaration, found herself imbued with this spirit. Although she had been identified as possessing a mixed spiritual root, she refused to succumb to fate. Skillfully utilizing the meager resources of the outer sect to attain the 9th level of chi refinement within just a few short years. Yet, when she considered the opponent's early-stage foundation establishment cultivation, a sense of despondency washed over her. It is well known that the chasms between realms in the cultivation world are vast. A foundation establishment cultivator can easily take on 3 or more chi refinement 9th level practitioners simultaneously, no matter how great her confidence. She must confront the harsh realities of her situation. Jun Moxiao discerned her thoughts, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction within. At last, he could present gifts openly and justifiably. Do not be disheartened. With my support and your willingness to strive, there is nothing unattainable. With that, Jun Moxiao tapped his storage ring, from which 3 foundation establishment pills emerged. Upon her first glimpse of the foundation establishment pills, Yu Ruoxian found herself utterly captivated. These third-tier elixirs are pivotal for practitioners at the peak of chi refinement, aiding their breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage and facilitating further advancement. The value of such pills is exceedingly high, fetching prices in the marketplace that soar into the thousands of spirit stones. Every outer sect disciple must accumulate at least 3 years' worth of spirit stones to procure a single foundation establishment pill. Furthermore, due to varying aptitudes and backgrounds, the success rate of using these pills to advance is not guaranteed. Typically, a practitioner at the 9th level of chi refinement may require at least 3 such pills to achieve a successful breakthrough. Now, the kind-hearted and venerable Grand Elder had graciously bestowed upon her 3 foundation establishment pills, a gesture of immense generosity. Grand Elder. Yu Ruoxian's voice trembled with emotion, her desire to embrace Jun Moxiao and weep uncontrollably overwhelming her. Since the passing of all her family, this was the first time she had felt such warmth. With a sudden thud, she could no longer restrain herself and knelt before Jun Moxiao, bowing deeply. The kindness you have shown me is as profound as a mountain. I vow to remain by your side henceforth, devotedly serving you with unwavering loyalty. Jun Moxiao observed with keen perception that this fortunate young woman was the type to repay even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. Her character was commendable. Instantly, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Given his imminent fate, taking her as a companion or concubine was certainly out of the question. Not to mention the potential wrath of Ji Ruxue, who would surely be displeased. The gossip that would ensue was equally undesirable. Moreover, if he were to take a female disciple from the sect as a servant, it would undoubtedly tarnish his esteemed reputation. Suddenly, An idea sparked in his mind, one that offered a mutually beneficial solution. Why not take her as a disciple? This arrangement would not only facilitate the future exchange of gifts, but also bind this future empress to him. The more he contemplated this plan, the more feasible it appeared. He turned his gaze towards the kneeling Yuruashian, a smile spreading across his face. This works well. You seem to be all alone. Why not acknowledge me as your master and care for this old man until I depart this world? Yuruashian paused in surprise. Then her face lit up with joy as she prostrated several more times. Master, please accept my humble bow. As the favored daughter of fortune, her intelligence allowed her to seize this opportunity. As a mere outer disciple, her luck had turned immensely. To take the esteemed elder as her master was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. However, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness, realizing her master was nearing the end of his days. Regardless, she resolved to demonstrate her filial piety before his passing. Ha ha ha. Jun Moxiao erupted in laughter. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating that the bond between him and the fortunate daughter Yuruashian had increased to level 2, with feedback rewards now amplified 1,000-fold. Upon hearing this, Jun Moxiao was stirred, understanding the significance of this bond. It seemed that each daughter of fortune was not to be taken lightly. As long as the bond was sufficiently strong, the rewards could be unexpectedly substantial. Very well, Siener, do not leave just yet. I must impart some wisdom regarding your swordsmanship and cultivation. Thank you, master. Yuruashian accepted the foundational elixir with a heart full of aspirations for a bright future. As for that male disciple from the Qingyun sect who had pressured her, she vowed to heed her master's commands and trample his pride. A notification sounded. The host has gifted the fortunate daughter Yuruashian a third-grade foundational elixir, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, resulting in the return of a 6th-grade elixir, the everlasting iron bone pill. Please note, only the first instance of the same item given to the same target will take effect. In an instant, a perfectly round pill materialized within Jun Moxiao's system space. This 6th-grade everlasting iron bone pill, upon refinement, could transform one's bones to be as resilient as ancient iron. A rare and invaluable treasure indeed. Jun Moxiao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing only a single elixir. He had originally planned to exploit the system's loophole by infinitely duplicating items through a favored daughter of fortune, never expecting this cunning system to be so shrewd. Suppressing a curse in his heart, Jun Moxiao reclined on his chaise lounge and began instructing his disciple in cultivation. Though his current cultivation level was merely at the initial foundation establishment stage, his discerning eye and profound experience remained intact, enabling him to instantly pinpoint the deficiencies in Yuruashian's practice. After 4 double hours of rigorous training, Yuruashian had refined her essence, qi, and spirit to their zenith. She then ingested the foundation establishment pill and devoted herself wholeheartedly to its refinement. Ding! Host has guided the favored daughter of fortune Yuruashian in cultivation, triggering a 1,000-fold critical strike. Reward: 1 year of cultivation time. Before Jun Moxiao could recover from his shock, he felt a tremor coursing through his body, as if his long-stagnant cultivation had suddenly surged. He effortlessly shattered the barrier that had confined him at the initial stage of foundation establishment and ascended to the mid-foundation level. To think that merely offering guidance would lead to such a breakthrough in his own cultivation. Jun Moxiao, in disbelief, examined his own physique. At that moment, his gaze towards Yuruashian grew increasingly radiant. Truly, she was the daughter of destiny, with countless ways to unlock rewards. Seizing the opportunity of Yuruashian's breakthrough, he nodded in satisfaction and began refining the wand Duan Tai Gu Dan. A resplendent white light emanated from within him as the effects of the elixir were fully absorbed, rendering his bones as unyielding as ancient cold iron after countless trials. Excellent, splendid. 2 days later, Yuruashian quivered as a torrent of black impurities flowed from her pores. A significant breakthrough in cultivation invariably accompanied a cleansing of the sinews and marrow. Undoubtedly, Yuruashian possessed extraordinary talent. With just a single foundation establishment pill, her cultivation had ascended to the early stage of foundation establishment. Raising her head, she met the benevolent gaze of the Grand Elder, and upon noticing her own soiled state, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I have prepared the bathing water for you inside. You may cleanse and change while I stand guard outside. Yuruashian cast a grateful glance at her master, warmth flooding her heart as she hurried into the room. She shed her sticky garments, revealing her flawless, exquisite figure, sculpted by nature's artistry. With a splash, she leapt into the large wooden tub, beginning her cleansing ritual. Leaning against the side of the tub, her cheeks flushed, her thoughts drifted to her master. Alas, she hadn't anticipated such thoughtfulness. It was truly heartwarming. Observing her master's features, she mused that he must have been extraordinarily handsome in his youth. Although aged, he still exuded an air of ethereal grace, possessing a unique masculine charm. Oh dear, what am I thinking? As she indulged in her whimsical thoughts during her bath, outside. Another elder was calculating how to maximize benefits. An outer sect elder approached, and upon opening the courtyard door, he respectfully inquired, Grand Elder, after outer sect disciple Yu Ruoxian sought you the other day, she has been missing. It is my duty to inquire whether she is here. This was merely a routine inquiry. The sect had a responsibility towards its disciples, and should someone truly go missing without cause, a dedicated elder would be appointed to investigate. Jun Moxiao smiled faintly and said, Sienna has become my disciple and will henceforth attend to my daily needs. Upon hearing this, the outer sect steward felt an overwhelming sense of envy. To be in the presence of the Grand Elder was to have the opportunity to frequently receive guidance and perhaps enjoy numerous benefits. The Grand Elder, having toiled diligently, indeed requires someone to care for him. I shall not intrude any further. With that, the outer sect steward departed, and the news of Yu Ruoxian being taken as a disciple by the Grand Elder quickly spread. In an instant, countless male disciples were consumed by jealousy, lamenting their fate. Some female disciples, gritting their teeth in frustration, longed to rush forth and express their admiration for the Grand Elder. Such an extraordinary figure was truly a rarity. Chapter 5. The Return of 10,000 Swords to Their Origin, the 8 trigrams Purple Longevity, Celestial Garment. The following day, Jun Moxiao once again found Yu Ruoxian and inquired, Sienna, do you have any uncertainties regarding your cultivation? I can provide you with guidance and clarity. Yu Ruoxian nodded in appreciation. Thank you, Master. For hours later, Yu Ruoxian expressed her desire to practice independently, adhering to the teachings imparted to her. Jun Moxiao, with a sense of helplessness, could only let her go. Ding. The host guided the daughter of destiny, Yu Ruoxian, in her cultivation, triggering a thousandfold critical strike, resulting in a return of 1 year's cultivation time. In an instant, Jun Moxiao's cultivation level advanced significantly once more. He chuckled heartily as he returned to his rocking chair, swaying contentedly to himself. Another day passed. When Jun Moxiao once again inquired if there were any issues regarding her cultivation, Yu Ruoxian pondered for a considerable time before ultimately shaking her head in denial. This master was simply extraordinary. In a typical master-disciple relationship, it would already be commendable for a mentor to guide their apprentice 2 or 3 times a month. Yet, this master took the initiative to inquire about her progress every single day. At times, Yu Ruoxian couldn't help but silently chastise herself, questioning why she was so astute. Why she grasped concepts so effortlessly and excelled with such ease. If only she were a touch more dull-witted. She could revel in the daily nurture of her master's devoted guidance. After several experiments, Jun Moxiao realized that the path of daily guidance and cultivation was unfeasible. However, that was of no consequence, for he had another path to pursue. Sienna, today Master shall teach you a set of advanced sword techniques, the Shadow 7 Killing Sword. Pay close attention. In the small courtyard of Tai Sui Peak, Jun Moxiao intends to impart a formidable sword technique to Yu Ruoxian. Although he possesses even more advanced earth-level swordsmanship, the idea of a foundation establishment cultivator attempting to master such a high level of skill is utterly preposterous. In pursuit of a more suitable reward, he opts for this superior mystical grade sword technique. Yu Ruoxian is also a practitioner of the sword, otherwise, she would not have been present in the Hall of Transmission. Upon learning that Jun Moxiao wishes to teach her the shadowy 7 kills sword, she is filled with immense excitement. This is a mystical grade technique reserved solely for true disciples, whose cultivation level is at least at the golden core stage. Benefiting from her master's favor, she finds herself in a fortunate position once again. With Jun Moxiao's diligent instruction, she quickly grasps the rudiments of the shadowy 7 kills sword. When employed in combat, a single sword can transform into 7 illusory sword shadows, both deceptive and tangible, making it exceedingly challenging for opponents to defend against, significantly enhancing her offensive prowess. Meanwhile, the system rewards that Jun Moxiao had longed for have finally manifested. Congratulations to the host for imparting the supreme sword technique of the Daughter of Fortune at the Xian rank, triggering a thousandfold critical strike, resulting in the return of the heavenly grade supreme sword technique. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. In an instant, a pinnacle sword technique materialized within his mind. 10,000 swords returned to the origin? Jun Moxiao felt an immense joy within. He never anticipated that the system would be so generous, actually returning a legendary sword technique of such caliber. The level of a heavenly grade supreme martial art is exceedingly high for an ordinary cultivator. The difficulty of mastering it could be likened to deciphering a celestial scripture. However, with his extraordinary innate talent, Jun Moxiao found the learning process to be rather effortless. As the moon hung upon the branches, night descended. After preparing his bed, Yuruaxian suddenly realized that her master had not bathed in quite some time. Although cultivators maintain a pure and clean essence, her master, now aged and frail, was bound to accumulate earthly impurities. Hence, it was necessary for him to cleanse himself periodically. Thus, Yuruaxian filled a large basin with clean water and used her magic to heat it, causing steam to rise. Inside the room, Jun Moxiao felt somewhat embarrassed, his weathered face blushing for an unusual moment. Meanwhile, Yuruaxian, with graceful composure, assisted him in loosening his garments, patiently wiping every inch of his skin with a towel. "Siener, I can wash myself," Jun Moxiao stammered, anxious about revealing what should not be seen. "Hee, I am your obedient disciple. Why are you being so formal with me? At your age, are you still shy?" Yuruaxian dismissed his concerns with a cheerful smile as she stepped forward to help. In that instant, her cheeks flushed. Not long after, the bathing was finally concluded. Jun Moxiao lay on the bed, relentlessly berating himself. "Shame on you for such undignified behavior in your advanced age. Tomorrow I shall have you castrated." In another chamber, Yuruaxian tossed and turned restlessly, her heart unable to find peace. Perhaps Master truly is nearing his end. I've heard that those on the verge of death often experience a final lucid moment, appearing as healthy as ever. She clenched her fists with quiet determination. Yes. Before Master passes, I must ensure his final days are filled with joy. Time flowed swiftly. Another 2 days slipped by. Regarding cultivation guidance and martial techniques, so long as the instruction wasn't repetitive, each lesson could trigger a critical rebound effect. In this regard, the system proved rather considerate. After each session of guidance on swordsmanship, Jun Moxiao would impart even deeper insights into the profound mysteries of the sword. In just 2 days, Yuruaxian had already made significant progress in the technique of 10,000 swords returned to one. Despite his elderly appearance, when he unleashed his skill, he was undoubtedly a formidable and unparalleled sword cultivator. Under his tutelage, Yuruaxian had also made strides in her training of the Shadow 7 Kills sword, rendering her nearly unmatched among her peers. All that remained was the acquisition of a suitable weapon, and she would be capable of wreaking havoc. Jun Moxiao, seizing this opportune moment, had already invested 30,000 spirit stones in crafting a superior magic sword for her. "Siener, this is the superior magic sword I have selected for you," he announced. "A superior magic sword?" Yuruaxian's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed by a profound sense of care and affection. It is noteworthy that for a Qi refinement stage disciple to possess even a low-grade magical artifact was a matter of pride, while those in the foundation establishment stage typically wielded mid-grade artifacts. Only disciples who had reached the golden core stage were entitled to use superior grade artifacts. Just days ago, she had been an inconspicuous Qi refinement disciple, yet her status had transformed dramatically. Not only had she broken through to the foundation establishment stage with the help of a foundation establishment pill, but she had also learned advanced sword techniques and now possessed a superior magic sword. In her excitement, she embraced the silver-haired Jun Moxiao and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, Master." "Humph, how old are you now, yet still so impulsive?" Jun Moxiao chuckled, wiping the kiss off his face. Ding! The host bestows the superior magic sword upon the fated daughter Yuruaxian, triggering a thousandfold critical hit, yielding a mid-grade spirit treasure, the Bagua Zisho Immortal Robe. The sudden notification from the system, rewarding him with a mid-grade spirit treasure, filled him with delight. It is important to note that following superior-grade artifacts, there exist supreme-grade artifacts, followed by low-grade spirit treasures, and ultimately mid-grade spirit treasures. The value of each type of artifact varies immensely, with spirit-grade artifacts being particularly difficult to procure, even with spirit stones. As far as he knew, there were very few mid-grade spirit treasures within the entire Luoyun sect, most of which were in the possession of venerable figures above the transformation stage. To exchange a mere superior-grade artifact for a mid-grade spirit treasure was nothing short of exhilarating. Retreating to a secluded corner, he donned the Bagua Zisho Immortal Robe. With this mid-grade spirit treasure for protection, even a transformation stage cultivator would find it challenging to inflict harm upon him. Chapter 6. Those who insult my master shall die. At long last, the day of their appointment arrived. The male cultivator, named Lan Yaxing, was an inner disciple of the Qinyan sect, who had even invited his master, a golden core cultivator, to this encounter. The thought of Yu Ruoxian's stunning beauty and alluring figure sent shivers of excitement through him. He had already learned that she was merely an outer disciple, with a maximum of 1,800 spirit stones at her disposal. Yet, his third-grade talisman was worth 2,000 spirit stones. There was no way she could accumulate such a sum in the brief span of 10 days. Outside the gates of the Luoyun sect lay a city named Yunqian, where cultivators and mortals coexisted, all relying on the Luoyun sect for their livelihood. Upon reaching the meeting place, Lan Yaxing spotted Yu Ruoxian, her face veiled and her figure graceful, standing next to a dignified elderly man with silver hair. Unbeknownst to Lan Yaxing, two elders in the nascent soul stage were seated in a nearby tea house, their consciousnesses enveloping the area. It was customary for the esteemed grand elder of the Luoyun sect to be accompanied by nascent soul protectors during his outings. There was a profound desire among the sect members to ensure that this venerable elder experienced no misfortune. The sect leader, Ji Rushiwei, had issued a strict order to ensure the Grand Elder enjoyed his final years in peace and comfort. Therefore, when word spread of the Grand Elder descending the mountain with his disciple, the two most powerful law enforcement elders immediately set off, determined to prevent any harm from befalling him. This transformation in status also brought about a change in demeanor. Yu Ruoxian now exuded an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a celestial being, which only intensified Lan Yaxing's desire. Standing with poise, Yu Ruoxian wasted no time upon Lan Yaxing's approach. She promptly hurled a third-grade talisman at him. This talisman was not a gift from her master. Although Jun Moxiao had attempted to offer it several times, Yu Ruoxian, possessing a strong sense of independence, had declined, asserting that her master's kindness was too great for her to bear. Ultimately, she had exchanged the last 2 foundation establishment pills with her peers for this third-grade talisman. Upon seeing her produce a third-grade talisman, Lan Yaxing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Looking at the silver-haired elder behind Yu Ruoxian, a malicious thought crossed his mind, prompting him to mock. No wonder you managed to gather so many spirit stones in such a short time. It seems you were busy entertaining this old man. How about this? I'll forego this third-grade talisman if you accompany me for a month instead. That is certainly better than serving this feeble old fossil. Just as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth. The breathtaking celestial maiden drew her sword, her brows furrowing in anger. Lan Yaxing, how dare you insult my master? I challenge you to a life-and-death duel. A formidable presence radiated from Yu Ruoxian, causing Lan Yaxing to tremble in fear. You two have broken through to the early foundation establishment stage? With a swift motion, a sword scar sliced through the ground before Lan Yaxing, creating a deep trench. Terrified, he stumbled back a step, hastily shaking his head. I want to fight you. I'm leaving. With that, he attempted to drag his master away. But despite his repeated pulls, his master remained unmoved, as if paralyzed. Master, why aren't you moving? At that moment, 2 terrifying figures approached from a distance, their nascent soul power radiating without reservation. Your master is merely a golden core cultivator, currently suppressed by our aura. If he attempts to move forcibly, he will perish instantly. They explained. Lan Yaxing, startled, exclaimed, I am a disciple of the Qinyan sect. I bear no enmity with you 2 esteemed elders. Why must you target us? Huh, no enmity. The 2 nascent soul elders bypassed Lan Yaxing and approached Jun Moxiao, bowing respectfully. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. How shall we deal with this insolent one who has insulted you? What? This old man is the Grand Elder of the Luoyun sect? Lan Yaxing's legs trembled uncontrollably. The Grand Elder Qianren Taisui had once been a figure of great renown, known far and wide. Although he was now an old man, such a person could never be insulted. By carelessly referring to him as an old fossil, Lan Yaxing realized he had gravely offended a person of immense stature. Jun Moxiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adorned in a flowing white robe, his posture impeccably straight. At that moment, he casually glanced at Lan Yaxing and remarked, let him engage in a duel with Xianer. Should he prevail even in a single move, he may be permitted to depart. Very well then. Xianzi, you may begin. Lan Yaxing's demeanor had noticeably softened, shedding the arrogance he had previously displayed. Holding a superior grade sword, Yu Ruoxian's blade sliced through the air, and in an instant, her figure vanished from sight. When she reappeared, 7 shadowy sword images loomed before Lan Yaxing, their essence both tangible and elusive, rendering them nearly impossible to discern. Lan Yixing's eyes widened in alarm, struggling to identify the true blade among the illusions. In a moment of haste, he misjudged the attack, and the sword's light grazed his left arm. With a sickening squelch, blood spattered as his arm was rendered to shreds. As Yu Ruoxian pressed her assault, he anxiously cried out, "Xianzi, please cease. I concede." "Humph." Yu Ruoxian scoffed, intensifying her onslaught. "Surrender? No, your affront to my master warrants your demise." In a state of panic, Lan Yixing hastily activated a recently acquired third-grade talisman, a life-saving charm capable of conjuring a protective barrier against mid-stage foundation attacks. However, Yu Ruoxian clenched her silver teeth, channeling her entire reservoir of magical energy into her superior greatsword. The weapon emitted a resonant cry as it descended with formidable force. With a crack, the protective shield formed by the talisman shattered under the assault. The sword's momentum surged unabated, piercing through. Lan Yixing touched his forehead, feeling the warm trickle of blood. A crimson streak appeared, trailing down to his waist. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, Lan Yixing was cleaved in two, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Yu Ruoxian sheathed her sword, her rage finally dissipating. She turned to Jun Moxiao, a tone of reverence in her voice. "Master, Xian'er has avenged you by slaying this scoundrel. Haha, well done. You have indeed captured a semblance of my former grandeur. Let us depart." "Yes, master." Yu Ruoxian took a couple of swift steps forward, supporting him by the arm as they ascended upon her flying sword. The blade soared through the skies, vanishing from sight in an instant. Only then did the onlookers dare to approach, their gazes fixed on the two severed corpses, murmuring in astonishment. "Did you hear? That man had the audacity to insult the esteemed elder of the Falling Cloud sect, calling him an old relic. Was he courting death? Indeed, that sword-wielding fairy was truly enchanting, referring to the elder as master. Do you think they could silence? Do you wish to meet the same fate? Remember what happened to that man." At that moment, Lan Yixing's master suddenly roared, collapsing to his knees. Only now did he feel emboldened to move. The oppressive aura emanating from the two nascent soul cultivators was utterly terrifying. He had nearly met his own end. Gazing at his bisected disciple, he longed to inflict further wounds for the sake of vengeance. Why did you choose to offend anyone but the venerable Qianren Taisui? Today, my life was nearly forfeit due to your treachery. Taking you as a disciple has truly been a stroke of misfortune. Chapter 7. Exploiting the System. The Buddha's light relic high above the heavens, the howling winds were fierce. Yu Ruoxian stood upon her flying sword, her white robes billowing like a celestial being. Behind her, Jun Moxiao struggled to maintain his balance against the relentless gusts, swaying unsteadily. Observing this, Yu Ruoxian swiftly grasped his hand, wrapping it around her slender waist. "Master, hold on tight. Do not let go. It's fine, I can manage." Jun Moxiao attempted to assert himself. Yet the spirited girl, filled with mischief, deliberately soared at great speed, occasionally spiraling through the air. It was akin to riding a roller coaster without a safety harness, thrilling and perilous. After several loops, Jun Moxiao clung desperately to Yu Ruoxian's waist, exclaiming, "Slow down. Are you trying to take my life?" Feeling the soft brush of his arms, a wave of emotion stirred within him. Sigh. The tranquil days passed for a month. Jun Moxiao imparted all the teachings suitable for foundational stage cultivators, filling the mind of Yu Ruoxian to the brim. Ultimately, having exhausted all that could be taught, he reluctantly ceased when the system no longer offered rewards for further instruction. However, after thoroughly reaping the benefits of the system, his accomplishments were exceedingly gratifying. He ascended directly to the pinnacle of the foundational stage, just a step away from condensing the golden core and becoming a formidable golden core cultivator. Furthermore, his mastery of the 10,000 swords returning to the origin reached great success, with perfection in wielding 10,000 swords within his grasp. The sweltering summer had passed, giving way to the autumn breeze rustling through the leaves. Every 3 years, the Falling Cloud sect held a grand competition within the sect. Outer disciples who performed admirably could be promoted to inner disciples, while inner disciples had the opportunity to ascend to true disciples. The current Yu Ruoxian was no longer the same. However, her status as an outer disciple remained. She could easily leverage this sect competition to elevate her standing. Although Jun Moxiao had told her that, given her position, even the highest-ranking true disciple should not be overly concerned. Yu Ruoxian was resolute in her desire to challenge opponents and refine her swordsmanship. Moreover, she harbored a personal ambition. Her identity as an outer disciple felt too humble to be worthy of the title of the Grand Elder's disciple. The thought of bringing shame to her master was intolerable. She aspired to claim first place in the sect competition, ensuring her master would be proud. Those blessed with extraordinary fortune are seldom ordinary, each possessing unique talents. Thus, to achieve success in the upcoming sect competition in 2 months, Yu Ruoxian resolved to embark on an external journey of cultivation. Naturally, a caring master would present a token of support to express his sentiments. Siener, since you have decided to leave, I shall not hinder you. However, you must leave these elixirs behind. With that, he retrieved 6 distinct elixirs from his storage ring. As the system stipulated that the same type of item could only be returned once, he decided to gift one of each elixir, continuing to exploit the system's benefits. These 6 elixirs were all of the 3rd grade, namely, Golden Crow Pill, Chi Gathering Pill, Essence Cultivating Pill, Blood Resolving Pill, Revitalizing Pill, and Great Recovery Pill. In the market, the price of 3rd grade elixirs was quite exorbitant, typically around 1,000 spirit stones, making them affordable only to foundational stage cultivators. The total value of these 6 elixirs surpassed 6,000 spirit stones. Yu Ruoxian's hands trembled slightly as she held the elixirs. Master, you were too kind to me. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Suddenly, she recalled the scene from that day in the bath, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she resolved inwardly. Rest assured, Master, during my journey down the mountain, I will surely seek out a beauty for you. No matter what. I will ensure your final years are filled with happiness. If I truly cannot find anyone, then if only Jun Moxiao could fathom her innermost thoughts, he would undoubtedly be rendered speechless. This disciple truly embodies the epitome of filial piety. A notification chimed, indicating an increase in their bond value, currently at 3 points. The multiplier for critical returns surged to 1,500 times. The sudden appearance of a system prompt seemed to illuminate the means by which the bond value was elevated. The flying sword cleaved through the heavens as Yu Ruoxian departed from Tai Sui Peak, akin to a phoenix soaring into the sky. The elder reclined on a bamboo chair, awaiting the system's notification of the anticipated rewards. Indeed, a series of system prompts followed. Ding. The host bestows upon the fortune girl Yu Ruoxian 3 types of elixirs: Golden Crow Pill, Gathering Chi Pill, Nourishing Essence Pill, Blood Cleansing Pill, Rejuvenation Pill, and Great Restoration Pill. Quantitative change induces qualitative change, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Reward: Buddha's Light Relic. The Buddha's Light Relic, a pinnacle-grade elixir of the 7th tier, originates from the Buddhist sect, a legendary concoction whose formula has long been lost, capable of mending shattered spiritual roots. Truly miraculous. Such possibilities exist? Jun Moxiao was genuinely astonished upon witnessing the 6 3rd-tier elixirs provoke a 10,000-fold return. With a mere thought, a pearl the size of a longan, shimmering with radiant Buddha light, materialized in his hand. It is known that if a cultivator's spiritual root is damaged, they are essentially rendered useless, and recovery is exceedingly arduous. Yet, this Buddha's Light Relic holds the potential to achieve just that. For cultivators whose spiritual roots have been annihilated, refining the Buddha's Light Relic is akin to being reborn. Once, Jun Moxiao's exceptional spiritual root was destroyed by another, leaving him in despair after fruitless searches for healing. Were he to obtain the Buddha's Light Relic, he could nurture his spiritual root back to its original state. In terms of value, this elixir undoubtedly ranks among the finest of 7th-tier concoctions. It could even be deemed more precious than 8th-tier elixirs in the eyes of those with damaged spiritual roots. He opened his status panel to inspect the details. Name: Jun Moxiao. Age: 502 years remaining lifespan, 301 years realm. Foundation establishment completion spiritual root talent, 9 body fortune level, purple 5th tier treasures, low-grade spiritual treasure Mingji Shui, mid-grade spiritual treasure Bagua Zisho, Shini cultivation technique, heavenly grade supreme 10,000 swords return to origin elixirs, 7th tier Buddha's Light Relic. Upon reviewing the panel, he discovered that his most valuable assets were primarily bestowed by the system. In a brief span, he had surpassed his original resources. It appeared that seeking the fortune girl and leveraging the system's returns was indeed the course of action he ought to pursue. System, could you scan for nearby fortune girls? Surely, I need not wander aimlessly and squander time. Ding. It has detected that a red fortune girl will appear at the Sword God City's recruitment ceremony in 2 days. If the host captures her, the next return will undoubtedly trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit. Sword God City is the territory of the Shushan Sword Sect, one of the 10 great sects. Should I really compete for a disciple there? The host need not worry. You shall understand once you arrive. What do you mean by capture? It matters not. As long as she can be brought back and obeys your commands, whether through persuasion, deception, or other means, it is all permissible. He chuckled. Your system is quite unscrupulous. Nonetheless, I find it quite appealing. Do not laugh too heartily. Such a crimson fortune is indeed rare, and it is already the second extraordinary occurrence. Should one endure trials and not meet an untimely end, they could very well become a female emperor. For both emotional and rational reasons, he must visit the City of Divine Swords. Chapter 8. The City of Divine Swords. The mysterious fortune-bearing maiden. He produced a communication jade talisman, infused it with his spiritual energy, and spoke softly. Liangda, Liang Air, come here for a moment. Liangda and Liang Air were specifically dispatched by Ji Ruxue to safeguard the Grand Elder as the law enforcement elders. Both of them were at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and together, they could contend with those at the peak of the nascent soul. Whenever they ventured out, these two were responsible for ensuring safety. Before long, they approached, bowing respectfully. Grand Elder, how may we serve you? Take me for a stroll around the City of Divine Swords. Grand Elder, are you referring to the City of Divine Swords of the Shushan Sword sect? Precisely. The two did not inquire further. Regardless of where the Grand Elder wished to go or what he intended to do, they would follow unconditionally. In the sky, a flying vessel unfolded gracefully. This type of vessel was evidently far more comfortable than sword flight, making it suitable for long-distance journeys. The City of Divine Swords is affiliated with one of the 10 great sects, the Shushan Sword sect. The grand ceremony for recruiting disciples is held here every 3 years. Recently, the number of cultivators in the City of Divine Swords has surged exponentially. On the streets, in the taverns, everywhere one looks, there are cultivators. Most of these individuals are young aspirants seeking to join the sect. The flying vessel descended gently. Liangda and Liang Air, one on each side, assisted an elderly man with graying hair as he alighted. Jun Moxiao twisted left and right, his arms firmly grasped. Let go of me. I am not at the age where I can no longer walk. The elder urged, please, do not be so stubborn. The sect leader has specifically instructed us that if you truly encounter any mishap, he would not hesitate to take our heads as punishment. Seeing that he could not extricate himself from their hold, Jun Moxiao resigned himself to the situation. In the streets, countless young talents gathered. Some in groups while others stood alone, all their gazes filled with aspirations for the future. The Shushan Sword sect proclaimed itself the strongest among the 10 great sects. To become a member of the sect would indeed be to walk with a certain grace, to stand out from the ordinary. Naturally, such a grand event as the Shushan recruitment ceremony attracted attention from smaller sects nearby, who also took action. One could frequently spot seasoned middle-aged men or elders appearing, deftly weaving through the alleyways, mysteriously intercepting passing youths. Fear not, for they are not villains. Rather, they are seekers of talent. My dear young man, I perceive extraordinary potential in you. Your demeanor is impressive, your physique remarkable, and your potential boundless. Why not join my Bestow sect? Once you enter, you shall be a core disciple. Step aside. What is this Bestow sect? I have set my sights on becoming an outer disciple of the Shushan Sword sect. My lady, I gazed at the stars last night and beheld the auspicious purple aura rising from the east. It foretold the emergence of an unparalleled genius. Thus, I have traveled here to seek you out. Would you consider joining my union sect? I am willing to impart all my knowledge and take you as my disciple. Go away. My heart is set on the outer discipleship of the Shushan Sword sect. I have never even heard of your union sect. One after another, seekers of talent emerged, enticing the youth, their manner of speech and terms strikingly similar. Seeing this scene, Jun Moxiao suddenly realized his impulsive decision to seek out the child of fortune might lead to rejection. After all, she had come specifically to join the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Cultivators possess unwavering determination and cannot be easily swayed by mere words to change their allegiance. Elder, why have we come here? Liangda could no longer contain his curiosity and finally asked. Indeed, it was perplexing for someone nearing the end of their lifespan to suddenly appear in such a place. Ahem. This old man has come to witness the so-called number 1 immortal sect, the Shu Mountain Sword sect, and assess their true depth. I wish to see what kind of geniuses they recruit this time and measure the gap between them and our fallen cloud sect. Upon hearing this, Liangda and Liang Air stood in solemn reverence, even as his life neared its end. The Grand Elder remained deeply concerned about the future of their sect, truly embodying the saying, give one's all till the heart stops beating. Let us proceed. We shall observe over there. Jun Mo smiled as he pointed towards a direction, heading towards the location indicated by the system. After traversing several willow-lined alleys, he found himself in a vibrant district. There, in his gaze, stood a young woman in a green dress, resembling a pure and elegant lotus flower. Her wandering eyes revealed that she was awaiting someone. The girl's phoenix-like eyes sparkled with brilliant radiance, alive with intelligence. Her skin, fairer than snow, was delicate as jade, emanating an alluring sheen. She possessed a tall and graceful stature, standing elegantly. Her long hair flowed like silk down to her waist, and her collarbone's gentle curves were perfectly defined, showcasing her boundless charm. Her neck was elongated and pristine as snow, exuding the nobility of a swan, while the fitted green dress accentuated her enchanting figure. The girl of destiny, Jun Moxiao, had been identified. Destiny level, red 6 rank root, super water spirit root, fragmented, talent, a dream of 1,000 years note. This girl of destiny can foresee significant events pertaining to herself within the next millennium through dreams. The accuracy of her predictive ability will increase with her cultivation level. Cultivation, Chi refinement level 1 identity, loose cultivator return rate, 1,500 times bond value. Initial 3 points hint. Deepening the bond will result in a continual rise in the return rate. The girl's information materialized before his eyes. Jun Moxiao's heart trembled violently. This maiden actually possessed such mysterious power. He couldn't possibly let her slip away. Then, his attention was drawn to the bond value, which wasn't the initial single point but an astonishing 3 points. It had taken him over a month of intimate mentorship and shared life with Yuruashin to raise their bond to 3. Yet this girl, whom he had just laid eyes upon, already started with a bond of 3. His mind raced, and at last, a realization struck him. He and this emerald-robed maiden must have known each other in the future, and their relationship must have been extraordinary. This was indeed a fortunate discovery. The streets teemed with people, countless handsome youths and fair maidens passing by. Yet none could compare to the striking beauty of this emerald-robed girl. Standing there, she was like a crane among chickens, drawing countless awestruck gazes. A faint smile curled upon Jun Moxiao's lips as he strode forward. Just as he approached Jun Moxiao, a young man clad in the attire of a Shu mountain sword sect disciple intercepted, positioning himself squarely before the maiden. Zhouhu's eyes burned with a mix of fervor and cunning as he shamelessly raked his gaze over Jun Moxiao. Exquisite. Truly exquisite. That figure, that face, that flawless skin, that slender waist. TSK, she would surely bring unparalleled delight. Lust blazed in Zhouhu's eyes. It had been far too long since he had encountered such a peerless beauty. To let this chance slip would be an insult to his reputation as the Shu Mountain Sword sect's most notorious libertine. Chapter 9, The God of Slaughter. Thousand Blades Sovereign Fair Maiden, have you come to participate in the Shu Mountain Sword sect's disciple recruitment ceremony? I am Zhouhu, a disciple of the sect. My father is one of its elders. I would be honored to guide and recommend you, so that we may grow closer in the future. Zhouhu flashed what he believed to be a dashing smile, flaunting his connections with smug satisfaction. Since she's here for the recruitment, she surely won't resist the temptation of such an advantage. I have no interest in the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Step aside. The emerald-robed maiden's voice was icy, her delicate frame exuding an imperious aura. Zhouhu frowned. Such arrogance. You might want to reconsider. Refuse me, and you may never leave Divine Sword City. When seduction failed, threats swiftly followed, a tactic he wielded with practiced ease. I have no desire to join the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Cease harassing me. Jun Moxiao remained composed, even taking a few steps back to widen the distance between them. This defiance enraged Zhouhu. He advanced, unleashing the oppressive aura of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, pinning the maiden in place. Since you've come to Divine Sword City, you will join whether you wish to or not. Do you think you can come and go as you please? With only the first level of Chi refinement, the emerald-robed girl was utterly immobilized by the pressure. In that moment, she questioned herself. Why did I come here? Why did I dream that coming here would lead me to a familiar yet indistinct figure? Who? Is that blurred figure? Panicked, she lifted her head, scanning her surroundings, until her gaze landed on Jun Moxiao, striding toward her. In that instant, 1,000 years seemed to pass in a single glance. Her burning eyes locked onto Jun Moxiao, her emotions laid bare. Her rosy lips parted, and a trembling, reflexive plea escaped her. Master, save me. Jun Moxiao was utterly transfixed by the profound tenderness in the gaze of the maiden in the cyan dress. An inexplicable bond from the depths of fate stirred within him, compelling him to feel that this maiden was someone intimately connected to him, someone he must protect from harm. Stop! Just as Zhouhu was about to forcibly seize the maiden and coerce her into submission, a commanding roar echoed through the air. Turning, he saw an elderly man with silver hair and beard, accompanied by 2 middle-aged men, approaching with measured steps. Old man, This is none of your concern. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that don't involve you. Zhou scoffed, then burst into laughter as he took in Jun Moxiao's aged appearance. At your age, you should be looking for a good burial plot rather than playing the hero. The onlookers erupted in laughter at his words, their amusement rippling through the crowd. This Zhou is too amusing, someone remarked. Given the old man's age, he could be her grandfather, perhaps even her guardian. Not necessarily. In the world of cultivation, there is no shortage of lecherous old men preying on young maidens. Zhou, basking in the attention, smirked and waved dismissively. If you've got nothing better to do, scram. Don't ruin my mood. Liang Da and Liang Er seethed with fury. Such an insolent brat. How dare he mock the grand elder of our fallen cloud sect? Just as they prepared to teach Zhou a lesson. A razor-sharp sword intent erupted beside them, so overwhelming that even these two nascent soul cultivators were stunned. It's the grand elder's sword intent. Jun Moxiao's eyes sharpened like a tiger's, and the sword at his waist, Mingjixu, hummed with unrestrained energy before leaping from its sheath. A brilliant arc of light. Radiant as the sun and swift as a shooting star, sliced through the air. Thud. Zhou's head soared into the sky, his expression frozen in disbelief and indignation. Blood gushed from the headless corpse, splattering the horrified spectators. Ah, the Grand Elder has made his move. Yang De gasped, his voice trembling with awe. After all these years. I never thought I'd witness this again. Indeed, this is his signature technique, light illuminating all beings, such exquisite swordsmanship. Liang Er added fervently. The crowd, now drenched in blood, staggered back in terror, their legs giving way beneath them. Clutching their faces, they fled in panic, swearing never to cross paths with an old man again, lest he, too, prove to be a god of slaughter. As Jun Moxiao completed his move, Mingji Shui gracefully returned to his waist. He retracted his entire aura, reverting to the image of an elderly man, frail and decrepit. Once the formidable Qian Ren Tai Sui, known as the most ruthless killer of the Falling Cloud sect, he was not one to be mocked without a response. Even in his advanced years, he approached Jiang Miaoyi slowly and in a hushed tone inquired, Child, what did you just call me? Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Miaoyi felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, akin to the indistinct figure that haunted her dreams. In that moment, she comprehended that this elderly man was indeed the one she had come to await. With a soft thud, Jiang Miaoyi knelt before Jun Moxiao, her voice imbued with hope as she declared, I believe you are my destined master, and by waiting here, I shall encounter you. Jun Moxiao felt a sudden chill in his heart. Could it be that this girl was destined to be his disciple? If that were indeed the case, he must acquiesce to fate. Ha ha. If so, then I shall take you as my disciple. Master, your disciple Jiang Miaoyi pays her respects to you, exclaimed Jiang Miaoyi with excitement, bowing down in the middle of the street to pledge her allegiance. Ah, my dear disciple, please rise. The ground is cold. Jun Moxiao gently waved his hand, a force lifting the young girl from the ground. Ding. The bond value between the host and Jiang Miaoyi has increased. Currently at 4 points. Critical return multiplier has risen to 2,000 times. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The next return is bound to trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit. Upon hearing the system notification, Jun Moxiao hesitated no longer and took out the 7th grade Buddhist light relic bestowed by the system. Miaoyi, this is a gift from your master upon our first meeting. I see that your spiritual roots are damaged. Refining this item will aid in restoring them. Jiang Miaoyi was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Jun Moxiao with even greater admiration. How could her master discern the damage to her spiritual roots at a glance and possess a means to restore them? It was nothing short of divine intervention. At that moment, Jiang Miaoyi's heart swayed. She felt that Jun Moxiao was the best person she had ever encountered in her life, inspiring her with hope for an uncertain future. Ah, thank you, master, for this act of rebirth. Jun Moxiao waved his hand. And after offering the exceedingly precious Buddha light relic, he found himself even more elated than Jiang Miaoyi. The reason for his joy was the anticipated system reward that had finally arrived. Ding. The host has presented a 7th grade Buddha light relic, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike, resulting in the return of a special talent, Heaven-Defying Comprehension. Chapter 10. Heaven-Defying Comprehension. The prestige of Qian Ren Tai Sui, Heaven-Defying Comprehension, upon acquiring this talent. There are no limitations to cultivating any technique. With just a moment of contemplation, one can master it effortlessly. It allows for the seamless fusion and transformation of techniques, leading to the creation of new methods. This talent also significantly enhances the speed of cultivation, rivaling the top-tier spiritual roots in the realm of cultivation. Jun Moxiao could not suppress the upward curve of his lips, overwhelmed by an undeniable joy. Possessing the nine-yang physique, he was nothing short of a prodigious talent, further enhanced by an extraordinary comprehension of the arcane. This remarkable aptitude had effectively doubled his innate gifts. In an instant, the previously obscure aspects of his cultivation and swordsmanship crystallized in his mind. The spiritual energy within him stirred restlessly, with so many people around. He resolved to initiate his breakthrough upon returning home. "Master, are you well?" Jiang Miaoyi inquired, observing her master's unusually joyous demeanor, which seemed to surpass her own excitement. "Haha, I am delighted to have such a precious disciple like you," he exclaimed. "Miaoyi, let us return to the sect." With a casual greeting, Jun Moxiao intended to depart. However, a swift array of figures converged, encircling the area. At the forefront stood an elder clad in purple robes, unmistakably exhibiting the cultivation of the early Yuanying stage. "It is you who have slain disciples of the Shushan sword sect." The elder's aggressive demeanor prompted Liang Da and Liang Er, Jun Moxiao's personal bodyguards, to step forward, obstructing the elder's gaze. With a resounding crash, two formidable forces of the late Yuanying stage erupted, pushing back against the elder. The purple-robed elder, intimidated by this overwhelming pressure, plummeted from the air. The onlookers in the distance were equally dumbfounded. "Ah, who is that old man? How could he possibly have two late Yuanying cultivators as guards?" While Yuanying cultivators may not be the pinnacle of power in the realm of immortals, they are certainly formidable figures, each renowned in their own right. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the purple-robed elder hastily sought assistance from his superiors. The elders of the Shushan sword sect, upon hearing the news, immediately became alert. Soon enough, the Grand Elder presiding over this disciple selection ceremony made his appearance. This individual, known as Duan Changkong, was a fully realized Huashan stage cultivator. Having crossed paths with Jun Moxiao in the past, due to their shared expertise in swordsmanship, they had engaged in numerous sparring sessions. However, it was well known that Qian Rintai Sui was not merely a name. Duan Changkong often found himself on the losing side in their encounters. Upon spotting the elderly figure with white hair amidst the crowd, Duan Changkong was taken aback. "It is indeed Qian Rintai Sui. Quickly, summon the sect ceremonial team to welcome Elder Jun's arrival." At that moment, he hurriedly called out to his subordinates. As fellow sword cultivators, there was a mutual respect between the two. Witnessing the once dominant Jun Moxiao now aged and nearing the end of his days filled Duan Changkong with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Simultaneously, he felt a swell of pride within himself. "Though I may not surpass you in skill with the sword, in terms of longevity, I have undoubtedly triumphed." "Grand Elder," a furious elder protested, "Qian Rintai Sui has just killed my son. How can you send a ceremonial team to welcome him?" Duan Changkong shot him a cold glance and replied indifferently, "Your son has long been a bully, committing numerous wrongs. I have long wished to take action against him. Today, Qian Rintai Sui has done me a favor by eliminating him, and I am grateful for his assistance. As for you, as Zhouhu's father, your lack of discipline bears half the blame. I hereby sentence you to reflect at the thinking cliff for 20 years. The father of Zhouhu was instantly struck pale by the Grand Elder's words, regretting his defense of his wayward son. Yet, there was more Duan Changkong had not articulated. During the previous war of immortals and demons, Jun Moxiao had been a god of slaughter on the battlefield, single-handedly vanquishing hordes of demonic cultivators, thus earning the illustrious title of Qian Rintai Sui. In terms of merit and renown, it was not beyond possibility for him to ascend to the position of sect master of the Fallen Cloud sect. Such a legendary figure, taking down a wayward disciple from a sect, would elicit no dissent from the wider world of cultivation. Although Jun Moxiao consistently declined Duan Changkong's goodwill, he could not resist the overwhelming hospitality and ultimately acquiesced. Soon after, during the disciple selection ceremony of the Shushan sword sect, a grand ceremonial team appeared to welcome Jun Moxiao. On the high platform, he took a seat beside the main chair, with the curious disciple Jiang Miaoyi standing behind him. It was at this moment she realized the distinguished status of the elder she had chosen to follow. Duan Changkong addressed the multitude of aspiring youths present for the selection, stating, "Today, at the disciple selection ceremony, the Shushan sword sect is honored to welcome Elder Jun. Qian Rintai Sui. You should all strive to perform admirably, allowing Elder Jun to witness the splendor of the Shushan sword sect." Thousands of young men and women turned their inquisitive gazes towards him. While few may have known Jun Moxiao, the name Qian Rintai Sui resonated loudly in the hearts of many. The crowd buzzed with discussion, creating a lively atmosphere. Silence. A voice as resonant as a great bell emanated from Grand Elder Duan Changkong. All disciples proceeded to step forward in an orderly manner for the assessment of their spiritual roots. The disciple selection ceremony officially commenced, with over 100,000 applicants lining up like 10 long dragons, patiently awaiting their evaluations. The assessment was straightforward, by channeling their internal spiritual energy into the testing stone. Their spiritual root qualities would be easily discerned. 5-element spiritual roots were classified as mixed roots, while they indicated some potential for cultivation. It would be exceedingly difficult to break into the foundation establishment stage. 4-element roots were considered pseudo-spiritual roots, and most outer disciples of the top 10 sects possessed them. 3-element and 2-element roots were deemed true spiritual roots, marking a disciple worthy of cultivation. Single-element roots were referred to as heavenly roots, signifying undeniable genius within the sect, with prospects of reaching the Huashan stage or beyond. Beyond heavenly roots lay the supreme heavenly roots and the ultra-supreme heavenly roots, which were exceedingly rare talents destined for greatness, likely achieving the combined or great completion stages. The emergence of such individuals would inevitably stir the sect, drawing even the most extraordinary elders to come forth for recruitment. The disciple selection ceremony resembled a lottery event. Not only the disciples but the sect itself awaited surprises to unfold. As the evaluations progressed, joy and despair filled the air. Among the more than 100,000 applicants, over 90% were found to possess no spiritual roots whatsoever, not even qualifying as mixed roots, and thus returned home in desolation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the disciple selection ceremony was drawing to a close. After several rounds of eliminations, fewer than 1,000 individuals emerged victorious, becoming outer disciples. A few fortunate youths with true spiritual roots caught the attention of several elders, securing their place in the inner sect. Duan Changkong felt a tinge of disappointment. He had not anticipated that this disciple selection ceremony would yield no heavenly roots at all. Jun Moxiao rose to his feet, offering a slight smile to Duan Changkong, and politely remarked, "Congratulations, Elder Duan, on acquiring such a wealth of talent. With this infusion of fresh blood, the Shushan Sword sect will undoubtedly grow even more formidable." Chapter 11. The emergence of the Child of Destiny. Eliminate him. Duan Changkong shook his head with a sigh, replying, "Elder Jun, you jest. This cohort is truly the most disappointing I have ever mentored. Not a single disciple with a heavenly spiritual root has emerged." Jun Mo smiled reassuringly and said, "You should count your blessings. After all, there are still 7 or 8 disciples with genuine spiritual roots. If resources are sufficient and they do not falter midway, they could very well become several elders in the nascent soul stage." Duan Changkong, feeling helpless, nodded and ascended the high platform, announcing to the crowd below, "All right, the disciple recruitment ceremony is officially concluded. I ask all new disciples to follow the elder in charge back to the Shushan Sword sect, while the remaining candidates may take their leave." As Duan Changkong's words echoed, the expressions of the crowd varied. Some were filled with joy, while others were steeped in sorrow. Suddenly, at that moment, a sharp cry pierced the air, drawing the attention of all. In the distance, a young man was seen sprinting with all his might, closely pursued by 2 black-clad cultivators, as if they were intent on hunting him down. Jun Moxiao raised his gaze towards this place, finding it rather intriguing. Suddenly, a system notification emerged in his mind. Ding! The Child of Fate has been detected. Xiaohuahua. Fate level, Crimson Grade 8. Background: a young genius unexpectedly falls to mediocrity, suffers an engagement annulment, establishes a 3-year pact, and inadvertently discovers the remnants of a demonic emperor's soul, thereafter cultivating both celestial and demonic arts, boasting unparalleled talent. Corresponding Fate Maiden, Yurua Xian. The Child of Fate? Jun Moxiao furrowed his brow, wondering if the corresponding Fate Maiden was indeed Xian. What could this possibly signify? Did it imply that, should circumstances proceed as expected, Xian would be won over by this young man? Ding! In response to the host, the Child of Fate and the corresponding Fate Maiden are not necessarily destined to be a pair. This is merely due to the cosmic division of yin and yang. For every Fate Maiden, there exists a corresponding Child of Fate. System: does the emergence of the Child of Fate bode well or ill for me? Ill. Each Child of Fate seeks a Fate Maiden as a partner, which will significantly impact the operation of this system. Jun Moxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, fully comprehending the situation. Possessing a system, he had inadvertently found himself at odds with all the children of fate. He was also a decisive individual. Those who influenced his ascent to the pinnacle of the great path could not be allowed to remain. Just as the thought of bloodshed arose within him, a system notification quietly chimed. Ding! Mission issued. Eliminate the child of fate, Xiaohuahua. Reward, the divine strength demon scripture, celestial grade. The divine strength demon scripture, a celestial grade technique, consisting of 10 levels. Upon completing all 10, one could enhance their physical body and magical power 100-fold. Celestial grade. 100-fold enhancement. Jun Moxiao was momentarily stunned. The ranks of techniques, from lowest to highest, are as follows: yellow grade, Xin grade, earth grade, and heaven grade. Above heaven grade lies the most mysterious and profound imperial grade of the mortal realm. Beyond the imperial grade, there exists only the celestial grade, which is reserved solely for the immortals. He never anticipated that by eliminating this child of fate, the system would bestow such a treasure. A murderous glint flickered in Jun Moxiao's dim yellow eyes. He was resolute. Xiaohua remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom that loomed over him. He believed that as long as he could pass the test, he would be able to join the Shushan Sword sect and free himself from the relentless pursuers. According to the words of the elderly man with the ring, given his extraordinary aptitude, he would undoubtedly attract attention. Once he mastered the unique skills of the Shushan Sword sect and unearthed the treasures left by the old man, it was entirely plausible that he could cultivate both celestial and demonic arts, ultimately ascending to the status of a supreme emperor. As he approached the venue for the disciple recruitment ceremony, Jun Moxiao casually waved his hand, conjuring a sword net that abruptly obstructed Xiaohua's path. Who dares to disrupt the ceremony? The recruitment has concluded. Do not cause further chaos. His intervention left the surrounding elders momentarily stunned, perplexed by the audacity of this thousand-blade tsunami, who seemed to be overstepping boundaries. However, after exchanging glances, several elders of the Shushan Sword sect deemed it unwise to confront the thousand-blade tsunami and quietly averted their gazes, choosing to feign ignorance. Xiaohua found himself halted in his tracks, nearly colliding with the sword net. This delay allowed 2 black-clad cultivators to close in on him. With their swords gleaming ominously, they advanced. Gritting his teeth, Xiaohua withdrew his own weapon and turned to face his adversaries. His cultivation was at the 7th level of qi refinement, while his opponents were both at the 8th level. The outcome of this confrontation appeared bleak. Yet, as the son of fortune, bolstered by the remnants of the demon emperor's soul, he possessed the ability to fight beyond his means. A fierce and brutal battle ensued. Astonishingly, Xiaohua managed to vanquish both black-clad cultivators. The elders on the high platform, who had yet to depart, exchanged glances, their eyes alight with intrigue. This young man is impressive, they mused. Perhaps he truly is a rare and exceptional talent. Duan Chongkong shared a similar sentiment and resolved to make an exception, allowing this young man to test his spiritual root aptitude. Jun Mo smiled wryly, his expression darkening as he muttered a curse under his breath, deeming them worthless. He had deliberately afforded the 2 cloaked cultivators an opportunity, yet to his astonishment, despite their numerical advantage and superior realm, they were ultimately vanquished. Humph. Truly deserving of the title Child of Fortune, he would not fall to mere supporting characters. He chuckled, finding the young lad quite intriguing. Now that we have arrived at this juncture, let us put him to the test, Duan Chongkong remarked with a smile. An assertion that was met with nods of agreement from the other elders. No, this child must not be allowed to live. He must be eradicated. A voice laden with murderous intent resonated, causing all the elders to turn their gaze in astonishment. Jun Moxiao unsheathed the exquisite blade at his waist. Gazing down at Xiaohua, I perceive that this young man is tainted by the aura of the demonic path. He is surely a pawn arranged by the devil sect with nefarious intentions. Having spoken, he could not help but declare, his frail form soaring forth, intent on personally vanquishing Xiaohua. Elder Jun, you must not. Liang Da and Liang Er hurriedly interjected, attempting to intervene. Fear not, for in my lifetime, I have slain countless demons. Even in my advanced years and waning strength, I shall not allow this demon spawn to wreak havoc upon the world. Jun Moxiao spoke with righteous fervor, embodying the unity of man and sword, as he surged towards the bewildered Xiaohua. Duan Chongkong of the Shu Mountain Sword sect subtly moved his fingers, attempting multiple times to intervene. This was their territory. Regardless of whether the suddenly emerged youth was a demonic cultivator, it was not the place for an elder of the Falling Cloud sect to take action. However, the reputation of the Thousand Blades Tai Sui was formidable, and his status was exceedingly high. If Duan Chongkong were to interfere and inadvertently harm this elder, who was nearing the end of his days, it would only lead to a bloodbath. After much contemplation, he ultimately refrained from intervening. One could only blame the unfortunate nameless pawn for his misfortune. The resplendent sword light sliced through the heavens, aimed directly at Xiaohua. With such a strike, even if Xiaohua were merely a 7th-layer qi refining practitioner, he would be utterly unable to withstand it, let alone a foundation establishment cultivator. As Xiaohua beheld the lethal sword light, he was momentarily stupefied. What is happening? Why do they want to kill me? In this critical moment, an ancient voice emanated from the ring on his right hand. Boy, do not just stand there foolishly. Quickly summon your life-saving trump card. Awakening from his stupor, Xiaohua hastily activated his trump card, a superior-grade magical artifact, the diamond bracelet. Upon activation, the diamond bracelet immediately formed a shield capable of withstanding attacks from Golden Core practitioners. Do not be surprised, for if the Child of Destiny were devoid of hidden cards, he would have long since perished. A mere insect of chi refinement is incapable of unleashing the full might of a superior magical artifact. I wonder how many of my blades you can withstand. As Jun Moxiao wielded his blade, its snowy brilliance sliced through the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that descended like a flurry of raindrops. The sound of clashing steel resonated. The protective barrier formed by the diamond bracelet instantaneously intensified under the pressure. Xiaohua felt his entire reservoir of spiritual energy being relentlessly siphoned by the artifact, depleting more than half in the blink of an eye, and soon enough, he would be utterly drained. Should a cultivator employ a treasure that exceeds their own limits, they risk being drained of their spiritual energy and, in more dire circumstances, even their life force, leading to a catastrophic explosion of their very being. Thus, it is not the superiority of the artifact that matters, but rather its suitability to the individual that holds paramount importance. Chapter 12. The Elder's Righteousness. This child is indeed a demonic cultivator. The numerous elders of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, all masters of the blade, nodded in approval upon witnessing Jun Moxiao's prowess. The Grand Elder, Duan Changkong, chuckled. Elder Jun truly wields his sword with undiminished vigor. That move, sword reign of carefree wandering, remains as formidable as ever. Indeed, it is said that Elder Jun has never taken on a disciple. Should his astounding swordsmanship become lost to time, it would be a great pity. Someone echoed. Here on the battlefield, with a single strike, Jun Moxiao unleashed a tempest of sword rain that sent the shield formed by the diamond bracelet teetering on the brink of collapse. A gasp escaped Xiaohua's lips as he coughed up a mouthful of reversed blood, terror flickering in his eyes, his heart brimming with indignation. Why? I have never provoked this man. Why does he seek my demise? At this juncture, he could only gaze at the ring in his hand, beseeching, Master, save me. The black ring adorning his right hand was no ordinary trinket. It was a soul-nurturing ring crafted from the finest soul-nourishing jade. Within it resided a dreadful specter, a remnant soul of the first master of the demonic path from 10,000 years ago, the Huangquan Demon Emperor. The Huangquan Demon Emperor. A prodigy of unparalleled talent, once ruled an era, yet tragically faltered during his final tribulation, failing to ascend. Beneath the cataclysmic storm of heavenly tribulation, only a wisp of his soul remained, clinging to existence within the soul-nurturing ring. Ultimately, this ring was discovered by Xiaohua, the Child of Fortune. This remnant soul became his greatest boon and secret weapon. Now, faced with a life and death crisis, he had no choice but to place all his hopes upon the soul of the Demon Emperor. Xiaohua, my power has only recovered to a mere fraction of its former glory. Upon merging with you, I can only manifest the strength of the mid-Golden Core stage. Remember, do not engage in prolonged combat. You must seek an opportunity to flee. I understand, Master. Please, hurry. Another spurt of blood erupted from Xiaohua, his complexion paling, his body swaying precariously on the verge of collapse. Very well, Xiaohua, come and accept my power. In an instant, a force foreign to Xiaohua surged into his body, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights, halting only upon reaching the mid-Golden Core stage. At that moment, his eyes turned pitch black, glimmering with a chilling radiance. Jun Moxiao stood resolutely, gazing at the individual before him, his expression unchanging, exuding an air of calm composure. What was his identity? Let alone a mere Golden Core cultivator. He had dispatched countless nascent soul masters in the past. The sword drew a scar upon the ground, erupting into a dazzling brilliance. You little brat, have you finally revealed your true self? He mused. Before my time draws to a close, it is indeed splendid to eradicate another scourge from this world. The onlookers from the Shushan Sword sect were equally astonished as they beheld Xiaohua. The once chi-refining stage youth had inexplicably transformed into a mid-Golden Core practitioner, and the power within him seemed tainted with demonic energy. Duan Changkong's eyes narrowed in realization. Could it be that what Jun Moxiao had stated was indeed true? This enigmatic youth was a demonic cultivator, a covert infiltrator sent by the demonic sect. Several elders shared this sentiment. their gazes now filled with respect as they regarded the white-haired elder standing firm, his hair and beard billowing. Elder Jun is truly righteous. We fall short in comparison, one elder remarked. Elder Jun is indeed the lifelong nemesis of the demonic path, alas. With his time fleeting, it is a tremendous loss for our celestial sect. One elder stepped forward, intending to offer assistance. If the adversary were to sustain injuries within the Shushan sword sect, the consequences would be dire. However, Jun Moxiao had already discerned their intentions, directly condensing his energy into threads to convey his thoughts. Do not interfere. Do you truly believe that I am so aged that I cannot deal with a mere demonic wretch? He laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, the elders who had contemplated intervening withdrew slightly, their necks retracting in apprehension. Jun Moxiao's footsteps flickered gracefully as he effortlessly evaded Xiaohua's assaults. With a series of agile strides, he ascended above Xiaohua, surveying the child of destiny from a commanding height. Once a consummate cultivator at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, even though his current abilities had waned, his divine consciousness remained intact, his swordsmanship impeccable, and his divine weapon far superior to that of his opponent. In such circumstances, engaging an adversary several realms below him posed no challenge whatsoever. Amidst the pristine snow, a searing flame ignited, transforming into a colossal fire phoenix that surged downward, its fiery tendrils igniting the nearby structures in a conflagration. Xiaohua, engulfed in flames, found himself in a wretched state, covered in soot and disarray. Although he possessed the cultivation of the mid-golden core stage, when it came to combat experience and martial prowess, he appeared no more than a stumbling child. Duan Chongkong recognized the technique and exclaimed in astonishment. Elder Jun's phoenix soaring is indeed formidable. Its power is on par with that of the mid-golden core stage. Having engaged in numerous sparring sessions with Jun Moxiao, the esteemed elder of the Shushan sword sect was well acquainted with his techniques, and he was profoundly astonished at this display. He had not anticipated that the aged Jun Moxiao could still unleash such a fierce maneuver. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck Duan Chongkong, and he sighed inwardly. A return of vitality. This must be the return of vitality. My dear friend in the way of the sword truly has little time left. Standing nearby, Jiang Miaoyi gazed at her master, who was displaying such extraordinary prowess, her heart racing with admiration. This was her master, still so powerful. As long as she stood beside him, Jiang Miaoyi felt enveloped in an overwhelming sense of security. Boom. A violent explosion resounded as Xiaohua was sent flying by a single strike. Stop, he cried, emerging from the rubble, spitting blood. His eyes ablaze with fury as he demanded, "Why must you seek to kill me?" Jun Moxiao gazed upon the somewhat aggrieved Xiaohua, his expression impassive as he uttered indifferently, "Foolish mortal, you may take this quandary with you to the depths of hell." No sooner had these words been spoken than his razor-sharp swordplay was unleashed once more, leaving not the slightest opportunity for Xiaohua's survival. At this very moment, an ancient and feeble voice suddenly resonated within his consciousness. "Young upstart, why must you be so relentless? Spare him a path to live." The speaker was none other than the lingering soul of the netherworld demon emperor. Having lent his remaining strength to Xiaohua, his presence grew even more tenuous and frail. Jun Moxiao let out a cold laugh and said, "Old man, have you finally reached your limit? To speak candidly, this young man must perish today. I owe no favors to anyone." The remnant soul within the ring also adopted a chillier demeanor. "Youngster, do you have any idea who I am? To address me in such a manner is truly a display of ignorance. In my prime, when I attained enlightenment, beings like you were mere ants beneath my feet. What do you intend to do?" Jun Moxiao, weary of the incessant ramblings of the lingering soul, decided to unleash his lethal strike, intent on swiftly resolving the matter at hand. With a sweeping motion of his right hand through the void, he proclaimed with a commanding voice, "Sword, come forth." In that very instant, countless disciples of the Shushan sword sect and the cultivators within the sword city felt their swords resonate with a profound hum. Unbeknownst to many, their treasured blades unsheathed themselves, soaring into the heavens. From a vantage point high above, one could witness an array of swords resembling celestial meteors, etching vibrant trails across the sky. The summoner of these blades was none other than the formidable Qianren Taisui, Jun Moxiao. Chapter 13. The Convergence of 10,000 Swords. Slaying the son of destiny in the sky above, Jun Mo smiled confidently, standing tall, while behind him, countless flying swords arranged themselves in a divine homage, forming a magnificent circle in the air. The elders of the Shu Mountain Sword sect gaped in astonishment, utterly bewildered by Jun Mo's return of the myriad swords to their origins. What an extraordinary display of power! I can only perceive an overwhelming surge of sword intent approaching, and after gazing for too long, my eyes feel as though they might be pierced. Duan Chongkong could not help but take 2 steps back. His eyes filled with confusion, murmuring, "You truly are a prodigy. I never imagined that as the end draws near, you would comprehend such a level of swordsmanship. I am no match for you." The hellish emperor, sensing the terrifying nature of this technique, roared in fury, "If you dare to lay a hand on me again, I shall undoubtedly refine your 3 souls and 7 spirits, subjecting you to endless torment until your demise." Jun Moxiao and the remnant soul communicated through divine consciousness. Their exchange swift and inaudible to others. Thus, Duan Chongkong and his companions remained oblivious to the existence of the remnant soul, only hearing the incessant cries of Xiaohuahua. Do you dare to threaten me?" Jun Moxiao fixed his gaze on the soul-raising ring in Xiaohuahua's hand, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Then you have no reason to continue living." He stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, his left hand clasped upon his right arm, and with his right hand, he extended his index and middle fingers towards Xiaohuahua, proclaiming loudly, 10,000 swords return to origin." Swish, swish, swish. Countless flying swords coalesced into a colossal divine sword, shimmering with iridescent hues, hurtling towards Xiaohuahua. In that moment, it mattered not that he was merely at the mid-stage of the golden core. Even at the perfected golden core, one would struggle to withstand this towering sword of destruction. "Aya!" Xiaohuahua emitted his final cries. "Why? I am unwilling." Boom. The immense sword forged from myriad flying swords quaked, its devastating force swiftly engulfing Xiaohuahua's form. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have slain the child of fortune, Xiaohuahua, and received the reward, the Great Strength Demon Sutra." As Xiaohuahua perished, his original crimson fortune began to dissipate, a small fraction flowing into Jun Moxiao's body, while the majority faded into the cosmos. Ding! The host's fortune level has increased, currently at red grade 1. This unexpected stroke of luck filled Jun Moxiao with delight. It turned out that slaying the child of fortune could also augment his own fortune. Meanwhile, miles away in a mountain gorge, a stunningly beautiful fairy paused, inexplicably gripped by a strange sensation. Her eyes narrowed instinctively, and she murmured softly, "Master, are you all right?" Divine Sword City. Jun Moxiao waved his hand, dispersing the myriad swords that returned to their rightful origins. The countless flying swords swiftly made their way back, seeking their original masters. As they descended from the sky to the ground, his gaze fell upon the tragic remains of Xiaohuahua. Amidst the swirling dust, he swiftly seized the soul-nurturing ring from Xiaohuahua's right hand, deftly pulling it off. "Great Elder! Master!" Several voices emerged as Liang Da, Liang Air, and Jiang Miaoi appeared, rushing over at once. Jiang Miaoi supported Jun Moxiao's aged form and, with a note of urgency, inquired, "Master, after employing such a terrifying divine ability, are you unharmed?" Jun Moxiao, with a swift glance, sensed that he might have gone a tad overboard, rendering his explanations rather futile. Consequently, he placed a hand upon his head and swayed his body, feigning a precarious fall. Such performance was undoubtedly worthy of an esteemed actor. Jiang Miaoi, taken aback, swiftly embraced her swaying master, exclaiming in alarm, "Oh no! Master seems to have fainted." The elders of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, witnessing this spectacle, collectively exhaled in relief. This was more like it. Just moments ago, it was undoubtedly a fleeting moment of clarity. Now, he was reverting to his true state, perhaps with a lifespan not exceeding 3 months. As these elders observed Jun Moxiao's demeanor, they etched this image into their memories, for it might very well be his final portrait. Subsequently, Liang Da unfurled his magical flying vessel, with Jiang Miaoi cradling Jun Moxiao aboard. As they departed into the horizon, inside the vessel, Jun Moxiao's head rested upon the soft, resilient thigh of his little disciple, the tips of her silky hair occasionally brushing against his nose, causing a slight tickle. "What should I do if Master does not awaken?" Jiang Miaoi appeared quite anxious, and in her agitation, she clutched Jun Moxiao's head tightly, leaving no room for air. A profound sense of pressure emerged on his face, an astonishing sensation. "Ahem! Miaoi, please loosen your grip. I can hardly breathe." Jun Moxiao opened his eyes and immediately met the concerned gaze of his disciple. "Ah, Master, you are awake. You frightened me just now." Jiang Miaoi, with an expression of tension, relaxed and was now filled with astonishment. Jun Moxiao stood up and touched his nose. "Alas, I am fine. It is merely that with age, I occasionally succumb to sudden drowsiness." After Jun Moxiao and the others departed, news of the events that transpired swiftly spread. Upon hearing of the legendary Qianren Taisui, a resolute figure who, even in the face of imminent demise, remained unyielding and ruthless, many cultivators were deeply moved. The once formidable Qianren Taisui, a great adversary of the demonic path, had transformed into an elderly figure due to a siege by demonic cultivators. Thus, Jun Moxiao held an unwavering stance of zero tolerance towards any practitioners of dark arts, which aligned perfectly with his character. There was no room for doubt regarding his motive for slaying Xiaohuahua. Heavenly Black Mountain. Here lies a demonic sect known as the Huangquan sect. In the era of the great Huangquan emperor, the sect reigned supreme, instilling awe and fear throughout the realms, leaving the 10 great sects unable to raise their heads in defiance. However, with the fall of the Huangquan emperor, the sect fell into decline, now reduced to a second-rate status. The 2 dark-clad cultivators pursuing Xiaohuahua were disciples of the Huangquan sect. At this moment, the sect's leader, Chu Xiu, was in a furious rage. He had never anticipated that the target of his assassination orders, Xiaohuahua, would be killed by the formidable Qianren Taisui, Jun Moxiao. Consequently, the Huangquan token, linked to the treasure of the demon emperor, would undoubtedly fall into the hands of this elder. Gaining possession of such an item from a reclusive elder would be a Herculean task. Alternative strategies must be devised. Shortly thereafter, an elder approached with some documents detailing Jun Moxiao's interpersonal connections. The elder noted that this old fellow possessed no apparent weaknesses, save for a suspected romantic interest in Ji Ruxue, the leader of the Luoyun sect. The Huangquan sect would not dare to entertain any thoughts of targeting Ji Ruxue, lest they invite ruin upon themselves. As he perused the information, Chu Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up. To his surprise, it appeared that this elder had taken on a beautiful disciple just before his impending demise. Truly, fortune favors me. This newfound vulnerability had emerged. One elder, brimming with confidence, patted his chest and proclaimed, "Master, I understand. I shall capture the disciple of Qianren Taisui." Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow, slapping the elder on the back of the head, and scolded, "What nonsense! We must extend a courteous invitation to Qianren Taisui's disciple for cooperation. We must not resort to force. Do you comprehend?" The elder, nursing his head, responded with confusion, "Master, isn't capturing the girl precisely to coerce Qianren Taisui?" Chu Xiu, unable to restrain himself, delivered another slap and explained, "Given Qianren Taisui's fiery temperament, coercion is out of the question. If this elder were to fly into a rage, he could perish from anger, and the Huangquan token would be lost. What we seek is an opportunity for dialogue. As long as the other party agrees to return the Huangquan token, we can negotiate any terms they desire." "Master," the elder remained perplexed and inquired, "Then why go through all this trouble? We could simply negotiate with the Luoyun sect." "Spare me the nonsense. The demonic sect openly negotiating with the Luoyun sect? You must be wishing for the Huangquan sect's demise." "Oh, Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. I shall attend to this matter at once." Chapter 14. Concern for the great elder's health. Swiftly refining the flying vessel journeyed for an entire day before the party returned to the Luoyun sect. Disciples from various peaks gazed upward, rejoicing at the return of the great elder from his travels. Among them, a keen-eyed disciple noticed a stunning young woman in a flowing green dress beside the great elder and was instantly captivated. Beautiful, utterly breathtaking. Her beauty could rival that of the dream goddess of countless male disciples, Ji Ruxue, the sect leader. In an instant, the thoughts of all disciples began to swirl. Over a month ago, whispers had circulated regarding the great elder taking on an exceptionally beautiful female disciple for himself. The courtyard door had been tightly shut, and the two had lived together in seclusion for more than a month. Were it not for the great elder's esteemed reputation, rumors would have run rampant. Now, upon his return from travel, he had brought back another exquisite young woman in a green dress. In no time, speculation arose regarding the nature of the relationship between the young woman and the great elder. Some even suggested that after a lifetime of solitude, the great elder might be yearning for companionship in his twilight years, perhaps desiring to leave behind a legacy of his own. Such rumors were swiftly suppressed by mysterious forces. However, the more one attempts to stifle discussion, the more suspicion arises. The disciples did not cast blame upon the great elder, rather, they grew increasingly concerned for his health. Fearing he might not withstand the allure of such a captivating beauty, the enchanting young woman was undoubtedly a temptress, and it was only a matter of time before the great elder succumbed to his desires. What to do? Some loyal male disciples were inclined to take risks to aid the great elder in fulfilling his desire for a legacy. On Taisui Peak, within the small courtyard, Jun Moxiao sat upon the meditation cushion, delving into the profound teachings of the divine might demon scripture that resided within his mind. This was an extraordinary celestial technique, divided into 10 tiers, each capable of augmenting both physical strength and magical prowess tenfold. Undoubtedly, the difficulty of mastering such a celestial art was nothing short of staggering. For an ordinary cultivator, comprehending even the first sentence would remain an unattainable dream throughout their lifetime. Fortunately, Jun Moxiao possessed an extraordinary innate talent for comprehension, rendering the learning process remarkably effortless. Upon further investigation, he discerned that to cultivate the divine might deemed in Scripture, one would require an abundance of spiritual energy, alongside rare and precious materials to replenish the soul. The vast amount of spiritual energy necessitated the consumption of tremendous quantities of spirit stones, a challenge for which Jun Moxiao had already devised a solution. However, the second requirement, the rare treasures for soul replenishment, proved elusive. At that moment, a remnant soul within the soul-nurturing ring awakened, immediately clamoring for attention. Young one, I am the Hades Demon Emperor. I perceive your exceptional bone structure. Should you assist me in restoring my corporeal form, I shall take you as my disciple and elevate you to the status of an emperor. Jun Moxiao listened to the other person's words and suddenly recalled something. A smile unconsciously spread across his lips, and he laughed joyfully. The celestial treasures that replenish one's soul? Are there not ample resources right here? The remnant soul of an emperor, what a profoundly nourishing material. As Jun Moxiao stepped out of his room, he beheld Jiang Miaoyi diligently organizing her living space. The majestic Taisui Peak was vast, and his small courtyard could effortlessly expand with the expenditure of spiritual energy. Jiang Miaoyi was situated next to Jun Moxiao's room, having arranged another chamber adjacent to her master's. Miaoyi, come here, Jun Moxiao called out. Yes, master. Jiang Miaoyi scampered over with enthusiasm. You have just arrived today. Surely, you find yourself in need of various daily necessities. Allow me to provide you with some spiritual stones. Take them and make your purchases. After Jun Moxiao finished speaking, he retrieved a large, translucent spirit stone from his storage ring and handed it to Jiang Miaoyi. Thank you, master. Jiang Miaoyi accepted the spirit stone, but soon sensed something amiss and inquired, Master, this spirit stone seems to be rather unusual. Ah, this is a superior spirit stone, worth the equivalent of 10,000 ordinary spirit stones, he replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing that this crystal-clear stone was valued at such an astonishing amount, Jiang Miaoyi felt a tremor in her hand as she grasped it. Master, I merely intended to purchase some mundane items. Is this not a bit excessive? Jun Moxiao realized that suddenly offering a piece of high-grade spirit stone seemed to exceed the bounds of reasonable compensation. Thus, he promptly insisted, not much at all. Not excessive in the slightest. Do not forget that your spirit root has yet to be restored. In addition to the Buddha's light relic I have bestowed upon you, you will also need to procure some elixirs to nurture your dantian. I fear it may not be sufficient. Upon hearing this, Jiang Miaoyi found his reasoning quite compelling and nodded, a smile gracing her exquisite features. Thank you, master. You are the best to me. Ding. The host has granted the fortune of the daughter of destiny, Jiang Miaoyi, with high-grade spirit stones, triggering a 2000-fold critical hit, resulting in a return of 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Jun Moxiao Lu, the spiritual stones have arrived, haven't they? 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones are equivalent to 20 million ordinary spiritual stones. Jun Moxiao instantaneously transformed into a millionaire, exuding an air of extravagant wealth. He retrieved the soul-nurturing ring and directed a chilling chuckle towards it, causing the remnants of the demon emperor's soul within to shudder in trepidation. Youngster, what are your intentions? Release this emperor at once. Release you? Very well. With a swift motion, Jun Moxiao extracted a semi-transparent soul. The residual power of the Huangquan demon emperor's spirit had waned considerably after the battle, rendering it feeble enough to be easily drawn forth. This soul, entirely shrouded in darkness, bore no discernible characteristics. With a commanding gesture, he pressed his hand upon the top of the soul's head, his mind commencing the intricate workings of the great strength demon technique. In that instant, an excruciating agony erupted from the remnants of the soul. Ah, you are actually refining me. No, do not heed the pleas for mercy from your opponent. While consuming spirit stones and replenishing your own soul power from the refined essence, before long, the remnant soul of the demon emperor could no longer endure. Relinquishing its former pride and pleading for mercy, our Huangquan demon sect possesses a treasure. If you spare me, I shall willingly offer it to you. How tiresome. Do you truly believe I would covet any treasure from the demon sect? Compared to your treasure, I would find far greater delight in simply accumulating additional system rewards at home. Jun Moxiao found the lingering soul to be exceedingly bothersome, and with a surge of strength, he swiftly refined it. Ah, no. This is the final cry of the demon emperor's residual soul. Concurrently, over 100 superior spirit stones surrounding Jun Moxiao trembled violently, their spiritual energy being absorbed by him. Instantly, his body swelled to the brink of rupture. his cultivation level no longer able to be contained. A thunderous sound echoed from within him, and a golden elixir, the size of a fist, manifested in his dantian. This was the invincible golden elixir forged through the mighty divine demon scripture, possessing tenfold strength of the same realm. Nevertheless, there remained a considerable amount of nourishment from the demon emperor's residual soul. Jun Moxiao continued to exhaust spiritual stones and remnants of souls, successively refining a second and a third invincible golden core, thus concluding his endeavor. This implies that he now possesses 3 invincible golden cores within his dantian, endowing him with 30-fold physical strength and abundant magical power at the same level. Clenching his fists, the aged body of Jun Moxiao emitted a series of cracking sounds. His visage appeared slightly rejuvenated. Although he still bore the semblance of an elder, he no longer exuded the aura of imminent departure from this world, but rather emanated a certain ethereal grace. He picked up the soul-nurturing ring, which had become an unclaimed artifact following the demise of Xiao Huahua and the remnants of the demon emperor. As he extended his consciousness into it, he discovered a plethora of items within. Aside from some low-tier trinkets, 2 items particularly captured his attention. One was Xiao Huahua's hidden card, a superior-grade defensive artifact, the diamond bracelet. This treasure exhibited commendable protective capabilities and could serve as a worthy gift. The other was a completely white jade tablet, inscribed with the words Yellow Springs on its front. A brief moment of contemplation led him to a realization. This jade tablet was most likely the emblem of the Yellow Springs demon emperor, signifying either identity or serving as a key. Perhaps the treasure vault alluded to by the remnants of the soul indeed exists, and was not merely a ruse to deceive me. Jun Moxiao shook his head gently, maintaining a serene demeanor. He casually tucked the jade token away, as it held little significance for him at present. Chapter 15. Extraordinary Water Spiritual Root, Extraordinary Furnace Body Bang. The door swung open. Jiang Miaoyi had returned from her shopping expedition. Upon seeing the spirited Jun Moxiao, she seemed to sense something amiss. Though she could not articulate it, it appeared as if her master had become even more vibrant. At that moment, Jun Moxiao, with his flowing silver hair and erect posture, bore numerous wrinkles upon his face, yet he radiated a vitality that had long been absent. Ah, Miaoyi is back. Jiang Miaoyi's lips parted slightly, revealing her pearly teeth. Master, you seem to have become a bit more handsome than before. Jun Moxiao glanced at the remnants of his lifespan. As he had merely restored his cultivation, the lifespan gained from this breakthrough to the golden core was scant. Only a few fleeting years, better than nothing, though. Nevertheless, he could perceive subtle changes in his vitality and spirit. Indeed, his master could hold on for a few more years, and there was no need for Miaoyi to worry. He would tidy up shortly and commence the refinement of the Buddhalite relic today, aiming to restore his spiritual roots and expedite his cultivation. All right, Master, Miaoyi responded, her excitement rekindled at the prospect of restoring her spiritual roots. Unbeknownst to her, she had been afflicted with a grave illness at birth, leaving her constitution exceedingly frail. After a thorough examination by esteemed physicians, they confirmed the shattering of her spiritual roots, rendering her hopes of cultivating immortality bleak. In that moment, Miaoyi felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon her. However, during her dreams at night, she often encountered a comforting figure urging her to rise, to remain undaunted, and to endure hardships. Only through trials could one ascend to greatness. Following an inexplicable thread of intuition, she ultimately found this figure. Gazing at the elderly man before her, Miaoyi felt no discomfort. Instead, she experienced a profound sense of familiarity, as if an unbreakable bond of master and disciple existed between them. Thus, in that moment, she instinctively called him master. Within her chamber, seated cross-legged on a mat, Miaoyi produced a Buddhalite relic, roughly the size of a walnut, radiating a mesmerizing glow. Channeling her feeble spiritual energy into it, she began the slow process of refinement. As she did, the previously shattered spiritual roots began to flourish rapidly. After several hours, a brand new superior water spiritual root astonishingly regenerated within her. At this moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Boundless water spiritual energy converged atop the Taisui Peak. Appearing from a distance as a vast ocean manifested at the summit, its ethereal vapors invigorating all who beheld it. What is this? Gasped the numerous disciples and elders, their mouths agape in astonishment. This seems to emanate the aura of a superior water spiritual root. A venerable elder, with keen eyes, discerned the cause. That is the peak of the Grand Elder. Could it be that a prodigy with a superior water spiritual root has emerged? Upon realizing this, the formidable figures of the Falling Cloud sect became restless. In a flurry, a throng of inner sect elders gathered outside Jun Moxiao's courtyard. Within the Falling Cloud sect, Elders were classified into several tiers. Ordinary outer sect elders, primarily yuan and cultivators, were the most numerous and managed various trivial matters. Above them were the influential inner sect elders, who were of the transformation stage, numbering just over 30. Jun Moxiao stood as the foremost among the inner sect elders. Hence he was revered as the Grand Elder. Leading the gathering of inner sect elders was a woman named Lu Ruyin, renowned for her enchanting beauty. Often hailed as the most exquisite elder of the Fallen Cloud sect. Taking a few steps forward, she knocked on the door and courteously called out, "Brother Jun, may I enter?" Upon hearing the voice of the approaching individual, Jun Moxiao cast a glance at the peculiar phenomenon in the sky and let out a bitter smile. "It is indeed you, Sister Lu Ruyin. My humble abode is rather confined, but do step inside. As for the others, they may remain outside." The elders exchanged glances, hesitant to voice any objections, and retreated a few steps. Lu Ruyin gently pushed open the gate of the courtyard and gracefully entered. She was a captivating woman clad in a violet dress. Her cheeks resembled petals in full bloom, vibrant and alluring. Her skin was as pristine as freshly fallen snow, smooth and delicate. With her statuesque figure accentuated by enchanting curves, the hem of her dress fluttered lightly, revealing glimpses of her long, exquisite legs, while the slightly open neckline showcased her voluptuous and captivating silhouette. Notably, this lady was a widow, having lost her husband in her youth. Yet, her enchanting beauty garnered the affection of many elders from the Fallen Cloud sect, even leading to rivalries born of jealousy. However, the affection was unreciprocated. Lu Ruyin harbored no feelings for those elders, her heart instead captivated by the youthful Jun Moxiao. Despite her repeated advances, she was often thwarted by Ji Rushui, who would seize her and administer a thorough beating. Eventually, as Jun Moxiao's foundation weakened and he aged prematurely, losing his former charm, Lu Ruyin ceased her pursuits. As Jun Moxiao raised his gaze, he beheld Lu Ruyin gracefully entering the room. Her voluptuous waist swaying beneath her violet gown, hinting at the allure of her creamy figure. For this enchanting woman, he could only resort to the term goddess. Ding. The daughter of fortune, Lu Ruyin, has been locked in. Fortune level. Purple grade 3 spiritual root. Supreme water spiritual root cultivation. Late stage of transformation status. Inner sect elder of the Fallen Cloud sect return rate. 100-fold bond value. Initial 1-point hit. Deepening the bond will continuously elevate the return multiplier. Jun Moxiao let out a bitter laugh. He had not intended to pay any attention to this enchanting temptress. After all, he was not the type that she favored. However, since she was also a daughter of destiny, it would be unwise to neglect the evident advantages before him, as such a course was not in accordance with the path of cultivation. "Sister Lu Ruyin, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Lu Ruyin elegantly swept her hair back, her shapely legs gracefully coming together as she settled onto the bamboo chair in the courtyard. Her captivating eyes sparkled, unwavering as they fixed upon Jun Moxiao. "Congratulations, Brother Jun," she exclaimed, "for having discovered the method to break through. I presume that once your realm is restored, your lifespan may be extended for several more years." Jun Moxiao grew somewhat alert, inquiring with curiosity, "Sister Lu Ruyin, have you discerned my secret?" If this Lu Ruyin possessed such keen insight, he had indeed underestimated her in the past. Lu Ruyin's enchanting eyes sparkled as she regarded Jun Moxiao with a suggestive gaze, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. "Hiki, Brother Jun. The young lady you brought back is, in fact, a prodigy with exceptional water spiritual roots, isn't she?" "Indeed. She is a genius I sought out, with the intention of nurturing her to become an extraordinary asset for the Fallen Cloud sect in the future." "Oh, brother, do not try to deceive your sister. Who does not know that a female cultivator with water spiritual roots makes for an excellent furnace? A female cultivator with exceptional water spiritual roots is a rare treasure, appearing only once in a century. Your intentions of toiling day and night are crystal clear to me." "Toiling day and night?" Jun Moxiao was momentarily taken aback. Before comprehending the implication, his expression turning peculiar. "Do not speak nonsense, Sister Ruyin. Miaoi is my newly accepted disciple. How could I possibly engage in such conduct?" Lu Ruyin crossed her legs, her calf playfully brushing against Jun Moxiao's thigh, laden with innuendo. "Brother, are you not aware that it is currently quite fashionable for masters to provoke their disciples, or for disciples to counter their masters?" Chapter 16, Lu Ruyin. 10 exceptional magical artifacts. Jun Moxiao's expression momentarily faltered as he recalled the myriad of online novels he had perused in his past life, where such matters indeed seemed plausible. "Very well. Sister Lu Ruyin, let us set aside those trivial matters. Pray tell, what brings you here on this occasion?" Lu Ruyin, with her habitual enchanting smile, ceased her jesting and shifted to serious discourse. I wish to take on as my disciple that prodigy possessing the extraordinary water spiritual root. Jun Moxiao smiled faintly, his brow furrowing slightly as he prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by Lu Ruyan. The senior brother understood that for female disciples like them, blessed with the water spirit root, the most suitable cultivation method was the sect's high-grade, earth-level technique, the mist water divine formula. In terms of swordsmanship, the junior sister would undoubtedly be outmatched. Yet when it came to the cultivation of the mist water divine formula, she would surely excel. I know you are reluctant to part with this exceptional alchemical furnace, but I assure you, should you have a need and she does not object, I shall not hinder your endeavors. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Jun Moxiao shook his head. No matter the reason, he would never relinquish Jun Moxiao, the daughter of fate, as his disciple. She did not require the guidance of others. With a gentle smile, he mused, is it merely a high-grade earth-level technique? With my extraordinary talent and comprehension, it shall be but an effortless task. My dear junior sister, though I may be older, I am not so foolish. He proposed. Let us do this. If you allow me to study the mist water divine formula, and should I fail to comprehend it, I shall concede defeat, and you may take your disciple. However, if I succeed in my understanding, then this matter need not be mentioned again. Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened as she thought, could it be that Jun Moxiao has grown somewhat forgetful? That is indeed a high-grade earth-level technique. Even I took 3 months to grasp the first layer. Aha! Since my senior brother is so confident, I shall graciously comply. With a swift motion, Lu Ruyan tapped her storage ring, and a jade slip emanating a misty aura floated forth. This is the jade slip of the mist water divine formula. Please do not overestimate your abilities. Jun Moxiao received the jade slip containing the cultivation method, a faint smile gracing his lips as he directly probed into it with his spiritual consciousness. After a few breaths, he withdrew his mind, already filled with confidence. With a flick of his wrist, the jade slip soared back into Lu Ruyan's hands. Ha ha, could it be that you found it incomprehensible, hence returning it? Lu Ruyan chuckled lightly. Jun Moxiao shook his head and said, you may not believe it, but I have already mastered the mistwater divine technique. Humph, you might as well be deceiving ghosts. It took only a few breaths to learn. Even if you beat Lu Ruyan to death, she would never believe his words. The mistwater divine technique consists of 5 layers. Jun Moxiao began to speak eloquently. The first layer, the way of water, involves comprehending the flexibility and capriciousness of water, primarily focusing on defensive techniques. The second layer, mist forming all, pushes the transformation of water to its zenith, using mist as a medium to create illusions and confuse the enemy. The third layer, water as weapon. As he spoke, he manipulated his magical energy and astonishingly executed the mistwater divine technique. Lu Ruyan was left utterly stunned, taking a long time to regain her composure. Incredible! How did you achieve that? Jun Moxiao smiled faintly, choosing to disregard the question. Sister Yuyin, you have lost. It seems that my disciple is beyond your reach. Lu Ruyan's face fell with disappointment as she helplessly remarked. I never anticipated that senior brother would possess such a hidden skill. Sister has fallen into your trap. Very well. Since senior brother is reluctant to part with this exquisite furnace, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. The preceding scene was so astonishing that she preferred to believe it was a strategy devised by Jun Moxiao in advance, rather than that he had genuinely mastered the earth-level techniques in the blink of an eye. Since she could not take her disciple away, she prepared to leave. Wait a moment, sister. Jun Moxiao called out. It has been a long time since we last met. Recently, I vanquished a demon cultivator and obtained a trinket, which I would like to present to you as a token of our reunion. With that, he retrieved a delicate golden bracelet from his storage ring and handed it to her. It seemed quite appropriate for siblings who had not seen each other in ages to exchange a fine magical artifact. When Lu Ruyan beheld the golden bracelet and sensed its aura, she realized it was indeed a superior magical item, valued at no less than 20 to 30,000 spirit stones. Instantly, her lovely eyes sparkled like crescents. Accepting gifts? That is my favorite thing to do. With a radiant smile, she received the golden bracelet, even playfully pinching Jun Moxiao's fingers. Senior brother, you truly are too generous. Alas, I have been diligently cultivating lately and find myself somewhat lacking in resources, unlike your lavishness. Not to worry, Jun Moxiao replied, turning to sit in a rocking chair, addressing Lu Ruyan with a calm demeanor. Growing older, I have recently been plagued by aches and pains. I have heard that your water spirit energy is exceptionally nourishing. If it is not too much trouble, would you mind assisting me with some acupressure? Acupressure. It meant massage. Lu Ruyan understood the implication. Although the man before her no longer possessed the breathtaking charm of his youth, he remained a spirited and handsome elder. not at all unlikable. Besides, having received his magical artifact, it was only proper to show some appreciation. Thus, with a gentle smile, Lu Ruyin rolled her sleeves up to her elbows, revealing her delicate, fair arms and a pair of graceful hands. A fragrant breeze wafted towards him as her slender fingers found their way to Jun Mo's shoulders, alternating between light and firm pressure, providing exquisite comfort. Senior brother, is this pressure acceptable? Jun Moxiao nodded with a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Ding. The host successfully gifted the fortune-bearing maiden, Lu Ruyin, a superior magical artifact, triggering a 100-fold critical hit, resulting in the return of 10 extraordinary magical artifacts. The Golden Cloud Gourd. Golden Cloud Gourd, extraordinary magical artifact enveloped in the divine light of Golden Cloud. It is a versatile treasure that excels in both offense and defense, showcasing remarkable practicality. Swish. Swish, swish. 10 identical extraordinary magical artifacts materialized in Jun Moxiao's system space. He chuckled, pleased. This is quite splendid, yet another batch of items to bestow upon others. Jun Moxiao felt content. Extraordinary magical artifacts are already considered rare treasures, with a market price of at least 300,000 spirit stones. Typically, only cultivators at the nascent soul stage possess the means to wield artifacts of such caliber, and even those with lesser foundations may find them financially out of reach. One can discern that Lu Ruyin is a rather materialistic woman of fortune. However, he harbors no aversion towards her, the more pronounced such traits in a woman, the more justifiable his offerings, and the greater his rewards in return. How is the senior brother and junior sister faring? A melodious voice, akin to the sweet song of a golden oriole, graced his ears. Behind him, a pair of jade-like hands, imbued with a rich vitality, surpassed even the finest professional masseurs of his previous life. Jun Moxiao's face displayed an expression of enjoyment as he narrowed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Indeed, it was delightful, but let us not venture further down. Soon after, Lu Ruyin suddenly noticed something peculiar. Every time his fingertips approached her lower abdomen, she could sense an unusual sensation. At that moment, she felt that within her senior brother's lower abdomen resided a surging flow of remarkably pure yang energy, which extended through her fingertips and merged into her own body. Chapter 17. The Great Freedom of Eternal Life. Oh, what is this pure yang energy? The feminine essence is yin, while the masculine essence is yang. A female cultivator with a water spirit root embodies a furnace body, and the most lamentable fate is for yin to overpower yang, easily leading to a bottleneck in cultivation. Lu Ruyin focused intently, and the subtle streams of pure yang energy became increasingly pronounced. With audacity, she probed into Jun Moxiao's body with her spiritual sense, and upon entry, she was astonished by the overwhelming surge of pure yang energy within him. This is an extraordinary amount. Jun Moxiao let out a soft snort, severing the probing of the other party's consciousness. Martial brother, how is your pure yang energy so immense? Could it be that you have amassed this childlike pure yang for 5 centuries? Lu Ruyin tantalizingly licked her crimson lips, contemplating that if she could harness this pure yang energy, it would undoubtedly enable her to break free from her constraints and surge toward a new realm. Jun Moxiao gently pushed away Lu Ruyin, preventing her from taking liberties with him. Humph, how surprising. My pure yang reserves are meant for our esteemed junior sister, so do not entertain any unwarranted thoughts. Alas, senior brother, do not be so stingy. Though the sect leader is indeed a great beauty, I am not lacking in charm either. I do not mind your age. It seems you are the one who should feel bashful. With that said, an image involuntarily appeared in Lu Ruyin's mind. Senior brother. Jun Moxiao, exasperated by Lu Ruyin's antics, pressed his hand to his forehead. This roasted chicken had previously toyed with him in a similar manner, yet each time he was met with a fierce reprimand from Ji Rushui. With Ji Rushui in seclusion this time, Lu Ruyin, devoid of her formidable adversary, was evidently emboldened. Just then, the door creaked open, and a graceful figure emerged. Upon witnessing the two nearly entwined, she could not help but exclaim, "Ah, what are you two doing?" As Jun Moxiao raised his head, he was suddenly dazzled by the ethereal figure of Jiang Miaoi, adorned in a flowing azure dress that lent her an almost celestial grace. After awakening her extraordinary water spirit root, her beauty had further blossomed, rendering her akin to a fairy descending from the heavens. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin, who had been playfully teasing him, noticed the presence of disciples and hastily withdrew. Subsequently, she donned an aloof demeanor and nodded toward Jiang Miaoi. "Ah, you must be the new disciple of the Grand Elder. Truly a paragon of both talent and beauty." Jiang Miaoi approached, and Jun Moxiao gestured towards Lu Chang Lao, the esteemed elder of the inner sect. Upon catching sight of Lu Ruyin, who appeared to be burning with embarrassment, Jiang Miaoyi reluctantly performed the customary greeting. I am Jiang Miaoyi, paying my respects to Elder Liu. Jiang Miaoyi. Elder Liu is a powerful figure who oversees the alchemy hall. We are all part of the same family, so should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, do not hesitate to seek Elder Liu's guidance, Jun Moxiao remarked. Lu Ruyin shot him an exasperated glance. It was only proper for her, as an elder, to acknowledge the new disciple. Slowly, she retrieved a third-grade foundation establishment pill and smiled. Miaoyi, we are all kin here. This is a modest token from your Shu. Please accept it. Lu Ruyin, known for her frugality, found it more irksome to part with a gift than to endure a playful tease. Observing her expression, Jun Moxiao felt a sense of amusement. Jiang Miaoyi graciously accepted the pill, replying, Thank you, Elder Liu. Recognizing that Jun Moxiao and his enchanting new disciple likely had matters to attend to, Lu Ruyin decided to take her leave. Brother Jun, I have other engagements today, so I shall not linger. I will return another day to reminisce. However, just as she turned to depart, Jun Moxiao called out to her. Ruyin, do not be in such a rush. Earlier, your use of water spirit chi to assist me must have drained quite a bit of your energy. Jun Moxiao extended his hand, and in an instant, a resplendent golden gourd appeared within his grasp. With a smile, he remarked, This magical artifact is a serendipitous acquisition of mine. I bestow it upon my junior sister as a token of gratitude. Lu Ruyin, a connoisseur of such treasures, immediately recognized the artifact's exceptional grade. Her lovely eyes widened in astonishment, and she couldn't help but exclaim, This is a supreme magical tool. Upon glancing back at Jun Moxiao, her eyes sparkled with admiration. She suddenly realized that her senior brother remained as strikingly handsome as ever. Hee, how generous of him. This junior sister shall graciously accept. The courtyard gate closed softly. As Jun Moxiao watched the enchanting silhouette fade into the distance, he chuckled softly. This woman was avaricious and materialistic in the past. He would have steered clear of her. However, with the advent of the 10,000-fold return system, his perspective has undergone a profound transformation, leading to an array of new contemplations. Ding! The host has successfully gifted the fated woman, Lu Ruyin, with a supreme magical artifact, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. The return, a mid-grade spiritual treasure. The golden brick. Golden brick, mid-grade spiritual treasure. Its appearance closely resembles that of a brick, and its function is similarly straightforward. Its entire body gleams with a resplendent golden hue, exuding an air of opulence. When facing an adversary, there is no need for extravagant displays. A single strike with this brick will undoubtedly render the opponent incapable of continuing the fight. Jun Moxiao's lips twitched at the thought of engaging in future confrontations. Feeling the embarrassment of wielding a golden brick to strike others, Jiang Miaoyi, unaware of his inner musings, pouted playfully and exclaimed, Master, your disciple has successfully condensed her spiritual root and is ready to cultivate. Indeed, I possess a top-tier earth-level technique, the mist-water divine art, which is exceedingly suitable for your constitution. Listen carefully, he replied, harboring immense enthusiasm for instructing the daughter of destiny. The critical return system had one commendable feature. It allowed for the return of anything. Bestowing cultivation methods would directly enhance one's cultivation level, while imparting martial skills and divine abilities would similarly yield even more potent techniques. Jiang Miaoyi, endowed with an extraordinary water spiritual root, demonstrated exceptional aptitude for cultivation and remarkable comprehension. Half a month later, on that afternoon, at long last, Jun Moxiao completed the transmission of the fundamental principles of the mist-water divine technique, embedding them into Jiang Miaoyi's mind. What followed was her gradual practice through cultivation. Ding! The host bestowed the luck of the daughter of destiny, Jiang Miaoyi, with the Earth-rank supreme technique, mist-water divine technique, triggering a 2,000-fold critical strike, resulting in the return of the great freedom longevity technique, imperial grade. In an instant, an enigmatic and profound piece of information surged into Jun Moxiao's consciousness, prompting an involuntary shiver. Indeed, such a formidable technique. He murmured softly. Cultivating the great freedom longevity technique not only promises rapid advancement in realms, allowing one to progress at an astonishing rate, but also ensures eternal youth, prolonging life to an extraordinary length. Most importantly, upon mastering this technique, even if the physical body is slain, one can utilize the previously laid longevity seed to resurrect. It achieves the true essence of immortality. Exchanging a single mist-water divine technique for an emperor-level technique is indeed a remarkable bargain. Thus, Jun Moxiao immediately set about practicing this imperial-grade technique. The great freedom longevity technique was unfathomable. Countless spirit stones exploded into dust as Jun Moxiao drained their spiritual essence. He devoted several days to this endeavor, and his realm advanced further, breaking through to the mid-stage of Golden Core. He opened his status panel. Name: Jun Moxiao. Age: 502 years. Remaining lifespan: 305 years. Realm: mid-stage Golden Core. Identity: Grand Elder of Luoyun Sect. Root talent: 9 Yang body. Extraordinary comprehension. Fortune level: Red grade 1. Chapter 18. Sect rumors. One day, the small courtyard door swung open, and Jiang Miaoi stepped inside. Recently, her cultivation had surged remarkably, ascending from the first layer of qi refinement to the 6th layer. Her aptitude for cultivation was on par with Yu Ruoxian. Jiang Miaoi had ventured out to the market. Drawn by the presence of a batch of 4th-grade talismans, thunder talismans, and 4th-grade elixirs, essence of Golden Core, and an auction in the nearby Yun city. Both items were commendable acquisitions. Jun Moxiao sent Jiang Miaoi to the market, considering it an opportunity for some outdoor exercise. On this occasion, Jiang Miaoi spent a total of 80,000 spirit stones, acquiring 2 thunder-calling talismans and 2 golden essence pills, which she eagerly presented to her master. Jun Moxiao casually picked up a 4th-grade thunder-summoning talisman for inspection. This talisman possesses formidable offensive power, comparable to a strike from a late-stage Golden Core cultivator upon activation, making it an essential item for both self-preservation and combat. However, the crafting of such talismans is quite challenging, and they do not come cheaply, with a single piece priced over 30,000 spirit stones. Another item he examined was the Essence Golden Pill, a golden orb the size of a dragon's eye, exuding a rich medicinal aroma. The Essence Golden Pill is utilized by Golden Core cultivators to enhance their cultivation, with a minimum price of 10,000 spirit stones each. Items such as the Thunder Summoning Talisman and Essence Golden Pill were necessary preparations for potential gifts. At that moment, Jun Moxiao noticed the youthful and beautiful face of his disciple, Jiang Miaoi, displaying a hint of anxiety, as if she wished to speak but hesitated. It was evident that Jiang Miaoi had something on her mind. Miaoi, what troubles you? Hearing her master's inquiry, Jiang Miaoi hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Master, I just returned from the Tai Sui Peak to the marketplace, and I overheard some disciples speaking ill of you. Oh, what unkind words were uttered? Do share. Jiang Miaoi's lips parted slightly, a touch of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. They said your time is drawing near, and in order to extend your life, you seek a furnace companion for cultivation. Earlier that day, while leaving Tai Sui Peak, she had inadvertently overheard a group of disciples engaged in hushed conversation. Driven by curiosity, she succumbed to the temptation of eavesdropping. Impossible. I cannot believe it. How could the Grand Elder be so despicable? Equally hard to fathom. The Grand Elder is virtuous and kind. How could he regard his talented disciples merely as tools for cultivation? My fellow disciples, this transcends mere belief or disbelief. Having shared a residence with female disciples, especially one as beautiful as she with exceptional water spiritual roots, can we seriously think the Grand Elder could remain unperturbed? Let us not forget, there was once a stunning disciple named Yu Ruoxian who has already become the Grand Elder's favorite pupil. Aha. Alas. I can somewhat empathize with the Grand Elder. After all, when one's time is limited, it is only natural to seek ways to prolong life. Even employing the dual cultivation method is understandable. Speaking of dual cultivation, one must certainly mention the Heavenly Harmony sect. Known for their beautiful female disciples who are all adept in the art of dual cultivation, TSK. As Jiang Miaoi spoke of furnace companions and dual cultivation, she felt her embarrassment mount, unable to lift her gaze. Haha, so it is these matters. Jun Moxiao replied nonchalantly. In the path of cultivation, such methods indeed exist. The myriad paths can lead to the highest pinnacle. Jiang Miaoi gazed at the elder before her, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. But master, is it true that those speaking of water spiritual root furnace companions claim they can aid in breaking through realms and extending life? Do not misunderstand her concern for her safety. After all, Jiang Miaoi is not an ordinary water spirit root, but rather an extraordinary one. If she were to fall into the hands of those who practice dark arts, she would be regarded as the most precious delicacy in the world. Rest assured, if anyone dares to covet you, master will ensure they meet a fate worse than death. Upon hearing these words from her master, Jiang Miaoi felt warmth enveloping her heart, accompanied by a delightful sensation that blossomed in her mind. It dawned upon her that such methods existed in this world. Yes, I shall remember this. Night fell, and she found herself in a state of bewilderment. Where am I? As Jiang Miaoi groggily opened her eyes, she was astonished to discover that she was no longer on Tai Sui Peak but in an opulent palace. At that moment, she was adorned in an exquisite crimson palace gown, her bare feet gliding gracefully as if stepping on lotus blossoms. This appearance bore no trace of youthful innocence, but was instead imbued with a mature, alluring charm. Jiang Miaoyi wished to halt her speech, but found herself unable to control her body, becoming a mere observer of the unfolding scene. Traversing a long corridor, she entered a grand hall where a figure stood with their back turned to her. That silhouette evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth. "Master, I have returned." She slightly bowed and approached the figure, obediently offering a massage to their shoulders. Your cultivation still requires refinement. From tomorrow onward, I shall dedicate some time to guide you." "That would be splendid." "Thank you, master." Jiang Miaoyi suddenly realized that the figure was indeed her master, which explained the sense of familiarity. Simultaneously, she comprehended that she was merely dreaming. How peculiar this dream is. As an observer, she found herself powerless to intervene. Moments later, Jiang Miaoyi, still in the role of a spectator, was struck dumb, her heart feeling as if it had suffered 1,000 blows. How could they engage in such behavior? At dawn, Jiang Miaoyi abruptly awakened from her slumber, her body drenched in fragrant sweat, nearly soaking the bedding. She crossed her arms over her chest, her cheeks flushed, struggling to regain her composure. I actually dreamed of such a thing. Oh dear. This is so embarrassing. It must be that yesterday's conversation about dual cultivation and furnace vessels disturbed my heart as tranquility. After tidying her bed, Jiang Miaoyi left her quarters to practice. However, each time she encountered her master, her heart raced uncontrollably, leaving her distracted during her training. "Miaoyi, what is the matter with you today?" Jun Moxiao furrowed her brow, noticing the girl's unusual behavior. Of course, Jiang Miaoyi could not divulge the reason. She could only force herself to focus. After enduring the day, she fled to her dormitory that evening. Lying on her bed, she covered her head with the quilt and let out a long sigh. Today was so embarrassing. How could I harbor such inappropriate thoughts about my master? I must calm my mind and sleep. Chapter 19. Transmitting skills in a dream. Never to occur again. The towering peaks pierced the clouds, and the air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds, alongside the crystalline sounds of waterfalls cascading through the mist, reminiscent of shattering jade. The young girl gazed at the rushing stream between the stone walls, her eyes reflecting a sense of confusion amidst the swirling clouds. "Where am I?" "Miaoyi. Today I shall impart to you a supreme technique called the Great Compassion of Yin and Yang of Heaven and Earth." The familiar figure reappeared before her. Supreme technique? Jiang Miaoyi instantly lost her composure, feeling that her master was truly extraordinary for bestowing upon her the legendary supreme skill. Before she could respond, a voice as melodious as a golden aureole escaped her lips. "Wonderful! I have long awaited this day. Let us begin. Listen closely. The path of cultivation is profound and gradual. Desires must be restrained. This is the measure, and one must not transgress. Only in harmony with heaven and earth can one endure. Without balance of yin and yang, permanence is unattainable." Next, as Jiang Miaoyi watched in astonishment, a unique cultivation instruction commenced. The following morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Miaoyi awoke from her dream, retaining that fragment of memory. While changing her clothes, she murmured, "The great compassion of yin and yang of heaven and earth? Could this supreme technique truly exist?" Possessing exceptional talent and having familiarized herself with it in her dream, she tentatively practiced the introductory formula. Soon, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. It is indeed possible to cultivate. What on earth is happening? Another day passed in a blur. As night fell, Jiang Miaoyi's heart raced with excitement. She had a hypothesis but was uncertain of its validity, requiring further experimentation. The mountain wind was desolate, and the cold moon was silent. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Miaoyi drifted into another dream. This time, she was practicing alongside her master on a large stone in a mountain gorge. Although the setting had changed, both were deeply focused on their cultivation. The great compassion of yin and yang of heaven and earth proved to be a supreme technique. Its mysteries unfathomable. Female practitioners must possess a pure yin constitution or a top-tier water spiritual root to succeed. In contrast, the requirements for males were even stricter, necessitating a rare pure yang constitution to reach great mastery. By practicing together, their cultivation speed increased exponentially. The next morning, Jiang Miaoyi emerged from her dream, drenched in sweat as if she had trained all night. Changing out of her nightclothes, she grumbled, "Alas, I've been washing clothes too frequently lately. It might raise suspicions." After organizing herself, she turned her attention inward and was astonished to discover that she had unknowingly broken through to the 7th level of qi refinement. Undoubtedly, this was due to the effects of that supreme dual cultivation technique. Although she had practiced in a dream, she could still sense its profound intricacies. This allowed her to overcome her previous bottleneck, As long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, advancement would come swiftly. In the following 3 days, Jiang Miaoi hardly practiced seriously, relying solely on her insights from the dream and some spiritual stones given by her master. She broke through to the 8th level of qi refinement. Jun Moxiao was astonished. Could it be that she had underestimated her disciple's true potential? Jiang Miaoi was elated to receive her master's praise. However, as time passed, every time Jiang Miaoi glimpsed her master, the images from her dream resurfaced in her mind, indelibly etched in her memory. Over time, her gaze became deeply affectionate, almost entranced. Finally, on one fateful night, Jiang Miaoi found herself sleepwalking. Barefoot, she pushed open her master's door. Jun Moxiao has recently been enjoying a rather pleasant life. Since the activation of the system, it has undoubtedly marked the arrival of a new spring for him, given his current pace of cultivation. It will not take more than 3 years for him to restore his full abilities, thus presenting a grand surprise to his master sister. Reflecting on the words spoken by Ji Rushui that night, as well as their shared experiences, Jun Moxiao feels an unusual exhilaration. For instance, this evening, he dreamt of Ji Rushui once more. Unlike his previous frail state, with the possession of the 9-yang body, he finally possesses the confidence to confront the domineering Ji Rushui head-on. After a bout of sparring, neither could best the other. Upon awakening the next day, the dawn light shone brightly. Jun Moxiao's arm felt slightly numb, a consequence of prolonged pressure from a heavy weight, impeding the flow of blood. His nose twitched slightly, as a strand of hair brushed against it, eliciting a ticklish sensation. With a swift motion, he opened his eyes, sensing something amiss. Upon glancing down, he discovered Jiang Miaoi sleeping soundly. Goodness! This was indeed reality. What a predicament! Before he knew it, the afternoon had arrived. Jun Moxiao sat in the rocking chair in the small courtyard, while Jiang Miaoi knelt beside it. Speak. How do you intend to explain what transpired last night? Master, I was wrong, Jiang Miaoi said, her gaze evasive, unable to meet her master's eyes. Within Jun Moxiao resides an immense force of pure yang, a significant portion of which has been surreptitiously absorbed by Jiang Miaoi. The 9-yang physique stands as the pinnacle of pure yang in the world, and the benefits Jiang Miaoi has reaped are substantial. By employing an imperial-grade cultivation technique, her cultivation level remarkably surged from the 8th to the 9th stage of qi refinement with ease. Subsequently, she pressed on with fervor, achieving yet another breakthrough without the aid of foundational elixirs. Today, Jiang Miaoi is undeniably a genuine practitioner at the early stage of foundation establishment. Do not laugh, for you see through it all, and a hint of melancholy lingers in your heart. The system, that scoundrel, has unexpectedly refrained from actively bestowing the pure yang power of the fortune-bringing maiden, instead offering it passively without any reward. Fortunately, the bounty shall not flow to outsiders. My disciple is indeed one of my own. Granting her the pure yang power to aid in her cultivation breakthrough into the foundational stage is, at least, not a wasted opportunity. Do not preach too much, for you have inundated the mind of your counterpart with an abundance of socialist core values. Miaoi, we share a master-disciple relationship. Such conduct is inappropriate and shall not be repeated. In the end, Jun Moxiao delivered a stern admonition. As night fell, the celestial and earthly intricacies of the supreme technique, the Great Compassion Rhyme, were exceptionally exquisite, rivaling the Great Freedom and Longevity Sutra. When she entered the room, enveloped in a delicate aura of pink, the outcome was already predetermined. Miaoi, you misguided disciple, even at my advanced age, you still dare to. Jun Mo laughed, his expression filled with helplessness. He could not fathom what formidable martial arts the other party had mastered, allowing them to seize the opportunity when he let his guard down. Naturally, he did not resist too vehemently, fearing he might inadvertently harm the girl. Master, I did not intend to. The following day, Jiang Miaoi returned to offer her apologies. Ever since that peculiar dream, she found herself utterly defenseless against her master, unable to exert any control over her emotions. Chapter 20. Miaoi, what you are doing is inappropriate. Upon hearing Jiang Miaoi, her face flushed as she recounted the entire incident. Jun Moxiao finally understood. So this was all a fateful entanglement. Now, Jiang Miaoi's memories were flooding back, and those scenes that required censorship began to emerge in a rush. Goodness, even a rabbit would not consume the grass near its burrow. Such matters are better left unsaid. As the esteemed Grand Elder of the Fallen Cloud sect, one ought to be held in high regard. Miaoi, this behavior is inappropriate. Do you understand? Master, I apologize. I swear, I will never engage in such conduct again. At that moment, Jiang Miaoi's gaze was resolute as she vowed with unwavering conviction. Jun Moxiao, upon witnessing her earnest words, resolved to grant her another chance. That evening, he securely locked the doors and windows, allowing himself to exhale in relief as he settled onto his bed. In the dead of night, strange noises echoed from outside, as if someone were attempting to force open his door. After several resounding knocks, the door remained steadfastly shut. Jun Moxiao let out a soft snort. However, at that very moment, a stream of water flowed in through the crack of the door. As the water on the ground accumulated, it began to merge and undergo a strange transformation. The flowing water coalesced into a familiar silhouette. In that instant, the figure shimmered with brilliance, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens to bestow warmth upon the mortal realm. As Jun Moxiao beheld this technique of water escape, he quietly admired it. Yet his heart fluttered uncontrollably, overwhelmed by emotions. The following morning, Jiang Miaoi awoke from her slumber, her cheeks flushed as she dressed with care. A look of anxiety adorned her face, reminiscent of a child who had erred. The room was enveloped in silence. Her master had already departed. Outside, beneath the ancient tree, Jun Moxiao reclined on the lounge chair, allowing the gentle breeze to caress him, exuding an air of nonchalance. Master, I am truly sorry. I made another mistake last night. Jiang Miaoi emerged from her room, kneeling before Jun Moxiao with a thud. Upon seeing her, the corners of Jun Moxiao's mouth twitched slightly, yet he refrained from reprimanding her. He could not bring himself to chastise his disciple, for he realized through her actions the previous night that they were connected by an intricate, unbreakable thread. It was his own allure that had led to her loss of control, thus, the fault could not lie solely with her. Moreover, Jiang Miaoi had been diligently cultivating her skills, progressing rapidly as if propelled by a rocket. In just a few days, she had advanced from the early stages of foundation establishment to the mid-stages. The master and disciple had resolved their misunderstandings. Yet Jun Moxiao did not wish to continue this irregular relationship. Having lingered at Tai Sui Peak for an extended period, he yearned to venture into the outside world and allow both parties a moment of tranquility. Miaoi, I shall be stepping out for a few days to clear my mind. Please take care of Tai Sui Peak in my absence. Ah, what? Master, you are leaving? Jiang Miaoi gasped in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she instinctively covered her cherry-red lips, a conjecture forming in her mind. Alas, my master, at such an advanced age, must be feeling the effects of the pure young energy I inadvertently absorbed from him. He surely cannot endure much more. Which is why he intends to go out. She sighed, it is all my fault. I must rectify this poor habit. Otherwise, before my master exhausts his lifespan, he may perish due to this. That would be utterly unthinkable. Do not laugh, for you are unaware of her innermost thoughts. She is merely preparing to make use of the return system. With a swift motion of his right hand, he tapped his storage ring, and a purple talisman soared forth. Miaoi, this is a 4th-grade thunder summoning talisman. Once activated with spiritual energy, it can unleash a strike equivalent to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Keep it for your protection. Jiang Miaoi extended her hand to receive it. A talisman imbued with the might of thunder was successfully dispatched. Ding. The host successfully gifted the Daughter of Fortune a 4th-grade attack talisman, triggering a 2000-fold critical hit, resulting in the return, 2 7th-grade Purple Cloud Thunder Talismans. Purple Cloud Thunder Talisman, a 7th-grade attack talisman, containing power comparable to that of the late stage of the Void Refinement realm, capable of area damage with tremendous destructive force. Upon seeing the return of 2 Purple Cloud Thunder Talismans, Jun Moxiao's heart brimmed with joy. 7th-grade talismans are treasures that are rare and coveted. In the realm of cultivation, those who attain the spirit transformation stage are considered formidable experts. If one reaches the void refinement stage, they become an exceedingly rare beings, even qualified to assume the role of a sect master in a first-class sect. The power of a single purple cloud thunder talisman rivals that of a first-class sect master, able to shatter mountains and annihilate thousands effortlessly. Currently, only a powerful being in the integration stage possesses the capability to forge 7th-grade talismans, and such beings are exceedingly rare within the cultivation world. Thus, 7th-grade talismans have also become exceptionally scarce, often unobtainable even with abundant spirit stones. Regaining his composure, Jun Moxiao, unperturbed, produced a golden gourd radiating golden mist. Miaoi, this is an exceptional grade magical artifact, the Golden Mist Gourd. Although it presents some difficulty to activate during the mid-stage of foundation establishment, it can still serve as a trump card for 1 or 2 moves. Upon hearing it was an exceptional grade artifact, Jiang Miaoi's hands trembled slightly. The thought of parting from her master for a time stirred her desire for a treasured artifact from him to hold as a token of affection. Thank you, master. Ultimately, she cradled the golden mist gourd in her hands, her face aglow with happiness. Ding. The host successfully gifted the Daughter of Fortune an exceptional grade magical artifact, triggering a 2000-fold critical hit, resulting in the return, 10 6th grade by Luo transformation pills. By Luo transformation pill, an incredibly precious elixir that, upon consumption, enhances the strength of one's consciousness and increases the power of the soul. Its formula has been lost to time. Bang! An extraordinary magical artifact landed in Jun Moxiao's system space. Ha ha ha! An exceptional grade spiritual treasure. This is a windfall. Jun Moxiao felt an immense sense of gratification. Exceptional grade spiritual treasures are far rarer than 7th grade talismans. Ordinary sect elders are unworthy of such items, which are typically possessed by true luminaries. As far as he knew, within the entire Falling Cloud sect, there were no more than 5 exceptional grade spiritual treasures, and even the sect master's junior sister, Ji Rushue, owned merely one. Following the talismans and magical artifacts, Jun Moxiao retrieved 5 pill bottles, speaking with solemnity. Here is a bottle of Foundation Establishment pills to assist you in breaking through the bottleneck of the Foundation Establishment stage. A bottle of Qi Gathering pills to enhance your cultivation, and a bottle of Great Recovery pills for healing injuries. These were all common 3rd grade pills, and Jiang Miaoi accepted them with ease. Ding! The host successfully gifted the Daughter of Fortune 3rd grade pills, triggering a 2000-fold critical hit, resulting in the return, 10 6th grade by Luo transformation pills. Jin Mo Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had only just cultivated his Hercules demon scripture to the 3rd level, which merely augmented his strength and magical power by 30-fold. He possessed over 10 million spirit stones, ample enough for further cultivation. However, treasures that could enhance the power of one's soul were rare and elusive, attainable solely through personal fortune. Chapter 21. The News of Yu Ruoxian. He had thoroughly exploited the benefits offered by the system. Jun Moxiao advised Jiang Miaoi to refrain from conversing with strangers, and without further hesitation, he set off. Behind him lingered the wistful gaze of his disciple. The peaks of the Falling Clouds sect rose majestically, piercing the heavens, while the air was filled with the melodious sounds of birds and the gentle murmur of cascading waterfalls, akin to shards of jade mingling with snow, weaving through the mist. The elder gazed at the rushing streams that danced between the stone walls, the white clouds drifting by, flowing downstream. Before long, he had departed from the Falling Clouds sect and arrived at the nearby city of Yun. On this excursion, he had not informed even his closest bodyguard, Liang de Liang. Aside from Jiang Miaoi, without anyone trailing him, and having concealed his golden Dan aura, he appeared to be merely an ordinary old man, his face adorned with a cheerful smile, relishing in his leisure. As night fell, he sought a comfortable lodging, cast a protective array, and indulged in a deep and restful slumber. At last, he could enjoy a peaceful night's sleep, free from the worry of his beautiful disciple sneaking into his bed. In the days that followed, Jun Moxiao produced 10 6th grade Biluo Hucking pills and continued his cultivation of the Great Strength Demon Sutra. The efficacy of the Biluo Hucking pills proved to be extraordinarily potent, far surpassing his expectations. Initially, he believed that the pills would only elevate him by a single tier. To his astonishment, after refining all the elixirs, his Great Strength Demon Sutra advanced from the 3rd to the 5th tier. This meant that his strength and magical power had reached an astonishing level equivalent to 50 times that of his peers. Naturally, with a solid foundation established, the resources required for further cultivation would also increase. However, this posed no dilemma. With a tenfold return system at his disposal, acquiring the necessary resources would be a breeze. Reflecting on the resources, he realized that he needed the Daughter of Fortune. I wonder how Cienair is faring. By now, her supply should be nearly depleted. I almost forgot. I still possess this item. I wonder what effect it will yield. Jun Moxiao suddenly recalled an object and retrieved a palm-sized emerald green jade bottle from his storage ring. This exquisite spiritual treasure, known as the glazed jade purification bottle, possesses the remarkable ability to automatically absorb the energy of the heavens and the earth, generating a rare elixir called the Heavenly Spirit Liquid. Shaking the bottle gently, 5 droplets of crystal-clear green liquid danced at the bottom. With a focused thought, a single drop of the Heavenly Spirit Liquid soared forth. With a swift flick of his tongue, he swallowed it whole. In an instant, an overwhelming and pure energy surged into his body, effortlessly assimilated and refined. Ecstasy surged within him, and Jun Moxiao could not help but let out a low roar of delight. This Heavenly Spirit Liquid was not only far more refined and powerful than spirit stones, but it also allowed for easy absorption and refinement, devoid of any adverse effects. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Jun Moxiao, with a single breath, refined all 5 drops of the essence of heaven and earth. At this moment, He had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. The immense energy surged violently against the barrier of the late-stage Golden Core, yielding remarkable results. Thunderous roars echoed. An hour later, Jun Moxiao rose to his feet, and an abrupt shift in his aura signified that he had reached the latter stages of the Golden Core realm. His rate of advancement was indeed reminiscent of a rocket's ascent. When considering true strength, the implications were even more daunting. According to conventional wisdom regarding the disparities in combat prowess across cultivation realms, each minor tier within the same realm typically exhibits a twofold difference in power, while crossing major realms results in a fourfold disparity. He possessed 50 times the strength and magical energy of his peers, enabling him to contend across a significant realm. Coupled with the advantages of magical artifacts and martial techniques, even a peak nascent soul cultivator would not instill fear in him. Departing from Yun City, where he had spent several days, he commenced his journey southward, concurrently seeking information regarding Yu Ruoxian. Along the way, he indeed encountered some tidings from the martial world. It was said that over a month ago, a sword-wielding fairy had emerged within the borders of the Xianyuan dynasty, exquisite in beauty and resolute in her actions. She gradually carved out a reputation for herself. Allegedly, this fairy had avenged her parents by dispatching numerous nefarious individuals, and she had even exacted a gruesome fate upon the traffickers who had previously abducted her, rendering them unable to live or die. Jun Moxiao realized that the swordsmanship fairy was none other than Yu Ruoxian. It appeared that during her time in the mortal realm, she had made significant progress, both in her state of mind and in her cultivation. However, before he could relish this joy for long, trouble befell Yu Ruoxian. Word reached him that near Qianyuan Mountain, a group of demonic cultivators had been inquiring about her whereabouts. This was indeed alarming. Jun Moxiao was immediately filled with rage, harboring thoughts of vengeance. He was already nearing the end of his life, but the arrival of the system and the emergence of the Fortune's daughter rekindled his hope. Each Fortune's daughter represented an invaluable treasure to him, and the close relationship they shared must not be compromised. With a swift leap, he soared into the air. Arms crossed behind him, his piercing gaze fixed on the horizon. Qianyuan Mountain sprawled before him, a vast expanse of undulating peaks, some lush and tall, others steep and dark, and some solitary summits rising proudly, creating a picturesque sea of mountains. Venturing deeper into the wilderness, the terrain grew increasingly desolate, leading to a complex valley. A meandering pale yellow river snaked through the ancient forests on either side, growing darker as it delved deeper, ultimately transforming into a murky undercurrent. Yu Ruoxian trailed behind a group of cloaked cultivators, her vigilant gaze betraying her excitement. Let me ask once more, if I meet your sect leader, will you grant me a 6th-grade longevity pill? Yu Ruoxian suddenly halted, her crimson lips parting as she spoke softly. Her raven hair cascaded like a waterfall in the wind, accentuating her radiant skin and bright eyes, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky. A beauty that was utterly enchanting. A gentle breeze caressed her, and her white gown clung delicately to her form, outlining her exquisite figure, utterly captivating. These cloaked figures were from the Huangquan sect. After extensive inquiries, they had finally located the disciple of Qian Ren Taisui within the Qianyuan mountain range. They dared not resort to force, and thus devised various schemes to persuade her to follow willingly. This Yu fairy had previously inquired about longevity pills at the auctions of the Great Zhou dynasty, presumably seeking a longevity pill to extend the life of Qian Ren Taisui, Jun Moxiao. Such filial piety was commendable. However, longevity pills were exceedingly rare. The least potent of these pills was a 6th-grade elixir, capable of extending one's life by a decade, and had once fetched an astronomical price of 1.28 million spirit stones. Gazing at this staggering figure, Yu Ruoxian could only shake her head in disbelief. Her actions drew the attention of those who were tailing her, leading them to tempt her with a 6th-grade longevity pill. The situation felt peculiar. Although Yu Ruoxian sensed something was amiss, she was willing to take this risk for the sake of securing a longevity pill that could grant her master 10 more years of life. The Huangquan sect was a ghostly cultivation faction, adept in summoning souls and controlling spirits. In its heyday, it dominated the world, and none dared defy it. Yet now, it had fallen into a state of decay, barely surviving, relegated to a second-rate power beneath the 10 great sections. Ahead, the leader of this operation, Li Gui, was a mid-stage nascent soul ghost cultivator. His ability to undertake this task stemmed not only from his own prowess, but also from being a direct disciple of the sect leader, Chu Xiao. Upon hearing Yu Ruoxian's inquiry, Li Gui chuckled. Ah, fairy you, our sect leader Chu is a man of his word. He merely wishes to befriend you. And the 6th-grade longevity pill will surely be offered willingly. Chapter 22. In his prime, a murderous intent approaches. Upon hearing Li Gui's words, Yu Ruoxian's eyes darted. Suddenly, She produced a communication jade talisman, preparing to send a message. "What are you doing?" Li Gui exclaimed in alarm. "Did we not agree that this matter concerns your master's reputation and must remain secret?" Yu Ruoxian stepped back, her voice cold. "I am not informing anyone else. I merely wish to notify my master." "Of course not." A glint of coldness flashed in Li Gui's eyes. Although sect leader Chu Xiu had previously advised against harming Qianren Tai Sui's disciple to avoid uncontrollable consequences, Li Gui, as a demon cultivator, was not one to obey dutifully. Throughout the journey, watching the enchanting figure of Yu Ruoxian, he could no longer contain himself. With a wave of his hand, a host of vengeful spirits surged forth, encircling Yu Ruoxian. "Fairy, we are fated to meet. How about after this grand affair? You marry me and become my Dao partner, thus strengthening the ties between Huangquan sect and Luoyun sect?" "Humph. My master once said that words from demon cultivators cannot be trusted, and it proves true." Without hesitation, Yu Ruoxian acted decisively. The brilliant flash of her sword severed a ghostly figure, creating an opening in the encirclement. In her hand, she clutched a fourth-grade sword control talisman, a precious item she had fortuitously obtained during her travels. Activating the talisman, she fused with her sword, her speed becoming blinding as she fled. Li Gui, witnessing her swift escape, felt his face flush with anger. He turned to his subordinates, bellowing, "What are you standing there for? This woman is merely in the mid-stage foundation establishment. She cannot possibly escape the confines of Qianyuan Mountain. Go after her." Several golden core cultivators nodded, each taking to the skies in pursuit. 100 miles away, the sword light vanished, revealing the graceful figure of Yu Ruoxian. "Fortunately, I had this fourth-grade sword control talisman. Otherwise, I would never have escaped," she murmured to herself. However, she remained within the bounds of Qianyuan Mountain, and she needed to leave quickly. Determined, she pressed forward. Suddenly, it felt as if she had traversed through a nebulous barrier, and clarity unfolded before her. Yu Ruoxian raised her head to survey her surroundings. Before her lay a dilapidated and ancient city, exuding an air of desolation. The ground was riddled with cracks, covered in layers of fallen leaves, and the buildings were draped in cobwebs, their delicate strands swaying gently in the breeze, as if recounting tales of past splendor and present decline. The streets were eerily silent, devoid of any presence, not even a ghostly silhouette. Only the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves echoing through the stillness of this forsaken town. What is this place? Yu Ruoxian felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Just moments ago, she was in Qianyuan Mountain. How had she suddenly arrived here? She wandered through the deserted ancient city, desperately seeking an exit. Yet, it seemed this place was governed by some peculiar force, as no matter how she moved, an exit eluded her grasp. "I am trapped." She found herself before a stone tablet in the heart of the ancient city, staring blankly at the archaic script inscribed upon it. The city of no tears, once filled with joy. The city was home to laughing angels, whose hearts brimmed with joy, shedding no tears. Yet, as their wings faltered and they fell to the mortal realm, the heavens rained down azure tears, drowning the city, rarely visited by humans. The city grew desolate, laughter ceased, and tears vanished, leaving only a city of sorrow, standing in silence. Was this truly the city of no tears? Or perhaps the city of sorrow? Yu Ruoxian shook her head with a bitter smile. Or could it be called the city of oblivion? Meanwhile, in the outer world of Qianyuan Mountain, Li Gui from Huangquan sect, accompanied by 7 or 8 golden core cultivators, had thoroughly scoured the area. Yet, there was no sign of Yu Ruoxian, not even a shred of her clothing remained. In the skies, Jun Moxiao soared gracefully on his sword, prepared to support his disciple. He felt assured regarding Yu Ruoxian's safety. As a red 6th-grade fortune's daughter, her life would invariably be intertwined with dangers and opportunities. Should she overcome them all, a future as a great emperor awaited. Before long, he spotted a cloaked cultivator lurking below. Ah, a member of Huangquan sect? Jun Moxiao recognized the figure's attire at a glance. With a swift motion, the figure, caught off guard, found himself face to face with an elder with white hair, a gleaming sword pressed against his chest. This individual was also a golden core cultivator, yet in the presence of Jun Moxiao, he felt as insignificant as an ant. "Ah, I am Lu Erlong from the Yellow Springs Gate. I humbly greet you, esteemed elder. I beseech you to spare my life." Jun Mo laughed softly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he advanced the tip of his sword by an inch, piercing into the flesh of his opponent, blood trickling down drop by drop. "Now, tell me, where is the fairy of the falling cloud sect that you captured?" Lu Erlong, gritting his teeth against the pain, hastily began to explain, "Senior, you are mistaken. Fairy Yu was not captured by us. She escaped on her sword." Fear of death compelled Lu Erlong to divulge every piece of information he possessed without hesitation. Upon hearing his disciple's willingness to risk his life for a mere 6th-grade longevity pill, Jun Moxiao felt a profound sense of emotion. However, when he learned that the deceitful Li Gui was harboring ill intentions towards Sienna, a fierce, murderous intent ignited within his eyes. How dare one lay a hand on my own? You, young man, do you speak the truth? I assure you, every word I utter is genuine. I would never dare deceive my esteemed elder. Lu Erlong knelt on the ground, hastily bowing his head, devoid of even a shred of the dignity a golden pill cultivator should possess. With a swift motion, a formidable hand pressed down upon his head, overwhelming his resistance with immense spiritual force. Soul-searching. Fear flickered in Lu Erlong's gaze. Indeed, Jun Moxiao did not entirely trust these demonic cultivators. After inquiring, he proceeded to probe their souls for confirmation. An overwhelming torrent of pain surged through him, causing Lu Erlong to momentarily roll his eyes back in agony, drooling from the corners of his mouth. Upon concluding the soul search, Jun Moxiao swiftly severed the head of his adversary, exhaling a breath of relief. Sienna had not fallen into their clutches and had successfully escaped. Yet, given the vast expanse of Qianyuan Mountain, how could she have vanished without a trace? He retrieved a communication jade talisman, only to discover, for reasons unknown, that he was unable to establish contact. Setting aside thoughts of her for the moment, he resolved to eliminate these Yellow Springs sect vermin that had provoked him. A formidable aura emanated from his divine consciousness, swiftly leading him to the location of a group of Yellow Springs sect members. With a cold snort, he strode forth, sword in hand. Soon, he encountered 2 cloaked cultivators who obstructed his path. Old man, step aside. The Yellow Springs sect is conducting business. The black-clad cultivators exuded a fierce demeanor, their mid-stage gold core cultivation evident. They were core members of the Yellow Springs sect, accustomed to arrogance, oblivious to the peril they faced in the presence of this elderly figure. What are you staring at? I do not appreciate your gaze. One of them snarled. Hey, look at this old man who's half a foot in the grave. He seems quite irate. Chapter 23, The Wrath of the Taisui. Floating corpses for 1,000 miles, one black-clad cultivator found it amusing and, pointing at his own nose, taunted, old fossil, with such a fierce glare. Do you really think you can kill me? Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered and vanished. The man's eyes bulged as his head was severed, leaving his headless body in shock. The other cultivator, startled, realized that this seemingly ordinary old man had indeed killed someone. He leaped into action, unleashing a barrage of iron fists, intent on crushing the elderly figure. Jun Moxiao's expression darkened, as Ming Ji Shui emitted a resonant sound akin to the song of a sword, slicing through the air with the swiftness of lightning. A sharp pain pierced the chest of the adversary. Ming Ji Shui had already penetrated his heart. Ah, old man, who exactly are you? The disciple of the Huangquan sect clutched his chest, struggling to voice the question. It seems that in my old age, no one recognizes Qianren Taisui anymore. In my prime, I traversed 3,000 miles with my sword, causing countless demonic cultivators to flee in terror. Back then, upon seeing me, you would have scurried away with your tails between your legs. You are Qianren Taisui. The Huangquan sect disciple's eyes widened in disbelief upon realizing the legendary figure stood before him. When Taisui's wrath flares, corpses drift for 1,000 miles. All demonic cultivators tremble at the mere mention of this name, avoiding him as one would a venomous serpent or a ferocious beast. What merit do I possess to meet my demise at his hands today? I should be content to descend into the afterlife with a smile. There is no time for further contemplation. Do not laugh, for he still stands unscathed, thought Jun Moxiao, as in an instant, the ethereal snow-like essence pierced this man, rendering him akin to a hedgehog. The commotion was considerable. 5 disciples from the Huangquan sect, drawn by the tumult of battle, approached. Upon witnessing the composed Jun Moxiao and the mangled bodies strewn upon the ground, they were momentarily taken aback. How could this old man, who appeared on the brink of the grave, have slain 2 of his fellow disciples at the Golden Core stage? The leader among the 5, a man of formidable stature in the late Golden Core phase, glared fiercely at Jun Moxiao. Old man, to dare kill our kin. You must be seeking your own demise. With an indifferent smile, he raised his fingers slightly, and the blade of his sword shimmered with the power of thunder, sweeping towards the 5 individuals before him. The air crackled with electric fury. How arrogant he was, allowing these insignificant figures to prance before him. If they were bothersome, they would simply be eliminated. Without a moment's hesitation, the rumble of thunder resounded. These individuals could withstand not even a fraction of the onslaught, reduced to charred remains under the relentless storm of lightning. Their mouths agape, as if inquiring who this formidable being was, bewildered by the fact that he offered no taunts, but struck them down without mercy. The blade, having fulfilled its purpose, returned to its sheath. Jun Moxiao's gaze was devoid of interest, not even casting a glance at the worthless debris. Cease at once. A sudden, thunderous shout echoed from afar. The figure approached with remarkable swiftness, arriving before Jun Moxiao in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, he was but a moment too late. For the Golden Core disciples, perhaps their significance was negligible within the 10 great sects, yet for the now second-rate Huangwan sect, they represented the very future of the clan. It was unimaginable that they had perished here in an instant. You truly are audacious. Li Gui bellowed in fury. A formidable and terrifying aura of the nascent soul erupted, surging forth like a roaring sea. How dare you slay my Huangwan sect disciples without considering the dire consequences? His fierce gaze pierced through Jun Moxiao like a dagger, while the oppressive force of his mid-nascent soul cultivation enveloped the area in its menacing presence. Dark energies emanated from his body, coalescing into a spectral figure akin to a guardian spirit. This was the Huangwan sect's ultimate technique, the ghost refinement art, which allowed him to continuously refine ghostly entities, ultimately manifesting an external avatar to enhance his combat prowess. This spectral guardian had been cultivated over several decades, now possessing strength comparable to that of an early nascent soul cultivator. The ghostly figure circled in the air before transforming into a grotesque visage, descending upon Jun Moxiao with ferocity. Today, regardless of who you are, anyone who dares to kill my Huangwan sect disciple shall meet certain death. Li Gui, emboldened and resolute, unleashed his assault. He had discerned that this elder was at the late Golden Core stage. While this level of power was commendable, it was but a dream to challenge the Huangwan sect. Moreover, he had formed a judgment regarding the opponent's identity, not acting blindly based on the elder's appearance and cultivation. It was evident he was not an elder of the 10 great sects. Disciples of the sect who had reached such an advanced age were typically disregarded. Kill or be killed, he mused, for in this desolate wilderness, as long as the deed was executed cleanly, there would likely be no repercussions. This fellow, having become a disciple of the Huangwan sect's master, was certainly not lacking in intellect. Alas, this time, his judgment was fundamentally flawed. As Jun Moxiao gazed upon the swiftly approaching colossal ghost general, he nonchalantly swept his weapon, the Mingji Shui, through the air. In an instant, a violent torrent of sword energy surged forth, akin to crashing waves, imbued with the overwhelming and searing power of the 9 suns. The ghost general was shattered into countless fragments, akin to melting ice and snow, before being consumed entirely by the fiery blaze of the 9 suns. In the mere span of a breath, this formidable entity, comparable to a cultivator in the early stages of the nascent soul, had utterly vanished from existence. How feeble! Jun Moxiao murmured to himself. At the forefront, Li Gui's gaze instantly turned frigid. He realized he had underestimated this old man. The opponent possessed the extraordinary ability to fight beyond his level, a rarity among cultivators. Li Gui fixed his eyes on Jun Moxiao, ultimately focusing on the latter's weapon. It was indeed a low-grade spiritual treasure. His eyes gleamed with avarice. Despite being a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator and the disciple of the Yellow Spring sect's master, he possessed only 2 exceptional magical artifacts, and a spiritual treasure was something he had never dared to covet. Old man, I shall claim your spiritual treasure, and your life shall be mine as well. With that declaration, Li Gui summoned a supreme magical artifact, the Black Banner, which he wielded with fervor, instantly conjuring a chilling wind that heralded the emergence of countless malevolent spirits, their eyes ablaze with ghostly flames, roaring forth. With an expressionless visage, Jun Mo smiled faintly as he deftly executed a technique known as Sword Rain of Freedom, unleashing a myriad of sword energies that surged forth like tumultuous waves. Those malevolent apparitions, upon encountering this onslaught, were instantaneously obliterated. The cascading waves of sword energy continued to spread, advancing directly towards Li Gui. Curse be it! How could this old man possess such formidable strength? Li Gui was taken aback, hastily summoning another exquisite artifact, the Xian Guang Shield. With a series of resounding impacts, he pushed his mid-stage nascent soul energy to its utmost limit, channeling it entirely into the Xian Guang Shield. A golden wall, composed of radiant light, materialized before him. He was confident that even a full-force strike from a late-stage nascent soul practitioner could not breach his defenses. As the sword rain gradually dissipated, although Li Gui was propelled hundreds of feet away by the overwhelming sword energy, he indeed managed to withstand the assault. Peering cautiously, he thought to himself, such a vigorous maneuver must have exhausted the old man. I shall relish in tormenting him. However, upon discerning the situation before him, he was taken aback once more. An artifact resembling a golden brick was summoned by the elder, and as it caught the wind, It swiftly expanded to the size of a house, looming ominously above Li Gui's head. With a swift motion, Jun Moxiao extended 2 fingers of his right hand and forcefully pressed down. Bring it down. The immense golden brick treasure descended with tremendous force, crashing against the golden wall formed by the Xianguang shield, producing a thunderous roar. The earth trembled violently, fissures tearing through the ground. The golden wall could no longer withstand the onslaught, and numerous cracks began to manifest. Li Gui's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he beheld the shattering of the golden wall, the colossal brick bearing down upon him. With a resounding thud, the ground was transformed into a rectangular abyss, within which Li Gui lay, utterly lifeless. Chapter 24. The most beautiful woman of the Xianyuan dynasty. Jun Moxiao retracted his magical artifact and approached the deep pit. Li Gui's corpse lay in a grotesque disarray, a sight too harrowing to endure. However, his storage ring remained intact, as did the 2 exquisite magical tools, unharmed. It is the sentient treasures that are designated as spiritual artifacts, not mere lifeless objects. They possess the capacity to comprehend their owner's intentions, discerning what should be shattered and what need not be disturbed. Within Li Gui's storage ring, there was little of value, merely low-grade items. Yet, those 2 exceptional magical tools were quite commendable. One was the ghost summoning banner, capable of capturing and nurturing souls, while the other was the Xianguang shield, a quintessential defensive artifact. After collecting the items, Jun Moxiao soared into the air once more. Continuing his sweep of Qianyuan Mountain, his spirits were dampened by the absence of Yu Ruoxian. Whenever he encountered disciples of the Huangquan sect along the way, he would engage them without hesitation. A day later, he had thoroughly scoured the entirety of Qianyuan Mountain, yet still found no trace of Yu Ruoxian. Instead, he had eradicated every last member of the Huangquan sect. Jun Moxiao sat upon a large stone beside the official road, lost in contemplation. What could have happened? Where on earth had Xianer vanished to? Based on the subtle clues he had gathered, it was evident that Yu Ruoxian had not left the confines of Qianyuan Mountain. She had mysteriously disappeared into some unknown realm. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that there existed a place akin to a secret domain here, where Xianer inadvertently wandered, resulting in her disappearance? The likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly low. However, when it involves a woman of great fortune, the odds transform into a highly probable event. For instance, while a common person might perish from a fall off the cliff, one blessed with immense luck would not only survive but may also stumble upon treasures left behind by ancient masters, thus experiencing a profound transformation. At that moment, his ears perked up. He glanced toward another direction along the road, where the sound of galloping hooves approached. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a procession of over 100 individuals making their way forward. At the center of the group was an opulent sedan chair, its curtains drawn, obscuring the occupant within. The chair was borne by 8 robust men in the foundational stage of cultivation, moving swiftly over the rugged mountain path as if it were a flat surface. The centurion guards, clad in armor, marched with strict discipline, ensuring the safety of the individual within the sedan. Ding! Detected the fortune-bearing woman, Su Wanqing. Fortune level, purple grade 5. Spiritual root, supreme spiritual root. Cultivation, late foundation establishment. Identity, crown princess of the Xianyuan dynasty, the most beautiful woman of the Xianyuan dynasty. Return rate, 100-fold. Bond value, initial 1 point. Hint, deepening the bond will continually elevate the return multiplier. Ah, what a delightful surprise. Jun Moxiao felt a spark of astonishment upon reading the system notification. The Xianyuan dynasty was flourishing, with a population in the hundreds of billions, maintaining close ties with numerous celestial sections. The location of the Falling Clouds sect was situated within the domain ruled by the Xianyuan dynasty. Thus, it had become a protective umbrella for the dynasty. The renowned crown princess Su Wanqing, whose beauty was legendary, had even reached the ears of Jun Moxiao, who held the position of Grand Elder within the Falling Clouds sect. A sudden inspiration struck him. Since he could not locate Yu Ruoxian, and these individuals had unexpectedly passed by, why not follow them and see if he could uncover anything? He concealed his presence and feigned the demeanor of an ordinary person, remaining seated upon the stone. The procession led by Su Wanqing moved swiftly, soon passing by him. A general at the forefront cast a few scrutinizing glances at Jun Moxiao, but finding nothing amiss, paid him no further heed. Although this man held a position of authority within the Xianyuan dynasty, being merely at the early nascent stage, it was not surprising that he could not discern Jun Moxiao's true nature. Once the procession had moved on, Jun Moxiao rose quietly and began to follow. Shortly thereafter, a miraculous scene unfolded. The 100-strong group traversing the official road abruptly vanished from sight. In that instant, Jun Moxiao distinctly sensed a spatial fluctuation. At the location where they had disappeared, there existed a spatial transfer node. Whoosh! He swiftly moved, soaring forth, passing through a thin veil of mist. The scenery before him shifted dramatically, revealing a breathtaking vista. Aha! Success! Jun Moxiao felt a surge of confidence as he began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in an ancient city, seemingly possessing the ability to manipulate space, although he had entered from a single point. The entourage led by Crown Princess Su Wanqing had seemingly vanished without a trace, most likely transported to some random location. Jun Moxiao proceeded confidently towards the center of the ancient city. Shortly thereafter, he encountered numerous scattered soldiers, all searching for something. Upon reaching the stone tablet at the heart of the city, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. The City of Sorrow had its own peculiar charm. This space felt as though it had been meticulously severed from the world by powerful magic, adhering strictly to certain rules, for one could not escape without following them. He sensed that there must be a crucial location within the ancient city. However, his consciousness was severely suppressed by the formations present, making it utterly impractical to search through thousands of houses by sheer human effort. Thus, he chose to sit cross-legged at the city center, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. He understood that this ancient city possessed its own intelligence and would not remain tranquil for long. Trouble was inevitable. Sure enough, after a little over an hour, a low wailing resonated through the desolate ancient city, enveloping it in an atmosphere of profound sorrow. This mournful energy was remarkably potent, causing even Jun Moxiao to furrow his brow. In one corner of the city, Su Wanqing, accompanied by two bewildered maidservants, was desperately seeking an escape. Your Highness, I don't know what is happening, but upon hearing these sounds, I feel an overwhelming urge to weep. One maidservant lamented, tears brimming in her eyes. The other maidservant, equally affected by the melancholic aura, mirrored her sentiments. Su Wanqing herself felt this emotional pull, as if the sounds around her were awakening a deep-seated sorrow, compelling her to release her pent-up tears. Soon, crystalline droplets began cascading from her reddened eyes. As the tears struck the ground, an ominous stillness descended, and a chilling sense of crisis enveloped the three women. The tears pooled on the ground, merging into a dark mist from which three identical shadowy figures emerged. These figures, indistinguishable in appearance and shrouded in mystery, brandished swords, their murderous intent directed at the weeping trio. In the city of no tears, those who weep shall perish. With a swift motion, the three swords sparked into a deadly dance, each seeking its target. Su Wanqing hurriedly drew her weapon to defend herself. However, despite being at the late stage of foundation establishment, her years of sheltered existence had left her woefully unprepared for combat. Before long, she found herself bleeding from her lips and retreating in defeat. The two maidservants fared even worse, their heads soon severed, their eyes wide open in death, unblinking. In this dire moment, Su Wanqing's anxiety escalated. As the lethal sword light approached, she could only close her eyes and await her fate. At this critical juncture, a gleaming white sword hurtled forward, intercepting the shadow's lethal strike. Su Wanqing looked up to see a woman clad in golden-threaded robes standing valiantly before her. It was Esteemed, Jun Moxiao's disciple. Do not weep, dear maiden. If you can endure for a while longer, these shadows will vanish on their own, she reassured. Su Wanqing quickly wiped her tears, gathering her composure. Esteemed had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, and her combat prowess far surpassed that of the pampered princess. The shadows she faced were born from the weeping person's cultivation level, merely at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Thus the disparity was not insurmountable. Swords clashed with a resounding symphony, Esteemed's gaze unwavering as she parried the shadow's attacks. Finally, after a significant duration, one shadow's form began to fade, dissipating entirely. Esteemed exhaled a sigh of relief and approached Su Wanqing, introducing herself. I am Esteemed, a disciple of the Falling Clouds sect. May I inquire as to your name, fair lady? A gentle smile graced Su Wanqing's face as she replied, Ah, so you are the renowned Yu, whose reputation has recently flourished within the imperial court. I am Su Wanqing, wife to Prince Xian Yuan Wantian of the Xian Yuan dynasty. Upon realizing that she was in the presence of the illustrious princess, Esteemed could not help but study her further. Clad in exquisite royal garb, Su Wanqing's figure was enticingly sculpted. Her long black hair flowed like a waterfall, exuding a subtle fragrance, while her slender waist and flawless, porcelain-like skin made her seem ethereal. Her beauty was unparalleled. Akin to a regal rose, her delicate limbs beneath the flowing fabric radiating an enchanting springtime glow. Truly, she was destined to become a queen, an epitome of exquisite beauty. Yu Ruoxian mused. Similar to Su Wanqing's plight, the sudden emergence of sorrowful energies ensnared those with wavering hearts, plunging them into despair. Even the meticulously selected guards accompanying the princess were not spared. Each time someone shed tears, a shadow would materialize, wielding a sword to claim lives. These shadows were stronger than their summoners, and soon, the ancient city was rife with casualties. From a perspective unseen by ordinary eyes, the souls of the deceased did not depart for the afterlife. Instead, they were drawn into a dilapidated blacksmith shop. Within this forge, a sword-casting pool burned fiercely, housing a blade emanating a terrifying power. The unwilling souls were absorbed by the sword, causing it to tremble as if awakening from a deep slumber. Jun Moxiao also perceived those shadowy figures and grasped some of the rules governing this place. It was indeed peculiar. Shedding tears would trigger the ancient city's prohibitions, leading to relentless pursuit. What could possibly be gained from eliminating these individuals? This bizarre, sorrowful ambience that lured one to weep would manifest every few hours. While he pondered, a sudden blaze erupted in the distant blacksmith shop, shattering its concealment array and revealing its presence. Ah, so that was the source. Something dreadful seemed to be emerging. In an instant, he soared towards that direction on his sword. After enduring the trials posed by the shadows, the guards accompanying Su Wanqing had nearly all perished, leaving only one survivor, the Yuaning period general, Yuanjie, handpicked by the Crown Prince Xin Yuan, went in to protect the Crown Princess. At this moment, it was uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Yuanjie arrived at the blacksmith shop, seeking the Crown Princess he held dear. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to the divine sword embedded in the sword-casting pool. The sword's essence was extraordinarily profound, emanating hints of the Tao, making it clear to any observer that this was no ordinary artifact. What caliber of spiritual treasure is this? At this moment, Yuanjie's eyes widened in astonishment. Unable to contain his greed, he stepped forward and grasped the hilt of the divine sword. Instantly, torrents of frenzied thoughts surged from the sword, beginning to invade Yuanjie's mind. Gradually, his pupils turned pitch black, and his aura surged dramatically. He surged through the ranks, breaking through the Yuan Ying and Huashan stages, ultimately reaching the formidable mid-refining void stage before halting. Haha, I, Tang Sanhao, have finally returned to life. Shinyuji, did you think you could trap me within this sword? Dream on. When I ascend to the status of an emperor, I shall ensure all the women of Silver Moon Holy City are left broken, then sold into brothels. With a thunderous roar as he unleashed his power, the entire blacksmith's shop was engulfed in flames. Tang Sanhao, bathed in fire, sensed the presence of two women nearby. TSK. What exquisite beauties. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Yu Ruoxian and Su Wanqing. The two women were startled by the sudden appearance of Yuanjie. However, upon recognizing him, Su Wanqing sighed in relief and smiled at Yu Ruoxian. Yu Ruoxian, this is my chief guard. There is no need for concern. Yu Ruoxian, taken aback by the overwhelming aura exuding from him, could not discern his exact cultivation level. She cautiously stepped back, sensing a malevolence emanating from him. Hiki. With a sinister grin, Tang Sanhao first cast his gaze upon the Crown Princess. The original owner of this body, Yuanjie, had harbored improper intentions towards her. Thus, upon seeing Su Wanqing's countenance, those intentions were magnified 100-fold by the evil force, causing him to become agitated, his fists clenched tightly. Haha, what splendid fortune! His greedy gaze fixated on Su Wanqing as he licked his lips. Then he turned his attention to the pure and exquisite Yu Ruoxian, licking his lips once more. Yuanjie, what are you planning? Su Wanqing sensed something amiss and immediately admonished him. Yet, Tang Sanhao merely waved his hand casually, rendering Su Wanqing immobile, drawing her into his grasp. Release me. Help. Su Wanqing struggled desperately, but in the face of overwhelming power, her efforts were futile. Hiki, I suggest you conserve your strength. You'll need it for later enjoyment. Tang Sanhao chuckled wickedly, channeling dark energy as he traced a complex sigil on Su Wanqing's abdomen through her garments. Confused, she lifted her beautiful eyes and stared intently at him. Do not be alarmed. This is my secret magic rune. Once imprinted, you will be at my beck and call for life. In the future, I shall seize the body of your Emperor Xin Yuan and become a ruler, while you will forever be my dog. Chapter 26. The purple sky divine thunder slaughtering Sanhao. Witnessing the unfolding events, Yu Ruoxian sensed imminent danger and summoned her flying sword, attempting to flee. This man was undoubtedly possessed by a great demon. She had no time to concern herself with others as her own survival was paramount. However, Tang Sanhao had no intention of allowing another stunning beauty to escape. He cast aside the Crown Princess and, with a powerful leap, pursued Yu Ruoxian. Their disparity in cultivation was immense, and Yu Ruoxian stood no chance of escape. The thought of being captured, leading to endless humiliation, sent her into a cold sweat. As he drew nearer, even with her utmost effort, she could only prolong her escape by a few seconds. With a sorrowful smile, Yu Ruoxian resolved to ignite her dantian, choosing to end her own life to preserve her purity. Master, please forgive me for not being able to fulfill my filial duties by your side. I shall take my leave first, perhaps in the next life. I might be your elder sister. Upon contemplating this, a perfect smile graced Yu Ruoxian's lips, and she no longer found the idea of suicide to be unbearable. Just as she was about to ignite all her spiritual energy for self-detonation, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Who dares to harm my beloved disciple? You seek death. Yu Ruoxian paused, recognizing the familiar voice. It was her master. Turning around, she beheld a blinding sword light and a figure with flowing white hair, yet full of vitality. Ah, it truly is my master. How wonderful, my master has come to rescue me. In that moment, Yu Ruoxian's tense demeanor melted away. Her entire being descending back to the ground, her gaze fixated on Jun Moxiao. No matter the time or place, her master provided her with unparalleled security. Even in the presence of that terrifying demon with transcendent cultivation, her master stood like an unyielding pillar, shielding her from the heavens. Tang Sanhao felt a surge of irritation as he was interrupted. Now restored to the mid-refining void stage, his formidable strength radiated an overwhelming dominance. With disdain in his eyes, he slowly turned to face the newcomer. Do not laugh, for the venerable figure treads upon a flying sword, soaring through the heavens. Adorned in a flowing white robe that dances gracefully in the wind, his silver strands and beard glisten in the sunlight, embodying an ethereal elegance that transcends the mundane. It is as though an immortal has descended upon the earth, a deity gracing the mortal realm. This aura and composure reveal the extraordinary nature of the elder. Tang Sanhao was momentarily awestruck by this presence, only for a fierce expression to soon mar his countenance. From whence has this decrepit cur emerged? Daring to weave illusions in my domain? Jun Moxiao cast a glance at the other party, and at that moment, a notification from the system emerged in his mind. Ding! The child of destiny Tang Sanhao has been detected. Luck level, red grade 5. Major experiences, a peerless genius from 30,000 years ago, proud and arrogant. Intending to forcibly marry the world's most beautiful woman, Xin Yujia, only to be sealed away by her. Corresponding fate daughter, Su Wanqing. Alas, yet another child of destiny. It appears that the princess consort named Su Wanqing is indeed his counterpart. No wonder she has manifested here. System, if I eliminate this person, will there be any benefits? Given the urgency of the situation, Jun Moxiao hastily inquired about the system, hoping to extract the task before taking action. Ding. Task issued. Eliminate the child of destiny Tang Sanhao. Reward. Celestial Seal. Celestial Seal, a secret technique of celestial grade. As the name suggests, once the celestial seal is applied, the individual will be eternally under your control, with power over their life and death, even transcending celestial beings. Haha, the system is indeed formidable. Jun Moxiao laughed heartily, his gaze towards Tang Sanhao now brimming with delight. Tang Sanhao felt a touch of discomfort under the scrutiny, sensing that he, the one of higher cultivation, had become the prey instead. Old dog, what are you laughing at? Do you not realize the calamity that approaches? Jun Moxiao casually extracted a purple talisman from his storage ring, a glint of mockery dancing in his eyes as he remarked, I find your misfortune truly amusing. Trapped for 30 millennia, and just when you manage to extricate yourself, you encounter me. You seem to have grown quite senile. How audacious of a mere gold core cultivator to speak so boldly before someone of my caliber in the void refinement realm. Heh. You shall soon discover whether your words were mere bravado. Jun Moxiao stood atop his flying sword, a faint smile gracing his aged visage as he activated the formidable weapon in his grasp, the 7th-rank talisman of the purple sky divine thunder. The once brilliant heavens were abruptly swallowed by ominous clouds, the sunlight vanishing without a trace. The air reverberated with a thunderous roar, while arcs of purple lightnings, imbued with overwhelming might, illuminated the tumultuous skies, cleaving through the firmament. What is this? Tang Sanhao gazed at the sky with trepidation. A force potent enough to annihilate him had locked onto his being. Feeling the intensity of this power sent chills down his spine. This was a divine thunder equivalent to the late stages of the void refinement realm. He knew he could not withstand it. With no time to ponder, he began to chant his spell, aiming to eliminate Jun Moxiao first. However, a resounding boom shook the heavens and earth. A lightning bolt, resembling a colossal purple dragon, descended with a ferocity akin to a wrathful deity, an unstoppable force. This lightning carried the destructive power to obliterate worlds, enveloping Tang Sanhao in an instant, as if the entire universe trembled in response. Immediately after, the torrential purple sky divine thunder struck down like a deluge, each bolt brimming with boundless authority, evoking a profound sense of reverence that rendered one unable to gaze directly upon it. I refuse to accept this. Tang Sanhao's heart turned icy, as he could only feebly defend himself with an unknown divine sword in hand. Under the baptism of this apocalyptic lightning, he expended all his potential and luck, desperately seeking a glimmer of survival. He was unwilling to perish. After enduring 30,000 years of imprisonment, he had finally emerged, only to be ensnared by a mesmerizing beauty. Subject to her whims, a beautiful life lay within reach. He was resolutely defiant. Amidst the billowing dust, the ground bore the scars of the purple sky divine thunder, riddled with holes. Had it not been for the protective array, the city of sorrow would have been reduced to mere powder. A massive pit had formed in the earth, and Jun Moxiao stood at its edge, peering down. "Aha! I survived. Cough, cough, I'm not dead." Tang Sanhao's intermittent, excited voice echoed faintly from the depths of the pit. Jun Moxiao raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, this fellow truly is the child of fortune, managing to cling to life even after such a devastating assault. The unknown divine sword soared into the air as Tang Sanhao grasped the hilt, emerging from the pit. His garments were tattered, a portion of his arm was missing, and he was drenched in blood, a pitiful sight indeed. Yet, his expression radiated an unusual exhilaration. "You old dog, since you didn't utilize your trump card to slay me, I shall flay your skin and strip your flesh to satiate my hatred. Is that so?" Jun Moxiao flipped his hand, revealing another identical purple talisman. Tang Sanhao was instantly struck dumb. Chapter 27. Innate Spirit Treasure, Demonic Patterns Erupting. How is this possible? Why do you possess such a talisman of this caliber? Just moments prior, a single purple sky divine thunder talisman had nearly claimed Tang Sanhao's life. And now another emerged. How could he possibly survive? At this moment, the newly liberated child of fortune was engulfed by a profound sense of dread. Run. Flee now. He hesitated no longer. Gathering the meager remnants of his magical energy, he began to hastily escape into the distance. Yet, Jun Moxiao offered him no respite. The purple sky divine thunder talisman activated once more. Enormous purple lightning, imbued with the might of heaven and earth, descended with ferocity. Structures in its path were instantly reduced to dust, leaving not a splinter of wood, a stone, or a blade of grass behind. Tang Sanhao was struck by this lethal blow, and this time, there were no unexpected outcomes. Within mere breaths, he was reduced to ashes, disappearing with the wind. All that remained upon the ground was the unknown divine sword, still shimmering with a faint glow. A potent force of fortune began to spread, part of which integrated into his being, elevating his fortune level by 2 tiers, reaching the illustrious red 3rd rank. Jun Moxiao took a couple of steps forward, intending to retrieve the mysterious divine sword. To his astonishment, the sword possessed a spirit of its own, soaring gracefully through the air and heading straight for Yu Ruoxian in the distance. It descended, showering her with a luminous aura, landing beside her. However, Yu Ruoxian had no time to attend to it. She hurried to her master. Remarkably, the divine sword followed closely, seemingly regarding her as its master. "Master, am I dreaming? To encounter you here is truly astonishing." Without a second thought for the divine sword, Yu Ruoxian leaped into Jun Moxiao's embrace. Ding! The bond between Yu Ruoxian, the daughter of fortune, and you has increased to 4 points, and the critical hit return multiplier has risen to 2,000 times. Jun Moxiao wrapped his arms around her waist, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, feeling a profound sense of contentment. After a brief moment, the two parted ways. Jun Moxiao recounted her actions, including the slaying of all disciples of the Huangquan sect on Qinyuan Mountain to avenge herself. Yu Ruoxian was deeply moved upon hearing this. The thought that her master would journey across vast distances, concerned for her safety, filled her with gratitude that she would cherish forever. Siener. Jun Moxiao suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Yu Ruoxian felt a jolt of surprise, instinctively fidgeting with the hem of her garment. "I have recently achieved a breakthrough and can extend my years a bit longer. However, you must not once again put yourself in danger for my sake. If anything were to go awry, how would I face the future?" Yu Ruoxian understood that her master referred to the Huangquan sect's ploy involving lifespan elixirs. At that moment, she felt a pang of fear and could only nod silently. "Master, Sienna will not dare to do so again." The two continued their heartfelt conversation. And Jun Moxiao mentioned her newly accepted disciple, Jiang Miaoi. Naturally, she refrained from discussing the rather embarrassing events of the previous night. "Master, what is the story behind this sword? Why does it always follow me?" Yu Ruoxian inquired, glancing at the unknown divine sword suspended beside her, filled with curiosity. Jun Moxiao, possessing extensive knowledge, began to elucidate some fundamental concepts. In the realm of cultivation, the most common artifacts are known as magical instruments, which are categorized into 4 distinct grades. Above these magical instruments lies the spiritual treasure, also divided into 4 grades, which are exceedingly precious and typically possessed only by the most elite practitioners. Ascending from spiritual treasures, there exists an even rarer, more powerful, and enigmatic type of artifact referred to as innate spiritual treasures. Unlike those crafted by human hands, innate spiritual treasures are born from the very essence of the heavens and earth. They possess a profound sentience, actively selecting the most suitable masters. Furthermore, the potency of innate spiritual treasures is not static. It can evolve alongside their owners. Thus, should an innate spiritual treasure find a chi-refining cultivator to its liking, it may willingly allow them to refine and wield it. Upon hearing her master's words and gazing at the unknown divine sword, Yuruashian suddenly comprehended the truth. Master, are you saying that this divine sword has chosen me as its master? Jun Moxiao nodded thoughtfully. It is no wonder that Yuruashian would suddenly arrive at this place. It appears she is fated to be connected with this divine sword, which explains her unexpected intrusion. Had it not been for my intervention just now, it is likely that Tang Sanhao would have encountered a divergence with this sword, and thin air might not have been in mortal peril. Blessed by fortune, Yuruashian joyfully ventured aside to refine the innate spiritual treasure. Meanwhile, Jun Moxiao patiently awaited his system reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of eliminating the Child of Destiny, Tang Sanhao. Reward: the Imperial Immortal Seal. The Imperial Immortal Seal is a highly esteemed secret technique, not as intricate as conventional methods. Jun Moxiao possesses an extraordinary innate talent for comprehension, enabling him to master ordinary techniques with just a glance. However, it took him 2 full hours to fully grasp this celestial secret art. The Celestial Seal is exceptionally formidable. It is seldom employed in daily life. Yet when confronting demonic cultivators or adversaries, it can unleash its tremendous might. Meanwhile, Yuruashian is currently refining a primordial spiritual treasure. Beads of fragrant sweat trickling down her forehead. Jun Moxiao did not disturb the other party. His consciousness swept through the surroundings, seeking to ascertain if any other souls lingered nearby. Ah, over there is indeed a living person. Jun Moxiao treaded lightly upon the ground, following the trail of a lingering breath. After a brief moment, he located his target, his aged eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. Before him lay the crown princess, Su Wanqing, rolling bare upon the earth, her supple and graceful form fully revealed. The magical patterns adorning her lower abdomen pulsed with a vibrant crimson glow, exuding an enchanting allure. As Jun Moxiao drew closer to the past, she sought to inquire if she might offer assistance. In proximity, the originally serene and stunning visage of the other party was now adorned with a rosy hue, enhancing her enchanting aura, causing even Jun Moxiao to momentarily lose herself in admiration. Is this truly the future empress, the consort of the crown prince? How fortunate that scoundrel princes. At this moment, Su Wanqing was overwhelmed by a tumultuous wave of oppressive energy within her, akin to being gnawed upon by myriad insects, in excruciating torment. She desperately needed someone to alleviate her suffering. If this continued unabated, she would surely perish. Just then, the elderly Jun Moxiao approached, her face etched with concern. My dear young lady, do you require assistance? Su Wanqing stubbornly shook her head, her rationality intact, resolute in her determination to hold fast to her true self. Yet, the strength of human reason pales in comparison to the allure of demonic markings. As Jun Moxiao drew nearer, the rich and pure young energy emanating from her was intoxicating, driving Su Wanqing into a frenzy. Thus, Jun Moxiao was unceremoniously toppled. The unforgiving, frigid ground could not mask the warmth radiating from the woman. Time slipped by unnoticed. Eventually, Yuruashian completed her refinement and opened her beautiful eyes, fixated on the divine sword before her. I am so delighted. I have finally encountered a master I admire. The innocent voice of a child echoed in Yuruashian's mind, leaving her utterly astonished. Upon successful refinement, a silken thread bound the two together, allowing for rudimentary communication through thought. I am equally pleased. May I inquire your name? The sword floated in the void, contemplating before responding. Master, you may call me Qin Xian. Qin Xian. What a splendid name! Yuruashian exclaimed, cradling the divine sword with joy. Chapter 28. Curing the demonic mark after a playful interlude between the girl and the sword. Yuruashian was suddenly reminded of her master and the afflicted crown prince consort. She hastily set off to search the surroundings. Soon, A melodious and ethereal voice graced her ears, as enchanting as the finest singers in the world. Yuruashian paused for a moment, then blushed, quickly composing herself as she stealthily approached. Navigating through a series of dilapidated structures, she ultimately discovered the source of the voice. With a mere glance, Yuruashian recognized her master and the woman, Su Wanqing. Her heart raced violently, nearly leaping from her chest, compelling her to clutch her bosom as she murmured softly, her words barely discernible. Master, actually. An hour passed. Jun Moxiao retrieved a robe from his storage ring and draped it gently over Su Wanqing. She gazed at him in a daze, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Never in her wildest dreams had she anticipated that she, the most exquisite beauty of the Xianyuan dynasty, would find herself entangled with another. Yet, as she recalled the recent events, a sense of helplessness enveloped her. This predicament could not be attributed to him. If blame were to be cast, it could only be directed at the capricious whims of fate. Jun Moxiao cast a glance at the magical patterns on the other party, noting that they had become somewhat shallower than before. With an air of composure, he remarked, "These magical symbols are exceedingly domineering. Once unleashed, they lead to a loss of reason, consumed entirely by a singular obsession." Su Wanqing was startled by his words. Envisioning the terrifying future, her complexion instantly paling, and her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. If that were to happen, I would rather embrace death than transform into such a wretched being. Jun Moxiao expressed a newfound admiration for the woman's fortitude. Fortunately, you encountered me this time. My constitution is exceptionally effective against such malevolent practices, which has restored your sanity. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's expression twitched slightly. A closer inspection of the elder revealed that, despite his advanced age, the remnants of his youthful charm were evident in his features. Elder, is there a way to eradicate this completely? I do not wish to endure this for a lifetime. Jun Moxiao gazed upon her pitiful expression, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Here stood a dignified princess consort, destined to be the mother of a nation. It would be a grave injustice if this demonic mark were to incite a scandal of monumental proportions. Indeed, I possess a method to eradicate this curse, though it may require some degree of compromise on your part. What solution do you propose, esteemed elder? Given my current state, there is little I cannot endure. The mark you bear is of a high caliber, classified as a superior tier of celestial rank. Under normal circumstances, it is beyond remedy. However, I am endowed with the unparalleled vigor of the nine-yang body, which allows me to gradually diminish your curse with my pure yang energy. Su Wanqing, having traversed similar trials, comprehended the implications of his words. She cast her gaze downward at the mark on her lower abdomen, resembling a malevolent demon grinning wickedly. With a sigh, she resolved that she would pay any price to rid herself of this accursed mark. Then, I must trouble you, esteemed elder. How long will it take to expunge it? At most 10 days. Su Wanqing's countenance gradually adopted a serene demeanor, her previous chill returning as she nodded in acknowledgement. Esteemed elder, could you kindly direct me to a secluded place where I may freshen up? Jun Mo smiled and nodded, then cast a glance towards the northeastern wall, seemingly sensing the presence of someone beyond it. Behind the wall stood Yuruashian, desperately holding her breath, fearful of being discovered by her master. Jun Moxiao shook his head, wrapping his arms around Su Wanqing, and after a few ups and downs, they arrived at a secluded inn. The other party fetched some clean water to freshen up, restoring the radiant beauty of the foremost beauty of Xianyuan. Senior, let us begin. 7 days later, Jun Moxiao and Su Wanqing stepped out of the inn together. After these days of exorcism, she had faced numerous life-threatening crises and had finally endured them all. At this moment, Su Wanqing's expression resembled that of a newlywed bride, gazing at Jun Moxiao with profound gratitude and affection. Although the demonic marks had been lifted, her heart could never return to its former state. After all, her husband, Xianyuan Wan Tian, practiced the true dragon heavenly art, which required him to abstain from meat and sensual pleasures. They had not shared intimacy in over a decade. Encountering Jun Moxiao and having experienced such a close relationship made her heart nearly melt in his presence. Enough, restore your original demeanor. Be a bit more proud and aloof. Do you understand? Jun Moxiao withdrew his arm from her embrace. Yes, I understand. Su Wanqing's expression changed, reverting to her previously proud and cold demeanor. Seeing this, Jun Moxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he prided himself on being a person of status and success. If these trivial matters were to be witnessed by Xianyuan, it would tarnish his esteemed image. Ding. The bond value between the fortune's daughter, Su Wanqing, and you has increased to 3 points, with the critical hit return multiplier rising to 300 times. Upon hearing this system notification, Jun Moxiao was momentarily taken aback, Through their mutual understanding during this time, they had unexpectedly elevated their bond value to 3 points, a delightful surprise indeed. Ding. The host successfully bestowed the pure young energy upon the fortune's daughter, Su Wanqing, triggering a 300-fold critical hit, returning 100 years of lifespan. Well, my efforts were not in vain. Junlin rummaged through his storage ring and casually retrieved a generous handful of medicinal pills, presenting them to Su Wanqing. Wanqing, you have worked hard during this period. These are some nourishing elixirs for you to replenish your vitality. Among them were various third-grade pills, including the commonly found third-grade blood resorption pill, essence cultivation pill, great restoration pill, golden crow pill, and profound origin pill, among others. Given that each item could only be utilized and returned once, he decided to gift one of each, thereby thoroughly refreshing his system rewards. Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened with joy, radiating happiness. The senior had actually gifted her something, although she did not particularly need it. Gifts from a senior were treasures that must be cherished. Jun Moxiao watched as Su Wanqing cheerfully collected all the third-grade elixirs, nodding in satisfaction. Such blatant exploitation of the system did not provoke any ire. As long as it was a reasonable gift, it would trigger a return. Ding. The host has gifted the fortuitous girl, Su Wanqing, with 12 third-grade elixirs, including the blood-resolving pill and the golden crow pill, triggering a 300-fold critical return, 36 fifth-grade Yuan-ing pills. Chapter 29. Frenzied System Rewards. The fifth-grade Yuan-ing pill is a cultivation elixir suitable for Yuan-ing cultivators and is exceedingly costly. Typically, it is only when faced with an insurmountable bottleneck that a Yuan-ing cultivator would be willing to refine a single Yuan-ing pill. Jun Moxiao beamed with joy upon witnessing the influx of so many primordial infant elixirs entering the system space. This system continues to impress with its remarkable capabilities. Wanqing, I also have 2 fourth-grade elixirs here for you. Please take them. Jun Moxiao, with a benevolent demeanor, deftly produced 2 elixirs. The first was a 4th-grade Yunjin Dan. Given Su Wanqing's aptitude in realm, it would not take her long to cultivate to the golden core stage, making the Yunjin Dan a valuable asset. The second was a 4th-grade Meiyan Dan, a highly sought-after elixir that enhances one's beauty, greatly favored by female cultivators, often selling out. Thank you, senior. Su Wanqing exclaimed as she accepted the elixirs. Without hesitation, she consumed the Meiyan Dan. Already a stunning beauty, her allure intensified further, rendering her even more captivating. Ding. The host has gifted the fortunate Su Wanqing with the 4th-grade elixirs, Yunjin Dan and Meiyan Dan, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, resulting in the return of a 7th-grade elixir. The Yin-Yang Wanqiao Dan. Yin-Yang Wanqiao Dan, an advanced elixir possessing the ability to harness the wonders of the universe. Upon consumption, it grants ordinary individuals the growth of pseudo-spiritual roots for cultivation and extends their lifespan by a full 60 years. What a remarkable treasure! Jun Moxiao felt immense joy upon reading the system's description of the Yin-Yang Wanqiao Dan. If an ordinary person were to consume it, they would immediately develop 4 pseudo-spiritual roots, enabling them to reach at least the foundation establishment stage with proper training. A foundation establishment cultivator in the mundane world would undoubtedly be a formidable figure, capable of securing a respectable position within the imperial court or military, enjoying a life of wealth and honor. For a powerful cultivator, while their spiritual roots would not increase, the extension of their lifespan by 60 years is an invaluable boon, nearly impossible to acquire. It is well known that elixirs that extend lifespan are of extraordinary worth, with even the most modest valued at a starting price of 100,000 spirit stones. The Yin-Yang Wanqiao Dan, of such caliber, could command a staggering price of over 10 million spirit stones. Jun Moxiao was astonished to discover the remarkable effects of a 7th-grade elixir. One could only imagine the wonders that 8th or 9th-grade elixirs might possess. Subsequently, he presented the exquisite artifact, the golden mist gourd, as a gift. Su Wanqing, cradling the gourd, radiated joy, incessantly calling him senior. Jun Moxiao, in turn, was elated as well, for the system had bestowed another reward upon him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for presenting an exquisite artifact, triggering a 300-fold critical return, 3 mid-grade spirit treasures, the Celestial Slaughter Flying Swords. Celestial Slaughter Flying Sword, mid-grade spirit treasure, a component of the Celestial Slaughter Sword formation. Celestial Slaughter Sword formation, an ancient and formidable sword array, the specific power of which is contingent upon the number of flying swords that comprise it. Ah, a sword formation has emerged. This is indeed a treasure. Jun Moxiao was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with joy soon after. The sword formation composed of mid-grade spiritual treasure flying swords undoubtedly possessed formidable power. The legendary Shushan Sword sect, renowned as the mightiest among the immortal sects, owed its invincible reputation to the Sun and Moon Sword formation, which was said to be an ancient relic left by the formidable predecessors of Shushan, consisting of 108 spiritual flying swords, shrouded in mystery. His own celestial slaying sword formation, constructed from mid-grade spiritual flying swords, might one day rival the Sun and Moon Sword formation, especially if the system were to reward him with additional flying swords in the future. Contemplating this, Jun Moxiao couldn't help but express his admiration. This system truly never ceased to deliver surprises. Reaching into his storage ring, Jun Moxiao retrieved 3 third-grade talismans, 1 offensive talisman, 1 defensive talisman, and 1 binding formation talisman. These were common items for foundation-building cultivators and not particularly precious. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Host has gifted the Daughter of Fortuity 3 third-grade talismans, triggering a 300-fold critical hit, resulting in 3 5th-grade Thunderbolt talismans, 3 5th-grade Radiance talismans, 3 5th-grade Binding Formation talismans. In a flurry, 9 5th-grade talismans materialized within the system space. The Thunderbolt talisman was a 5th-grade offensive talisman, its power upon activation rivaling a full-force strike from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The Radiance talisman served as a 5th-grade defensive talisman, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a late-stage nascent soul cultivator when activated. The 5th-grade Binding Formation talisman was auxiliary in nature, creating a temporary binding formation that would be exceedingly difficult for a nascent soul cultivator to escape. While these items held little use for Jun Moxiao, they could be bestowed upon the Daughter of Fortuity to refresh for even more advanced items or talismans. Ultimately, he casually offered a handful of superior spiritual stones, receiving a return of 300 superior spiritual stones from the system. After thoroughly reaping the benefits from the system, Jun Moxiao sensed a figure approaching from a distance. The newcomer, exuding elegance and grace, approached with an ethereal demeanor that was no less impressive than Su Wanqing's. It was Yu Ruoxian. As Yu Ruoxian drew near, she observed Su Wanqing's unsteady steps in the vibrant spirit of her master, feeling a wave of astonishment. Indeed, Master is formidable. After 7 consecutive days of detoxification, he remains so spirited. Siener, come here. Jun Moxiao beckoned with a bright voice. So, after refining the divine sword, have you discovered a way to leave this place? Yu Ruoxian nodded. The Qing Xian sword spirit mentioned that to escape, we must wait for the moment of the full moon night, when a full moon will appear in the city. Once shattered, a passageway for departure will manifest. How intricate. This truly is a peculiar place. Jun Moxiao gazed at the sky, noting that there were still a little over 10 days until the night of the full moon. He would have to spend the next few days in this place. Before nightfall, the 3 of them found a relatively clean inn. After consuming some provisions, Jun Moxiao, feeling idle, decided to swallow the Yin Yang Wanshou Dan whole. It was his first experience with a 7th-grade elixir. Indeed, it was remarkably wondrous. Although it did not enhance his innate qualities, it astonishingly extended his lifespan by a full 60 years. In the days that followed, he devoted himself to guiding Yu Ruoxian and Su Wanqing in their cultivation to elevate their own prowess. Recently, Yu Ruoxian had made rapid progress and had now reached the late stage of foundation establishment, her realm solidified, rendering her virtually invincible among her peers. In contrast, although Su Wanqing was also at the late stage of foundation establishment, even when combined, the 3 of them could not rival Yu Ruoxian, as their foundations were significantly weaker. Jun Moxiao produced 10 drops of the ethereal essence and presented them to Yu Ruoxian. What is this? Yu Ruoxian inquired, gazing curiously at the drops emanating pure spiritual energy. This is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, which, when refined, can swiftly elevate one's cultivation without any side effects. These 10 drops should suffice for you to achieve the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Is it truly so remarkable? Then I shall not take it. I shall reserve it for my master to cultivate. Yu Ruoxian replied, astonished, shaking her head in refusal of the precious gift. Foolish girl, accept it. There is plenty more for my master. Jun Moxiao said, adopting a serious demeanor, fearing her rejection. Oh, then I shall keep it for now. Should my master require it, I will return it. Noticing her master appeared slightly displeased, Yu Ruoxian hurriedly accepted the essence, her heart brimming with joy. And her gaze towards her master softened even further. Ding! The host has gifted the fortunate daughter Yu Ruoxian with the ethereal essence, triggering a 2,000-fold critical return. Ethereal essence 2,000 drops. Chapter 30. Departure. Swish, swish, swish. A plethora of ethereal essence materialized within the system space, totaling an impressive 2,000 drops. Haha. Such an abundance of essence will suffice for my return to greatness. Jun Moxiao could not contain his elation. The ethereal essence harbored an immense reservoir of energy. And even though he practiced the mighty divine demon technique, his consumption of resources was astronomical. Nevertheless, this ample supply of essence would sustain his cultivation for the foreseeable future. Beside him, Su Wanqing's lips stirred slightly, as if she too desired some ethereal essence but felt too bashful to voice her wish. Their relationship had ultimately been a matter of unfortunate timing. Once they departed from this place, it was likely she would find it difficult to encounter this formidable elder again. Contemplating this, Su Wanqing could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Wanqing, this is for you. Jun Moxiao noticed her expression and subsequently produced 10 drops of celestial essence, handing them over. Ah, is there a portion for me as well? Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes sparkled as they fixed upon Jun Moxiao. Of course, given your average foundation, this celestial essence will refine it, enabling you to enhance your strength. Thank you, senior. With you Ruoxian present, Su Wanqing appeared somewhat reserved. Ding. The host has gifted the fated daughter Su Wanqing celestial essence, triggering a 300-fold critical hit. Returning. Celestial Essence 300. Su Wanqing carefully accepted the celestial essence and gazed at the elderly man before her, his white hair and beard exuding an aura of transcendent grace. Her gaze softening with a hint of affection. Though their encounter was fleeting, the elder had shown her unparalleled kindness. Not only had he expended considerable pure yang energy to cleanse her of demonic markings, but he had also bestowed numerous gifts upon her. In that moment, Su Wanqing felt a long-forgotten flutter in her heart. As she gazed upon the elder's visage, she couldn't help but imagine his youthful, handsome form. Alas, what a pity. I came into the world when you had already aged. As night fell, in a room meticulously arranged by Yu Ruoxian, Jun Moxiao lay down fully clothed. At that moment, the door creaked open with a gentle sound, revealing a visitor. Jun Moxiao's eyes snapped open as he turned his gaze toward the approaching figure. Su Wanqing glided toward him, draped in translucent silken robes that whispered with each graceful step. Her visage radiated gentle elegance, breathtakingly exquisite, every movement a living poem. Her jade-like skin luminous and flawless as carved artistry. Her slender waist swayed with serpentine fluidity, delicate yet sinuous, while cascading ebony tresses danced upon the breeze. Stray strands caressing porcelain cheeks like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. The air carried her orchid fragrance, an intoxicating bloom of mature femininity. Each gesture an embodiment of myriad charms that beckoned irresistibly. Wanqing, what brings you here? Elder, I fear the demonic sigils remain unpurged. In the following days, under Jun Moxiao's meticulous guidance and aided by heaven-earth spirit nectar, Yu Ruoxian achieved foundation establishment's great perfection. Concurrently, the innate spiritual treasure, Azure Whirlwind Sword, merged with her flesh, gradually transmuting her skeletal structure into sword bone. This metamorphosis would elevate her swordsmanship aptitude, laying the foundation for her future as a sword sovereign. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing not only continued detoxification but solidified her previously unstable cultivation. Jun Moxiao himself progressed steadily, through system reciprocation and spirit nectar absorption. He advanced from late Golden Core to Golden Core's great perfection. Name, Jun Moxiao. Age, 502 years remaining lifespan, 465 years realm, Golden Core great perfection innate talents, 9 yang constitution. Heaven-defying comprehension karmic fortune, crimson third-class status. Grand Elder of Falling Cloud Sect Treasures, Luminous Snowskin, Low-Grade Spirit Treasure, 8 trigrams Purple Longevity Robe, Mid-Grade, Golden Brick, Mid-Grade, Glazed Jade Purification Vase, High-Grade, Immortal Slaying Sword Arrays 3, Mid-Grade, Cultivation Arts, Divine Titan Scripture, Celestial Grade, Immortal Subjugation Seal, Celestial Grade, Great Freedom Longevity Sutra, Imperial Grade. Myriad Swords Return, Heavenly Supreme Grade, Resources, Heaven Earth Spirit Nectar 2246 drops, Nascent Soul Pills 36 5th grade. That very night, an omen manifested. A crimson full moon bathed the ancient city in blood-hued radiance, hanging ominously in the starless sky. Jun Moxiao understood that this was the opportunity to depart from this place. With a flick of his fingers, 3 swords, emanating an aura of destruction, soared into the air, forming a spinning formation resembling the character for king. These were the flying swords that constituted the immortal slaying sword array, although only 3 in number. Their combined might could rival his ultimate technique, the 10,000 swords returning to 1. Go forth. Jun Mo smiled as he wielded his thoughts to command the flying sword. Directing it straight towards the crimson full moon in the sky, a thunderous sound resounded, and the ancient city trembled slightly. The red moon above fractured, revealing a spatial tunnel. Upon witnessing the scene, Jun Moxiao unhesitatingly grasped one of them and soared away. The trio traversed through a ripple in space and soon found themselves atop a peak within Qianyuan Mountain. The moonlight cascaded like water, and amidst the tranquil night, the occasional chirping of birds and insects could be heard. Master, we have emerged," Yuruashian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, this place should still lie within the bounds of Qianyuan Mountain. Jun Moxiao surveyed the environment, nodding in affirmation, a smile adorning his countenance. Only Su Wanqing appeared somewhat disheartened, as the past half-month felt akin to a fleeting dream. Now that they had returned to the outside world, her identity necessitated a return to the Qianyuan dynasty. She pondered her husband, Qianyuan Wentian, and imagined his anxiousness over her prolonged absence, glancing at the elder beside her. A flicker of reluctance surfaced on her delicate features, only to be swiftly suppressed. "Senior, I must take my leave," Su Wanqing declared, her expression turning cool and composed. "Very well, go. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, you may seek me at the Fallen Cloud sect." "Who are you?" At that moment, Su Wanqing finally inquired about the elder's identity. Initially, she had wished to sever all ties with him after this encounter. She understood that once she learned of his true identity, it would be challenging to restrain her desire to seek him out again. Yet, at this critical juncture, she could not suppress her curiosity. "It is best not to mention my former name. I have been living in seclusion these past years. Just remember that I am called Jun Moxiao." He did not conceal his identity. Acknowledging good deeds without seeking recognition was not his style. "Jun Moxiao. Yes, I shall remember. Farewell, Senior Jun." With a resolve to suppress the inexplicable pangs of sorrow within her, Su Wanqing summoned her magical artifact and ascended into the skies. Beneath the star-studded firmament, a figure of ethereal beauty gradually faded from view. As Jun Moxiao gazed up at the heavens, he bid farewell to the departing beauty. In his mind, he could not help but recall the muddled events that had transpired over the past half-month. Chapter 31. News of the Demon Emperor's treasury. Not long after, Yuruasian cautiously glanced at Jun Moxiao. "Master, Lady Su has departed." Cough, cough. "I understand. We should return as well, considering the days. The sect's grand competition is fast approaching," Jun Moxiao replied, withdrawing his thoughts with a tranquil demeanor. A few days later, the Grand Elder, who had been missing for an extended period, returned, causing an uproar throughout the sect. Both elders and disciples breathed a sigh of relief, soon transforming their anxiety into excitement. The Grand Elder had vanished without a trace for nearly a month. An astonishing event that nearly stirred the recluse Supreme Elder of the Fallen Cloud sect, who had been in seclusion for centuries. The 18 elders of the transformation stage mobilized the disciples to investigate the Grand Elder's whereabouts. Ultimately, they discovered that he had encountered a conflict with disciples of the Yellow Springs sect near Qianyuan Mountain. Thus, a formidable assembly of hundreds of infant and transformation stage elders set forth, led by 2 protectors of the sect in the refinement stage, directly heading towards the Yellow Springs sect. The sect leader, Chu Xiao, was merely at the peak of the transformation stage. Upon witnessing the arrival of these hundreds of skilled practitioners at Black Void Mountain, he was instantly struck with terror. The cultivation world had barely settled after a century of chaos. Was it to be plunged into another round of conflict between immortals and demons? Despite Chu Xiao's repeated assertions that he would never dare to harm the venerable Qian Rintai Sui, the people of Fallen Cloud sect remained unconvinced. In desperation, Chu Xiao vowed a heavenly oath to prove his innocence. However, this proved to be of little consequence. The 2 protectors of the sect thought, since we have come this far, why not seize this opportunity to eliminate the Yellow Springs sect and eradicate future threats? Nevertheless, the anticipated extermination did not transpire. At a critical moment, a powerful figure from the Daitian demon sect, one of the top 10 demonic sects in the cultivation realm, made an appearance. The Daitian demon sect was immensely powerful, rivaling the Fallen Cloud sect, and the Yellow Springs sect was currently a subordinate sect of theirs. In a bid for self-preservation, Chu Xiao disclosed information regarding the Demon Emperor's treasury to the Daitian demon sect, while the key to the treasury was presently in the possession of Qian Rintai Sui. Consequently, the secret of the Demon Emperor's treasury became known to both the immortal and demonic factions. As a result, the anticipated conflict was averted, and the 2 sects instead engaged in disputes over the ownership of the treasury. The demonic side was aware of the treasury's hidden location, while the immortal side possessed the key. Neither side was willing to yield. Ultimately, fearing that the situation might escalate and attract the envy of other sects, they were compelled to reach a compromise. Upon Jun Moxiao's return, the 2 sects jointly embarked on an exploration of the Demon Emperor's treasury. with opportunities arising based on individual capabilities. The most unfortunate party in this affair was undoubtedly the Yellow Spring sect. Not only did they relinquish what rightfully belonged to them, but their leader, Jun Moxiao, was also subjected to a forced soul search to ascertain the truth of his words. Fortunately, the foundation of the Yellow Spring sect was preserved, and they did not vanish into oblivion due to this incident. Master, upon entering the small courtyard of Tai Sui Peak, an exquisite young woman leaped into his embrace. Master, you have finally returned. Miaoyi has missed you dearly during this time. Jun Moxiao gazed at his charming little disciple in his arms, whose eyes were tinged with red, and gently ruffled her hair, a smile gracing his face. Why are you crying, my dear disciple? Hasn't your master returned? Woo-woo. It's all my fault for causing you to be away for so long. I promise I won't gather herbs next time. Before she could finish her words, Jun Moxiao interrupted her with a cough, his gaze shifting to the quietly standing Yu Ruoxian. Jiang Miaoyi, realizing she had misspoken, covered her mouth and then eagerly ran up to Yu Ruoxian. Hello, senior sister. I am Jiang Miaoyi. The meeting of these two stunning beauties was destined to be historic. Yu Ruoxian looked at her equally beautiful and quirky junior sister, feeling an inexplicable sense of warmth. At that moment, Jun Moxiao's communication talisman flickered. After glancing at it, he addressed the two ladies. From now on, you shall be my eldest and second disciples. Get to know each other. I will visit the council hall. Once Jun Moxiao departed, Jiang Miaoyi began to scrutinize Yu Ruoxian. Her long, jet-black hair danced in the wind, complementing her snow-white skin and starry eyes. A gentle breeze brushed past, causing her golden-threaded sword attire to sway gracefully, accentuating her enchanting figure. As her skirt fluttered, her delicate calves, resembling exquisite jade, occasionally peeked out, captivating Jiang Miaoyi's attention. She had heard tales of her master's eldest disciple being an unparalleled beauty, and now, seeing her in person, the rumors were indeed true. Hiki, senior sister. You are so beautiful, Jiang Miaoyi exclaimed, eagerly trying to ingratiate herself. Wherever did you hear such a thing? Junior sister Miaoyi is the one who is truly lovely. I am but a humble shadow. Yu Ruoxian, affectionately embracing her junior sister, recognized the importance of fostering a good relationship with her. In truth, both young women were favored by fortune, each possessing remarkable beauty. Yu Ruoxian was tall and elegant, her demeanor cool and composed, deliberately mirroring her adoptive father, Jun Moxiao, and delving deeper into the sword arts, exuding an air akin to a sword fairy. Meanwhile, Jiang Miaoyi, with her fiery figure and bold, uninhibited personality, radiated the innocence of youth, creating an endearing contrast. Their differences complemented each other beautifully. Before long, through their mutual efforts, the two ladies quickly became acquainted. Yu Ruoxian, recalling the earlier conversation, suddenly inquired, Junior sister, what was it you mentioned about gathering something? It seemed to upset Master. Upon hearing her senior sister's question, Jiang Miaoyi's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly shook her head, stammering, and no, it's nothing. You must have misheard. Yu Ruoxian, perceptive and astute, noticed her junior sister's flustered expression and suspected there was indeed something amiss. However, seeing her reluctance to divulge, she chose not to press further. By the way, senior sister, I noticed Master looked really well just now, and his health seems to have improved significantly. Yes, Master has made some breakthroughs recently and is feeling much better. He can even. Yu Ruoxian's voice trailed off as a hint of crimson bloomed on her cheeks, involuntarily recalling certain memories. Ah, that is wonderful. I thought Master might have suffered due to my fault. Jiang Miaoyi exclaimed, her face flushed with joy. In the tranquil courtyard, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The two women sat side by side, smiling at each other, yet each harbored her own secrets and concerns within. At the council hall of the Fallen Cloud sect, the core of the sect's authority, matters of great significance were traditionally presided over by the former leader, Ji Rushui. Now, however, she was in seclusion, striving to reach the realm of integration. Consequently, the sect's power had been entrusted to a venerable elder who had just emerged from seclusion. This elder, named Lucian, had lived for over 3,000 years and had reached the formidable stage of integration. In the current realm of cultivation, the emperors of the tribulation stage had not appeared for millennia, and most beings of the great ascension stage were either in seclusion or slumber. The strongest visible figures were thus those at the integration stage. Lucian was the uncle of sect leader Ji Rushui and Jun Moxiao, and he was also the master of the fated daughter, Lu Ruyin. Sadly, their master had vanished without a trace many years ago, leaving their fate unknown. Chapter 32, The Council Hall Disciple, you have finally returned safely. I may require your assistance regarding the matter of the Demon Emperor's treasury. Lu Xian spoke with a smile. The middle-aged man addressing a white-haired elder as disciple appeared somewhat comical, but such interactions were commonplace in the realm of cultivation. On his way here, Jun Moxiao had already grasped the general situation regarding the treasury. As for the treasury, I shall comply fully with your instructions, Master Uncle. Jun Moxiao clasped his hands respectfully. Though the Demon Emperor's treasury sounded enticing, the treasures within were not as plentiful as one might imagine. Through his inquiries, Jun Moxiao learned that, in his quest for ascension, the Huangquan Demon Emperor had liquidated 90% of his wealth into treasures that could enhance the chances of transcending the tribulation. This meant that only 10% of the Demon Emperor's original wealth remained in the treasury. However, this mere 10% was sufficient to excite two major sections. Through the soul-searching of the Huangquan sect's leader, Chu Xiao, the Great Demon Sect, and the Falling Cloud sect had gained insight into many aspects of the treasury's contents. Among the most valuable items were three treasures. The first was a supreme spiritual treasure known as the Thousand Shadows Mirror, capable of creating countless illusions to confuse foes. With formidable power. For both the celestial and demonic sects of the present day, it was an exceedingly rare high-quality artifact. The second was a cleansing pool for refining one's essence, which could purify one's being, enhancing cultivation aptitude, and breaking through bottlenecks. The third treasure was a seed of a divine tree, rumored to be a legendary enlightenment tree. The seed's growth conditions were stringent, and its development was incredibly slow. Shortly after acquiring it, the Huangquan Demon Emperor perished, leaving the current state of the seed a mystery. The enlightenment tree possessed extraordinary properties. Cultivating beneath its boughs would yield remarkable benefits. The leaves of this tree were famously known as enlightenment tea, a rare treasure unattainable even by wealth. Thus, although it was merely a seed, its value among the three treasures was deemed the highest. Faced with such tremendous temptation, the two sects were eager to have their ancestors personally intervene in the quest for the treasures. However, the location of the Demon Emperor's treasury lay within a secret realm. This realm was governed by the laws of nature, preventing anyone above the infant transformation stage from entering. Otherwise, they would be obliterated by the realm's rules. As discussions progressed, Elder Lu Xian could not help but snort softly. The Huangquan Demon Emperor was indeed cunning. He had already grasped some laws of power, allowing him to counteract the realm's rules, which gave him confidence. But for others to enter that secret realm in search of the treasury, they must either be below the divine transformation stage or have the same level of power as an emperor. Surely, dangers abound within that realm, and those of us venturing forth must be thoroughly prepared. Lu Xian glanced at Jun Moxiao, and through his divine sense, he noticed that the latter seemed to have cultivated a method to conceal his aura. Unless he probed forcefully, he could only ascertain a general sense of his cultivation level. Nodding slightly to himself, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Disciple, what are your thoughts regarding this upcoming expedition into the secret realm? As the Grand Elder of the Falling Cloud sect, Jun Moxiao, though his cultivation may not surpass that of Lu Xian, undoubtedly holds a reputation that far exceeds that of this Supreme Elder. Therefore, in certain matters, the Supreme Elder must also take his perspective into account. Jun Moxiao pondered momentarily before speaking softly. The contention for treasures indeed requires strength, yet at times, the ethereal essence of fortune holds immense significance. Fortune, numerous elders present, both on and off the stage, turn their gazes in curiosity. For cultivators, the principle often adheres to the notion that those with greater might possess the truth. They were unacquainted with the narratives of the past life and were oblivious to the concept of those favored by fortune, merely associating it with luck. Indeed, some individuals in this realm are born under auspicious stars, belonging to the category of exceptionally fortunate prodigies. They might leap from cliffs unscathed, inadvertently stumble upon the abodes of celestial beings, have unruly innate spiritual treasures willingly acknowledge them as their masters, and even grasp imperial-level techniques in their dreams, thus soaring to great heights. Upon the conclusion of these remarks, an enveloping silence fell over the elders, accompanied by a rising sense of envy within their hearts. Therefore, for this treasure-seeking endeavor, quality is paramount over quantity. In addition to a few pinnacle Yuaniing experts participating, it would be prudent to include some individuals blessed with fortune from within the sect, as unexpected gains may arise. After hearing Jun Moxiao's assertions, the assembly nodded in agreement. Elder, are you suggesting that you possess a method to discern who among us is favored by fortune? One elder inquired, puzzled. Well, I wouldn't dare to claim absolute certainty, but I can discern a few indicators, Jun Moxiao replied nonchalantly. Those present are the backbone of our sect. Revealing a modicum of information shall not be detrimental. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders varied, their minds beginning to calculate in silence. Believers among them speculated if they could be the fortunate ones, while skeptics refrained from outright denial in the moment. Very well, since you were so assured, let the selection of those favored by fortune for this endeavor be entrusted to you. The esteemed elder Lu Xian also concurred with Jun Moxiao's viewpoint, faintly recalling that before his own master ascended, he had mentioned the insufficiency of fortune. As the meeting concluded, the elders departed in succession. After greeting the numerous elders, Jun Moxiao was about to take flight with his sword when a waft of fragrant air suddenly approached. Without turning around, he could discern the identity of the newcomer solely by the scent. It was undoubtedly Lu Ruyin, the most captivating elder of the Falling Cloud sect. Turning to face her, he indeed beheld Lu Ruyin sauntering towards him, her figure swaying gracefully. While her beauty might slightly pale in comparison to Xian'er's, her mature and alluring hourglass shape was something the youthful Xian'er could not boast. Perhaps only Su Wanqing, the esteemed beauty of the Xianyuan Empire and the crown princess, could rival her in that regard. Ruyin, my dear junior sister, do you seek me for something? He. I have come to congratulate you, senior brother Jun, on your breakthrough in cultivation. Lu Ruyin observed Jun Moxiao closely, occasionally covering her mouth with her hand as she chuckled softly. I never anticipated that in just a month, your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the golden course stage. Surely, you must have encountered some fortuitous events during this time. Oh, you can see through my cultivation level at a glance. Jun Moxiao replied, somewhat astonished. He was practicing an imperial-grade technique of significant stature, and even the esteemed elder Lu Xian would find it challenging to accurately gauge his true level without exerting his full mental prowess. Without hesitation, Lu Ruyin leaned in closer, ensuring that no one else was around to overhear, and whispered softly into his ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. Allow me to share a secret with you, but you must not let it slip outside. Jun Mo laughed as an itch pricked at his ears, prompting him to discreetly scratch them. Well, do tell. I promise to keep it a secret. Chapter 33. Uruashian's doubts. Lu Ruyin wore an expression of mystery as she softly confided, during my last outing, I chanced upon a wondrous artifact, a small mirror that can unveil the disguises and true cultivation levels of others. Isn't that enviable? Oh, seeing you so cautious. That artifact must possess remarkable quality. A proud glow illuminated Lu Ruyin's face, which she could not conceal. Indeed, its quality is commendable. It is a rare low-grade spiritual treasure. Jun Moxiao gazed at Lu Ruyin, who was eager to flaunt her fortune, and felt an urge to utter, is this all there is? However, in consideration of her pride, he graciously replied, Junior sister Lu, you are indeed fortunate. It invokes a sense of envy in this elder brother. He continued, by the way, a few days ago, I vanquished a demonic cultivator and unexpectedly acquired a remarkable magical artifact. Allow me to present it to you as a token of my return. With that, he produced a small black banner, waving it gently before Lu Ruyin. A remarkable magical artifact? Lu Ruyin was taken aback, struggling to believe her eyes. Previously, he had gifted her a golden mist gourd, and now, another exceptional item. She longed to express that one should not accept rewards without merit, yet found herself at a loss for words. Several times, she opened her mouth to speak, her hands trembling slightly, torn between the desire to accept and the embarrassment of doing so. Upon witnessing the scene, Jun Moxiao calmly remarked, there is no need for you to decline. Sister Lu, your previous technique for unblocking meridians was remarkable. If you feel indebted, you may serve your senior brother once more. A soft giggle escaped Lu Ruyin's lips as she grasped his intentions, gracefully retracting the black banner with a flick of her delicate hand. Ding! The host has gifted the extraordinary artifact, the Daughter of Destiny, Lu Ruyin, triggering a 100-fold critical return, a mid-grade spiritual treasure, the Sword of Celestial Slaying 1. The Sword of Celestial Slaying, mid-grade spiritual treasure. It can be integrated into the sword array of Celestial Slaying to amplify its power. Current number of swords in the Celestial Slaying array, 4. Swish. Another Sword of Celestial Slaying entered the system space. Exchanging a useless artifact for a mid-grade spiritual treasure was an exceptionally lucrative deal. However, deliberately farming system rewards bordered on the edge of violation. If it were another individual, the system might not recognize it as a legitimate reward but merely as a transaction. Yet, Lu Ruyin's avarice had enabled Jun Moxiao to profit once more. This time, instead of heading to Tai Sui Peak, they proceeded to Lu Ruyin's fragrant abode. Along the way, They encountered several elder disciples who cast inquisitive glances their way. Bang! The door slammed shut. A few elders dismissed the approaching disciples, exchanging wary glances filled with suspicion. They were all admirers of Lu Ruyin, maintaining a relationship that was both competitive and friendly. The sudden sight of Lu Ruyin returning to her residence with the Grand Elder piqued their curiosity, compelling them to linger. One among them produced a black beetle and a horn, chanting incantations. The beetle obeyed the command, burrowing into Lu Ruyin's fragrant abode. Moments later, sounds emerged from the horn. The other elders gathered around, eager to discern the happenings within. Brother Jun, is this comfortable? Indeed. Just close your eyes and enjoy. The faces of several of Lu Ruyin's admirers flushed crimson, their silent fury palpable. One individual crushed the small horn in a fit of rage and stormed off, while another felt a profound sense of loss, akin to a cherished light fading away. Inside, Jun Moxiao lay face down on the bed, while Lu Ruyin's jade-like hands radiated nourishing spiritual energy, rhythmically patting his back. She felt a surge of satisfaction, reminiscing about the other infatuated elders. They all claimed to treat me exceptionally well, yet their gifts pale in comparison to even a fraction of what Brother Jun has bestowed. Who would covet your offerings? Surely, Brother Jun possesses many more fine treasures. If I perform well, perhaps I can acquire even more. With this thought, she resolved to exert herself further, her hands conjuring more spiritual energy as she intensified her efforts. As evening descended, Yu Ruoxian and Zhang Miao were engaged in a sparring session. Swords flashed and colorful skirts danced. With her perfected foundational cultivation, Yu Ruoxian found herself merely suppressing Zhang Miao rather than achieving an easy victory. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Zhang Miao had also reached a perfected foundational state. She had been cultivating profound martial arts in her dreams, allowing for rapid advancement. After a stick of incense burned, Zhang Miao raised her hand in surrender. Yu Ruoxian secured victory by a narrow margin, aided by her possession of the Qing Xian sword. Otherwise, the outcome might have been different. Reflecting on the battle, Yu Ruoxian noted her formidable attack power, yet felt lacking in overall strength, leaving her perplexed. Miao, what technique are you practicing to possess such abundant spiritual power? Sister, you wish to know? I practice the great compassion of heaven and earth yin-yang. Zhang Miao replied candidly. Did Master pass this technique to you? It feels rather peculiar. Zhang Miao realized her slip of the tongue and instinctively covered her mouth. Master had explicitly instructed her not to disclose anything regarding this technique. She then recalled that this imperial-grade technique had two cultivation methods. The first involved absorbing pure yang energy, while the second, known as the New World 108 forms, was a method for solitary female cultivation. Recently, she had been practicing the New World 108 forms alone, hence her rapid progress. However, some postures within this method were rather indecorous and not meant for public knowledge. Miao Yu Ruoxian's beautiful gaze fixed upon her as she inquired, could this technique possibly have dubious origins? Is it an evil art? Zhang Miao's face flushed, and she hurriedly shook her head in denial, her head bobbing like a rattle. No way. This is a legitimate technique. Really? Of course. If you don't believe me, I can teach you. Upon hearing this, Yu Ruoxian felt a rush of excitement. Very well. As your senior sister, I have the duty to supervise your cultivation. You shall impart this technique to me as well. Zhang Miao knew this was wrong, yet faced with the situation, she could only acquiesce. In her heart, she reassured herself, it's fine. As long as I only teach sister the 108 forms, Master Shun Ti hold it against me. That night, within Zhang Miao's chamber, Yu Ruoxian donned a sheer garment, her fair skin exposed in all its glory. Sister, must you wear such attire for practice? Zhang Miao nodded, thinking to herself, this is merely to save your face, otherwise, I wouldn't bother. This technique is simple to learn. Just memorize the 108 movements, and then apply the heart method I teach you. Now let us begin. Chapter 34. The Celestial Slaying Sword Array Achieves Minor Success. Golden Embryo Jade Bone Pill. The following morning, Jun Moxiao stealthily returned to his humble abode on Tai Sui Peak. Yesterday, Lu Ruyin's ministrations were exceedingly pleasurable, causing him to inadvertently drift into slumber. Upon awakening this morning, he was relieved to find his garments still intact, indicating that Lu Ruyin had refrained from any untoward actions the previous night. Though she appeared somewhat libertine, she had not yet descended to the depths of desperation to target someone of his age. Entering the courtyard, he discovered it to be devoid of inhabitants. Xianair and Miao had likely not yet risen. Thus, he languidly reclined in his rocking chair, adopting an air of venerable wisdom. After a short while, the door to Miao Yi's chamber creaked open, and Yu Ruoxian emerged, her attire impeccably arranged, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Humph, what a ridiculous technique. Far too embarrassing. I shall never practice it again. Xian'er, how is it that you emerged from Miao Yi's room? The sudden query from his master startled Yu Ruoxian, compelling her to turn swiftly. She beheld Jun Moxiao reclining in his chair, his demeanor leisurely, as though merely posing a casual inquiry. After gathering her thoughts, she replied respectfully, Master. Xian'er and junior sister Miao Yi were engaged in a discussion about cultivation late into the night, hence we shared a slumber. Upon hearing about their discussion on cultivation, Jun Moxiao's interest was piqued, prompting him to sit upright. That Miao Yi is rather dim-witted. Questioning her would yield little. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to approach your master, who is certain to assist you. A blush crept upon Yu Ruoxian's cheeks, her heart racing uncontrollably. And no need to trouble master. Xian'er has already resolved her issues. Oh, is that so? A look of disappointment crossed Jun Moxiao's face. He mused to himself, wondering why these favored daughters of fortune possessed such remarkable talents, grasping concepts with ease. He wished for a few less astute individuals to allow him to reap more benefits from the system. In contemplating how to exploit the system, Jun Moxiao recalled something. He retrieved two exquisite magical artifacts from the system space. One was the Golden Cloud Gourd, and the other the Xian Guang Shield. Tomorrow marks the triannual sect competition of the Fallen Cloud sect. Xian'er, although you wield the Qing Xian sword, excelling in offense, your defenses require enhancement. I shall gift you these two artifacts to aid you in claiming the title of champion among the outer disciples. Yu Ruoxian gazed at the two formidable artifacts, momentarily taken aback. Although her Qing Xian sword was a congenital spiritual treasure, it was a growth-type artifact, and its current power paled in comparison to that of the exquisite magical artifacts. This was her first encounter with such powerful artifacts, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. After considerable deliberation, Yu Ruoxian resolved to take only the Golden Cloud Gourd. Master, my cultivation is still modest, and my magical power limited. One exquisite artifact is my utmost capacity. Therefore, I kindly ask you to reclaim the other treasure. Jun Moxiao originally sought to test the waters. Indeed, such an act of bestowing treasures seems somewhat illogical. The daughter of fortune only accepted one item. Well, I shall keep the other for you, to be presented once you have achieved mastery in your cultivation. Thank you, Master. Ding. The host has successfully gifted the daughter of fortune, Yu Ruoxian, a supreme magical artifact, triggering a 2000-fold critical reward, returning 20 pieces of the mid-grade spiritual treasure, the Sword of Slaying Immortals. Sword of Slaying Immortals, mid-grade spiritual treasure. This can be integrated into the sword formation of Slaying Immortals, enhancing its power. Current number of swords in the Slaying Immortals formation, 24 pieces. The formation has reached a minor completion. In the inner vision of the Jun Moxiao system space, 24 ethereal, shimmering swords of immortality were suspended. It is difficult to fathom the terrifying power that would be unleashed if his magical prowess were sufficient to activate the small-scale sword formation. After Yu Ruoxian departed, Jiang Miaoyi scampered out with great enthusiasm. Upon seeing her master alone, she dove into his embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest, nuzzling affectionately. Master, where did you go last night? Miaoyi missed you so much. Jun Moxiao's expression shifted slightly as he felt her soft, delicate body pressing against him. He swiftly lifted her, admonishing, I shall no longer grant you my pure young energy. Do not even think about it. Jiang Miaoyi pouted. Her rosy lips slightly parted as she revealed her dainty tongue. But master, I have been trapped at the peak of the foundation establishment stage for several days now. If I could just obtain pure young energy once more, I would immediately break through to the golden core stage. Ah, so soon? Jun Moxiao was taken aback by her words. He recalled that the last time he departed, she was merely at the mid-foundation stage. Yet, in less than a month, she had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and was on the verge of a breakthrough. Jiang Miaoyi blushed and nodded. I am unsure how this happened. It all seems rather muddled to me. However, I have a feeling that without refining pure young energy, I may remain stuck at this bottleneck for quite some time. Jun Moxiao gazed at his beautiful disciple's bashful and pleading eyes, steeling himself as he shook his head resolutely. That is out of the question. I am your master and shall never allow such a thing. Jiang Miaoyi's face turned pale for a moment, and her expression shifted to one of melancholy. Seeing her expression, Jun Mo smiled with a tinge of sympathy. He gently patted her small head and produced a pill vial, offering it to her. This was a 4th-grade breaking realm pill, capable of enhancing the chances for foundation-building practitioners to transcend into the golden core stage. Take this and refine it. Perhaps it will help you break through your bottleneck, he suggested. Following that, he retrieved 10 drops of celestial essence liquid. This substance, a rare treasure of heaven and earth, harbored immense, pure energy, far surpassing the efficacy of spirit stones and absorption. Jiang Miaoyi accepted the returning origin pill and celestial essence liquid with her jade-like hand, pouted slightly, murmuring to herself as she turned to leave, "Master is so stingy." Ding. The system noted the gift of the 4th-grade breaking realm pill to Jiang Miaoyi, triggering a 2000-fold critical hit, resulting in a return of 26th-grade golden embryo jade bone pills. Golden embryo jade bone pills, 6th grade. Their effects are extraordinary. Not only capable of swiftly healing severe injuries sustained by practitioners during cultivation or battle, but also fundamentally reshaping one's constitution, propelling the mortal body to its zenith. For the consumer, it is akin to a phoenix undergoing rebirth, providing a qualitative leap in physical condition and enhancing cultivation speed, unlocking latent potential and elevating the user's perception, reflexes, and mental acuity to unprecedented heights. Ding. The system also acknowledged the gift of celestial essence liquid to Jiang Miaoyi, triggering a 2000-fold critical hit, resulting in a return of 2,000 drops of celestial essence liquid. Swish, swish, swish. Within the system space, a substantial quantity of celestial essence liquid and 6th-grade golden embryo jade bone pills was received. The golden embryo jade bone pills serve to fortify the physical body, while the celestial essence liquid acts as an enhanced version of pure spirit stones. Jun Moxiao meticulously collected all the essence of heaven and earth into a single jade vial, completely filling it to the brim. At present, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, merely a step away from returning to the nascent soul period. Given his innate talent, this step should have been exceedingly straightforward, barely constituting a bottleneck. However, after practicing the celestial grade technique, the Great Force Demon Sutra, his foundational strength surged by 50-fold, causing a previously non-existent bottleneck to manifest. Fortunately, the emergence of the essence of heaven and earth presented him with an opportunity for breakthrough. He resolved to elevate his cultivation to the early nascent soul stage before entering the Demon Emperor's treasury. A quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. With such an abundance of essence, even a humble pig could be transformed into a formidable expert. As he began to absorb the essence drop by drop, Jun Moxiao entered a state of secluded meditation to break through. On this day, the sect was abuzz with excitement, teeming with people, the atmosphere vibrant with noise. Countless disciples were eagerly preparing, their faces alight with enthusiasm and fervor, brimming with anticipation. The cause of this excitement was none other than the triennial grand competition of the Fallen Cloud sect. A multitude of cultivators converged from distant lands, all eager to witness the pinnacle duels among the sect's most talented disciples. In the center of the sect square, a majestic competition platform stood tall. While the observation platform was filled with prominent elders of the sect, they whispered among themselves, their eyes fervently fixed on the competition stage, awaiting the imminent clash of titans. Lu Ruyin, seated on the observation platform, radiated an unparalleled beauty, further shimmering under the sunlight. As the chief elder of the Fallen Cloud sect, every subtle movement of hers drew the attention of the multitude. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, several other cultivators leisurely sipped tea, exuding an air of tranquility. These individuals were emissaries invited by the Fallen Cloud sect to showcase the prowess of their disciples. Chapter 35, The Grand Competition of the Sect. A gathering of talents. The Grand Competition of the Fallen Cloud sect was divided into 3 tiers: the Chi Refinement Competition, the Foundation Establishment Competition, and the Golden Core Competition. As for the highest-ranking disciples of the nascent soul stage, their numbers were few, all well known to each other. Thus, the core disciples of the nascent soul stage did not participate in the internal contests but instead engaged in exchanges with other sections. The 3 competition arenas were distinct from one another, each attracting its own audience. At this moment, there were 10 platforms designated for the Foundation Establishment Competition. Below the platforms, over 10,000 Foundation Establishment disciples of the Fallen Cloud sect gathered, creating a lively spectacle. Hey, Zhang-san, have you heard? The rewards for this Foundation Establishment Competition are extraordinary. The champion will receive a top-grade magical tool. What? A top-grade magical tool? You must be mistaken. That's a treasure worth at least 30,000 spirit stones. I assure you, no mistake. The rewards this time are truly remarkable. I heard that the champion among the Golden Core disciples will even receive a legendary Supreme Grade magical tool. Supreme Grade? Oh my. Just to touch a supreme-grade magical tool in my lifetime would be worth it. Chungu, how are you betting on this foundation establishment competition? My brother. I've pawned my magical treasures for 3,000 spirit stones, hoping to recoup my investment with profit. Hiki, definitely betting on the popular candidates, Dong Taishan, Nanjing Xian, Shibai Ling, and Beit Song Hai, all favored to win, with odds of 6-1. If I place all my bets, surely one of them will emerge victorious, a guaranteed profit. Chungu, you are quite astute. How much spirit stones are you planning to wager? Not too much. I've pawned all my magical treasures and borrowed 20,000 spirit stones at high interest, totaling 28,000. I'm aiming to make at least 10,000 spirit stones profit this time. Wow. Chungu, you're going all in. If you lose this bet, you might spend the rest of your life repaying debts. Bah. Let's keep the conversation pleasant. This grand competition had certain cultivation restrictions. Those older disciples who had exhausted their potential were not qualified to compete. Among the well-performing disciples, some could directly ascend to the inner sect or be favored by elders to become their personal disciples. Thus, the enthusiasm among the participants was exceedingly high. Soon, the competition officially commenced. The scene of the Foundation Establishment Disciples competition was nothing short of fiery, the atmosphere electric. On the platforms, colorful magical combat effects intertwined like a fantastical tapestry, leaving the audience breathless and exhilarated. Look, who is that? A spectator exclaimed. All heads turned in unison. At that moment, a breathtaking beauty leaped onto the stage, Yurua Xian. Clad in a white robe adorned with golden patterns, her stunning visage and ethereal aura, wielding the azure mystic sword. She appeared as a goddess descended from the heavens, captivating the gaze of all. Opposite her stood Beit Song Hai, one of the top contenders for the championship, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, with profound magical power and unparalleled combat experience, truly the foremost among Foundation establishment disciples. The audience, witnessing Yurua Xian for the first time, erupted in cheers for the enchanting disciple. Those who had pinned all their hopes and fortunes on Song Hai also shouted fervently. Both factions were so animated they nearly leaped onto the stage to fight alongside their champions. Yet, in the hearts of most, they believed that Yurua Xian was destined to lose. They could only hope Beit Song Hai would show some mercy and refrain from using lethal moves, allowing the beauty to exit gracefully. However, to everyone's astonishment, in this highly anticipated duel, Yurua Xian displayed breathtaking swordsmanship. Each strike was like a celestial being descending, agile and lethal. Ultimately, after dozens of intense exchanges, she triumphed over the formidable Beit Song Hai by a narrow margin, claiming victory in this competition. Wow, she actually won. My goddess won, ha ha ha. Someone exclaimed, eyes fixated on Yurua Xian's graceful figure. Lu Er, do not gaze at my goddess with such lewd eyes, or I shall have to teach you a lesson. Another person grabbed the offender by the collar, indignant. Wang Mazi, let us speak civilly and not resort to violence. We can have a fair competition. Look, over there, a crowd is gathering again. It seems there is more excitement to behold. A voice called out, prompting a throng of disciples to rush towards another arena. This time, the number of disciples gathered near the platform was even greater than before, and a significant majority were male. The air was filled with murmurs and excitement, as all eyes were fixated on the stage. The reason was clear: two stunning female disciples, one clad in a green dress and the other in white, were engaged in a fierce duel. Today, Jiang Miaoi donned a flowing snow-white green dress, accentuated by a black waist belt that highlighted her alluring figure. In her hands, she held a golden gourd, from which countless golden rays burst forth, capable of both offense and defense, exhibiting immense power. Her opponent was a petite girl, Bai Linger, who was also a front-runner among the foundation-building disciples. Bai Linger was strikingly beautiful, though slightly less so than Jiang Miaoi. However, her diminutive stature and melodious voice won the favor of many male disciples. Hailing from the esteemed Bai family of cultivators, she boasted not only exceptional innate talent but also substantial wealth. Equally a perfected foundation-building disciple, she drew forth a high-grade curved sword, relentlessly attacking Jiang Miaoi, who was enveloped in golden light. After a fierce exchange, despite her lack of combat experience, Jiang Miaoi effortlessly overwhelmed her opponent. I concede, Bai Linger declared in exasperation, voluntarily jumping off the stage. After such a lengthy battle, she had failed to even graze a corner of Jiang Miaoi's garment. Continuing would be futile. Hee, I have triumphed. What a relief! Jiang Miaoi exclaimed, rushing to Yurua Xian's side and joyfully wrapping her arms around her waist. Miaoi, you shouldn't have resorted to using a top-tier artifact so early. It defeats the purpose of honing your skills. Yuruashian gently admonished. All right, I shall heed my senior sister's advice. Jiang Miaoi replied with a playful smile. After several rounds of battles, both Yuruashian and Jiang Miaoi emerged victorious, securing their places in the top 4. The other 2 contenders were, as expected, the popular candidates Dong Taishan and Nan Jiaoxian. Both were renowned figures among the foundation-building disciples and old acquaintances. They were quite surprised that Bai Linger and Song Hai did not make it to the top 4, yet they were very pleased with the 2 stunning sisters. Exchanging glances, they each developed their own strategies. Taishan nodded at the composed Yuruashian, saying, Indeed, I relish this cold demeanor. Conquering it will yield a sense of accomplishment. Jiang Xuan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the curvaceous yet innocent Jiang Miaoi. This one is delightful. I adore the contrast. In no time, the results of the top 4 matchups were announced, much to the satisfaction of Taishan and Jiangxian. In the first match, Yuruashian faced Taishan. Taishan practiced a type of physical cultivation technique, rumored to be impervious to attacks from opponents of the same rank. Observing the tall and aloof female swordsman, Taishan deliberately tore off his upper garment, revealing his well-defined bronze muscles. Under the sunlight, his muscles flexed and bulged, appearing rather ostentatious. Wow, so handsome. I wish to be ravaged by him, exclaimed an infatuated female disciple, drooling at the sight of his muscular physique. Hiki, this junior sister, I am Taishan, known as the Ironbone Bull. In this contest, if you can harm a single hair on my head, I shall concede. His voice resonated with confidence, clearly indicating his unwavering faith in his physical defenses. Without further ado, Yuruashian planted her Qin Xian's sword into a nearby stone and began to gather her sword energy. Since her opponent intended to endure with sheer physicality, using the Qin Xian would be excessive. Fiery flames erupted, coalescing in her palms to form a blazing flying sword. With her palms pressed together, she struck forcefully. The fiery sword morphed into a phoenix of flames, soaring toward Taishan. This was a high-level sword technique, phoenix soaring, taught to her by Jun Moxiao. This brother, I graciously accept your challenge. Boom. Taishan was instantly rattled, enveloped by the flames, and searing pain coursed through his body. His ironclad defenses could not withstand such an attack. With a cough, blood spewed forth, and he was hurled off the arena. A smile graced Yuruashian's lovely face as she lightly stepped down to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the audience. No one anticipated that Taishan, a favorite for the championship, would be defeated in a single move. Oh yay. Senior sister, you are amazing. The sword path truly embodies the most lethal of arts. Jiang Miaoi cheered as she approached. Miaoi, you are not lacking either. No one has allowed you to showcase your true prowess yet. Yuruashian humbly replied. Not at all. The second match featured Jiangxian against Jiang Miaoi. Jiangxian was the last of the original 4 favorites. Countless spectators placed their bets on the top 4 candidates, and now, with 3 having fallen, Jiangxian stood as the final hope. Chen Ge, do you think Jiangxian can win? He will win, undoubtedly. Chen Ge gripped his betting slip tightly, his eyes resolute. After all, he dared not contemplate the dreadful consequences of failure. I foresee it being quite challenging. Even if he wins this round, he must face an even stronger swordsman next. If you keep spouting such pessimism, not only will you lose a friend, but I might just have to deal with you myself. The battle commenced. Jiangxian was tall and handsome. He stepped forward, flashed a smile at Jiang Miaoi, and spoke nonchalantly. Greetings, junior sister Jiang. I hope that after this match, we can exchange communication talismans and stay in touch. With that, he gentlemanly extended his right hand, intending to shake hers. Unfortunately, Jiang Miaoi did not take his hand. Instead, she responded with a powerful kick. Bang! Jiangxian was sent flying several meters, nearly spitting blood. Jiang Miaoi, hands on her hips and wide-eyed, appeared quite displeased. The match has begun, and you are still prattling on. Consider this kick a lesson. Wasting time is shameful. Under the gaze of thousands of spectators, Jiangxian hurriedly rose, suppressing his pain and feigning nonchalance. Hee, junior sister speaks wisely. Let us begin. Jiangxian summoned his artifact, revealing a colossal black hammer glimmering with eerie light. The hammer radiated strong spiritual energy, clearly a high-grade artifact. Be careful, junior sister, Jiangxian politely warned. Humph. Jiang Miaoi hummed softly, and from the gourd behind her flew forth golden radiance, transforming into countless weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, soaring into the fray. The battlefield echoed with the relentless sounds of combat, a dazzling interplay of black and golden artifacts illuminating the chaos of battle. Jiangxian, undoubtedly the strongest foundational disciple of the Falling Clouds sect, seemed to surpass even the renowned prowess of the North Song Sea. However, Jiang Miaoi practiced an imperial-grade technique, Her magical power formidable and several times that of her peers, enabling her to wield even the finest artifacts with ease. This advantage more than compensated for her lack of combat experience. In a short while, amid the somewhat despairing gaze of Brother Chen, Jiang Xin was sent flying by Jiang Miaoi's gourd, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. Jiang Miaoi stowed away her golden gourd. Her cheeks flushed as she jumped down from the stage. The enchanting and cool-headed Yu Ruoxian awaited her below, grasping her small hand. Miaoi junior sister, you did splendidly. Even Jiang Xian, hailed as the foremost in foundational cultivation, was bested by you. Sister, this is all thanks to Master S guidance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have reached this point. Yu Ruoxian nodded vigorously. Indeed, had she not met Master, she would not have achieved her current state. Reflecting on Master brought a shadow to her gaze. Master S time was drawing near. Despite some breakthroughs in cultivation, it was ultimately a mere restoration of strength, with the extension of life being limited. Perhaps a year. Perhaps 5, perhaps 10. Yet, inevitably, Master would depart. Suddenly, she recalled the last time she bathed Master in the inappropriate sight she witnessed in the City of Tears. A blush creeping onto her cheeks. Alas, Master is already advanced in years, yet still so full of vigor. If only Master could be a bit more restrained. Conserving some pure young energy, perhaps she could live a few more years. Boom, boom, boom. An intense ringing of bells heralded the approaching finals of the foundational competition. This time, the two contenders for the championship were both stunning beauties making their debut. As they took the stage, one exuded grace and poise, while the other was enchanting and lively, leaving the audience in a quandary of whom to support. Ultimately, many disciples shouted encouragement for Yu Xinzi, only to follow with cautions for Jiang Junior sister, creating a delightful contradiction. Sister, I will not hold back this time. Jiang Miaoi expressed her eagerness, her abundant magical power surging, comparable to early golden core cultivators. All right, bring it on. Yu Ruoxian gripped her Qin Xian sword, her golden gourd manifesting for the first time, radiating beams of golden light. As the colorful duel unfolded, the hearts of countless spectators were deeply stirred. Observers with keen eyes assessed that the combat prowess of the two had reached the level of early golden core practitioners. The tumultuous sounds of battle continued unabated. In the end, Yu Ruoxian's superior skills shone through, as her mastery of swordplay secured her victory by a narrow margin. Jiang Miaoi pouted, visibly displeased. However, a sudden thought seemed to brighten her mood, and she could not help but stick out her tongue, her eyes sparkling with mischief. If I can't defeat my sister, I have a perfect excuse to ask Master for extra lessons. Chapter 37. Breaking through to the nascent soul, the limit of the physical body at Tai Sui Peak. Within the tranquil chamber, bang! Jun Moxiao suddenly experienced a surge of energy, his formidable magical power shattering his garments to smithereens. In one breath, he expended 100 drops of celestial essence, and at last, with this overwhelming force, he forcibly breached the barrier between the golden core and the nascent soul. The 5 golden cores within him swiftly coalesced into one, transforming into a massive egg. Thump, thump, thump. A series of heartbeats resonated from within the egg, growing increasingly intense, as if a dreadfully formidable entity were about to manifest. Jun Moxiao felt an overwhelming discomfort coursing through his body as his skin began to fissure gradually, blood seeping from the surface. It appeared that his physique could scarcely withstand the formidable yuaning. This circumstance instilled a sense of trepidation within him. He had not anticipated that merely cultivating half of the great strength demon magic would result in such strain upon his body during the breakthrough. He pondered whether, upon the completion of the great strength demon magic, the 100-fold augmentation of power would cause his corporeal form to rupture entirely. The root of this predicament lay in the exalted nature of this technique, which transcended the realms of this world, classified as a celestial artifact. For a mortal vessel to endeavor in its cultivation was undeniably fraught with challenges. As he sensed that this breakthrough was on the verge of calamity, Jun Moxiao steeled himself and produced a jade vial from his palm. Within it resided 26th grade pills, the golden fetus jade bone pills, a supreme elixir capable of mending the flesh and enhancing one's constitution. With a swift motion, he consumed all 20 pills in one gulp, forcing their essence to merge with his being. Instantly, the wounds inflicted by the nascent yuaning began to mend progressively. As the medicinal properties took effect, his physical constitution surged rapidly. He then retrieved the essence of heaven and earth, swallowing 100 drops of the celestial liquid, channeling the potent energy into the golden Dan embryo. A searing pain erupted once more. At that moment, his body oscillated between being torn asunder by overwhelming power, drenched in blood, and being rapidly restored by the pills. The sensation of Jun Moxiao is akin to the bitter contrast of ice and fire, leaving one in a state of discomfort regardless of the side chosen. Time slipped away unnoticed. At last, the ominous egg, exuding a terrifying aura, took form. And a fissure spread, widening with each passing moment. With a fearsome roar, a colossal figure with two faces emerged from the chrysalis within the dantian. Jun Moxiao exhaled in relief, having finally succeeded in hatching this primordial infant. He scrutinized the two faces of the infant. One exuded a benevolent smile, while the other bore a fierce and brutal countenance. This was the primordial infant described in the great strength demon scriptures, embodying a power 50 times that of the early stages of the primordial infant realm. Suddenly, a torrent of viscous black impurities poured forth from Jun Moxiao's skin, emitting a foul stench. This was the cleansing and refinement effect that accompanied the breakthrough into a higher realm, summoning a water mirror. Jun Moxiao approached it to examine his visage. In an instant, his eyes brightened. Previously, he had appeared aged, resembling a frail mortal in his 80s. However, upon stepping into the primordial infant realm and undergoing the subsequent cleansing, he appeared significantly rejuvenated, although he retained the image of a white-haired elder. His face now bore a mature and handsome demeanor, with fewer wrinkles, tightened skin, and a healthy complexion. Clad in white robes, he emanated an ethereal and transcendent aura. Having consumed a substantial quantity of golden embryo jade bone pills, his physical form had fully restored to its peak, even surpassing his former self. Internally, his bones gleamed like jade, impervious and unyielding. His meridians were robust and unobstructed, with blood coursing through his veins like a mighty river, surging and tumultuous. Within his dantian, energy swelled like a vast ocean of stars, with the primordial infant seated serenely within it. "Ha ha, splendid indeed," he exclaimed. Although he still bore the visage of an elder, he at least no longer appeared as distressing. Alas, it truly speaks to the character of Lady Wanqing that she once chose to associate with me. Jun Moxiao reflected on that time with a sense of admiration for her. His thoughts then drifted to his beautiful disciple, Jiang Miaoyi, recalling her insistence on obtaining pure yang energy, which only deepened his respect for her. It was evident. Jun Moxiao's motivation for breaking through his realm does not stem merely from an increase in cultivation. Rather, it is the promise of a rejuvenated youthfulness. He glances at the panel, which reveals the following information. Name, Jun Moxiao. Age, 502 years. Remaining lifespan, 480 years. Realm, early stage of Yuaning. Root talent, 9 suns. Body, perception, extraordinary. Luck level, red grade 3. Identity, Grand Elder of the Fallen Clouds sect. This restoration of his cultivation to the early stage of Yuaning has granted him an additional decade to his remaining lifespan, which now stands at 480 years. While this may not be an excessive amount, one's lifespan is an invaluable treasure. Even a single year is worth cherishing. Contentedly, he closes the panel. Jun Moxiao opened the door to the tranquil chamber and leisurely stepped outside, embracing the sunlight with open arms. He allowed the golden rays to envelop him, basking in their warmth. Ah, how delightful! His body was now remarkably strong, akin to the sun itself, radiating vibrant life and exuding boundless light and warmth. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door was forcefully thrown open from the outside. "Haha, master. Sister and I are back. We've secured the championship and the runner-up title." Jun Moxiao's eyes widened as he swiftly vanished with a flicker, leaving no trace behind. Jiang Miaoyi and Yu Ruoxian were momentarily stunned, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a pale figure darting past, unable to discern the specifics of the situation. Alarm bells rang. A thief had intruded. Jiang Miaoyi, rather impulsive, noticed the shadow heading straight for her master's chamber and immediately shouted out. Before her voice had even faded, she had already dashed inside. Yu Ruoxian, exhibiting greater composure, recalled the incredible speed of the intruder but, in that fleeting moment, discerned the silhouette of a bald elder. Could it be? Her beautiful eyes widened in realization, and she called out to Jiang Miaoyi, "Junior sister, come back." That is yet. Her warning was cut short as Jiang Miaoyi burst into Jun Moxiao's bedroom. "Ah, get out." As expected, two distinct shouts erupted almost simultaneously. Later that evening, Jiang Miaoyi sat at the dining table with a large bump on her head. A foolish grin plastered across her face as if she had gained some tremendous advantage. Opposite her, Yu Ruoxian ate in silence, her demeanor subdued. While it was indeed a good thing that their master had achieved a breakthrough, she couldn't shake off the pang of jealousy. It felt as though something of hers had been snatched away by someone else. Jun Moxiao maintained a serene disposition, having long since returned to normalcy, and gazed at his two disciples with a smile. It brought him great satisfaction that the two young women could stand out among the myriad of foundational disciples, emerging as the strongest among them. With a flick of his right hand, he produced 2 jade vials, each containing 50 drops of heavenly essence. Each drop of this essence was worth more than 10,000 spirit stones, representing the finest resource for cultivation. You both performed admirably today, however. Do not let pride lead you astray. Always remember that within the strong, there are those who are even stronger. This is a reward for both of you. Wonderful. There's a reward to be had, Jiang Miaoi exclaimed with a cheer, casting a flirtatious glance at her master. Yuruashian did not hesitate either. Reaching out to accept the vials, her eyes sparkling with an indescribable brilliance. In the subsequent days, the Falling Cloud sect engaged in subtle maneuvers. Due to the sensitive nature of the Demon Emperor's treasury, only a select few high-ranking individuals or disciples were privy to the details. After careful observation, Jun Moxiao discerned that there were indeed few individuals who embodied the fortunes of heaven and earth. Within the entire sect, there were less than 10 individuals whose fortunes surpassed the white level. The highest fortune was held by Ji Rushue, who was in seclusion, classified as a golden 5th tier. Having shared a bond with his first wife for 5 centuries, the rewards she could return were nearly at their peak. Following her were his first disciple, Yuruashian, at a red 8th tier, and his second disciple, Jiang Miaoi, at a red 6th tier. These two were prodigies he had nurtured, and their bond was undeniable, making them his primary source of rewards. Next in line was his own fortune, a red 3rd tier, which he could not bestow upon himself, of little use. Lu Ruyan, the sect's renowned beauty elder, possessed a purple 3rd tier fortune. She was quite remarkable, fond of taking advantage, and had reached the pinnacle of mid-stage transformation, thus offering a high return on rewards. Due to certain factors, she maintained a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Jun Moxiao. Aside from Lu Ruyan, he also discovered a little girl with a blue 5th tier fortune among the crowd, boasting a return multiplier of 20. This girl, named Bai Linger, had turned 18 this year but, for reasons unknown, stood less than 1 meter 40 tall. The remaining female cultivators had green fortunes and were 3 genuine disciples at the golden core stage, but their return multiplier was a mere 5 times. Such paltry rewards did not impress Jun Moxiao, and he couldn't even be bothered to remember the names of the 3 female cultivators, referring to them simply as Little A, Little B, and Big D. Suddenly, Jun Moxiao noticed a peculiar issue. It seemed he could only perceive the fortune levels of female cultivators. He could not discern the fortune levels of male cultivators, relying solely on system prompts. Was this system exhibiting a form of gender bias? He believed there must be male disciples within the sect possessing decent fortunes. However, those individuals posed no threat to him and would not yield any rewards, hence the system automatically excluded these unworthy individuals. Reflecting on his responsibilities, he mused that he could not solely select beautiful female disciples for his team, for that would be quite inappropriate. Thus, he summoned the top 4 contestants from the Golden Core competition to join his ranks. Together with Yuruashian, Jiang Miaoi, Bai Lingo, Little A, Little B, and Big D, he successfully assembled a team of 10. Personnel secured, effortlessly. Once he submitted the roster, news soon arrived from the esteemed elder, Lu Xian. In 10 days, the Falling Cloud sect would collaborate with the Grand Demon sect to dispatch disciples to explore the Demon Emperor's treasury and secret realms. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 9 days had passed. As expected, Yuruashian effortlessly broke through, entering the early stage of the Golden Core. It was reported that the little girl, Bai Linger, also successfully broke through, achieving the same early stage. Consequently, among all participants, Jiang Miaoi became the weakest, which left her feeling despondent. As the moonlight grew cooler, a stream of water flowed through the crack of Jun Moxiao's tightly shut door, forming into the shape of a young girl at the bedside. What brings you here? A deep voice resonated throughout the room. With a soft thud, the girl knelt before him. Master, I have been stuck at a bottleneck for several days, having failed to break through despite numerous attempts. I truly have no other recourse but to seek your guidance. Jun Moxiao felt a tinge of helplessness. As a devoted master who cherished his disciple, it was truly difficult for him to refuse her requests. The following morning, senior sister, I have also made a breakthrough. I have attained the Golden Core. Jiang Miaoi boasted with an air of pride before Yuruashian. So what have you broken through? It's merely the Golden Core. Why are you so elated? Yuruashian inquired with curiosity. Jiang Miaoi suddenly grinned mischievously. I shan't tell you. It is my secret. Are you out of your mind? The next day, in the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, the venerable elder Lu Xian donned an elegant azure robe as he sat upon a meditation cushion. Before him stood 2 cups of aromatic spirit tea, exuding a delightful fragrance. Jun Moxiao sat opposite Lucian, lifting a cup of spiritual tea and consuming it in one gulp. Lucian shook his head and sighed. This is a few precious leaves of enlightenment tea, treasured by my master uncle for many years. Such a hasty consumption is quite wasteful. He too picked up the spiritual tea, pouring a delicate sip, and closed his eyes to savor the flavor. Indeed, the enlightenment tea was extraordinary. Jun Moxiao understood the other's intent and smiled, saying, Master uncle, rest assured. This expedition to the Demon Emperor's treasury, regardless of the state of the enlightenment tree seed, I shall certainly retrieve it. Lucian opened his eyes and took out 6 talismans from his storage ring, placing them upon the stone table. That is well, he continued. Take good care of these 10 6th-grade talismans. When the time is necessary, ensure that all those from the demon sect are detained to eliminate any future threats. Jun Moxiao cast a glance at the talismans, noting that the 6th-grade talismans could unleash the full power of a late-stage transformation realm cultivator. Typically, the inner sect elders possessed only transformation realm capabilities, which was quite commendable. After stowing them all in his storage bag, he rubbed his hands together, his gaze shifting towards the storage ring of the other party. Master uncle, do you have any 7th-grade talismans? I would love to play with a few. Lucian quickly shook his head, covering his storage ring. The offensive power of 6th-grade talismans already equates to that of a late-stage transformation realm expert. They are costly to produce. These are more than enough for your current indulgence. Master uncle, do you truly lack them, or are you simply reluctant to part with them? Jun Moxiao persisted, his eyes fixed intently on Lucian's storage ring. Lucian remained silent, grappling with an internal struggle. Ultimately, he relented, reluctantly producing 2 7th-grade talismans. Nephew, I can only spare 2. Use them judiciously, for their worth is nearly equivalent to that of a mid-grade spirit treasure. Hiki, rest assured. Jun Moxiao gleefully seized the 2 precious 7th-grade talismans, standing up with a beaming smile. It was these very talismans that had enabled him to eliminate the Son of Destiny, Tang Sanhao. Such artifacts were undoubtedly trump cards of immense power. Master uncle, I shall take my leave now. You can return to your coffin and await my good news. As his figure gradually receded, Lucian was left in a state of bewilderment. You little rascal, I've grown old, yet your nature remains unchanged, still as impudent as ever. Lucian chuckled, shaking his head as he lifted his teacup, savoring the Tao enlightenment tea. The flying bear mountains towered majestically into the clouds. At the summit, the snow lay thick, glistening in the sunlight and radiating a kaleidoscope of magnificent hues. A massive flying vessel hurtled towards them from the distance, emblazoned on one side with the bold characters of Falling Cloud Sect. Leading the crowd alongside Jun Moxiao were 2 formidable protective elders, responsible for their escort. We've arrived at our destination. Let us descend, Jun Moxiao announced, gazing down at the mountains. Among these protective elders, one was an aged man named Miao Feng, and the other an elderly woman named Ding Feng, both formidable practitioners of the void refinement stage. Hiki, those demons from the Demon Gate arrived rather swiftly. But without a key, their early arrival is of no consequence. Elder Miao scoffed, casting a disdainful glance below. Awaiting below, the demonic cultivators from the great heavenly demon sect had long been prepared, radiating a terrifying demonic aura that enveloped the flying bear mountains, creating an imposing spectacle. Ding Feng let out a cold snort. The oppressive aura of her void refinement prowess caused the entire mountain range to tremble, instantly dispersing the overwhelming demonic energy. Chapter 39. The Demonis Yin Ruashuan atop the mountains, the celestial and demonic sects stood on either side, the atmosphere tense. The snowflakes in the air, sensing the energy fluctuations, fluttered away to a distance. The celestial and demonic paths have always been irreconcilable, and the fact that they could meet without combat this time was purely due to the substantial interest at stake. Hiki, it has been years. The once thousand blades Tai Sui has become an old man. When you finally meet your end, I shall throw a grand banquet to celebrate. A nonchalant voice emerged from the crowd opposite, belonging to a middle-aged man draped in a black robe. Jimmy Ho, spare me your sarcastic remarks. Do you not recall how I pursued you for 1,000 miles, forcing you to feign death and disguise as a woman, fleeing like a dog? Jun Moxiao stroked his grizzled beard, choosing to disregard the remarks about his appearance and instead launched directly into revealing shocking information. The disciples of the Grand Heavenly Demon Sect, upon hearing his words, turned their gazes towards the silent destruction marquee, feeling a sense of incredulity. It was astonishing to learn that such a prominent figure, one of the 4 marquises of the demon sect, had endured such an embarrassing episode. The silent destruction marquis, feeling the sting of this revelation, flushed with indignation as a powerful surge of mana erupted from him, causing the surrounding peaks to resonate ominously. A true hero does not dwell on past glories. I have ascended to the realm of void refinement, while you, at best, have only a few years left to live. Those who cling to past accolades are unworthy of being compared to me. TSK, TSK. So you are admitting that I chased you like a dog. The incident he referred to remained the greatest humiliation of the silent destruction Marquis's life, a subject that no one dared to mention in his presence. Yet this audacious Jun Moxiao had repeatedly brought it up, leaving him utterly humiliated. Do not be angry, silent destruction Marquis. I have heard that the thousand-blade tsunami will also enter the secret realm. I shall procure his head and present it to you as a gift. At this moment, a youth with a sinister countenance stepped forward. His identity was of great significance, as he was Moxiao, the son of the grand heavenly demon sect's leader, possessing the cultivation of perfected nascent soul. Jun Moxiao cast a glance at the other party, but no notifications appeared from the system. If they were not the fated child of destiny, he held little interest in these younger generations. At that moment, a sultry voice broke the silence. Moxiao. You cannot slay this old man. A beguiling woman emerged from behind Moxiao, clad in form-fitting black attire that accentuated her enchanting figure. Her alluring visage was complemented by a porcelain neck, jade-like arms, a proud bosom, and a tantalizing curve of her hips, while her long, fair legs radiated an ethereal glow. Ding! The fated daughter Yin Ruosun has been locked in. Fate level, red tier 3. Root, 19 body inactive. Cultivation, perfected yuanying. Identity, saintess of the great demon sect. Return rate, 300 times. Bond value, initial 1 point. Prompt, deepening the bond will lead to a continuous rise in the return multiplier. Surprised, Jun Moxiao noted the sudden emergence of the enchanting sorceress Yin Ruosun, who was indeed a red tier 3 fated daughter. Why must we spare this old fool? Moxiao turned to Yin Ruosun, his gaze tinged with a hint of fervor. Yin Ruosun's unique status was bolstered by the backing of a venerable elder from the demon sect, rendering even Moxiao and his father, the sect leader, hesitant to act against her. Yin Ruosun, barefoot, adorned her smooth feet with delicate bells that jingled as she walked, capturing the attention of those around her. Each ankle was embellished with a pair of small bells, producing a melodic chime with her every step. She approached Jun Moxiao, her phoenix-like eyes glinting with cunning mischief. Hiki, if I say we cannot kill him, then we cannot. I want him alive. He holds great value. Both Jimmy House and Moxiao fell into silence. Despite their elevated statuses, one being one of the 4 nobles of the demon sect and the other the son of the sect leader, they could do little but acquiesce to Yin Ruosun's whims. Given her powerful backing, before Jun Moxiao could utter a word, Yin Ruosun could no longer contain herself and coldly rebuked, "You, wicked enchantress, should not be so audacious. My master is a person of great virtue and reputation, unworthy of your scorn as a demoness." Jiang Miaoyi similarly sprang forth, her large eyes fixed fiercely on Yin Ruosun. "Demoness, do you dare believe I want to strike you down this very instant, you vixen? Ha ha, dear little sisters. You are still rather naive," Yin Ruosun replied with a seductive smile. At that moment, her gaze towards Jun Moxiao was filled with insatiable desire. Her heart ablaze. "Indeed, my senses do not deceive me. That old man possesses the rare 9-yang constitution. If I can forge a profound alliance with him, it will awaken my unique physique, and I shall soar to unimaginable heights." Indeed, upon Jun Moxiao's arrival, Yin Ruosun's dormant abilities began to stir. She was acutely aware that this elderly man must harbor the 9-yang constitution. This opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Should she fail to seize it and allow him to depart, she would lose the ability to activate her special constitution when his time finally came. Thus, Yin Ruosun was resolute in her determination to capture Jun Moxiao, to exploit him thoroughly to awaken her unique gifts. If one attempt failed, she would make 10, 100, 1,000. As long as the old man lived, she would relentlessly extract his worth until she achieved her goal. At that moment, the enchantress's eyes burned with fervor, revealing an untamed wildness that she made no effort to conceal. Jun Moxiao, somewhat perplexed, touched her nose. Among the many handsome male cultivators present, she fixated on him with a gaze that was both provocative and frenzied. "Despite your beauty and allure, dear girl, your peculiar inclinations are evident. I am already devoted to another, so do not harbor any foolish hopes." Others began to sense the unusual tension as the saintess, revered by countless disciples of the demon sect as an idealized lover, appeared to have taken an interest in the elderly figure before her. The old man's facial muscles twitched in irritation, and he could not help but curse inwardly, "What a shameless person. When she initially rejected me, she acted so proud and pure, yet now she seems infatuated with this old man. How absurd." The disciples behind him wore expressions of resentment, their gazes toward Jun Moxiao brimming with hostility. This old man, possessing some unknown charm, had stolen the heart of their dreamlike goddess. If given the chance, they vowed not to let him escape, determined to dismember him piece by piece. Sensing the malevolent stares, the disciples of the fallen cloud sect stepped forward, shielding their grand elder. Unavoidably, a verbal skirmish erupted between the two factions. What are you staring at? And what of it? Your demoness is quite fetching. I might just capture her to serve our grand elder. Are you seeking death? Do you dare challenge me? I could slice you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. The atmosphere was charged with tension, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. Had there not been significant matters at hand, they would have already been at each other's throats. Enough, Jun Moxiao huffed, her voice resonating with the power of the Tao, echoing through the skies and causing a ringing in the ears of those present. Let us cease this trivial banter and commence. Once within the secret realm, there are no rules. Victory and survival depend solely on one's own capabilities. Agreed. The silent destruction Marquis responded with a cold snort. Chapter 40. Entering the secret realm, a brutal encounter. At a nondescript location within the Flying Bear Mountain range, Jun Moxiao retrieved the key to the treasure vault left by the Huangquan Demon Emperor and arrived at the location indicated by the other party. With a wave of his magical powers, he activated the key and inserted it into the mountainside, causing the ground to tremble as a resounding rumble echoed around him. On a seemingly ordinary peak nearby, a spatial rift gradually unfolded. This place was a secret realm, serving as the treasure vault of the Huangquan Demon Emperor. To acquire the treasures of the Huangquan Demon Emperor, one must navigate through the perilous secret realm in search of them. According to the intelligence gathered, there existed a force of regulation at the entrance of this rift. Only cultivators below the transformation stage could enter, otherwise, they would face annihilation by the regulating force. However, once inside, one could wield power surpassing the nascent soul level. Jun Moxiao led 10 disciples at the late or perfected stage of Yuaning, along with 10 fortunate disciples at the golden core stage, directly into the realm. Upon observing that only a little over 20 individuals had entered from the opposing sect, the young master of the great heavenly demon sect, Moxiao, scoffed dismissively. He waved his hand, and over 100 disciples streamed in. After all, numbers often dictate an advantage. In the blink of an eye, Jun Moxiao and his companions found themselves in an expansive and extraordinary world. Here, flowers and grasses thrived. Towering trees reached for the heavens, and the air was thick with rich spiritual energy. The environment was remarkably conducive to the proliferation of the demon race. Be cautious, for you might be devoured by the demons, he warned. Yes, great elder. The disciples responded in unison. Little girl, your name is by Ling, is it not? This place is fraught with danger, so allow me to gift you this exquisite defensive artifact, the golden mist gourd. In this perilous realm, with so many fateful maidens present, he, as the great elder, felt it was only fitting to play the role of a benevolent benefactor. The sudden influx of wealth left by Ling momentarily bewildered. Instinctively, her tiny hands accepted the golden mist gourd, and she chirped gratefully, "Thank you, great elder grandpa." Jun Mo smiled wryly, suppressing the impulse to chastise the child. Ding. The host has gifted the fated daughter, by Linger, an exquisite magical artifact, triggering a 20-fold critical return, yielding 20 exceptional golden gourd artifacts. Such a meager reward. Jun Mo felt a sense of disbelief within. Bilingo's eyes sparkled with admiration as she cast a gaze of reverence towards Jun Mo before eagerly dashing away with the gourds in her arms. Ding. The bond value between the fated daughter by Linger and you has increased to 2 points, and the critical return multiplier has risen to 40-fold. An unexpected gain. This little girl is rather easy to win over. Other disciples turned their eager and expectant gazes towards the esteemed grand elder, their anticipation palpable. Haha. You are all the future pillars of our fallen cloud sect. Fear not, there is enough for everyone. With a hearty laugh, Jun Moxiao waved his hand, conjuring forth countless resplendent golden gourds, bestowing one upon each individual. Among them were naturally included the 3 favored daughters of fortune, Xiao A, Xiao B, and D. Ding. The host has gifted the fortunate daughters Xiao A, Xiao B, and D with exquisite magical artifacts, triggering a remarkable 15-fold critical return of golden gourd 15. Ah. It is fortunate that several daughters of fortune remain. I shall not incur a loss. Jun Moxiao mused, stroking his chin. Ding. The bond value with the fortunate daughters Xiao A, Xiao B, and D has increased to 2 points, enhancing the critical return multiplier to 10-fold. The disciples' eyes sparkled with gold. They were astounded that the Grand Elder had indeed gifted each of them an exquisite magical artifact. It is worth noting that even their esteemed master had never bestowed such a high-tier treasure upon them. In that moment, the sheer joy of these disciples was overwhelming, nearly causing them to faint, their admiration for the Grand Elder reaching unparalleled heights. Should anyone dare utter a word of disparagement against the Grand Elder, they would immediately engage in a life-and-death struggle. Jun Moxiao cast his gaze upon his two disciples, recognizing that their magical artifacts were sufficient. He then produced a considerable number of fifth-tier talismans. In this perilous environment, the master had meticulously prepared several fifth-tier thunder-attracting talismans, which he entrusted to the two for their protection. These fifth-tier talismans equate to the offensive capabilities of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, requiring only a modest expenditure of spiritual energy to activate, making them perfectly suited for use in this situation. "Thank you, Master," the two young women responded, receiving the talismans with respectful bows of gratitude. Jun Moxiao sensed an opportunity and felt an unusual tension rising within him. This was his first time gifting a fifth-grade talisman, and he was intensely curious about what kind of extraordinary treasure the system would return to him. Ding! Host has successfully gifted the fifth-grade Thunder Summoning Talisman to the Daughters of Fortune, Yuruaxian and Jiang Miaoi, triggering a combined critical multiplier of 4,000 times. Total return, 47th grade Violet Heaven Divine Thunder Talismans. Violet Heaven Divine Thunder Talisman, 7th grade talisman upon activation, summons the Violet Heaven Divine Thunder for devastating strikes, with power equivalent to a full force attack from a late-stage Void Refinement cultivator. Fortune has smiled upon me. My dear disciples truly deliver, worthy of being the treasures of my heart. Jun Moxiao was overjoyed. With so many 7th grade talismans at his disposal, he could practically roam unhindered, obliterating anyone who displeased him. Now armed with such formidable weapons, Jun Moxiao brimmed with confidence and immediately led his disciples into action. If they encountered any members of the great demonic sect, they would show no mercy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The disciples of the Falling Cloud sect all soared into the sky atop their flying swords, with 20 dazzling golden gourds, supreme-grade magical artifacts, floating above them, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Unlike the coordinated advance of the Falling Cloud sect, the great demonic sect, due to their sheer numbers, had split into multiple smaller teams to explore separately. Deep within a forest, over a dozen demonic cultivators were fleeing for their lives. Behind them, countless verdant wood demons relentlessly pursued these intruders. The leading nascent soul demonic cultivator wore an expression of sheer disbelief. He had never expected the sheer number of demonic beasts in this place. As they ventured deeper into the forest, hundreds of wood demons adorned with emerald patterns had emerged. Among these wood demons, even the weakest possessed golden core cultivation, while 4 or 5 of their leaders had reached the peak of nascent soul. Damn it! Had I known, I would never have taken this path. The leading demonic cultivator seethed with regret. Just then, a surge of overwhelming auras erupted from ahead, thick with killing intent. Clearly, the newcomers were no allies. Before the foremost demonic cultivator could react, a barrage of sword energy rained down from the heavens, piercing him through like a pincushion. Jun Moxiao, with his hands folded behind him, descended slowly, gazing at the fleeing individuals with a calm demeanor and uttered, "This path is blocked. Depart." Behind him, the disciples of the Falling Cloud sect bore fierce expressions, each adorned with a resplendent golden gourd hovering above their heads. The gourd emitted an endless stream of golden radiance, enveloping the area in a shimmering barrier that obstructed the escape route of the demonic sect disciples. Supreme-grade magical artifacts? All of them possess supreme-grade artifacts? The leading demon cultivator's face was etched with disbelief. As a core disciple of the Grand Demon sect, having attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, he was only entitled to wield a single supreme-grade artifact. One can only comprehend the immense value of such treasures. Yet, it was astonishing that each of these disciples from the Falling Cloud sect possessed a supreme-grade artifact. Such extravagance was truly remarkable. Faced with such a staggering disparity, he could only turn and flee. Chapter 41, The Might of the Celestial Slayer. At this moment, behind these demon cultivators, hundreds of bloodthirsty and ferocious greenwood beasts had already pursued them, their eyes fixated hungrily upon their prey. It's over. They intend to drive us to our doom. The people of the Falling Cloud sect are utterly merciless. Alas, I am doomed today, pity me, having cultivated for 128 years, yet I remain a virgin. Bah! As a disciple of the demonic sect, I truly feel ashamed for you. A brutal clash erupted within this forest. Jun Moxiao observed coldly. The reason he refrained from directly taking a life was twofold. Firstly, to conserve his magical energy, and secondly, to assess the capabilities of the Qingmu demons. These were creatures of a type he had never encountered before. Their appearances were peculiar, lacking a fixed form, Some bore tentacles, others possessed 3 eyes and 8 arms, while some were of enormous size. The sole commonality among them was that these Qingmu demons were manifestations of plant spirits. Their defining characteristic was their remarkable regenerative ability. Even when limbs were severed, they could regenerate within a remarkably short period. The sounds of anguished cries echoed incessantly. One Qingmu demon, as large as an elephant, opened its gaping maw and voraciously consumed a magic cultivator. Its belly swelled momentarily before returning to its original state. Another tentacled Qingmu demon ensnared its opponent tightly, piercing the skin with its tendrils and voraciously siphoning blood. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate victim was reduced to a desiccated corpse. Alas, how cruel these demons are! Jiang Miaoyi, who had been watching the scene unfold, could not help but cover her small mouth in shock. Jun Moxiao stroked his goatee and imparted to his disciples, "You must remember, combat is no trifling matter. It is a matter of life and death. Once you ascertain that the opponent is an enemy, you must strike with all your might, devoid of any mercy." The disciples solemnly adhered to the elder's teachings, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, the battle nearby swiftly reached its conclusion. Undoubtedly, the disciples of the demon sect met their demise, with even the squad leader, who possessed an exceptional protective artifact, having his head severed. To Jun Moxiao's surprise, the one who decapitated him, the Qingmu demon, had attained the cultivation of a half-step transformation of spirit. His appearance was a curious blend of human and demon, resembling a pale youth with azure skin. At that moment, the pale youth collected the opponent's storage ring and began to toy with his spoils. Among them was an extraordinary artifact, a treasure staff, which he easily refined and claimed as his own after dripping his blood upon it. Jun Moxiao glanced at Yu Ruoxian, signaling her to step forward and see if communication could be established between the two parties. Clad in white as pure as snow, and exuding an ethereal grace, Yu Ruoxian nodded and took 2 steps forward, her voice as melodious and clear as that of a golden oriole. "Greetings, may I inquire who you are?" This was intended as a simple probe, yet the response from the other side was astonishingly unexpected. "Ah, a woman." As the pallid youth caught sight of Yu Ruoxian's visage, his eyes ignited with a lustful crimson glow. "What a beautiful woman! Ha ha ha, you shall be mine, and I will ensure you bear the finest offspring for me." The pale youth, akin to a raving wolf at the sight of a beautiful maiden, waved his hand and bellowed, "Men, attack! Devour the men, but leave the women for me." Without hesitation, the adversary launched an assault, and in the blink of an eye, countless vines shot forth, seeking to ensnare Yu Ruoxian. "Humph! Seeking death." Jun Moxiao, ever vigilant, let out a cold snort and waved a hand. The radiant blade of his sword, gleaming like fresh snow, sliced through the air, severing the encroaching vines with ease. "Old fool, daring to obstruct my endeavors. I shall make you wish for death." The pale youth roared, unleashing an immense pressure that caused all disciples of the falling cloud sect to step back in unison. "This child possesses terrifying cultivation. We should confront him together," suggested one disciple. "No need. Such a small brat holds no fear for me." Jun Moxiao shook his head in refusal. "Are you then prepared to reveal your trump cards? To avert any unforeseen consequences?" Both the celestial and demonic sects would undoubtedly bestow protective talismans. This was a notion that any disciple with a modicum of intelligence could conceive. The primordial essence of divine and demonic beings within him awakened, unleashing a colossal surge of mana, far surpassing that of his peers. Jun Moxiao calmly stated, "There is no need for such complications. This mere demon shall be eliminated." Swish, swish, swish. 10 celestial slaying swords materialized above Jun Moxiao, emanating a power capable of annihilating all life in the world. Celestial slaying sword formation. Jun Moxiao murmured softly, as the clouds part. The autumn moon yearns to ascend the heavens, the sword departs, and the meteors plunge wildly to the earth. 10 streams of sword energy surged into the sky, cleaving through the clouds and rainbow. The dawn broke through the mist, illuminating a figure clad in white, more radiant than snow, with light and shadow dancing gracefully upon the hem of their garment, swaying gently in the breeze. Jun Moxiao appeared as though he were bathed in divine light, exuding an ethereal aura that set him apart from the mundane. 10 celestial swords of slaying directly locked onto the pale youth and the numerous greenwood demon subordinates behind him. Could this be a mid-grade spiritual treasure? The disciples of the Fallen Cloud sect, sensing the overwhelming power within the celestial swords, were filled with astonishment. Mid-grade spiritual treasures were exceedingly rare. Even the inner sect elders in the transformation stage had never possessed one. Yet, the Grand Elder wielded 10 mid-grade treasures with remarkable ease. This immense financial power and profound magical prowess were truly terrifying. No, it cannot be. The pale youth's already pallid complexion grew even more ashen. Before the attack even landed, His clothes shattered, his skin cracked as if he had been subjected to 1,000 torturous cuts. Death loomed near. The pale youth summoned all his magical energy. Brandishing the exquisite artifact he had just acquired, desperate to withstand the celestial swords. However, it was all in vain. The artifact was reduced to mere scrap metal before it could even touch the celestial swords. The chasm between mid-grade spiritual treasures and exquisite artifacts was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. The pale youth's body disintegrated before the celestial swords, ultimately turning to a pile of ashes. The immense force radiated outward, effortlessly annihilating the pale youth, its power only slightly diminished as it continued its relentless assault. The greenwood demons, having forgotten to flee, stood foolishly transfixed as they witnessed this astonishing display of power. With a thunderous roar, a corner of the forest was laid to waste. The hundreds of greenwood demons that had once occupied this space were now reduced to dust. The ground resembled a chessboard of devastation, with flora and fauna obliterated, even stones turned to powder, scattered by the wind. Shock, fear, incredulity. Even Jun Moxiao, the orchestrator of this calamity, felt a sense of astonishment. Let alone the other witnesses. How incredible! In Uruashtin's eyes sparkled admiration of the highest degree. Oh yeah, my master is amazing. Who would dare bully me again? Jiang Miaoi transformed into a little fangirl, her eyes filled with stars. Grand Elder is truly formidable. Little Loli by Lingore's mouth was agape in awe. The disciples of Fallen Cloud sect were left dumbstruck, with some rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Fearing this was all an illusion. They were dead. Under the Grand Elder's might, all enemies were obliterated. Haha. The Grand Elder is magnificent. With him here, we fear nothing. Chapter 42. The Emperor Great Chaos Thunder Sword in an ancient city woven from green vines. The flickering flames illuminated the face of an elderly man, whose gaunt features were etched with green patterns, resembling a piece of desiccated wood. He tapped his frail fingers upon the table, producing a rhythmic sound, while his chair, like the table, appeared to have grown directly from the walls. How could a human cultivator suddenly appear in the Stonewood domain, which had remained silent for millennia? Were they here to seize treasures from the forbidden grounds? It must be so. A gray face emerged from the wall, reminding him that, according to records, the master of the Stonewood domain a millennium ago was a human known as the Huangguan Demon Emperor. The emaciated elder snorted coldly. My Greenwood Demon clan has dominated this land for countless millennia. What nonsense about humans. Only the might of fist prevails. The gray face retracted its smile. I heard your young master was slain by the intruding human cultivators? Heh, have you not heard that wildfires cannot be extinguished and spring winds give rise to new life? As long as the Greenwood Demon clan preserves its seeds, it can resurrect the following year. But what of resurrection? They would lose all their cultivation, starting anew. With everything once held becoming naught but a fleeting dream, it would be far better to die. The withered elder abruptly raised a hand, exuding a force that twisted the gray face. Greenwood King, do not anger. Do not view me as a punching bag. The elder replied coolly, those intruders, having acted so rudely, must pay a brutal price. Old friend, do you require assistance from my Stone Demon clan? The gray face inquired with a serious tone. No need. The elder's deep voice echoed, swiftly disseminating his orders. Relay my command. All members of the Greenwood clan are to slay any human cultivators on sight. If they encounter formidable foes, lure them to the Green Vine City for me to handle. Slaughter them all? I heard there are exquisite female cultivators among them, perfect for producing superior offspring. Wouldn't killing them be a waste? Humans are the spirits of all things. Mingling bloodlines can enhance offspring's potential. Yet I have surpassed the age of desiring women. I now seek only to protect my legacy. What a pity, we stone demons also dislike human women. They are frail and small. The secret realm was vast, rivaling the entire territory of the Xianyuan Empire. For supreme beings of the emperor level, traversing its expanse took but a few breaths. Yet for ordinary cultivators entering this domain, weeks or even months would be required for exploration. Throughout their journey, Jun Moxiao allowed Uruashien to lead based on her instincts, with the others following behind. She was the daughter of fortune, her luck slightly better than others. The sky grew increasingly dark. Soon, a torrential downpour began, accompanied by thunder and lightning that shook the earth. Although the group did not fear the rain, the power of thunder could not be ignored, forcing them to return to the ground. From this moment on, the nuisance posed by the Greenwood Demon race escalated. In the rain, the Greenwood Demons not only increased in combat strength but also experienced a significant boost in recovery capabilities. During their journey, Jun Moxiao refrained from intervening, instead utilizing the Greenwood Demons to refine the disciples of Fallen Cloud sect. After Uruashien stepped into the Golden Core stage, Jun Moxiao presented his most cherished swordsmanship. seizing an opportunity to impart it entirely. This was an earth-grade exquisite sword technique known as the Heavenly Heart Sword art. It comprised 10 forms, corresponding to the 10 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, sun, and moon, with her chaotic spirit root. Uruashian found it easier to practice this sword art, resulting in even greater power. Ding! The host successfully taught the daughter of fortune Uruashian the earth-grade exquisite sword art, rewarding emperor-grade sword art, Great Chaos Thunder Sword. Chaos represents the primordial state of the world, the condition before heaven and earth were separated. Within this chaos, thunder roared, wind swirled, fierce fires blazed, and the 5 elements of yin and yang, along with celestial bodies, were birthed. The power of thunder was a gift of chaos. The Great Chaos Thunder Sword was an unparalleled sword technique created by emperor-level beings, merging the vastness of chaos with the wild ferocity of thunder. The Great Chaos Thunder Sword was the most potent divine ability in the realm of cultivation. Not even nascent soul cultivators, let alone those in the void refinement or integration stages, could comprehend it thoroughly. Fortunately, Jun Moxiao possessed an extraordinary talent for comprehension, allowing him to grasp its essence. Days passed, and the number of greenwood demons they encountered increased, with hundreds of them lurking ominously in the shadows. Jun Moxiao often practiced his skills using them, honing the Great Chaotic Thunder Sword. When the Thunder Sword was unleashed, the heavens and earth were filled with spheres of lightning, crashing down like a cataclysm, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The Qingmu demons, upon encountering these orbs of lightning, would dissolve like ice and snow, offering no resistance whatsoever. Even the Yuanying-level Qingmu demons within their ranks could not escape this fate. Such formidable humans drew the attention of the Qingmu king. Since it has come to this, allow me to take matters into my own hands. He waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to lure the humans into Qingting City. Sienna, halt. On that day, Jun Moxiao suddenly addressed Uruashian, his eyes gleaming with a spark of intelligence. What is it, master? Uruashian, who was leading the way, paused and turned back, a hint of confusion in her gaze. Have you noticed that you are being deliberately guided towards a specific location by the enemy? Uruashian, being exceptionally astute, immediately sensed something amiss. Humans possess a tendency for directional thinking. Upon discovering a location with fewer enemies, they instinctively gravitate towards it. Coupled with the Qingmu demon's ability to manipulate plants within the forest, intentionally creating smoother pathways to entice their foes, the route of the Luoyun sect members had, unbeknownst to them, been subtly influenced, leading them unwittingly into a trap. Master, what should we do? Uruashian inquired, her tone tinged with anxiety. Shall we change our direction? No need for that. Do not laugh, my lord, he gestured, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The vastness of this secret realm rendered it nearly impossible to locate anything hidden by the Yellow Springs Demon Emperor. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to inquire of the indigenous inhabitants. Since our adversaries wish to ensnare us, let us turn their scheme against them. In Qingting City, the emaciated king of the Greenwood stood atop the city walls, gazing into the distance. His formidable cultivation at the pinnacle of the transformation god stage unmistakable. Below, myriad peculiar greenwood demons stood in wait, poised for the arrival of human cultivators. Before long, silhouettes emerged on the horizon, each exuding elegance and charm, embodying the essence of nobility among humans. At the forefront stood an elder with white beard and hair, exuding an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Here they come. These humans exhibit an audacity beyond measure, having unraveled my plans and daring to march forth to their demise. Chapter 43. A sword to annihilate thousands of foes. A monumental grayish-blue ancient city loomed before them, imposing and inescapable, radiating an air of antiquity and solemnity. The army of greenwood demons stood like a forest, unyielding and relentless. From the depths of the ancient city, a voice echoed, companions of the Yellow Springs, kindred souls abound. Thus, I shall meet my end without regrets. For the esteemed guest of humanity, I shall pave the way home. In that instant, it felt as though the heavens and the earth resonated, trembling in response. At the pinnacle of the transformation god stage, several exceptionally perceptive disciples discerned their adversary's cultivation level through the sound, instantly gripped by unease. The emaciated elder atop the city wall was a figure of unparalleled strength, rivaling even the elder's peak prowess. Such an individual would be renowned even beyond these confines. Now, within this secret realm, he was an invincible force. Moreover, among the greenwood demon army were numerous beings at the nascent soul and golden core levels. This formidable strength rivaled that of third-rate sects within the cultivation world. For these disciples to contend against a third-rate sect was akin to scaling the heavens. Master, What shall we do? Jiang Miaoi, witnessing the overwhelming force before them, felt a surge of panic. Swish, swish, swish. Countless large gourds soared forth, showering a myriad of golden rays, forming a protective barrier before the group. Master, this is a trap. You must depart at once. Allow me to hold them off. Sienna urged, her voice resolute. Indeed, great elder, your invaluable existence must not be compromised. The disciples echoed in unison. Jun Moxiao maintained a serene demeanor, unperturbed as he stepped forward, his gaze as sharp as that of a hawk, fixed upon the ancient city before him. Throughout my life, I have engaged in countless battles. With millions of souls claimed beneath my sword, such trivial confrontations hold no significance for me. You young ones should not forget my moniker when Tai Sui is enraged. Corpses litter the land for miles. This is not mere bravado. In that moment, Jun Moxiao radiated brilliance akin to the sun, instilling boundless confidence in all who beheld him. The hearts of numerous disciples surged with fervor, their initial trepidation swept away. The ground began to tremble as the ethereal forms of the Qingmu demons emerged, encircling them in a matter of moments. Master! Yuruaxian grasped the hilt of her Qingxian sword, gradually raising it, the tip aimed resolutely at the multitude of Qingmu demons before her. An indomitable spirit surged forth, as if she could vanquish any adversary standing in her path. Go forth. Though what demons fear thunder and fire, employ the swordsmanship I have taught you to annihilate them. Yuruaxian nodded, flames igniting fiercely upon her Qingxian sword, transforming into a magnificent phoenix of fire. Unity of sword and spirit. The fire phoenix sword. With a sweeping motion, countless Qingmu demons were struck by the soaring flames, their wooden forms crackling and igniting. Chaos erupted instantaneously. A canopy of golden radiance shielded its master. As blades danced across the battlefield, the green blood of the Qingmu demons splattered everywhere. Suddenly, Jiang Miaoi let out a series of fierce cries, her delicate yet supple form unleashing tremendous power. Having cultivated the great sadness of yin and yang, her physical strength and magical prowess were astonishing, exceeding that of others at the same level by at least fivefold. Her once delicate hands transformed into hammers of devastating force, easily shattering the Qingmu demons before her as if they were mere blocks. At that moment, a slender Qingmu demon appeared before Jiang Miaoi, its wooden face adorned with a sinister grin. Kikik, a human beauty, just the prize to capture for the propagation of my kind. This demon was of mid-yuaning stage, casting forth countless vines in an attempt to ensnare Jiang Miaoi. Yet, she remained unfazed, producing a fifth-grade lightning talisman and slamming it down with conviction. In an instant, a massive bolt of lightning erupted from the talisman. The power of the lightning talisman rivaled that of a full-force strike from a late yuaning cultivator. Even those of such caliber would find it hard to withstand. The lecherous grin of the slender Qingmu demon morphed into sheer terror. With a thunderous boom, it was reduced to a heap of splintered wood. Humph! You thought to bully this lady? Not a chance, Jiang Miaoi declared, patting her chest with a triumphant smirk. Jun Moxiao's spiritual sense was attentively observing the surrounding battle. Sword energy surged in all directions, and the brilliant light of magical treasures scattered, creating an astonishing spectacle. Witnessing the performance of the disciples from the Falling Clouds sect, he couldn't help but nod in approval. This cohort of disciples was commendable. Aside from Xian Er and Miaoi, the others also showed promise of advancing to the realm of divine transformation, potentially becoming the backbone of the sect. However, even the most resilient of mortals can eventually be exhausted. Confronted by the seemingly endless tide of the Qingmu demon army, the disciples' magical energy was rapidly depleting, and even consuming medicinal pills could not replenish their strength. An ever-increasing number of Qingmu demons gathered, a dark mass, overwhelming in their numbers. The Qingmu king, stationed atop the city walls, similarly focused his spiritual sense on the fierce confrontation, a smug smile gracing his features. This ancient being's awareness extended towards Yuruaxian and Jiang Miaoi, captivated by their enchanting figures. He mused to himself, marveling at the allure of these human maidens. Had he been a century younger, he would have pursued them relentlessly. Yet, the Qingmu king refrained from lingering on their forms, retracting his spiritual sense, fearing that a moment of weakness might disrupt his resolve and impede his breakthrough. The tide of battle had already been determined among the cultivators. The strongest was merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and even if they possessed hidden trump cards, they could not withstand the onslaught of thousands of Qingmu demons. Returning to his grand hall, the Qingmu king settled upon his throne, engaging in idle musings filled with disdain for humanity. It is often proclaimed that humans are the spirits of all living things, the leaders of creation, capable of vanquishing all evil and demonic entities in the world, especially sword cultivators, who boast of slaying 1,000,000 foes with a single strike. Huh. Such audacity is laughable. To me, humans are no more than ants. The notion of slaying 1,000,000 foes with a single sword is sheer folly. Humanity tends to exaggerate, boasting of the prowess of human cultivators, oblivious to the fact that my kind, the wood demons, are the true favorites of heaven and earth. At that moment, a startling explosion reverberated through the heavens and earth as though a significant event had transpired. Suddenly, a terrified wood demon rushed in, panic etched across its face, exclaiming, "My king, dire news. A calamity has struck." The Qingmu king furrowed his brow, demanding, "What has transpired to cause such alarm?" "My king, shortly after your departure, that white-haired elder unleashed 24 flying swords, forming a lethal sword formation. With a single strike, our entire Qingmu demon army was annihilated." "What?" The Qingmu king could scarcely believe it, rushing to the city walls. Outside, billowing smoke obscured the view, reduced to ruins. Between Qingting City and the forest lay a chasm, as if struck by a meteorite, with cracks spreading like a spider's web, transforming into a vast gorge that extended for miles. On the ground, among stone pillars and debris, the remains of Qingmu demons were scattered, charred and twisted, emitting a pitiful crackling sound under the licking flames. Chapter 44, The Celestial Seal, Subduing the Qingmu King Master, Are You Unharmed? Jiang Miaoyi grasped Jun Moxiao's hand tightly, channeling her magical energy into him. Behind her, Yurua Xian similarly placed her palm on Jun Moxiao's back, transferring her own magical energy. "I am fine," Jun Moxiao replied with a wry smile. In the recent crisis, he had inadvertently overdrawn his body, activating the 24 slaying swords to form a formidable sword formation against the enemy. With a single strike, countless foes were vanquished. However, he had also paid a price. A mouthful of old blood spewed forth, alarming his disciples. Even with the 50-fold magical energy granted by the divine demon scripture, it was still an arduous task for him to wield 24 mid-grade spiritual swords with his current strength. The power of that single strike was truly terrifying. Even Jun Moxiao is unable to ascertain the true extent of his strength. His realm remains rather feeble. Were he to restore his cultivation to the transformation stage, and then activate the Immortal Slayer Sword Array, it would undoubtedly be a far simpler task. "You all are truly deserving of your fate." A thunderous roar suddenly emanated from the distant city tower, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent and fury engulfing the surroundings. The Greenwood King was on the brink of madness, the Wood Demon clan numbers in the billions. Those who could join the ranks of the Greenwood Demon army are undoubtedly the elite among them. 10,000 Greenwood Demons comprised nearly half of his forces. How could he not be driven to insanity? With the Greenwood King's incessant bellowing, his withered elder form transformed in the blink of an eye into a towering blue tree monster. The tree monster strode forward with great strides, hurtling towards them with astonishing momentum. At this moment, Jun Moxiao lacked the strength to continue fighting, yet his expression remained composed. With a swift motion, he summoned a magnificent purple talisman, emanating an overwhelming aura of thunder. This was the supreme Zishu Divine Thunder Talisman, comparable to a full-force strike from a late-stage void refinement practitioner, and it stood as the most formidable talisman available in the current realm of cultivation. In such a dire situation, Jun Moxiao had no choice but to expend this precious talisman. Upon activation, countless bolts of destructive purple divine thunder materialized in the sky, unhesitatingly racing toward their target. The tremendous thunderstorm roared past, striking the tree demon transformed from the Greenwood King directly. What was this? No. The Greenwood King had no time to react before being struck by the devastating thunder. The opponent was remarkably decisive, recklessly discarding such a valuable 7th-grade talisman. The disciples of the Falling Clouds sect stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the terrifying power of the Zishu Divine Thunder Talisman. Fortunately, the Grand Elder had refrained from using this talisman against the Greenwood Demon army earlier, otherwise, they would surely have met their demise. The horrific might of the thunder relentlessly ravaged the Greenwood King's form. All of the magical artifacts and spoils adorning him were obliterated, offering no resistance whatsoever. The sound of thunderous impacts echoed incessantly, a testament to the divine thunder piercing the massive tree king's body. At this moment, despair filled his eyes. Who could have imagined that these human cultivators possessed such a devastating weapon? Regret washed over him. Had he known humans were so cunning, he would have chosen to hide away and not involve himself in this affair. In the briefest of breaths, all that remained in this place, amidst the chaos, were the shattered remains of the Greenwood Demon. Jun Moxiao nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, the 7th-grade talismans were formidable. As long as he held a few of these talismans in his hand, he need not fear anyone. Stepping forward, he kicked the corpse of the Greenwood King. Initially, He intended to check if the opponent possessed any storage items, though he held little hope. To his surprise, he made an unexpected discovery. "You old rascal. You're still alive?" Jun Moxiao sensed a faint aura concealed within the remains. He bent down and rummaged through the remnants of the corpse, ultimately extracting a withered branch as thick as a thigh, surviving under the might of a talisman comparable to the late stage of the void refinement realm. The Greenwood King indeed possessed remarkable abilities. The unassuming branch twisted slightly, and a green face gradually emerged at its tip. "My lord, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. If you spare my life, I shall comply with any request." At the moment when the purple cloud divine thunder obliterated his body, the Greenwood King, sensing impending doom, hastily transferred his core to this withered branch. Through this clever stratagem, he managed to salvage his life. However, at this juncture, the Greenwood King was exceedingly weak, his strength having regressed to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, requiring a substantial amount of energy to recuperate. In a moment of inspiration, Jun Moxiao recalled a remarkable ability he had yet to employ. It would serve perfectly for an experiment involving the Qingmu King. A chuckle escaped his lips as he mused that while he might spare the king's life, it would necessitate the latter's servitude. Internally cursing, the Qingmu King expressed with sincerity, "As long as my master spares my life, I am willing to serve you." "Very well, transform back into your human form." Upon receiving the command, the gnarled branches twisted and contorted, ultimately manifesting as a frail old man. However, he bore no comparison to Jun Moxiao's ethereal and transcendent appearance. The distinction between master and servant was unmistakable. Jun Moxiao utilized his formidable magical prowess to immobilize his opponent, rendering them utterly incapable of movement. With a swift motion, he lifted the individual and, stepping into the void, traversed a few paces to a chamber within Qingting City. As the numerous disciples of the Falling Clouds sect regained their composure and contemplated pursuit, they were abruptly met with Jun Moxiao's commanding voice. "Remain here and await my return. I shall be back shortly." The Grand Elder's decree was akin to a divine mandate, and none dared to disobey. Inside the room, King Qingmu, with his back turned to Jun Moxiao and still restrained, could not suppress a creeping sense of dread. What nefarious schemes does this human intend to enact? Could it be that I am truly destined to meet my end here? Jun Moxiao paid him no heed, swiftly forming hand seals. Soon, a seal radiating golden light emerged, which he directly imprinted upon the body of the Qingmu King. Instantly, the Qingmu King's expression became momentarily dazed. Before he returned to his normal state, Jun Moxiao waved his hand to break the control over the Qingmu King and calmly commanded, "Kneel." Without a moment's hesitation, the Qingmu King complied and sank to his knees. "End your own life." Jun Moxiao's gaze was as cold as ice. The Qingmu King, still unwavering, raised his right palm and struck it fiercely against his own head. Bang! His hand was intercepted by Jun Moxiao with immense force. Had it not been for the intervention, he would have indeed shattered his own skull. This immortal seal is quite effective. Jun Moxiao smiled with satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, the immortal seal was a profoundly malevolent spell from the celestial realm. Once ensnared, the victim's life and death rested solely in the hands of the master, unable to refuse any command and bound for eternity. After falling under the immortal seal's influence, the Qingmu King had lost his sense of self, becoming akin to a living puppet, destined to be the most obedient and loyal servant to Jun Moxiao. "Well done. Now tell me, where are we? And where are the treasures of the Hades Demon Emperor hidden?" The Qingmu King replied, "This place is known as the Shirmu Domain, and the treasures you seek are likely concealed within the forbidden grounds of Shirmu." "Forbidden grounds?" Jun Moxiao's eyes lit up. Indeed, seeking information from a local was the most prudent course of action. Chapter 45. What are you doing? Of course, I am claiming you. That night, the members of the Luoyun sect settled in Qingting City. Some among them were injured and required treatment before they could proceed. Within a secret chamber, Jun Moxiao produced a jade vial containing 100 drops of heavenly essence. The appearance of this rich and potent liquid aroused an irresistible longing in the king of Aoki, who could not help but sniff the air in its presence. "Once you refine this essence, your cultivation should restore you to the early stage of divine transformation," he remarked. The king of Aoki received the essence with trembling hands and promptly knelt down. "Thank you, my master, for your generous gift." Jun Mo smiled and waved his hand, seeking out a secluded sanctuary to prepare for his impending breakthrough. It had been over half a month since his last advancement, and he had since restored his cultivation to the pinnacle of the early Yuanying stage. At this moment, his reserves were substantial, making it an opportune time for experimentation. He retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring, uncorked it, and watched as a series of black elixirs, each the size of a longan, soared forth. The rich aroma of the medicine wafted through the air, invigorating him with a single whiff, loosening the constraints of his cultivation bottleneck. These were fifth-grade Yuanying pills. Exquisite elixirs renowned for aiding Yuanying cultivators in their quest for transcendence, each commanding a market price exceeding 100,000 spirit stones. With a swift motion, Jun Moxiao opened his mouth and swallowed 10 Yuanying pills, akin to sweet confections, which swiftly vanished within him. The immense potency of the elixirs began to unfurl within his being, transforming into an indomitable sword that struck directly at the barrier between the early and mid-stages of the Yuanying. A colossal fissure appeared within the barrier. Yet it was not shattered. Undeterred, Jun Moxiao doubled the dosage, consuming 20 Yuanying pills in one breath. An even greater surge of energy coalesced within him. Resonating like a grand bell, the barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught and erupted in a cacophony of destruction. Jun Moxiao's entire being surged with formidable magical energy. His realm restored to the mid-stage of the nascent soul, his magical power doubled, and his lifespan extended by several decades. He examined his status panel. Name: Jun Moxiao. Age: 502 years. Remaining lifespan: 500 years. Realm: mid-stage nascent soul. Spiritual root talent: 9 young body. Extraordinary comprehension. Fortune level: red grade 3. Identity: Grand Elder of the Fallen Cloud Sect. Treasures: 24 medium grade spirit treasures, the sword array of immortal slaying. Mingji Shui, low grade spirit treasure, Liuli Yujing bottle, high grade spirit treasure, 15 golden cloud gourds, supreme artifact. Techniques: Great Force Demon God Scripture, celestial grade, immortal seal, celestial grade. Great Freedom Longevity Art, imperial grade. Great Chaos Thunder Sword, imperial grade. Elixirs and rare materials: 41 purple sky divine thunder talismans, 7th grade. 1900 drops of heavenly spiritual liquid. 6 nascent soul pills, 5th grade. 2 days later. Above the city of Qingding, a group sword on swords, their aura resplendent. The king of Qingding, clad in a simple blue robe, led the way. After consuming 100 drops of heavenly spiritual liquid, his strength was restored to the early stage of spirit transformation, positioning him as a formidable expert. Greystone City. This was the territory of the Stone Demon, the other dominator of the Stonewood domain. Not long ago, this place was a bustling city, teeming with powerful stone demons. Now, Greystone City resembled a site ravaged by a nuclear explosion, with smoke swirling over the remnants of crumbled walls. Beneath the ruins, the mournful cries of stone demons echoed intermittently. At this moment, beneath a collapsed palace, countless stones writhed, ultimately assembling into a robust form. Cough, cough. Damned humans. The Stone King struggled to rise from the ground, his visage marred by fear. He had tasted the cunning and terror of human cultivators this time. Unable to confront him directly, they resorted to hurling talismans to bombard him. With such tactics, Greystone City was utterly devastated by those humans. The Stone King's heart blazed with rage. He vowed to avenge this grievance in the future. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps approached. The Stone King looked up to see 2 figures approaching from a distance. Qingmu Wang, what brings you here? He then regarded the white-haired elder accompanying Qingmu Wang, feeling quite puzzled. Why have you brought a human with you? Qingmu Wang smirked slyly. Old Stone, I have come today to select a master for you. What do you mean? The stone demons, known for their formidable physical strength yet lacking in intellect, found themselves outmatched by the cunning of the Qingmu tribe, which, despite being weaker overall, had the advantage of superior intelligence. Although the Stone King reigned as the leader among the stone demons, his intellect barely grazed the threshold of human understanding. In simpler terms, he was just a dim-witted giant. Jun Moxiao deliberately took a detour to this place, intent on utilizing the Yuxian seal to acquire this simpleton as a servant. With a casual wave of his hand, a blinding golden radiance erupted in the air, and a resplendent, brick-like magical artifact instantaneously expanded to the size of a house, descending ominously upon the Stone King. Severely wounded, the Stone King now possessed only the strength akin to the early stages of transformation. Undaunted by the immense pressure of the golden brick, it let out a fierce roar, raising both hands to directly halt the descending artifact. Boom. The earth trembled as this Stone King, relying solely on its physical might, withstood the crushing weight of the mid-tier spiritual treasure. Meanwhile, the Wood King plunged its hands into the ground, causing countless vines to burst forth from the earth, ensnaring the Stone King in a steadfast grip. Bound by the golden brick and the vines, the Stone King found itself immobilized, filled with dread. What do you intend to do? What is your purpose? Why, of course, it is to claim you. Jun Moxiao revealed a peculiar smile, unhesitatingly activating the celestial seal. Soon, a golden imprint appeared on his hands, with a five-clawed golden dragon swirling above it. With a soft thud, the celestial seal was stamped down. Moments later, its power took effect, causing the Stone King to abandon resistance and kneel. "Your Excellency." The Greenwood King also knelt beside the Stone King, his expression equally filled with reverence. Hee. Capturing these two demon kings is quite an unexpected gain. If his assumptions were correct, the Stone King must have also suffered from the bombardment of 7th-tier talismans. Judging by the outcome, the opponent could be shattered yet remain alive, even retaining strength at the early stage of the transformation realm. This vitality was excellent, akin to that of the Greenwood King, far surpassing the frailty of human bodies. In the forbidden area of the Stonewood domain, all disciples of the great heavenly demon sect had gathered. Originally a team of over 200, their numbers had dwindled to less than 50. Emotion wore a gloomy expression. They had faced countless wood and stone demons along the way. In the final battle at Greystone City, the formidable Stone King had achieved the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Reluctantly, he had used his strongest trump card, a 7th-tier Rain of Fiery Swords talisman, which ultimately shattered the Stone Demon army. The terrifying Stone King was caught in the blast and was left with an uncertain fate. Is this the place where the Yellow Springs Demon Emperor hid his treasures? How thrilling. Suddenly, a beguiling voice floated from behind. In the gaze of the audience, a captivating woman clad in a form-fitting black dress stepped forward. Her beauty was breathtaking, her graceful figure subtly accentuated by the black fabric. Below her long, slender legs, her feet gleamed like jade, with exquisitely sculpted toes. Her waist swayed gently, her curves enchanting, and her ample bosom outlined her perfect silhouette. A cascade of thick black hair further enhanced her allure. This overwhelming charm left not only the numerous disciples of the demon sect in awe, but even the young master Emotion gulping in admiration. "Sinner, my dear junior sister, I reiterate, if you agree to share a night with me, I shall relinquish any treasures found here." Emotion stepped forward, greedily eyeing Yin Ruosun once more. "Haha, brother Emotion, your words put me in a difficult position." Yin Ruosun laughed melodiously, her charm and allure radiating. The demon sect had expended such vast resources, lost so many disciples, and utilized numerous magical artifacts and talismans solely to acquire all treasures. Yin Ruosun would not believe that Emotion would willingly relinquish those treasures for her body. Humph. A man's words are as deceitful as a ghost. Once he has my body, brother Emotion will surely deny any promises made. Upon hearing the sarcasm in Yin Ruosun's words, Emotion's expression twitched. This little enchantress was clever. It would not be easy to deceive her into yielding her form. The forbidden area of the Stonewood domain resembled the colossal yurt. Surrounding it stood 12 half-human, half-beast statues, motionless as sentinels. A red line marked the ground, appearing as if coagulated blood. At the entrance of the forbidden area loomed a massive stone tablet, inscribed with soaring characters. "Those who enter the forbidden area shall be slain without mercy." Emotion turned to a disciple of the demon sect and commanded, "You there, smash the tablet." The disciple, merely a golden core cultivator, wished to refuse but dared not voice his thoughts. He could only brace himself and approach, continuously praying, "Bodhisattva, grant me safety." Cautiously stepping over the red line, he drew closer to the warning tablet. "Phew, I'm all right." After realizing no calamity had befallen him, he breathed a sigh of relief, a smile of survival gracing his features. "Song Shubao, watch your back." Suddenly, someone shouted, their voice trembling. With a thud, before he could react, his head was crushed by a massive palm. Unbeknownst to him, a bear-like statue had awakened and dispatched the rule-breaker with a single blow. Perfected nascent soul? Yin Ruosun's expression stiffened. The strength of this bear-like guardian was indeed at the perfected nascent soul level. With such power among the guards, there were still 12 more like it. At that moment, she touched her storage ring and turned to Emotion, saying, "Brother Emotion, it seems the time has come to see your prowess." Emotion, resigned, produced several 6th-tier attack talismans. These talismans were immensely valuable, worth at least 1,000,000 spirit stones each. Under ordinary circumstances, his status would not afford him such a collection. Facing foes of perfected nascent soul strength, only 6th-tier talismans could prevail. If they relied solely on their cultivation, they would likely suffer a devastating defeat, leaving only himself and Yin Ruosun alive. He was a decisive man. If an encounter was unavoidable, he would act with flair, hoping to impress Yin Ruosun in the process. As he activated and threw talismans one by one, thunderous roars echoed at the entrance of the forbidden area. 1, 2, 3. Emotion's heart bled, but he maintained a facade of nonchalance to project an image of wealth. Ultimately, after expending 7 6th-tier talismans, all 12 guardian statues were vanquished. Even the warning tablet was reduced to dust. With the last obstacle eliminated, the entrance to the forbidden area opened, revealing a splendid passageway. Suppressing his anguish, Emotion gestured for Yin Ruosun to proceed. "Sooner, let us go." Yin Ruosun nodded, her steps graceful as she prepared to enter the forbidden area. Just then, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy erupted from afar. A large group was swiftly approaching on flying swords. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, numerous disciples from the Falling Clouds sect landed, their imposing presence fixated on the members of the demon sect. Emotion recognized their identity at a glance, his expression darkening. "Damn it. After I expended so many 6th-tier talismans, you from the Falling Clouds sect dare come to reap the rewards? No way." Yin Ruosun turned to the leader of the group. An elderly man with white hair and a flowing white robe exuded vitality and an air of celestial grace. She secretly sighed in relief, a perfect arc forming at the corners of her mouth. "I knew you wouldn't perish so easily, old fellow." "Old man. This place is now the domain of my great heavenly demon sect. Should you approach another step, you shall be slain without mercy," Emotion declared fiercely. Simultaneously, 8 late-stage nascent soul demon cultivators stepped forward, releasing their auras in unison. These 8 were the most distinguished disciples of the great heavenly demon sect, collectively known as the 8 sons of heavenly demons. Mere trifles. Jun Moxiao cast an indifferent glance at the demon cultivators, merely instructing, Greenwood King, Stone King. Eliminate them. The 2 demon kings, having restored their cultivation to the early stage of the transformation realm, received their orders and promptly charged forward. The Greenwood King was unfamiliar with Emotion, but the Stone King had indeed experienced his formidable prowess firsthand. Upon seeing the other party's alarm, he hastily reached for his storage ring, only to discover that he was left with merely 2 6th-grade talismans. He couldn't help but hesitate. Depleting his last line of defense would spell peril, while he lingered in uncertainty. The Greenwood King and the Stone King had no such reservations and immediately engaged in battle with the 8 sons of the celestial demon. Jun Moxiao advanced with steadfast steps, crossing the red line and gradually approaching Emotion and his companions. "Junior, you may attempt to hinder my approach, yet I shall heed none of your warnings. What can you do to deter me?" A glint of cold light flashed in Emotion's eyes. "Well, it appears you are courting death." In a swift motion, he produced a 6th-grade Gung Jin talisman and activated it without hesitation. "Be cautious." The disciples exclaimed in alarm from behind. Simultaneously, Yin Ruosun's lips moved, and she involuntarily cried out, "Stop. Do not kill him." Alas, how could Emotion be so compliant? The talisman detonated in his grasp, transforming into countless Gung Jin birds, sharp as blades, soaring directly towards Jun Moxiao. A talisman capable of unleashing a strike equivalent to the peak of the transformation stage. Let us see how you, old fool, meet your demise. The Gung Jin birds flocked together in the sky, forming a colossal golden sword, poised to rend asunder all that dared to obstruct its path. Upon witnessing the situation, Jun Moxiao remained unperturbed. The Mingji Shui at his waist gracefully soared into his grasp, radiating with the power of thunder and lightning. The Great Chaotic Thunder Sword. Chapter 47. The Great Chaotic Thunder Sword. Annihilation of the Demon Sect. The Great Chaotic Thunder Sword. Do not laugh, for the long hell shakes the heavens. As he uttered these 5 words, it seemed as though he sought to encompass the very universe within them. In an instant, his aura transformed with the ferocity of a tempest, a fierce murderous intent surging forth from him like a tidal wave, rendering him unrecognizable from his former self. Clutching the gleaming sword, an ancient and profound energy erupted violently, the murky chaos sword chi concealing the power of thunder capable of annihilating the world. What is the Grand Elder planning? A disciple gasped in alarm. Could it be that he intends to confront the 6th-grade Gingjin talisman with his swordsmanship? What a jest! That talisman is on par with the full-force strike of a late-stage transformation god cultivator. This is disastrous. The Grand Elder has overstepped his bounds. Has he forgotten that his cultivation has regressed, and he is no longer the legendary Thousand Blades Tai Suivier? Meanwhile, the disciples of the Falling Clouds sect were fraught with anxiety, while the members of the Great Demon sect reveled in delight. To witness the illustrious Thousand Blades Tai Sui being struck down would be a splendid spectacle for those who had grown up hearing tales of his renown. This old fool truly overestimates himself. Does he still believe he is the Thousand Blades Tai Sui? I can already envision boasting to other demon cultivators about this moment. At this moment, Emotion's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on the Gingjin giant sword. "You old codger. Dare to covet my woman? Today, I shall take your life." The Gingjin giant sword surged forward at incredible speed, swiftly entering the swirling chaos surrounding Jun Moxiao. It was as if it had sunk into a quagmire, its velocity drastically diminishing. Soon after, a quivering chaos energy entwined with destructive thunder appeared. The great chaos thunder sword clashed directly with the 6th grade Gingjin talisman. Countless streams of Gingjin light disintegrated endlessly. Not only did the great chaos thunder sword withstand the talisman, which rivaled the power of a late-stage transformation god, but it also began to suppress its might. What on earth is happening? Emotion's expression changed dramatically, his face paling in disbelief. No, it's impossible. How could he possess such strength? Has he restored his cultivation? How did he enter the secret realm? Emotion was utterly bewildered, and the other disciples of the great demon sect were equally stunned. Even the conflicted Yin Ruoxian was momentarily speechless, her beautiful eyes glimmering with astonishment. This old man is exceedingly formidable. This scene also left the disciples of the Falling Clouds sect in sheer shock. Ruoxian's gaze remained fixated on her master and his sword. Master's swordsmanship is unparalleled. I wonder when I will be able to match his steps. Jiang Miaoi gazed at Jun Moxiao with adoration, her lips curling into a blissful smile. Master, how magnificent! The disciples of the Falling Clouds sect were astounded. Goodness! This is incredible! Grand Elder, you are remarkable. Ha ha, the little devils of the demon sect have met their match with the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, do you need a godson? I wish to apply. A thunderous sound echoed far and wide, amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. Jun Moxiao's great chaos thunder sword and the terrifying 6th grade Gingjin talisman were utterly obliterated. Emotion stood in a daze, utterly confounded. It was blocked. The 6th grade talisman couldn't harm this old man. Coincidence. It must be mere coincidence. He refused to believe his own eyes, bloodshot as he drew forth his final talisman. Ha ha ha. I refuse to believe you can block it a second time. In a frenzied state, Emotion activated yet another 6th grade talisman, his last one. Boom. The familiar Gingjin talisman was activated once more, transforming into a golden giant sword that hurtled towards Jun Moxiao with fierce intent. Jun Moxiao maintained a serene demeanor, utterly unfazed as he unleashed the great chaos thunder sword once more. Such trivial tricks, no matter how many times you attempt them, do not instill fear in this old man. Following the earth-shattering explosion, Jun Moxiao remained steadfast, resembling an unwavering anchor amidst chaos. Observing the pallid visage of Emotion, he gently gestured to the multitude of disciples from the Luoyun sect. Engage, leave none behind. The disciples behind him were already brimming with eagerness. Had it not been for the Grand Elder's intention to deliberately exhaust the opponent's hidden cards, they would have charged forth long ago. I am ablaze with fervor. Today, I shall confront 10 foes. Emotion unleashed all his hidden trump cards, yet they could not even harm a single strand of Jun Moxiao's hair. The resonant sound of swords echoed from afar, and a blinding light suddenly appeared, rendering him momentarily blinded. The Tian Xin sword technique, illuminating all beings. With a swift motion, a resounding thud echoed as Emotion could not react in time, and his once proud head was severed by Mingji Shui. Jun Moxiao has never shown mercy in slaying, and even though Emotion is the son of the Grand Master of the Tian Mo sect, he executed him without hesitation, delivering a single, decisive strike. Similarly, the dozens of disciples from the demon sect present here have already fallen victim to a frenzied massacre. With the formidable presence of both the Qing Mu King and the Stone King, 2 mighty beings of transformation, the disciples of the Luoyun sect found themselves in no peril, instead growing bolder with each kill. After the passage of an incense stick's time, the battle in this place reached a temporary conclusion. All disciples of the Tian Mo sect, save for one, had been vanquished. Master, that which has fled into the forbidden area. Yin Ruoxian stepped forward to report. Yin Ruoxian, ever cunning, had sensed the impending danger the moment Jun Moxiao successfully withstood the 6th grade talisman and promptly made her escape. Jun Moxiao nodded, unperturbed by the situation. It was hardly surprising that the daughter of fortune from the 3rd rank was no ordinary individual. Her survival was entirely within reason. The disciples of the demon sect who entered this time were relatively affluent. After a thorough search of the battlefield, they amassed an impressive haul, 8 exceptional magical artifacts, over 30 superior magical artifacts, 18 5th-tier elixirs, and more than 100 4th-tier elixirs. These items, being of considerable value, were all collected by Jun Moxiao into his storage pouch. As for the spirit stones, medium and low-grade magical artifacts, along with 1st to 3rd-tier elixirs, he chose not to claim them, allowing the disciples to distribute these among themselves. It was only fair that while he took the lion's share, others should also benefit, even if just a little. Given the multitude of demon cultivators present, even if he feasted, the disciples would still have their fill. Once the distribution of spoils concluded, Jun Moxiao turned his gaze towards the entrance of the forbidden area. If his suspicions were correct, peril surely awaited within. Should the disciples of the falling cloud sect venture in without great fortune, they would likely face dire consequences. A place where a demon emperor stored treasures could spell doom with just a hint of danger. Thus, in the forthcoming treasure hunt, aside from himself, only Yu Ruoxian and Jiang Miaoyi were deemed worthy to enter. The others, including the Greenwood King and the Stone King, would remain outside as sentinels. Xianer, Miaoyi, let us proceed. With Jun Moxiao's command, the two women stepped forward alongside him, their figures gradually vanishing from sight. Just as the three entered, the previously smooth and transparent passage began to exude a sense of spatial dislocation. The trio was whisked away by a peculiar force, landing in disparate regions. Chapter 48, The Woman in the Water. Spatial transmission? Jun Moxiao watched helplessly as Yu Ruoxian and Jiang Miaoyi vanished from sight, powerless to intervene. The mighty emperors, as the most formidable beings in the realm of cultivation, possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate spatial forces, enabling them to traverse the void and rend the fabric of space itself. This forbidden zone was once the palace of the Yellow Springs Demon Emperor, equipped with a spatial transfer array. However, I find myself utterly bewildered as to where I have been transported. Jun Moxiao raised his gaze to survey the surroundings, and before him stood a magnificent palace. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil, devoid of any hint of danger. Could it be such extraordinary fortune to have arrived directly at the most significant location within the treasury of the Demon Emperor? According to the words of Chu Xiu, the leader of the Huangguan Gate, the washing sutress and refining marrow pool of the Huangguan Demon Emperor resided within a palace. The pool was not filled with water, but rather a liquid formed by the laws of the Great Tao, which was not infinite and required a prolonged period of accumulation, having vanished for 10,000 years. The Huangguan Demon Emperor implied that the pool had amassed its essence over the same span. One can only imagine the profound transformations contained within. As Jun Moxiao traversed through the corridors, no warning signs emerged in his heart, as if he were strolling through his own ancestral Tai Sui Peak. Turning left and right, he inadvertently found himself before a side hall, within which mist billowed, revealing a vast pool. The water shimmered with a golden transparency, exuding a rich aura of celestial essence, thick and viscous like mercury. Could this be the fabled washing sutress and refining marrow pool? My luck seems exceedingly favorable. Jun Moxiao plunged his hand into the water and immediately felt a remarkable force surging up his arm. He experienced an exhilarating lightness throughout his entire being, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. What a treasure! My cultivation is rapidly advancing of its own accord, requiring no effort to control. As garments were shed one by one, Jun Moxiao gracefully leapt into the water. The pool's depths barely reached his chest. It was not cold, but rather pleasantly warm, causing his skin to flush with a vibrant hue. Ah, the energy within this water is truly abundant. I fear I cannot absorb it all alone. Once I am finished, I could invite Xianer and Miaoyi to indulge in this rejuvenating soak. Strangely, as this thought crossed his mind, an image involuntarily emerged in his mind's eye. The two enchanting fairies, unadorned, frolicking in the pool, their smooth and luminous skin glistening under the water's reflection, each possessing a physique that could incite a rush of blood to the head. In an instant, Jun Moxiao found himself involuntarily arching his body. Alas, such sights should not be gazed upon. Such thoughts should not be entertained. He sought to cast aside these distractions. Yet the influx of energy from the marrow-cleansing pool rendered such intentions utterly powerless. Jun Moxiao contemplated briefly and soon comprehended that this was a unique side effect. While it awakened the full potential of the human body, it also stirred the most primal instincts within mankind. With a serene smile, he transcended the physical realm. Choosing to disregard the instinctual responses of his body, his soul continued to delve into the profound mysteries of the great Chaos Thunder Sword. As an imperial greatsword technique, it undoubtedly possessed immense depth and complexity. It intertwined two formidable forces, the principles of chaos and thunder. By persistently studying the great Chaos Thunder Sword, he could engage with these two fundamental laws in advance. This was indeed a rare opportunity. One must understand that the mastery of such laws was typically reserved for those of imperial strength. Even a novice cultivator who merely grasped the surface could be deemed a prodigious talent. Currently immersed in the essence-cleansing pool, under the infusion of its extraordinary celestial aura, Jun Moxiao felt his aptitude for learning multiply exponentially. Previously, he had been utterly ignorant of the principles of chaos and thunder, yet now he could glimpse their essence. Such an opportunity was truly a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Jun Moxiao was soon immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge, utterly captivated. Due to the shielding of divine thoughts within the forbidden zone, he was oblivious to a sultry figure, anxiously concealing herself beneath the misty waters not far from him. Alas, what misfortune it was to encounter this person here. Yin Ruosan puffed her cheeks, lying at the bottom of the pool, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the distant figure. Unexpectedly, he appeared to have the visage of an elder. However, his physique belied his age, exuding vitality. Hidden beneath the water, Yin Ruosan seemed to have made a discovery, her demeanor transforming into one of delight. The pure yang body held an irresistible allure for the dormant yin body, and coupled with the unique aphrodisiac effects of the cleansing pool, she found herself struggling to contain her excitement. She discreetly touched her storage ring and quietly retrieved a jade vial containing the rare Jiao Long Dan liquid from the realm of cultivation. The nature of dragons is inherently lustful, and their inner elixirs are renowned as the most potent aphrodisiacs. Just a single drop could yield tremendous effects, transforming an innocent maiden into a fiery temptress. By sheer happenstance, she had come into possession of this vial. Initially intended for amusement, yet now it had unexpectedly found its purpose. Yin Ruosun's complexion flushed with heat, and though she felt a twinge of anxiety, she was willing to sacrifice everything to awaken her unique physique and achieve greatness in the world of cultivation. As the vial's cap was removed, the contents of the Jiao Long Dan liquid mingled with the waters of the cleansing pool, infused with energy that both individuals absorbed. Jun Moxiao, immersed in the profound mysteries of the great chaos thunder sword, simultaneously relied on instinct to absorb the energy from the pool. Suddenly, the long-forgotten sound of the system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Task issued. Assist the daughter of destiny, Yin Ruoxian, in activating her 9-yin body. Reward. Evolution of your own 9-yang body, transforming it into a far more powerful 9-yang celestial body. The abrupt notification left Jun Moxiao momentarily stunned. Why? Under such tranquil circumstances, did the system suddenly issue such a task? He was aware that Yin Ruoxian possessed an unactivated 9-yin body. Yet he was not well versed in the specifics of its activation. As he scrutinized the task description, an idea surged within him. Could it be? Could it truly be that way? With this thought, his inner desire became uncontrollable. His mind was flooded with images of Yin Ruoxian's exquisite jade-like feet and her flawless figure. Ah, no, this is not right. How have I become so lacking in resolve? Jun Moxiao has lived for 5 centuries, witnessing countless tempests and tribulations. Yet, at this moment, he finds himself unable to restrain an impulsive urge, which surely signals something amiss. Suddenly, a splash resonates. From the side of the steaming pool, Yin Ruosan emerges, unable to contain herself. Senior, please lend me your aid. Her delicate voice reaches his ears, as the other party has completely lost their reason. Jun Moxiao instantly comprehended everything. This sorceress has truly lost her mind, poisoning even herself without hesitation. Jun Moxiao, with great effort, steadied himself and raised his right hand. With his current strength, it would take but a single slap to send this already deranged sorceress to her demise. Chapter 49. The 9-Sun Celestial Body, Subduing Yin Ruoxian. Before the hand imbued with destructive power could descend, her delicate form had already drawn near. Jun Moxiao contemplated for a moment, slowly retracting his hand. Regardless of the circumstances, this fated woman could not be slain in such a manner. It was imperative to seize every opportunity and acquire as many system rewards as possible. The path of cultivation was arduous, akin to ascending to the heavens. In the present realm of cultivation, not to mention achieving ascension to immortality. Even breaking through to the great ascension stage and becoming a tribulation-transcending emperor was an exceedingly formidable challenge. Observing the trembling form in his embrace, Jun Moxiao steeled his resolve. Very well, since the system had graciously bestowed rewards upon him, it would be foolish to refuse them. Thus, several hours later, Jun Moxiao finally received the prompt and set aside the unconscious Yin Ruosan. Gazing at her exquisite figure, he formed hand seals, intending to employ the Yuxian seal to exert control over her. At that moment, a notification from his system abruptly sounded. Ding. Warning. If the daughter of fortune is ensnared by the Yuxian seal, she can no longer be deemed an independent entity with autonomous thought, and the critical return system will cease to function. Curse be it. Jun Moxiao hastily retracted his Yuxian seal. For him, the value of Yin Ruosan in life far surpassed that of her demise. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Your 9-yang body has evolved into the immensely powerful 9-yang celestial body. In an instant, Jun Moxiao's cultivation aptitude surged to unfathomable heights. Within him, it felt as though he was consuming the very essence of the universe. As the abundant celestial energy from the cleansing and mirror refining pool flowed into his being like cascading streams. This pool, initially capable of facilitating the transformation of at least 5 individuals, was astonishingly drained of its energy solely by Jun Moxiao within a brief span. A resounding boom echoed within him, and his cultivation, which had just returned to the mid-Yuaning stage, surged once more. The barrier of the late Yuaning stage was effortlessly shattered, marking a successful advancement. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Soon, the bottleneck of the late Yuaning stage reared its head again. Once more, it was breached with a singular strike. Jun Moxiao's cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. It is important to note that this achievement required a significantly greater expenditure than that of an ordinary individual, had he not practiced the Divine Power Demon Sutra. He would undoubtedly have advanced directly to the transformation stage. Ecstatic, he could not restrain a triumphant roar as he felt the overwhelming surge of magical energy coursing through him. At this moment, his strength was formidable, rivaling that of his peak period. After departing from the pool, he donned his attire. Observing that the scripture-cleansing pool had undergone a dramatic transformation, having depleted 99% of its millennia-old energy. With this in mind, he resolved to undertake a daring experiment to see if he could extract the entire pool. With a flourish of his sword, countless strands of sword energy struck the formation surrounding the scripture-cleansing pool. After a cacophony of sounds, the formation was severely damaged. With a single hand gesture and a low incantation, he commanded, "Rise." His overwhelming magical power effortlessly wrenched the entire scripture-cleansing pool from its place. In a swift motion, the spatial forces rippled as he stored the pool within his storage ring. Success. With the pool removed, the antechamber became desolate, leaving only a single, conspicuous demise on the ground. Jun Moxiao unleashed a surge of mystical energy, stimulating the Ling Tai acupoint of the other party, aiding in her awakening. Although their realms were similar, the disparity in strength and magical prowess was considerable, allowing him to easily manipulate the situation. Yin Ruosun gradually regained consciousness, only to realize she was unclothed, her cheeks flushing slightly. Soon, she became aware of the astonishing transformation within her body. Aside from the lingering pain, the most significant change was the activation of her 9-yin physique. This was one of the pure yin constitutions in the realm of cultivation, essentially bestowing her with the potential of an emperor. Contemplating her future achievements, Yin Ruosun couldn't help but beam with delight. A soft cough nearby interrupted her reverie, and upon looking up, she was immediately overwhelmed by a formidable presence. "Esteemed elder." "I, Yin Ruosun, pay my respects to you." Jun Moxiao observed that the other party was not entirely foolish and subtly nodded in acknowledgement. "You audacious child dare to secretly poison the water, aiming to harm me? Such audacity is truly remarkable." Yin Ruosun instinctively shrank her neck, her delicate form trembling slightly. The person before her possessed unfathomable prowess, and should she respond inadequately, her life could very well be forfeit. Having just acquired the 9-yin body, she had no desire to meet an untimely demise. With a sudden thud, she knelt on the ground, her bare knees pressing against the surface. "Please spare me, esteemed elder." This humble girl merely sought to activate her unique constitution and wished to borrow your esteemed presence, harboring no malicious intent. Subsequently, Yin Ruosun recounted the details of her 9-yin body and related matters, not daring to conceal anything. Jun Moxiao never intended to kill her. He merely sought to intimidate her. This sorceress could not be allowed to return unscathed. She must remain by his side. Thus, he could monitor her temperament while occasionally reaping the rewards of the system. "Yin Ruoxin, old man sees you have merely strayed into the realm of darkness. Your sin's not overly grave. If you are willing to pledge an oath to the heavens, severing ties with the demonic path and joining the fallen cloud sect, I shall spare your life." Upon hearing this, Yin Ruoxin was overwhelmed with joy. She had not anticipated that the notorious Thousand Blades Tai Sui, feared by countless demonic cultivators, would be so accommodating. To reject such an offer would be sheer folly. As for what the future held, she was unconcerned. The young woman, Yin Ruoxin, was eager to heed the elder's command. Jun Moxiao stroked his goatee and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yin Ruoxin swore an oath with her heart, establishing a vow to the heavens, thereby severing ties with the great demon sect. "Elder." Yin Ruoxin approached Jun Moxiao and respectfully performed a courteous bow before him. Jun Moxiao gently touched his storage ring and retrieved a lady's robe, tossing it towards her. "Do not tempt the old man any further, child. Hurry and put it on." Yin Ruoxin caught the garment, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Strangely, despite several hours of combat, the pure yang energy emanating from the man before her had not diminished. Rather, it had grown increasingly rich. For a female cultivator bearing the 9-yin physique, this was an irresistible allure. In that moment, Yin Ruoxin momentarily forgot her rather undignified state. It was only then that she observed the robe in her hands, adorned with ethereal patterns and vibrant colors, leaving her momentarily speechless. Ah, a supreme quality robe. I did not expect the Grand Elder to be so generous. The sound of her putting on the robe was sparse, and once he and Ruasun had completed her attire, joy flooded in anew. Sinner, since you have forsaken darkness and embraced the light by joining our fallen cloud sect, I shall present you with a token of our meeting. With a swift motion, 2 jade vials soared through the air. These contain 5th grade breaking boundary pills and 50 drops of heavenly essence liquid. They will assist you in overcoming your bottleneck and swiftly entering the transformation realm. Thank you, Grand Elder. Yen Ruasun exclaimed, her heart brimming with gratitude. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. In her previous affiliation with the Grand Demon sect, she had caught the attention of a Supreme Elder who wished to utilize her 9-een physique as a furnace for cultivation. Unfortunately, since her 9-een physique had not been activated, the prospect of becoming a furnace was shelved. Should she return to the demonic sect, it was inevitable that she would become the Supreme Elder's designated furnace. Though her status would rise significantly, her future development would be constrained. It seemed that seizing this opportunity to join the Fallen Cloud sect and follow the Grand Elder would be a splendid choice. Chapter 50, Subduing the Thousand Shadow Mirror Ding. The bond between the fortunate daughter Yin Ruasun and you has increased to 2 points. The critical hit return multiplier has risen to 600 times. Ding. The host has bestowed abundant pure yang energy upon the fortunate daughter Yin Ruasun, triggering a 600 times critical hit, returning 60 years of lifespan. As anticipated, a fresh influx of lifespan was credited to him, and with the previous increase from his cultivation breakthrough, his remaining lifespan now exceeded 600 years. Ding. The host has successfully gifted the fortunate daughter Yin Ruasun a supreme quality magical artifact, triggering a 600 times critical hit, returning 6 Zhanqian Flying Swords, mid-grade spirit treasures. Zhanqian Flying Sword, mid-grade spirit treasure can be integrated into the Zhanqian Sword array to enhance its power. Current number of flying swords in the Zhanqian Sword array, 30, array level, minor achievement. The Zhanqian Sword array was Jun Moxiao's most formidable weapon, with greater numbers yielding even more terrifying power. Seeing another batch of Zhanqian flying swords added to his inventory, he expressed his satisfaction. Ding. The host has successfully gifted the fortunate daughter Yin Ruasun 5th grade medicinal pills, triggering a 600 times critical hit, returning 60 transformation pills, 6th grade pills. Transformation pill, 6th grade pill, a cultivation treasure specifically crafted for those in the transformation stage. One can reduce a year or more of arduous cultivation time, worth a fortune, and would require hundreds of thousands of spirit stones to acquire. Only when faced with an insurmountable cultivation bottleneck would a transformation stage cultivator consider consuming one. As Jun Moxiao witnessed a multitude of divine transformation elixirs surging into the system space, a satisfied smile graced his face. The system remained as formidable as ever. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The host has bestowed the fortune of the daughter of destiny, Yin Ruasun, with the essence of heaven and earth, triggering a 600-fold critical hit, resulting in a return of 600 drops of the heavenly essence. The rewards from this system were indeed commendable, relying on it. The exceedingly rare essence of heaven and earth seemed to multiply in his possession. Once the system rewards concluded, Jun Moxiao could not resist opening his panel. Name, Jun Moxiao. Age, 502 years remaining lifespan, 600 years realm, perfected Yuanying stage spiritual root talent, 9 yang celestial body. Extraordinary comprehension fortune level, red grade 3 identity, esteemed Grand Elder of the Fallen Cloud sect magic treasures, 30 mid-grade spirit treasure sword arrays, low-grade spirit treasure Mingji Shuel. High-grade spirit treasure Liuli Yujing bottle, 15 supreme quality magic artifacts Jin Xia Hulu, along with a plethora of other treasures, countless to enumerate. Techniques, celestial grade great strength demon scripture, celestial grade immortal seal, imperial grade supreme longevity sutra, imperial grade great chaos thundersword. Further details on artifacts of imperial grade or lower shall not be listed. Medicinal pills and heavenly materials, 41 7th grade Zishu divine thunder talismans, 10 6th grade gung gold talismans, 2,500 drops of heavenly essence, 66th grade divine transformation pills, 12 5th grade Yuanying pills, 3 5th grade breaking boundary pills, and numerous other treasures below 5th grade, not to be detailed further. Nodding in satisfaction, Jun Moxiao closed the panel and, accompanied by Yin Ruasun, commenced his quest for further opportunities. As they traversed the path, they paused intermittently, discovering various low-tier items within the palace. After half a day, he sensed a peculiar intuition, pinpointing a location and heading directly towards it. Yin Ruoxian followed closely, her curiosity piqued. Grand Elder, do you know the whereabouts of Sister Yu and Sister Jiang? Jun Moxiao remained silent, moving forward guided by an extraordinary sense of intuition. This intuition stemmed from the bond shared between the parties involved. Currently, both Yu Ruoxian and Jiang Miaoyi had established a bond value of 4 points with him, leading to a remarkable telepathic connection. Soon, a formation appeared before them. His gaze sharpened, and he immediately recognized it as a maze, ungoverned by any external force. Aha! I found it. The core of this entrapment must be the extraordinary spiritual treasure, the Thousand Shadow Mirror. However, I wonder if it is Xian Air or Miaoyi who has fallen into this predicament. Drawing the Ming Ji Shui from his waist, he activated the Great Chaos Thundersword, preparing to forcibly shatter the illusion. At that moment, within the illusion created by the Thousand Shadow Mirror, Jiang Miaoyi was engaged in a fierce battle. Her adversaries were none other than countless reflections of herself. Since inadvertently stumbling into this place, she had found herself ensnared. Numerous phantoms, both real and illusory, relentlessly assailed her. Had she not possessed an imperial-grade cultivation technique and an abundance of magical energy, supplemented by the restorative elixirs provided by her master, she would have succumbed long ago. Just then, an overwhelming force struck the illusion, causing the myriad phantoms to shatter one after another. The illusionary formation of the Thousand Shadow Mirror was unexpectedly breached from the outside. With the pressure lifted, Jiang Miaoyi collapsed onto the ground, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for breath. A figure flickered beside her, and a large hand rested upon her back. Instantly, a surge of formidable magical energy flowed into her, replenishing her inner reserves. Jiang Miaoyi lifted her gaze and exclaimed joyfully, Master, yes, you performed splendidly. Leave this to me. Jun Moxiao offered her an encouraging glance, instantly uplifting her spirits and filling her heart with immense joy. Master praised me. How wonderful. Jun Moxiao unsheathed his sword, cleaving through the formation, and swiftly turned towards the heart of the myriad shadow mirror. Although this object is an exquisite spiritual treasure, its prolonged existence has bestowed upon it a semblance of sentience, granting it the potential to ascend to the status of a congenital spiritual treasure. According to ancient texts, Jun Moxiao has encountered similar accounts. Among magical artifacts, those that surpass even the finest spiritual treasures are known as innate spiritual treasures. These innate spiritual treasures possess tremendous power, capable of reaching the heavens and penetrating the earth. Thus, they are also referred to as celestial treasures. As Jun Moxiao gazed upon the current state of the Thousand Shadow Mirror, he realized it was now perilously close to embodying the so-called innate spiritual treasure. Within it, there even emerged a flicker of sentience. Otherwise, it would not possess the ability to ensnare others and inflict harm autonomously. Approaching the vicinity of the Thousand Shadow Mirror, one could behold an ancient, quaint mirror undulating gracefully in the void. Upon sensing the presence of an intruder, the mirror flickered, and an apparition identical to him materialized. This was an illusion conjured by the Thousand Shadow Mirror through some arcane principle, endowed with a certain degree of offensive capability and obedient to its command. Such trivial skills daring to flaunt themselves in front of the master. Jun Moxiao, with a graceful movement, dispatched the ethereal illusions with a swift strike, his steps unwavering. The Thousand Shadow Mirror trembled in fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It incessantly conjured phantoms, yet all efforts proved futile. With a flash of sword light, the illusions were obliterated. A formidable hand seized the essence of the Thousand Shadow Mirror, imposing a forceful suppression. Blood dripped into the mirror, and Jun Moxiao's consciousness began to refine this object. Despite its formidable nature, the Thousand Shadow Mirror remained an unclaimed treasure, incapable of resisting. Before long, it succumbed to the embrace of its new master. With a casual wave of his hand, Jun Moxiao stored the formidable magical artifact into his spatial ring. Though ostentatious in appearance, this treasure was ill-suited for a swordsman's path. The wiser course would be to gift it when opportunity arises, perhaps exchanging it for something more valuable. Who knows? This very spiritual artifact might one day be traded for the ultimate treasure of the cultivation world, an emperor's weapon of the great Tao. Chapter 51. The Enlightenment Tree, yours now. Having secured the Thousand Shadows Mirror, his final objective now focused on the legendary sapling of the Enlightenment Tree. Time flows like water. 10,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. None could say what form that sapling, planted by the Yellow Spring demonic emperor of antiquity, might have taken by now. Jun Moxiao led the way with a confident stride, closely followed by the two enchanting beauties, Jiang Miaoyi and Yin Ruoxian. Jiang Miaoyi's gaze frequently drifted towards the more graceful Yin Ruoxian, who walked barefoot, her feet resembling exquisite jade, radiating an ethereal glow. In her eyes flickered an unmistakable hostility and caution. Practitioners of the demonic sect were notoriously secretive and unscrupulous. This enchantress was particularly adept at ensnaring hearts with her beauty. Jiang Miaoyi mused, her brow furrowed, her vigilance palpable. I must remain constantly alert, ensuring she has no opportunity to approach my master, nor to capture his heart. Yin Ruoxun, too, sensed the animosity and scrutiny emanating from the stunning girl beside her. A sly smile curved her lips as she straightened her posture, responding provocatively to Jiang Miaoyi's hostility. This gesture only intensified Jiang Miaoyi's ire, leaving her feeling overshadowed and chafing with indignation. At that moment, Jun Moxiao suddenly halted, turning to gently ruffle Jiang Miaoyi's hair, warmth and affection shining in his eyes. Miaoyi, you nearly sustained injuries within that formation. It was my oversight, he said, offering her two exquisite treasures that emanated a soft, radiant glow. One was a defensive supreme artifact, the jade hairpin, shimmering with a gentle green light, seemingly brimming with life force, capable of effectively countering mental illusions. The other was a precious fifth-grade elixir, the breaking through pill, round and fragrant, promising to aid in overcoming existing cultivation bottlenecks. Jiang Miaoyi's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly accepted the treasures, casting a triumphant glance at Yin Ruoxun. Her smile widened, unable to conceal her joy and satisfaction. My master indeed cherishes me the most, and he would never be beguiled by you, little enchantress. She clung to Jun Moxiao's arm, playfully exclaiming, Thank you, master. Ding. The host successfully gifted the fortuitous girl Jiang Miaoyi the supreme artifact, triggering a 2,000-fold critical reward, returning the treasures, the colorful phoenix hairpin, upper-grade spirit treasure, and the heavenly dragon purple gold crown, upper-grade spirit treasure. The colorful phoenix hairpin, intricately carved with a vivid phoenix design, dazzled with radiant colors, the heavenly dragon purple gold crown, crafted from purple gold and adorned with rare treasures, exuded an air of majesty and nobility. Both artifacts possessed extraordinary powers, capable of repelling malevolent spirits and warding off countless demons. Ding. The host successfully gifted the fortuitous girl Jiang Miaoyi the fifth-grade elixir, the breaking through pill, triggering yet another 2,000-fold critical reward. Returning the elixir, the clear spirit pill, 7th grade, 20. The clear spirit pill, a rare treasure amongst 7th-grade elixirs, was of invaluable worth. Consuming this pill would lead to a remarkable enhancement of one's mental capacity, significantly amplifying one's spiritual essence and dramatically strengthening one's consciousness, rendering it unparalleled in the world. Alas, the method of concocting such an astonishing elixir has long been lost to the annals of history, becoming a legendary existence. Jun Moxiao's heart brimmed with joy and excitement. He had not anticipated that this act of bestowing treasures would bestow upon him 2 exquisite spiritual artifacts and 20 precious 7th-grade Biluoking Shendan. For him, this was undoubtedly a tremendous fortune. More importantly, the emergence of these 7th-grade Biluoking Shendan precisely addressed his urgent need for an elixir to enhance his soul, essential for the cultivation of the Great Strength Demon Technique. His mastery of the Great Strength Demon Technique had yet to reach completion, and at this moment, the arrival of these 20 Biluoking Shendan undoubtedly paved a smooth path toward becoming a formidable warrior. As he journeyed, Jun Moxiao ambled leisurely, pausing at intervals. Eventually, he arrived at a garden that resembled a celestial paradise. Its breathtaking scenery was a balm for the soul, akin to stepping into a realm untouched by the clamor of the world. At the heart of the garden, on an exquisite mat, sat a graceful woman, her eyes closed in deep contemplation, resembling a statue of a celestial being. As Jun Moxiao's footsteps drew near, she slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of surprise illuminating her gaze. Ah, master, you have finally arrived. Her voice, melodious and clear, resonated with boundless joy. Jun Mo smiled faintly and nodded, feeling quite satisfied with Sienera's performance. Indeed, although they encountered a few minor mishaps along the way, they ultimately succeeded in finding you. His words were gentle yet powerful, conveying an ineffable authority. Ruoxian nodded towards the nearby Jiang Miaoyi, then shifted her gaze to the other side where Yin Ruoxuan stood, her eyes betraying a hint of suspicion. Master, the legendary enlightenment tree is right here. Allow me to lead you to it. As she followed her guidance, Jun Mo smiled and inquired with concern, Sienna, have you encountered any dangers since arriving here? Ruoxian responded with a gentle smile, her face radiating confidence and poise. Master, rest assured, although there are a few mountain spirits and tree monsters, I have effortlessly dealt with them. They hardly pose any danger. Upon hearing this, Jun Moxiao inwardly nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. Indeed, this is splendid. It seems that even those with great fortunes may traverse this forbidden land. As long as one exercises caution, the dangers are not insurmountable. After navigating several winding paths, the group found themselves in a clearing. Before them stood a verdant sapling, approximately 5 meters tall and as thick as a thigh, gently swaying in the breeze, as if whispering ancient and enigmatic tales. Surrounding the young tree was a natural aura, and if one quieted their mind, they could faintly perceive the resonance of a profound truth echoing in their ears. This extraordinary phenomenon undoubtedly attested to its identity as the fabled tree of enlightenment. However, upon closer inspection, Jun Moxiao could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Is it truly this small? He stroked his goatee thoughtfully, a hint of regret lacing his tone. This tree of enlightenment appeared to be in its juvenile stage, its reach limited and its foliage not particularly lush. Nonetheless, even so, it remained a rare treasure. Jun Moxiao felt a stir within his heart and, without a moment's hesitation, reached out to uproot the small tree of enlightenment. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes, as if he were contemplating an experiment. "Sienner, this tree is too diminutive. I shall bestow it upon you for your cultivation," he declared, turning to Yu Ruoxian. Chapter 52. The Corpse Demon Puppet. Those who stand against me perish. Upon hearing his words, Yu Ruoxian was taken aback. Hastily kneeling on the ground, "Master, please do not jest. Such a treasure of this caliber is far beyond what I dare to accept." Jun Moxiao gazed at her earnest expression, feeling a sense of helplessness arise within him. He emphasized his words, saying, "What I have given, you must accept." Yet, Yu Ruoxian resolutely shook her head, declaring, "This item is an unparalleled treasure. I neither can nor dare to take it. Master, I implore you to reclaim it." Witnessing Yu Ruoxian's unwavering stance, Jun Moxiao ceased his insistence. He then turned his attention to his disciple, Jiang Miaoyi, who was shaking her head vigorously, her small head spinning like a rattle. Lastly, his gaze fell briefly upon Yin Ruoxian, but it merely flitted past her in a hurried glance. Jun Moxiao let out a soft sigh as he stored the enlightenment tree within his storage ring. He understood that in order to harness the system, he needed to find more suitable candidates in opportune moments. With the matter at hand resolved, Jun Moxiao had successfully obtained 3 treasures from the Yellow Spring Demon Emperor. As he prepared to withdraw from this mysterious locale, he encountered an unexpected challenge. While entering had been a simple task, exiting proved to be much more formidable. Upon reaching the exterior of the opulent palace, they were astonished to discover that countless demons had gathered, seemingly out of nowhere. These fiends emanated a malevolent aura, starkly contrasting the palace's luxurious elegance. Their eyes were filled with greed and a thirst for blood, as if they intended to devour Jun Moxiao and his companions whole. "Elder, be careful," Yin Ruoxian suddenly exclaimed in alarm, recognizing the encroaching threat. "These are the corpse ghost puppets of the Yellow Spring sect. I never anticipated there would be so many here." As Jun Moxiao and his companions gazed into the distance, they beheld a terrifying sight, countless corpses and demonic puppets amalgamated into a ghastly sea, an aura of death thick in the air, sending shivers down their spines. The lifeless eyes of these undead creatures fixated upon them, as if intent on devouring them whole. The strength of these corpse demons varied significantly. Even the weakest among them rivaled that of a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, those at the transcendence level were alarmingly abundant. What was even more astonishing was the revelation that over a dozen of these corpse demons had already attained the refinement void stage. My heavens! Yu Ruoxian could not suppress her gasp. If the members of the Huangquan sect were to command this horde of undead, their overall might could potentially increase 3-fold or more. Jiang Miaoyi trembled in fear at the sight of these dreadful creatures, clutching tightly to Jun Moxiao's sleeve, as if seeking solace in his presence. Yin Ruoxian felt her heart race with trepidation. It was difficult to fathom the grim fate she would have met had she not been directly transported to the palace, but instead found herself ensnared by these ghastly beings. "Elder, what shall we do?" Yin Ruoxian asked, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Had it not been for Jun Moxiao's silence, she would have turned and fled. She was not one to cower in fear, yet the overwhelming numbers and formidable power of these corpse demons left her feeling utterly powerless. No wonder this place was dubbed a forbidden zone. Any ordinary cultivator entering here would undoubtedly face a grim fate. Even formidable figures like the Qingmu King and the Stone King of the Shermu domain, who had reached the pinnacle of transcendence, would assuredly be obliterated should they recklessly venture into this forbidden territory. After all, those dozen or so refinement void corpse demons were no trifles. Their prowess was sufficient to instill dread in any transcendence-level expert. At this moment, Jun Moxiao found himself under the gaze of 3 youthful and enchanting women. Yet he merely responded with a serene smile. "Fear not, for with this in hand, we shall not tremble before them," he declared, slowly unveiling his palm to reveal a talisman radiating with violet lightning. Is that the 7th rank purple cloud divine thunder talisman? Yu Ruoxian exclaimed in astonishment, having witnessed her master wield it on several occasions, thus leaving a lasting impression. The formidable power of this talisman rivaled the full-force strike of a late-stage Xinyuan practitioner, serving as a formidable trump card. In the face of the densely packed, unnerving corpse demons and puppets, a single purple cloud divine thunder talisman could obliterate swathes of adversaries. However, Yu Ruoxian's heart remained heavy with trepidation as she gazed at the overwhelming horde of corpse demons and puppets before her. She was uncertain how many such talismans her master possessed. If there were only one or two, it would likely be insufficient for them to break free from the encirclement. Jiang Miaoyi and Yin Ruoxian shared Yu Ruoxian's sentiments, their hearts equally burdened with concern. As the highest-grade talismans available on the market, 7th-rank talismans were undoubtedly rare treasures that one could encounter but not easily obtain. A single talisman held the potential to sway the outcome of a grand battle. Even within the ranks of the prestigious Fallen Cloud sect, the number of 7th-rank talismans was exceedingly limited. Jun Moxiao, fully aware of their concerns, offered a gentle smile and cast a reassuring glance at them. Rest assured, I inadvertently stumbled upon a concealed treasury within the palace of the Demon Emperor, brimming with an abundance of 7th-grade talismans, sufficient for me to indulge for a while. Upon hearing these words, the three women immediately exhaled in relief, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Having Jun Moxiao by their side was truly a source of great comfort. As they gazed at the increasingly dense swarm of corpse demons and magical puppets, Jun Moxiao resolutely activated the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Talisman in hand. With a resounding roar, accompanied by a violent explosion and raging thunder, a cataclysmic force erupted among the throng of corpse demons and magical puppets ahead. In an instant, countless foes fell beneath the terrifying tempest of thunder. Those who stand in my way shall perish. With a fierce shout directed towards the front, Jun Moxiao strode forth with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountains. Along the way, formidable undead demons surged forth, attempting to obstruct his relentless advance. Nevertheless, Jun Moxiao showed no hesitation in utilizing the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder talismans in his possession, occasionally hurling one amidst the throng of monsters. In an instant, the scene resembled a nuclear explosion, with mushroom clouds billowing skyward, shrouding the heavens and earth, as the entire forbidden ground trembled under the weight of this awe-inspiring force. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Upon the activation of the 9th Purple Cloud Divine Thunder Talisman, not a single undead demon remained in sight. Astonishingly, in a fit of madness to achieve a round number, Jun Moxiao activated the 10th talisman. The cataclysmic power unleashed upon the barren ground stirred fierce winds and sent dust spiraling into the air. This audacious act left every onlooker, friend or foe, deeply moved. Though the undead demons possessed limited intelligence, the higher-tiered ones retained a semblance of cunning. At this moment, they dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance and scattered in terror, fearing another encounter with the formidable harbinger of doom. The entire forbidden ground was enveloped in an unprecedented silence and shock due to Jun Moxiao's actions. Chapter 53. The Elder's Unfathomable Wealth. The three women were utterly astounded by Jun Moxiao's immense wealth. Heavens! The Elder truly deserves to be my man. He is simply too handsome. I can't help but fall for him. Yin Ruoxian exclaimed, her face brimming with admiration. Master, even if we have money, we cannot squander it like this. That is a precious 7th-grade talisman. Although Yu Ruoxian felt a pang of regret, her tone was filled with reverence for Jun Moxiao. Master, love you. Sending hearts. Jiang Miaoyi playfully expressed her affection and admiration for Jun Moxiao. Jun Moxiao gazed at them, a warm smile gracing his lips. Their progress had been nothing short of meteoric, unstoppable in its momentum. Not even the fearsome army of corpse demons could impede Jun Moxiao's resolute stride. Those who once held themselves in high regard, attempting to obstruct him, could only watch helplessly as this intruder of the forbidden realm departed with composure. Among the ranks of this army were a few who overestimated their own strength, believing themselves to be formidable. Yet, under the relentless assault of Jun Moxiao, they were reduced to mere ashes. Outside the forbidden ground, the members of the Fallen Cloud sect eagerly awaited the safe return of the figure who had ventured inside, their hearts laden with anxiety. Their eyes were filled with concern, fearful of what misfortunes might befall the one within. Bai Lingo scanned the crowd, her gaze ultimately resting on the imposing figures of King Qingmu and King Shi, who stood like sentinels. She approached them and whispered, "You two have lived outside this forbidden realm for so many years. Do you possess any knowledge of the dangers within?" Although King Qingmu and King Shi were under the influence of the Yuxian seal, their intellect remained intact, their minds as clear as ever. King Qingmu stroked his beard, his eyes drifting into memories. 1,000 years ago, in my youthful exuberance, I once dared to enter the secret realm, he began, his tone tinged with nostalgia and reflection. Bai Linger perked up at his words, and the nearby disciples leaned in, eager to listen intently. What lies within? Bai Linger asked, unable to contain her curiosity. King Qingmu's expression grew serious, as if recalling something terrifying, his voice trembling slightly with a hint of fear. There exists a form of demon within that is exceedingly dreadful and bizarre. Their strength is immense. Even the weakest among them possesses the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. What? The weakest is at the nascent soul stage? Bai Linger exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed, even the weakest are at the nascent soul stage. And those demons with the strength of the transformation stage are abundant. King Qingmu's revelations left everyone present in utter shock. The disciples of the Falling Clouds sect felt their bodies weaken, nearly collapsing at the thought of such perilous dangers lurking within the forbidden realm. I barely managed to survive the demon-infested area at the outset, but just as I thought I was about to succeed, a formidable force struck from nowhere. Obliterating my physical form, King Qingmu recounted, his eyes closing momentarily in dread. I suspect it was a power possessed only by a great cultivator of the void refinement stage. Upon reopening his eyes, a glimmer of determination shone through. After my resurrection, I achieved the completion of transformation stage. And I have not dared to step foot into that forbidden realm since. You mean to say there are demons within that rival the strength of those in the void refinement stage? Bai Linger, in her excitement, clutched at King Qingmu's collar. He cast a glance at her. Unperturbed, yet a natural aura of transformation stage pressure emanated from him, causing Bai Linger to hastily release her grip. Such demons surely exist. And more than one, King Qingmu affirmed with conviction. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Falling Clouds sect turned pale, their concerns for those inside mounting. Oh no. This is disastrous. The Forbidden Realm is so perilous. The Grand Elder and the others are surely in grave danger. Lamented one, regret evident in their tone. Had we known, we should have dissuaded the Grand Elder. It has been nearly a day since they entered. Something must have gone awry, suggested another, listening to the disciples' chatter. King Qingmu shook his head inwardly. He was confident that Jun Moxiao would emerge unscathed. Otherwise, he too would be affected by the Yuxian seal. Just as the atmosphere of anxiety thickened, a sudden commotion at the entrance caught everyone's attention. Quick! Look! Someone is coming out. The proclamation drew all eyes towards the entrance. There stood Jun Moxiao, a smile upon his face and an air of tranquility as he exited the Forbidden Realm. Behind him, Yurua Skin, Jiang Miaoyi, and Yin Ruasun emerged unscathed as well. The sight ignited excitement among the crowd, including King Qingmu, as they erupted in cheers and applause. Relieved by Jun Moxiao's safe return, the Grand Elder is truly remarkable. Not even the notorious Forbidden Realm filled with countless void refinement stage demons could diminish his brilliance. One exclaimed in exhilaration. Could the Grand Elder be feigning weakness? Perhaps he has already restored his cultivation, speculated another. Indeed, that is a possibility. Let us not forget the Grand Elder's identity as the legendary Thousand-Blade Taisui. Another chimed in, as the disciples gazed on in astonishment and admiration. Jun Moxiao stepped forth with an unruffled demeanor, as if annihilating countless terrifying corpse demons with 10 7th-grade talismans was merely an inconsequential feat. Bai Linger rushed over. Her curiosity piqued. Grand Elder, have you accomplished everything you set out to do? Jun Moxiao revealed a hint of helplessness in his smile and nodded. Yes. Everything has been taken care of. Everyone can return now. At the entrance of the Flying Bear Mountain range, a lingering, haunting aura still hovered. Like an invisible shadow cloaking the land. It was evident that a fierce confrontation among powerful beings had recently taken place here. And the aftermath of that battle had yet to dissipate completely. On the side of the great heavenly demon sect, in addition to the renowned Jimmy Ho, a formidable cultivator of the void refinement stage, there were now 2 more equally powerful void refinement experts. This unforeseen development arose from the catastrophic shattering of the life tokens belonging to the elite disciples of the great heavenly demon sect. Even Motian, the sect leader's son, who possessed a 7th-grade talisman for protection, could not escape this fate, as his life token was utterly destroyed. Consequently, the infamous demons, Niechi Ho and Ming Yin Ho, arrived, joining forces with the great heavenly demon sect against a common foe. These 3 notorious cultivators of the void refinement stage, each a fearsome tyrant, exuded an overwhelming presence and relentlessly provoked the Luoyun sect. Chapter 54, Slaying the Great Cultivators of the Void Refinement in Response to the Provocations. The 2 protectors of the Luoyun sect, Miao Feng and Ding Feng, were naturally unwilling to back down. They stepped forward to confront their adversaries head-on. Amidst multiple clashes, Miao Feng and Ding Feng struggled to fend off their opponent's assaults, sustaining considerable losses in the process, just as tensions escalated to a breaking point. An unusual spatial fluctuation suddenly emanated from the entrance to the secret realm, capturing the full attention of both factions. After a prolonged wait, someone finally emerged from the depths of the secret realm. Upon hearing of the heavy casualties among the disciples of the great heavenly demon sect, Miao Feng and Ding Feng felt a tightening in their hearts, instinctively worrying for the safety of their own disciples. Fortunately, no dire news had reached them from their sect, suggesting that the losses were within a manageable range. At that moment, a figure clad in white, resembling a celestial swordsman, emerged first from the secret realm. It was none other than Jun Moxiao, the Grand Elder of the Luoyun sect. Following him, one by one, the disciples of the Luoyun sect also streamed out of the secret realm, returning to the protective embrace of their elders. Seeing their disciples emerge unscathed, brimming with vitality and radiating joy, the burdens on Miao Feng and Ding Feng's hearts finally lifted. Their relief intensified when they observed that Grand Elder Jun Moxiao was not only unharmed but appeared even more robust than before. As long as everyone is safe, Miao Feng exclaimed, a smile of contentment gracing his features. However, at that moment, the last figure to emerge, a stunning woman clad in black, caught the attention of both factions. Jimmy Ho, noticing her, called out urgently, "Saintess, what transpired within the secret realm? Where are the others?" Nie Chi Ho and Ming Yin Ho simultaneously directed piercing gazes towards her. It was known that among the fallen disciples of the heavenly demon 8, two were personally mentored by them. While they were not limited to a single disciple, training a late-stage nascent soul disciple was no small feat, thus making them particularly invested in this matter. Yin Ruosan trembled under their scrutinizing glares, instinctively retreating a few steps. Desperately, she cast a pleading glance towards Jun Moxiao, her voice trembling as she called out, "Grand Elder." At her words, astonishment rippled through the crowd. The members of the great heavenly demon sect stared incredulously at Yin Ruosan, and Jimmy Ho could not contain his fury, his voice laced with anger and dissatisfaction. "Yin Ruosan, come here." Startled, Yin Ruosan recoiled again, ultimately dashing behind Jun Moxiao in a swift motion. Witnessing this, a sense of foreboding settled in the hearts of the demon sect disciples, manifesting their worst fears. They erupted into uncontrolled shouts of rage, filled with indignation and resentment. In this expedition to the secret realm, they not only suffered the loss of all their disciples, but the sole survivor, revered as a dream figure by countless disciples, Saintess Yin Ruosan, had betrayed them. For the great heavenly demon sect, this was an unbearable humiliation and blow. Simultaneously, Jimmy Ho, Ming Yin Ho, and Nie Chi Ho roared in fury, and an overwhelming aura of void refinement erupted from them. The sheer force of their presence caused the ground to tremble, scattering the clouds above into nothingness. Faced with this display of might, Miao Feng and Ding Feng furrowed their brows, preparing themselves for a potential confrontation. If the previous skirmishes had been mere trifles, it seemed at this time both sides would genuinely engage in a serious clash. Without hesitation, the two unleashed their own oppressive auras of void refinement to counter the pressure from their adversaries. Nonetheless, in this moment of heightened tension, no one noticed Jun Moxiao's subtle actions. He casually retrieved 3 purple sky thunder talismans from his storage ring and activated them without warning. Known for his ruthless tactics against demon cultivators, Jun Moxiao acted decisively, leaving no room for hesitation. He understood that the 3 void refinement experts from the great heavenly demon sect approached with ill intentions, and even without Yin Ruosan's predicament, they would seize any opportunity to strike. With the collaboration to explore the Emperor's treasure vault concluded, the impending events promised to be the most perilous and critical. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions reverberated from Jun Moxiao's hands. The sudden cacophony compelled all present to turn their gazes in unison. However, upon witnessing the scene that unfolded, they were nearly paralyzed with fear. "Grand Elder, those talismans in your hand, they can't possibly be purple sky thunder talismans, can they?" Someone gasped in disbelief. "Aha, the great heavenly demon sect is in for a calamity." Another person chuckled maliciously. "Impressive, Grand Elder. You truly are extravagant." A disciple of the Luoyun sect shouted in excitement. In stark contrast to the panic of the great heavenly demon sect, the expressions of the 3 void refinement cultivators paled simultaneously. How is this possible? This seemingly inconspicuous old man possesses such an abundance of 7th-grade talismans. This was simply absurd. The power of a purple sky thunder talisman could rival the full force attack of a late-stage void refinement cultivator, far beyond their capacity to withstand. Among them, only Ming Yin Ho had reached the mid-stage of void refinement, while Jimmy Ho and Nia Chi Ho remained at the early stage. Faced with this sudden, terrifying offensive, they could no longer maintain their earlier composure. Each of the three unleashed their signature techniques, bracing themselves for the impending fatal strike. With a playful smile gracing Jun Moxiao's lips, he remarked, "Do you think you can thwart me? Such notions are but the ravings of a fool." As three seventh-grade talismans were simultaneously activated, the unleashed power was unparalleled, exceeding threefold that of their individual manifestations. The once azure sky was abruptly shrouded by dense, ominous clouds, with sunlight retreating as if the entire world were engulfed in a stifling gloom. The air resonated with deafening thunderclaps, while the clouds flickered with terrifying violet lightning, resembling enraged dragons as they tore through the heavens with ferocious bolts. A colossal roar reverberated, shaking every inch of earth and sky, as if even the cosmos trembled in response. The violet lightning danced like a frenzied dragon, plummeting from the heights with a force akin to divine wrath, casting a disdainful gaze upon all creation, seemingly intent on obliterating everything into oblivion. Within the thunderstorm, a terrifying power capable of annihilating all was unleashed, swiftly engulfing the three esteemed cultivators of the void refinement stage, rendering them utterly insignificant and helpless in the face of such might. The trio of the silent extinction marquee found themselves ensnared in a hell of divine retribution, passively enduring the overwhelming majesty and punishment bestowed by the heavens. Chapter 55, The Falling Clouds. At last, as the tempestuous thunder in this region began to subside, the entire mountain summit lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland, stripped of its former glory. Jun Moxiao sensed the surroundings and discovered that the presence of the three members of the silent extermination had vanished. A sense of pride and exhilaration welled up within him. "Ha! Now you all know the might of this old man." He laughed heartily, his voice brimming with self-satisfaction and pride. "Little demons, do not think that just because I have aged, I am no longer capable. Let me tell you, some individuals become even more formidable with age and should never be underestimated." Having eliminated three adversaries in one fell swoop, Jun Moxiao felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. It is well known that a void refinement master holds a prominent position within the realm of cultivation, making them rare encounters and vital pillars within their sections. The great heavenly demon sect had not only suffered significant losses among its disciples but had also been deprived of three void refinement masters in one fell swoop, undoubtedly dealing a severe blow to their morale and strength. He took a few steps forward, eager to see if the three had left behind any treasures or storage rings. However, just as he was about to approach, the seemingly lifeless nightmare marquee suddenly sprang to life. Damn it, this old fellow was merely feigning death. Jun Moxiao cursed inwardly as he swiftly retreated to avoid any unforeseen danger. The nightmare marquee struck down towards him with a fierce palm, imbued with a palpable intent to kill, while his own body transformed into a streak of blood, fleeing at a remarkable speed. "Protect the Grand Elder." Miao Feng and Ding Feng quickly rushed in to block the nightmare marquee's attack. Although the assault was thwarted, the nightmare marquee had already vanished without a trace, heavily wounded. "Forget it. Do not pursue." Jun Moxiao halted the two who were intent on chasing after him. "This fellow has utilized blood escape technique. We cannot catch up. Let us return." He beckoned to the others, preparing to head back. This operation had resulted in catastrophic losses for the great heavenly demon sect, not only in the form of many outstanding disciples but also numerous elder-level figures, with two of the four marquises perishing in this encounter. Such a devastating blow was undoubtedly crippling for the great heavenly demon sect. Furthermore, Jun Moxiao's massacre of so many members would undoubtedly provoke a ferocious retaliation from them. Thus, he was acutely aware that swiftly enhancing his cultivation was the only path forward to counter future challenges. Days later, the group returned triumphantly to the Falling Clouds sect. As the exhilarating news spread through the sect like a spring breeze, the entire Falling Clouds sect erupted in excitement, akin to boiling water heated to a frenzy. All disciples, as well as elders unaware of the events, were left in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. It turned out that the Grand Elder had personally led a group of exceptional disciples into a perilous secret realm, not only capturing the disciples of the demon sect but also eradicating those who engaged in nefarious deeds. Even more astonishingly, they had successfully seized a demon emperor's treasury, acquiring numerous precious treasures, a harvest so immense it left everyone astounded. Heavens! The notorious Nightmare Marquis and the evil Spirit Marquis of the great heavenly demon sect have met their demise at the hands of the Grand Elder. One disciple exclaimed incredulously, "This is simply incredible! We must remember that both were formidable void refinement masters. I never imagined the Grand Elder could so effortlessly slay them." Another disciple added, "I've also heard that the Grand Elder reaped great rewards from the Demon Emperor's treasury, including talismans comparable to those wielded by void refinement experts. How enviable! Yet another disciple remarked with admiration. In truth, what I envy most is the Grand Elder's luck in romance. It's so prosperous it incites jealousy. A disciple interjected suddenly. Oh, what do you mean by that? Another disciple inquired curiously. You are all unaware. The renowned beauty of the great heavenly demon sect, Saintess Jun Moxiao, was so captivated by the Grand Elder's charm upon meeting him that she willingly abandoned her dark allegiances to follow him. This is the kind of fortune many cultivators dream of. The disciple said mysteriously. Jun Moxiao? I once caught a distant glimpse of her. Her beauty and grace are simply enchanting, like a bewitching fairy, utterly captivating. A disciple sighed in admiration. Come, let us stroll outside Taishui Peak. Perhaps we might catch a glimpse of that enchanting figure. One disciple proposed. That is precisely the plan. The group enthusiastically agreed, heading towards Taishui Peak. At that moment, conversations regarding the Grand Elder's remarkable feats filled every corner of the sect, a tapestry of varied emotions interwoven throughout. Meanwhile, in a secluded area on the back mountain of the Fallen Cloud sect, Jun Moxiao entered an elegant courtyard alone. The venerable elder Lucien had been waiting there for quite some time, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Haha. I never expected you to be so vigorous at your age. Your actions this time have indeed caused quite a stir. It truly opened many eyes. You are indeed the Thousand Blades Taishui, a name that sends shivers down the spines of countless demon cultivators. Lucien clapped Jun Moxiao on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Uncle Lu, you flatter me. Exorcising evil and upholding justice is our duty. I merely did what I was obliged to do, Jun Moxiao humbly replied. Lucien scrutinized Jun Moxiao, his spiritual sense detecting the fluctuations of power within him, prompting a curious inquiry. Nephew, I did not expect your cultivation to have recovered somewhat. Perhaps when the sect master emerges from her seclusion, she will be pleasantly surprised. Upon mentioning sect master Ji Rushue, a hint of nostalgia crossed Jun Moxiao's face. Time had flown by. Nearly a year had passed. He wondered how her cultivation was progressing. Jun Moxiao and Ji Rushue have walked hand in hand for centuries, their bond transcending both friendship and love, evolving into an irreplaceable kinship within their lives. Lucien engaged in a leisurely conversation with Jun Moxiao, ultimately imparting a solemn warning. The matter concerning the Demon Emperor's treasury has intensified the conflict between the Fallen Cloud sect and the great Heavenly Demon sect to its zenith, and a great battle may likely ensue in the future. Having heard of your considerable gains this time, it is imperative that you make the most of these resources. Hasten your efforts to restore your cultivation, and let the formidable name of Qianren Taisui resound once more throughout the realm of immortality. Jun Moxiao solemnly nodded and retrieved a precious leaf from the enlightenment tree from his pocket, offering it to Lucien. In that case, I shall retain the treasures from the Demon Emperor's treasury for the time being. Once Junior Sister Sect Master emerges from her seclusion, I will personally present them to her. Lucien accepted the enlightenment leaf with a beaming smile, responding, That is indeed splendid. For now, you shall safeguard it, and we shall devise our plans in due course. Chapter 56. The completion of the Hercules Demon Scripture and 100-fold combat power at the same level. Elder Lucien also harbored desires for the three treasures, the 1,000 Shadow Mirror, the Purification Pool, and the Enlightenment Tree. However, he was acutely aware that, given his status, it would be impossible for him to acquire these treasures. Ultimately, their distribution would rest in the hands of the sect master. Jun Moxiao had already devised a plan, filled with joy at the prospect. Presenting these treasures to Ji Rushue would not only deepen their bond, but also yield rewards from the system, truly a splendid twofold benefit. Upon returning to his secluded courtyard, Jun Moxiao stepped into the meditation chamber. He calmed his mind and began a period of intensive cultivation, dedicating himself to the study of the Divine Strength Demon Sutra. Within him, the primordial spirit of the demon was like an insatiable vortex, continually absorbing the essence of spiritual liquid from the world and the precious seventh-grade elixir. By Luo Qing Shindan. This elixir contained pure spiritual power, providing a solid foundation for his cultivation journey. Originally, Jun Moxiao had mastered the Divine Strength Demon Sutra to the 5th level, possessing a strength 50 times greater than his peers. Yet, he did not rest on his laurels. Instead, he relentlessly pursued higher realms. During this retreat, although his cultivation level did not visibly ascend, his power underwent a qualitative leap. His strength became increasingly profound, as if he could shake the very heavens and earth. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and soon 3 months had passed. Throughout this extended period of seclusion, Jun Moxiao's magical energy surged like an unfathomable abyss. At last, a thunderous roar erupted from within him. signaling a breakthrough in his cultivation. The formations within the chamber resonated with a booming sound under the impact of this force. Through tireless effort, Jun Moxiao finally perfected the Divine Strength Demon Sutra. At this moment, he possessed combat strength 100 times that of his contemporaries, formidable enough to stand tall among the masses. Simultaneously, he advanced his cultivation to the peak of the primordial infant stage, now just a step away from transcending to the divine transformation realm. Although his cultivation still lingered at the great perfection of the primordial infant stage, he had already acquired the ability to battle beyond his level. Even when facing opponents from a significantly higher realm, he could contend with ease. Coupled with the various techniques he had mastered, even those in the void refinement stage posed no threat to him. During these 3 months, the atmosphere within the Falling Clouds sect remained tranquil. However, with the addition of Yin Ruoxin, the duo of Yu Ruoxian and Jiang Miaoyi, previously celebrated as the Falling Cloud twin beauties, evolved into the Falling Cloud triad of beauties. This transformation sparked a flurry of attention and discussion among the disciples, who debated fiercely over who deserved the title of the sect's most beautiful. Yu Ruoxian, ethereal and aloof like a snow lotus atop an icy peak, exuded an air of cold elegance. Jiang Miaoyi, quirky and playful, possessed a smile that seemed capable of melting any frost, while Yin Ruoxin, sultry and alluring, captivated with every glance and gesture. Each of these enchanting figures possessed distinct charms, leaving many male disciples entangled in deep indecision. Their presence incited jealousy among numerous disciples, leading to conflicts and even physical confrontations. However, what was even more infuriating was the emergence of discordant whispers among the disciples. These murmurs, predominantly from female disciples, were laced with envy towards the trio's beauty and status, resulting in malicious slander and rumors. Those 3 women are nothing but shameless. Their treasures and elixirs are obtained by trading their bodies. One remarked, Yu Ruoxian was merely an outer disciple. Without her looks, how could she have achieved such success? Another echoed, indeed, Yin Ruoxin was originally a furnace for the demonic sect. She only succeeded by clinging to the elder's coattails. Otherwise, she would be nothing. A third added. The most outrageous comments targeted Jiang Miaoyi, who was accused of feigning innocence while seducing men with her charms. These venomous words struck like daggers at the 3 innocent women. Despite hearing these malicious insults, many male disciples chose to ignore them. In their eyes, if they possessed the status and wealth of the elder, it would be only natural to support the most beautiful female disciples of the sect. After all, in a world where strength reigns supreme, power and status are everything. Meanwhile, the world outside the Falling Clouds sect was far from peaceful. The Great Demon sect harbored resentment towards the Falling Clouds sect, unwilling to remain suppressed and frequently launching small-scale attacks and disturbances. Over these 3 months, several disciples of the Falling Clouds sect encountered misfortune outside, particularly concerning the Xinghe spiritual vein mine, which had alarming reports. The Xinghe spiritual vein was an important lower-grade spirit stone mine managed by the Falling Clouds sect, rich in spiritual resources and a cornerstone of the sect's development. To safeguard this mine, the sect dispatched at least 3 inner elders for round-the-clock protection. Yet, despite such stringent defenses, they could not thwart the covetous eyes of the Great Demon sect. Just 2 nights ago, the Demon sect launched a surprise attack on the Xinghe spiritual vein. Utilizing the cover of darkness, they stealthily approached the mine's location and unleashed a frenzy of destruction and plunder. After a brief clash, the Demon sect members departed with a substantial haul of spirit stones. This incident inflicted significant losses on the Fallen Cloud sect, plunging the entire sect into deep anxiety. Faced with such circumstances, the Fallen Cloud sect must adopt more effective measures to respond. On one hand, they need to strengthen the sect's defenses to prevent similar occurrences. On the other hand, they must actively seek opportunities to retaliate against the Great Demon sect, demonstrating that the Fallen Cloud sect is not a soft target to be bullied. As Jun Moxiao stepped out from his secluded retreat, he was met with the dreadful news of the devastation wrought upon the Star River Spirit Vein mine. Since this calamity had arisen from his actions, he could not remain an aloof spectator, nor could he justify standing idly by, without waiting for any instructions from Lu Xian. He took the initiative to volunteer, resolving to personally confront those from the demonic sect at the Spirit Vein mine. Departing from the rear mountain, he soared through the skies on a sword, hastening towards Taisui Peak. Halfway there, he suddenly sensed a fierce surge of sword energy emanating from the sect's sword testing plaza below, clearly indicating that disciples were engaged in a contest of skills. Among the combatants, the ethereal and refined figure of his disciple, Yu Ruoxian, caught his eye. After several months apart, she had remarkably advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. He wondered how much her swordsmanship had progressed. with no desire to disturb anyone. Jun Moxiao quietly alighted at the side, intent on observing the duel in silence. In this contest, Yuruashian faced off against a female disciple whose cultivation had already reached the late stage of the golden core, adorned with numerous magical artifacts, her prowess formidable. Yuruashian gripped her long sword tightly in her right hand, a fierce wind spiraling around her. Her movements were as graceful and swift as a butterfly flitting through flowers, dancing elegantly amidst the gleaming sword light. The azure sword energy roared like a tempest, and wherever it swept, blades of wind intertwined with the sword aura, amplifying both speed and power, showcasing a breathtaking display of might. With a single glance, Jun Moxiao immediately recognized the technique as Windwalk of the Heavenly Heart sword art he had imparted. This maneuver not only augments one's speed but also amplifies the sword's aura damage, truly a pivotal treasure for triumph in battle. The female disciple found herself struggling against the fierce onslaught of Yuruashian, forced into a defensive stance and retreating step by step. Sensing the dire situation, she hastily produced a fourth-grade fire talisman. The talisman shattered instantly, unleashing a terrifying fire dragon that surged forth like an inferno, swiftly dispersing Yuruashian's attacks. However, in that fleeting moment of respite, a venomous glint flickered in the female disciple's eyes as her jade hairpin, a magical artifact, soared forth, propelled by her conjured power, aimed directly at Yuruashian's heart. You cheat. Yuruashian, caught off guard by the earlier fire dragon, had yet to react when the glistening jade hairpin neared her chest. The consequences of being struck by this hairpin were unimaginable. At this critical juncture, however, Yuruashian's eyes sparkled with lightning-like intensity, and her Qi-Xian sword became enveloped in an electric aura. With a resounding cry, she invoked Heavenly Heart sword art, lightning strikes. Instantly, she transformed into a beam of sword light, darting toward the female disciple with the force of a thunderclap. The Qi-Xian sword traced a dazzling arc in the air, shattering the jade hairpin above the female disciple's head and, with unyielding momentum, pierced through her body. The female disciple's eyes bulged in shock as she clutched her abdomen, now gaping with a large wound from the sword aura, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Her face was painted with horror, lips twitching slightly, before her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Witnessing this, her companions erupted in fury. In a friendly spar, you dare to strike with lethal intent. You vile creature. Senior Sister Du's master is the second elder, who oversees the Hall of Justice. You have sealed your fate. Surrounding disciples began to murmur, most of the male disciples casting sympathetic glances, mingled with a hint of regret. Alas, how could Senior Sister Yu be so ruthless? This will indeed lead to trouble. Senior Sister Du is the second elder's chosen disciple, and their bond is reportedly extraordinary. Senior Sister Yu is finished. I stood nearby, observing closely. It was Senior Sister Du who first violated the rules by employing a talisman and initiated the deadly assault. Senior Sister Yu was merely compelled to retaliate. Such words are futile, someone remarked. The second elder is the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, and her cultivation is on par with the Grand Elder in his prime. In the past, the second elder might have considered the Grand Elder's reputation, but now, alas. At this moment, Yuruashian stood frozen, her expression somewhat dazed. Senior Sister Du had long harbored resentment towards her, and today, in front of everyone, she had made unfounded accusations, claiming that Yu's current cultivation was entirely obtained through improper means. Moreover, she maliciously slandered the Grand Elder, depicting him as an old lecher, preying upon female disciples. Had the hostility been directed solely at herself, Yuruashian might have endured it. Yet, the audacity to defame her master was absolutely intolerable. Thus, a fierce argument erupted between them, culminating in the spectacle before us. Initially, Yuruashian intended only to teach Du a lesson, never to take her life. Unexpectedly, Senior Sister Du resorted to the unlawful use of a talisman and struck with fatal intent. In that moment of crisis, Yuruashian, in a lapse of control, dealt a heavy blow to her opponent. What should she do now? Her master was still in seclusion. Would this incident affect him? Alas, it was all my impulsiveness that led to this calamity. As Yuruashian found herself in a dilemma, distant shouts echoed. A contingent of law enforcement members happened upon the scene and, upon hearing of a spar that turned deadly, became alert. Without hesitation, they moved to restrain Yuruashian and take her back for interrogation. Just as two magical chains were about to ensnare her, Jun Moxiao, who had been quietly observing, could no longer remain silent. Stop. His voice resounded like a bell, causing everyone to turn in unison, finally noticing the concealed presence of the Grand Elder, Jun Moxiao. At that moment, Jun Moxiao's cultivation was profound, yet to outsiders, he appeared as an ordinary person. The Great Freedom Longevity Technique is a serene and health-promoting practice, unaccustomed to the arts of violence. The deeper one cultivates, the more unremarkable they seem. Hence, when the crowd beheld the Grand Elder, they were astonished by his youthful appearance. Yet sensed no fluctuations of cultivation from him, as if he had completely lost his powers and become an ordinary individual. We greet the Grand Elder. A throng of disciples knelt in unison, their voices resonant and fervent. Rise, all of you. Jun Moxiao smiled faintly, stepping gracefully before Yu Ruoxian, and addressed the disciples of the law enforcement hall. She is innocent. You may return. Such a simple statement resonated with the authority of an imperial decree, leaving no room for dissent. The faces of several disciples from the law enforcement hall betrayed their unease, and a sense of regret simmered within them. How unfortunate it was. Had they known, they would have chosen a different path. The command of the Grand Elder was not to be defied. Yet the second elder held the position of the hall's presiding authority, a relationship that could not afford to offend. Furthermore, it was rumored that this sister Du was closely linked to the second elder, raising concerns that this matter would not be resolved so easily. Is a remarkable figure, effortlessly discerning the inner thoughts of the law enforcement disciples before him. You may return and convey my words directly. Should the second elder be dissatisfied, let him seek me at Tai Sui Peak. With that, he took Yu Ruoxian's hand and departed with an air of calm confidence. Yu Ruoxian's petite hand began to sweat slightly as she followed him with small, hurried steps. It had been a long time since she had experienced such closeness with Jun Moxiao, and being grasped by him caused her cheeks to flush and her heart to race involuntarily. Their silhouettes gradually receded, leaving a group of onlookers murmuring in excitement. "Haha! The Grand Elder is truly magnificent," one exclaimed. Such a simple statement, and even the most formidable law enforcement hall of the Falling Cloud sect dares not apprehend anyone. Another added, "Indeed, the Grand Elder possesses an unparalleled presence. Even without martial prowess, we felt too intimidated to breathe." Someone else chimed in. "I wonder if the second elder will swallow his pride or confront the Grand Elder," mused another. Uncertain, yet certain there would be a spectacle to behold. The crowd's respect for the Grand Elder deepened. Chapter 58, The Side Effects of the Cleansing Pool. Tai Sui Peak, serene and tranquil. Jiang Miaoi and Yin Ruoxian had both ventured out, leaving behind a peaceful solitude in the small courtyard. Outside the courtyard, an ancient tree leaned at an angle, its gnarled branches seemingly recounting the vicissitudes of time. A large gray stone stood steadfast, quietly resolute. Both were extraordinary entities, cleverly disguised as the Wood King and Stone King, silently safeguarding the tranquility of this land. Though they had endured battles, their foundations remained unscathed, thanks to the ample supply of elixirs and the nurturing essence of nature. Both had fully recovered, their powers restored to the pinnacle of the transformation realm, unmatched in might. With these two demon kings stationed, the security of Tai Sui Peak was as solid as a fortress. Even the second elder of the Falling Cloud sect, who also reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, would find it challenging to breach such formidable defenses. Within the courtyard, the scenery was delightful. The small tree, once regarded as a treasure by many, had been properly planted next to Jun Moxiao's rocking chair. This tree emanated a gentle spiritual aura, akin to the dew of dawn. Anyone cultivating beneath its branches could feel their abilities advancing, free from inner demons and troubles. Whenever Yu Ruoxian and others encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation, they would come to meditate beneath the tree, often breaking through obstacles and elevating their powers significantly. At this moment, Yu Ruoxian was gently massaging Jun Moxiao's shoulders. Her technique skilled, her face radiating happiness and joy. After parting ways 3 months ago, she was elated to reunite with her master, who was both a father figure and a teacher to her, filling her heart with delight. "Master, to what realm have you ascended now? Why can't I perceive it at all?" Yu Ruoxian inquired, her eyes sparkling with innocent curiosity. Jun Moxiao reclined on a lounge chair, his eyes gently closed, savoring the rare tranquility and warmth that enveloped him. Upon hearing Yu Ruoxian's inquiry, he smiled faintly, revealing without reservation, "As of now, I have reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, merely awaiting the opportune moment to transcend to the divine transformation stage." "Ah, how splendid!" Upon hearing this, Yu Ruoxian's face blossomed with a radiant smile. "If you could restore your divine transformation cultivation, it would undoubtedly extend your lifespan. And this news is indeed a great blessing for us." Speaking of longevity, Yu Ruoxian was reminded of yet another delightful piece of news. "Master, next month the Xianyuan dynasty will hold a grand auction, rumored to feature rare longevity elixirs. Our sect has learned of this and has specifically dispatched Sister Miaoi to participate in the bidding, hoping to procure this precious elixir for you." Her laughter, light and melodious, echoed with dreams of a bright future. The mere thought of her master living a few more years filled her heart with joy, flowing like a spring, causing even her past trivial worries to dissipate like mist. Upon hearing this news, Jun Moxiao felt a profound sense of relief within his heart. These two children truly were worth the affection he had bestowed upon them. He recalled the essence cleansing pool he had brought back last time and inquired, "By the way, have you properly arranged the essence cleansing pool I brought back?" Yu Ruoxian immediately nodded upon hearing his words, gesturing towards a direction. "It has been set up, master. A new pavilion has been constructed over there, and the essence cleansing pool is now housed within it. As a treasure of the Yellow Springs Demon Emperor." The power of the essence cleansing pool was undoubtedly formidable. It autonomously absorbed the rules and essence of the world each day, transforming them into extraordinary energy that infused the pool's waters. Yin Ruosun and Jun Moxiao had both immersed themselves in this pool, resulting in significant advancements in their cultivation, progressing at an astonishing rate, with the breakthrough to the divine transformation realm now merely a matter of time. Reflecting on this, Jun Moxiao couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. He had initially intended for Yu Ruoxian and Jiang Miaoyi to also partake in this opportunity, only to realize that he had, due to his own actions, depleted the energy accumulated in the pool over millennia. Nevertheless, even so, the pool remained enigmatic. Even for everyday bathing, it could yield considerable benefits. "Siener, I see you have reached the pinnacle of the mid-golden core stage. You might as well try the essence cleansing pool. It could help you break through your bottleneck smoothly," Jun Moxiao suggested with a smile, gazing at Yu Ruoxian. Surprise flickered across Yu Ruoxian's face as she pointed to herself. "Master, can I really bathe in it?" "Of course. That is something I acquired. It does not belong to the sect. I say who can bathe, and so it shall be." Jun Moxiao replied with a hearty laugh. "Thank you, master," Yu Ruoxian exclaimed, her heart brimming with excitement. She had long yearned for the essence cleansing pool, but its rarity had deterred her from using it without permission. Now, with Jun Moxiao's consent, she was overjoyed. Eagerly, Yu Ruoxian dashed into the pavilion, arriving at the side of the essence cleansing pool. Before her lay a steaming large pool, its waters crystal clear and emanating a faint glow. She inhaled deeply, sensing the dense energy within the pool, and a powerful desire surged within her. Gently, she loosened her sash, allowing her intricately embroidered white robe to slide down, revealing the fitted garment underneath. The steam from the pool caused her cheeks to flush lightly, her full lips pressed together, exhaling softly like the fragrance of orchids. She continued to remove her undergarment, revealing a delicate, pale yellow embroidered bustier that accentuated her graceful curves, reminiscent of a divine statue. Beneath her undergarments, her long, beautiful legs glistened, their skin smooth and delicate as jade, with toes as exquisite as pearls. Finally, Yu Ruoxian shed all her garments and stepped into the essence cleansing pool. The moment she entered, she felt an extraordinary sensation envelop her. Countless essences of the world swirled within the waters, akin to fish swimming freely, awaiting her to capture them. With her eyes gently closed, she sat cross-legged in the water, beginning to absorb the energy of the essence. As the energy surged into her, Yu Ruoxian sensed subtle changes occurring within her. The previously formidable bottleneck of the mid-golden core stage seemed to weaken, gradually loosening. She could distinctly feel her cultivation rising steadily, and it would not be long before she effortlessly overcame the barriers of this realm. Simultaneously, the essence cleansing pool was quietly transforming her physical form. Her skin became increasingly fair and radiant, as if it could be broken by a gentle touch. Her figure grew more slender and graceful, her curves becoming even more enchanting. She was entirely immersed in this miraculous experience, losing track of time. However, while the essence cleansing pool could unlock one's latent potential and aid in cultivation, it also awakened the most primal desires buried deep within the heart. Yu Ruoxian was no exception. Under the nurturing waters, her innermost yearnings intensified, surging like a torrent, overwhelming her senses. The side effects of the essence cleansing pool began to manifest. Chapter 59, Stirring Emotions. Second Elder Shinlang. Yu Ruoxian could not help but emit a soft moan. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from within her, sweeping through the pavilion like a torrential wave. The bottleneck of her mid-golden core stage was shattered in an instant, and Yu Ruoxian's cultivation finally ascended to the late golden core stage. In that moment, she felt as though she had been reborn, radiating an indescribable charm and brilliance. Simultaneously, her magical power surged forth, having increased by at least double compared to before. This was undoubtedly wonderful news. However, Yu Ruoxian remained unaware that her breathing had altered. The rising agitation within her was difficult to suppress, akin to a raging flame burning within, threatening to consume her rationality. With a thunderous roar, her mind trembled. She felt dazed, mumbling, "Master, Then, in a daze, she staggered from the pool, her eyes aflame with crimson, stumbling toward the door and forcefully pushing it open. In the courtyard, Jun Moxiao was reclining in a chair, eyes closed, relishing the rare tranquility. This was his sanctuary, where two powerful demon kings of the divine transformation realm stood guard outside, ensuring his peace, allowing him to fully relax. After 3 months of arduous cultivation, he had not enjoyed a peaceful slumber in quite some time, and at that moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. However, just then, he was suddenly met with a soft, warm sensation upon his lips. It was the most delectable and enticing taste in the world. Simultaneously, his chest was gently touched by delicate fingers, and a powerful heartbeat resonated from that point of contact, establishing a perfect cycle. Jun Moxiao possesses the 9-yang immortal body, which harbors an extraordinarily potent force of pure yang within. At this moment, stimulated by external influences, his body ignited instantly, resembling a blazing sun. What transpired? The sudden eruption of the 9-yang immortal body roused Jun Moxiao from his slumber. He abruptly opened his eyes, and the scene before him left him utterly astounded. "Sienna, what are you doing?" He forcefully pushed away the frail figure of Yu Ruoxian. Instantly, Yu Ruoxian stumbled, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. "Master," her voice quivered slightly. Jun Moxiao gazed at her with a heart that throbbed painfully. The sight of Yu Ruoxian in such a state was utterly overwhelming, rendering him nearly helpless. He quickly turned away, unable to bear the intensity of those deeply affectionate eyes. "You are truly lost in your emotions." His voice carried a hint of sternness and reproach. Yet, at that moment, delicate arms suddenly encircled his neck from behind. "Master, I feel so unwell. What should I do?" Yu Ruoxian's voice was laced with helplessness and anguish. Faced with this poignant scene, Jun Moxiao was overtaken by a swirl of complex emotions. "Alas, you foolish child, what a predicament you've created." He sighed softly, then turned to her, channeling his energy to gently tap the back of Yu Ruoxian's head. With a soft thud, her body slumped down, utterly limp. Jun Moxiao hastily retrieved a pure white robe from his storage ring, gently enveloping Yu Ruoxian's delicate form, concealing the most enchanting sight in the world. He then rummaged through his collection of elixirs, eventually locating a precious 5th-grade pill, the Tranquil Heart Pill. With utmost care, he parted Yu Ruoxian's cherry lips and administered the pill, followed by a sip of water, ensuring the elixir was swallowed smoothly. Close the door. Jun Moxiao exhaled deeply, lowering his gaze to reflect upon himself, muttering softly, "Oh, dear girl, do refrain from such antics in the future. My master is of advanced age and cannot endure such trials." He settled back into the comfort of his armchair, silently reciting the Great Freedom Longevity formula once more, gradually subduing the tumultuous emotions within. Sienna was still too young, her temperament not sufficiently mature. Although she had indeed surpassed her previous realm, she was not impervious to the temptations of her own heart. "Alas, I never anticipated that Sienna would harbor feelings for me." Under the influence of the scripture cleansing pool, her emotions had burst forth uncontrollably. Reflecting on the recent events, Jun Moxiao found himself in a rather complicated predicament. When Sienna awakens, she will surely be mortified and too ashamed to face anyone. What shall I do now? Just as he stroked his goatee, pondering how to navigate this delicate relationship with Yu Ruoxian, an unexpected visitor arrived from outside. Shen Lang. His titles were many: the second elder of the Fallen Cloud sect, the chief elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, the elder with the most exceptional qualifications, and the renowned first romantic elder of the sect. Today, one of Shen Lang's favored disciples had suffered a severe injury at the hands of Yu Ruoxian. This presented a rare opportunity. Since Yu Ruoxian's emergence, Shen Lang's attention had been irresistibly drawn to this rising star of the Fallen Cloud sect. Over the past 6 months, he had repeatedly hinted to Yu Ruoxian that following the soon-to-fall elder would lead to no future. Shen Lang eagerly anticipated the day when the elder would be extinguished, allowing him to seamlessly ascend to that position. At that moment, he would stand as the most powerful figure in the Fallen Cloud sect, second only to the sect leader. He firmly believed that Yu Ruoxian was a discerning and pragmatic talent, capable of recognizing who was the worthy sovereign to follow. However, Shen Lang had underestimated her resolve. Yu Ruoxian had never wavered, consistently and resolutely rejecting him. Frustration filled Shen Lang's heart. He could not comprehend why that soon-to-diminish elder could inspire such unwavering devotion from a beauty like Yu Ruoxian. Perhaps this was a common affliction among men. The more elusive the target, the more precious it seemed. Shen Lang, true to his name, possessed a handsome and unruly visage, profound cultivation, and remarkable power, earning the admiration and respect of many female disciples within the Fallen Cloud sect. Yet, before Yu Ruoxian, he repeatedly faced setbacks. losing face time and again. Over time, those female disciples who were close to Shenlang began to harbor discontent. Naturally, they dared not voice their grievances against him. Thus, they unleashed their pent-up anger and resentment upon Yu Ruoxian, particularly the fervent Sister Du, who became increasingly fanatical, spreading rumors within the sect and confronting Yu Ruoxian at every turn. It was this entangled web of grievances that ultimately led to their thrilling duel. Chapter 60, The Battle of Transformation Halt. A deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed, as an inconspicuous boulder at the entrance of the small courtyard began to tremble and transformed into a towering, robust stone figure. Shenlang quickly raised his head, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented sharpness. He had long heard that Jun Moxiao had summoned two formidable beings from the demon clan to guard the entrance, and that without permission, anyone daring to intrude would face ruthless expulsion. Humph. Indeed, the Thousand Blades Tai Sui continues to act with his usual arrogance. Shenlang scoffed, his tone rife with disdain. However, it seems you have overlooked a crucial point. People are constantly evolving. In the past, I may have been suppressed by you, but now, you are aging, while I still possess a millennium of lifespan. Transcending the void refining realm, and even reaching the higher stages of fusion, is not an unattainable dream. Today, you have harmed my disciple, and thus, I must reveal my true abilities, lest I be mocked as one who fears a soon-to-expire old man. With that, Shenlang slowly drew a treasured sword, its tip aimed directly at the Stone King, his power surging fiercely, merging into the air. He declared loudly, his voice resounding like thunder, echoing outward, I, Shenlang, have come solely to seek justice for my disciple. You, mere gatekeeper, swiftly vacate my path. This proclamation, akin to rolling thunder, reverberated through the hearts of countless elders and disciples within the Fallen Clouds sect, who perked up their ears, sensing the brewing spectacle. Whoosh! The air was filled with the shimmering light of various magical artifacts, remnants of cultivators soaring through the skies. Soon, a large crowd gathered beneath Tai Sui Peak, whispering fervently, eager to uncover the sudden commotion's origins. Hey, does anyone know what is happening? Why has the second elder come to confront the grand elder? Someone curiously inquired. Well, I know a bit about it. A knowledgeable individual within the crowd began to recount the unfolding events, and intrigued expressions appeared on everyone's faces as they turned their gazes toward the peak, preparing for the unfolding drama. I've heard the Grand Elder's time is running out, and recently he has acquired numerous magical artifacts and cultivation resources. Could it be that the second elder intends to extort the Grand Elder? Someone speculated softly. Hiki, that is indeed a possibility. The second elder is currently in his prime. The Grand Elder will likely have to part with some wealth to avert disaster. Another chimed in. That is unlikely. Don't forget, the Grand Elder is a fierce warrior who has fought through the battles of immortals and demons, with countless souls on his hands. He wouldn't easily capitulate. Someone countered. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, a tremendous surge of magical energy erupted from the mountaintop. Silence, everyone. Look, look. They have already begun to fight. Is the second elder battling some sort of monster? I heard the Grand Elder has tamed two demon clan powerhouses. One of them must be that creature. The resounding clamor reverberated, shaking everyone's spirit. Shenlang, intent on forcefully entering the small courtyard, found that the Stone King had not received Jun Moxiao's order and would not easily allow him passage. Both parties, being at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, engaged in combat at the slightest provocation. Fortunately, the Falling Clouds sect was fortified with powerful formations that could mitigate the aftermath of their clash. Otherwise, the entire sect might have been obliterated by this terrifying confrontation. Bang! Another heavy punch struck down, the immense force akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, causing Shenlang to stagger, nearly losing his balance. Before he could regain his footing, the ground quaked violently, the earth beneath him transforming into a quagmire, causing his legs to sink involuntarily. Seizing the opportunity, the Stone King swung its colossal hand, gathering a torrent of violent energy within its palm. Die! Hellquake! Accompanied by the furious roar of the Stone King, a colossal hand, infused with boundless power, descended upon Shenlang with an earth-shattering force. The strength of a cultivator lies not in the resilience of the body, but in the vastness of their magical prowess. To withstand such an assault with mere flesh would surely result in grievous injury, if not death. At this critical juncture, Shenlang waved his hand, summoning a curved blade that shimmered with a dark, eerie light into his grasp. Without hesitation, he swung the knife upward, striking fiercely against the seemingly indestructible palm of the Stone King. In a shocking turn of events, the invulnerable hand of the Stone King was actually severed at the edge by this strike. Gripping the black blade, Shenlang radiated a formidable aura and unleashed a fierce slash toward the swampy abyss beneath him. The swamp appeared unable to bear the weight of such power, collapsing instantaneously. His body propelled forward like an arrow released from a bow, soaring toward the apex of the Stone King's head. Damn it. I am forced to resort to my mid-grade spiritual treasure. Shenlang ground his teeth, his voice laced with fury. One must admit, you possess considerable strength, you monster. He continued, however, with an air of disdain, yet compared to me, you remain no match. Allow me to demonstrate the might of my mid-grade spiritual treasure, the Black Jade Blade. Shenlang bellowed, raising the Black Jade Blade high. The immense magical energy of his perfected transformation surged into the blade, its aura bursting forth, coalescing into a colossal shadow of the Black Jade Blade. This phantom exuded tremendous power, as if capable of cleaving mountains and vanquishing all in its path. The commotion outside undoubtedly caught the attention of Jun Moxiao. Upon learning that Shenlang had come to provoke him, he felt no tension, but rather an itch of impatience. Jun Moxiao had never harbored any fondness for Shenlang. This man, often self-important, frequently boasted that he was the strongest genius in the Falling Cloud sect, second only to Ji Rushui. He flaunted his position as the chief elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, dismissing the authority of Jun Moxiao, the Grand Elder, with utter arrogance. Furthermore, his private life was notoriously chaotic, entangled with numerous female disciples of the sect, with at least a dozen involved. Despite these transgressions, Jun Moxiao had chosen to turn a blind eye. However, Shenlang made the grievous mistake of developing inappropriate feelings for the sect leader, Ji Rushui. 20 years prior, the day after Shenlang mustered the courage to confess his feelings to Ji Rushui, Jun Moxiao paid him a visit. On that occasion, he unleashed 3 strikes. The first strike obliterated Shenlang's residence, the second severed Shenlang's hairpin, and the third, tragically, amputated 3 fingers from Shenlang's left hand. Throughout the Falling Cloud sect, who was unaware of the extraordinary bond between Ji Rushui and Jun Moxiao, Shenlang's actions, akin to undermining the foundation of another, were an affront to Jun Moxiao, showcasing a profound lack of loyalty. Thus, even if Shenlang faced such humiliation, it was indeed a consequence of his own making, and he had no one to blame but himself. Chapter 61. A single brick to the ground. Did you think that with my cultivation in decline, you could finally relish the moment and claim the top position? Jun Moxiao's lips curled into a cold smirk, his tone dripping with sarcasm and disdain. You truly overestimate yourself. As long as I am here, you, Shenlang, will forever remain in the second place. At that moment, outside the small courtyard, Shenlang unleashed the mid-grade spirit treasure, the Black Jade Sword, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Gradually, he began to suppress the Stone King, who was also at the pinnacle of the transformation realm. However, despite Shenlang gaining the upper hand, completely defeating the Stone King proved to be a formidable challenge. Damn it, where did this old man, Jun Moxiao, find such a formidable demon clan warrior? Shenlang cursed inwardly, his face etched with solemnity. I, Shenlang, will never fear you, a dying man. He gritted his teeth and declared, preparing to unleash his trump card to utterly vanquish the Stone King. Yet, just as he was about to make his decisive move, the door of the small courtyard swung open abruptly. Jun Moxiao strode forth with an upright posture, his gaze piercing as he fixated on Shenlang. He uttered no superfluous words. With a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned a brick-shaped magical artifact radiating a golden glow from his storage ring. Strike with it. With a single command from Jun Moxiao, the brick flew through the air like a shooting star, striking Shenlang on the back of his head with a resounding thud. The impact echoed loudly, leaving Shenlang dazed, his mind buzzing, and his eyes wide open as if they might pop from their sockets. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Shenlang had been knocked out by a mere brick. At that moment, a large bump swelled on the back of his head, blood oozing forth. Had it not been for his profound magical abilities, that blow might have shattered his skull. What a dull fellow, Jun Moxiao remarked, shaking his head in disappointment and disdain. He instructed his companion, Qingmu Wang. Take this man back to the enforcement hall. Yes, master, came the low reply. Suddenly, a gnarled tree at the entrance of the courtyard trembled and transformed into Qingmu Wang, now a puppet under Jun Moxiao's command. With Shenlang slung over his shoulder, Qingmu Wang prepared to ascend into the air when Jun Moxiao's voice called out again, no need to fly. Just carry him down the mountain. Make sure to circle around a few times at the base before heading to the enforcement hall, and relay a few words for me. Qingmu Wang sensed the gathering crowd below and immediately understood Jun Moxiao's intent, to publicly humiliate the second elder Shenlang before the disciples of the sect. A crowd of onlookers, drawn by the sounds of the confrontation, speculated on the outcome. Had Shenlang returned defeated, or had the Grand Elder Jun Moxiao yielded, offering precious cultivation resources to quell the matter? The crowd buzzed with conjecture, eagerly awaiting further developments. Yet, the orchestrator of it all, Jun Moxiao, had already returned to his recliner in the courtyard. To him, Shenlang was merely a foolish jester, scarcely worthy of concern. At that moment, a perceptive disciple among the spectators suddenly exclaimed, "Look, someone is rushing down the mountain. Hey, that person seems to be carrying someone unconscious." Another added in surprise. Ignoring the curious disciples, Qingmu Wang moved like a specter, swiftly circling the Tai Sui Peak multiple times before heading straight for the enforcement hall. "Wow, I can hardly believe my eyes," a disciple shouted in astonishment. Indeed, the person just now had a large bump on his head, blood at his lips, and his eyes rolled back. He's in a deep stupor. "That's our enforcement hall's second elder, Shenlang." Another confirmed this shocking revelation. What on earth happened on the mountain? Without the guardian elder's intervention, the second elder's strength is unrivaled in the Luoyun sect. How could he end up in such a state? The crowd speculated. "I wager the Grand Elder possesses some powerful secret treasure that allowed him to defeat the second elder." A bold conjecture emerged. "Let us hurry to the enforcement hall. We might uncover some significant news." The crowd agreed, surging towards the enforcement peak. As they entered the enforcement hall, they were met with a startling sight. Dozens of elders surrounded Qingmu Wang, their expressions grim and foreboding. Qingmu Wang casually tossed Shenlang onto the ground, his greenish face betraying no emotion, emanating an overwhelming aura of a perfected deity. The elders felt as if they stood before an ancient beast, instinctively retreating several steps. Had the second elder not overstepped his bounds and provoked the Grand Elder at Tai Sui Peak, he would have surely perished. "The Grand Elder has commanded that you relay a message to Shenlang," Qingmu Wang announced, his voice as chilling as ice. "As long as the Grand Elder remains in the Luoyun sect, you, Shenlang, shall forever be the second in command. Do not contemplate any tricks, lest you face dire consequences." In that moment, both the enforcement hall and the gathered disciples felt the resurgence of the once feared thousand blades Tai Sui. Excitement flickered in the eyes of the spectators, and one could not help but exclaim, "The Grand Elder is truly formidable." Indeed, even in his advanced years, his words resonate with such authority. Another echoed, "The second elder is merely second in command. As long as the Grand Elder lives, he shall never rise again." A third added, "How long do you think the Grand Elder can live?" One disciple pondered aloud, only to be interrupted by another elder. "Do not speak foolishly. The Grand Elder's lifespan is a sect secret. Anyone who spreads rumors shall face my wrath." Yes, the Grand Elder will surely live long and grow ever younger," the disciple quickly amended. As dusk settled, Yurua Xian gradually awoke, realizing she was only covered by a silk blanket, her surroundings empty. Memories of the events leading up to her fainting flooded back, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. "Oh no, what have I done? Will my master see me as a weak-willed disciple filled with impure thoughts? How should I face him?" As she adjusted her attire, her clever mind devised a plan. If I cannot confront it, I shall feign amnesia. As long as I do not admit anything, my master cannot hold me accountable." With a renewed sense of purpose, she stepped into the courtyard, where Jun Moxiao was leisurely sipping tea beneath a wisdom tree in the golden light of sunset. "Master, was I not cultivating in the Wash Sutra pool? How did I suddenly end up back in my room?" she preemptively questioned, ensuring she took the initiative before her master could inquire. Jun Moxiao paused, his brow slightly furrowing. "You do not remember what transpired?" Yurua Xian's heart raced as she struggled to maintain a natural expression, feigning innocence. "What happened?" "I have no recollection at all." She cast a subtle glance at Jun Moxiao, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Master, could it be that Xian'er has lost her memory? Please enlighten me about what occurred." The gentleman hesitated. Could it be that he should speak candidly and tell her, "You came here in the nude to entice an old man, and it almost led to a scandal"? No, it is absolutely out of the question. Let this matter remain buried in silence. Haha, as if nothing had occurred. I was merely napping in the courtyard, completely unaware of when you departed from the pool of cleansing and rejuvenation. Jun Moxiao was oblivious to the true nature of his acting. Yet the expression on his face was undoubtedly one of embarrassment. This was compounded by the realization that Yurua Xian mirrored his own awkward demeanor. Could it be? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, leading to a conjecture. Perhaps the enchanting maiden feigned amnesia out of fear of provoking his wrath. Indeed, this possibility seemed quite plausible. This girl truly possessed an endearing charm. However, upon further reflection, he considered that if she wished to pretend as though nothing had transpired, why should he reveal the truth and invite unnecessary discord? it would be best to let nature take its course. Thus, the two of them, with their clumsy performances, concealed the reality of their situation, burying their mutual fluttering emotions deep within their hearts. Jun Moxiao pointed leisurely towards the small seat ahead and said softly, "Xian, come and accompany your master for tea." Xian relaxed and settled into the seat across from him, lifting a steaming cup of spiritual tea from the table. The tea was crystal clear, each leaf seemingly refined by the careful artistry of nature, imbued with the essence of the Tao, glimmering with a gentle luster. The spiritual tea exuded a subtle fragrance, enveloping the entire space in a refreshing and ethereal atmosphere, allowing one to momentarily forget the clamor of the world and find tranquility within. "Master, what kind of tea is this? It's so enchanting," Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Jun Moxiao gestured towards the Tao tree above, speaking softly. "This is the Tao tea. The Tao tea is exceedingly rare. Not every leaf from the Tao tree can be transformed into tea. Only the freshly sprouted, vitality-infused tinder buds can be refined into this exquisite beverage." Upon hearing of the extraordinary and scarce Tao tea, Xian felt a surge of excitement, her delicate hands gripping the teacup with a hint of nervousness. "Drink up. We shall have plenty of this in the future," Jun Moxiao remarked casually. Xian replied, parting her rosy lips to take a sip. Instantly, a wave of refreshing sweetness filled her mouth, while her mind became increasingly clear, resonating with the essence of the Tao within her heart. Xian sensed that if she could frequently indulge in this Tao tea, her cultivation would know no bounds, progressing at an unimaginable pace. How is it? Tasty?" Jun Moxiao inquired with a smile. It's delicious. Master, I want more. Come on, Master has plenty to spare." The following day, after a night of fermenting events, the news of the second elder's severe injuries after confronting the Grand Elder spread like wildfire, causing a tremendous stir within the sect. Two aspects captured the most attention. Firstly, the Grand Elder had managed to subdue two fully realized demon beasts as his personal guards. Secondly, the Grand Elder possessed immense wealth, having reportedly defeated the second Elder using merely one of his treasures. This explosive news rapidly circulated among the disciples, who gathered to discuss in hushed tones. Two great demons from the transformation stage. The Grand Elder is truly formidable, and with such abundant high-level resources, he can't possibly use them all. I wonder who he will leave them to in the future. Who will he leave them to? Certainly not to you or me. He has two disciples, so don't waste your thoughts on that. Hey, senior brother. Do you think if I were to become a Tao partner with you Xian or Jiang Miaoyi, I could indirectly inherit the Grand Elder's fortune? You are quite the clever one. Just don't mention me when you go out. I fear being implicated by you. Senior brother. What do you mean by that? Let me ask you this. If you have tender, succulent cabbage that you've nurtured, and a pig comes along to root it up, what would you do? Of course, I slay that pig and feast on its meat. In the small courtyard of Tai Sui Peak, Jun Moxiao inquired once more, "Xian, are you truly certain you do not wish to accompany me to the Star River spiritual vein mine?" Today marked the day he intended to embark on his journey to the mine, and he had originally planned to take Xian along. However, perhaps due to the events of the previous day, Xian seemed hesitant to confront him, her gaze wandering and evasive. "Master, I have just recently advanced to the late Golden Core stage, and my cultivation remains rather unstable, so I have decided not to join you," Xian replied shyly. "Very well. The choice is yours," Jun Moxiao conceded, unwilling to impose. After all, the image of that alluring snow-white figure lingered in his mind, requiring time to fade. A few days apart might serve him well. "I shall instruct Shi Wang to remain ever vigilant in ensuring your safety." Jun Moxiao summoned the Stone King, commanding him to vigilantly safeguard Xian's safety. Should a single hair be harmed, his life will be forfeit. The Stone King, terrified by Jun Moxiao's fierce demeanor, hastily knelt and, trembling with fear, vowed to ensure the little master's protection. Chapter 63. The Twins. The Golden Lotus in Bloom Xian was deeply moved by her master's concerned actions, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jun Mo laughed softly as he caressed the storage ring, retrieving a small pouch of enlightenment tea, a vial of fourth-tier breakthrough elixir, and another vial containing 200 drops of celestial essence. "You have just made a breakthrough. These are gifts from your master. During my absence, remember to cultivate with patience and avoid reckless thoughts. Drink the enlightenment tea generously to prevent you from straying into madness." Xian accepted these items, her eyes brimming with tears, and respectfully said, "Thank you, master." Jun Mo smiled gently, nodding as he stepped forward to push open the gate of the small courtyard. Venturing outside, Qingmu Wang, adorned with a mask and draped in a black robe, disguised himself as a retainer, closely following behind. Master. Uruashian gazed at her master's receding figure, her beautiful eyes fixed, not blinking until he completely vanished from sight. Alas, my master has been exceedingly kind to me. I feel as though I am on the verge of losing control. What should I do? How should I proceed? Jun Moxiao remained oblivious to Uruashian's thoughts, instead reveling in the rewards bestowed by the system. Ding! The host successfully gifted the fortuitous daughter, Uruashian, with a 4th-grade elixir, triggering a 2000-fold critical hit, resulting in a return of 26th-grade transformation elixirs. Ding! The host also successfully presented Uruashian with enlightenment tea, triggering yet another 2000-fold critical hit, yielding 20 pounds of enlightenment tea. A cascade of rewards flooded into the system space. The transformation elixir needs no elaboration. It is an essential potion for those cultivating the transformation realm, with a single piece capable of sparing a year's arduous training, indeed, a precious commodity. What surprised Jun Moxiao the most was the system's generous return of 20 pounds of enlightenment tea leaves, such a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Being returned by the system by the pound was truly astonishing. Now, he would no longer need to lament over the scarcity of enlightenment tea. The landscape of Falling Cloud Sect was exceptionally picturesque, with verdant mountains and flowing waters, and the shadows of bamboo swaying gently. Several centuries ago, when he and Ji Rushui had just entered the mountain gate, they often roamed the surroundings in search of places to mark their presence. They had explored every corner of the expansive Falling Cloud Sect, leaving behind echoes of their laughter and joy in each location. Jun Moxiao strolled leisurely, unknowingly arriving at a secluded cliffside. This place, distant from the core area of the Falling Cloud Sect, was shrouded in mist, with celestial cranes soaring in the surroundings, creating an enchanting vista. Approaching a large blue stone, he noticed 2 lines of small characters engraved upon it. Hold your hand. Grow old together. These were remnants left by 2 individuals 3 centuries ago. That night marked the moment they were closest, just a thin veil away from crossing the final barrier, having accomplished all else that needed to be done. Subsequently, Ji Rushui's unique physique, infused with the essence of the Jade Phoenix, awakened abruptly. From that moment on, she soared to great heights, earning the favor of the sect's leaders and elders, who groomed her early on for the position of sect master. Thus, the opportunity for Jun Moxiao and Ji Rushui to deepen their bond vanished, leaving them in a relationship that was exceedingly delicate. As Jun Moxiao reminisced about the past, he suddenly sensed 2 figures approaching nearby. How curious. This place is quite hidden. Who could be coming here? With a flicker of thought, the Greenwood King transformed into a gnarled old tree, concealing his form and aura. Soon, 2 petite figures emerged. They were identical little girls, each less than 4 meters tall yet exuding an undeniable vitality and charm. It was she. Jun Moxiao recognized the face as that of Bai Ling'er, whom he had met during the expedition to the Demon Emperor's treasury. Ding! Detected the Girl of Fortune, Bai Ling'er. Fortune level, blue grade 5. Spiritual root, supreme with spiritual root. Special constitution, double lotus body inactive. Age, just turned 18. Cultivation, mid-golden core stage. Identity, true disciple of the Falling Cloud Sect. Return rate, 40 times. Bond value, 2 points. Hint, upon the first fusion of the 2 girls, the double lotus body will activate, dramatically increasing the fortune value level, simultaneously awakening the memories belonging to the Golden Lotus Empress. The double lotus body? The Golden Lotus Empress? Jun Moxiao pondered as he observed the 2 girls advancing. Could it be that these girls, merely of blue fortune, possess another identity as the reincarnation of the Golden Lotus Empress? The thought ignited a spark of excitement within him. The Golden Lotus Empress? Surely, she must be a girl of immense fortune. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a treasure once more. Bai Ling'er. The Golden Lotus Empress. Aha, they cannot escape. Sister, do you think we will succeed this time? Bai Ling'er asked playfully, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Bai Ling'er. I don't know, but according to the method in our minds, it should work, right? Bai Ling'er replied, pouting adorably. But sister, it seems our spiritual power is insufficient. We keep failing. Bai Ling'er lamented. Then let's try a few more times. As long as we sisters are united in heart, we will surely succeed. Bai Ling'er encouraged her younger sister. The 2 girls approached the large blue stone, familiar with the process, scanning their surroundings for any prying eyes. Noticing the absence of anomalies, Bai Ling'er blushed slightly and said, All right. Sister, let us begin. Okay. Let us start. Bai Ling'er replied, her cheeks also flushed. On the blue stone, the 2 girls resembled 2 pure white lotus flowers. Interlocking their fingers, they stood back to back, akin to a blooming double lotus, radiating brilliance. Hidden behind the transformed tree, Jun Moxiao felt intrigued. Here I am, merely resting my feet. Yet I have stumbled upon a little secret. These two young girls seem extraordinary. On the blue stone, Bai Ling Air and Bai Yin Air synchronized their energies. Speaking in unison, sisters, united in heart, their melodious voices echoed around them. However, the scene fell silent, with no changes occurring. Jun Moxiao felt a tinge of embarrassment as he absent-mindedly scratched the ground with his foot, thinking to himself, these two sisters surely know how to have fun. Sisters, united as one. Sisters, united as one. The two women remained undeterred, embracing each other tightly while continuously chanting, sisters united, sisters united. An hour later, their voices grew hoarse. Yet the scene showed no signs of change. Chapter 64, The Fusion of the Golden Lotus Empress. Alas, another failure. Bai Yin Air couldn't help but express her disappointment. We are indeed following the method as remembered. Why can we not fuse? In that moment, Bai Ling Air seemed to have captured a spark of inspiration and suddenly asked, do you remember the last line of the incantation? Of course I do. Bai Yin Air quickly replied, heart to heart, spirit to spirit, examining the brow, reversing the omen. Quietly observing the etiquette, merging into the great way. At that instant, Bai Yin Air too felt a spark of enlightenment. She realized the reason why she and her sister could never activate the dual golden lotus body lay in their lack of complete mental fusion. Once their minds merged, they would no longer harbor secrets from one another. All inner thoughts would be laid bare. But must it truly be so? It feels rather embarrassing. Bai Yin Air shyly remarked. Bai Ling Air, feeling a similar shyness, knew she must display more courage and resolve as the elder sister. It's all right. We sisters are inherently connected, originating from the same source. There is nothing we cannot achieve together. Bai Yin Air gently shook her little head and suddenly posed a rather amusing question. Sister, what will happen if you marry in the future? Bai Ling Air affectionately wrapped her arms around her sister's slender waist and laughed grandly. If I marry first, you shall accompany as my dowry. If you marry first, I shall accompany you as well. We sisters will always be together. Oh. Bai Yin Air's cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she exclaimed, stop it. I find that rather creepy. Kiki. Let us not waste any more time. Let us begin. Bai Ling Air's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Sisters, united as one. Two harmonious and crisp voices resonated simultaneously, and this time, the situation underwent a remarkable transformation. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared, causing the previously meditative Jun Moxiao to open his eyes in curiosity. In that moment, the sight before him was breathtakingly beautiful, even stirring his heart. In the embrace of vibrant colors, the two delicate figures truly fused into one. The radiance grew ever more resplendent, revealing a tall and graceful silhouette, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Her visage possessed enchanting beauty, with eyes resembling rippling autumn waters, sparkling with wisdom and tenderness. Akin to a fairy from the moon palace, ethereal and untarnished by the mundane. Every part of her body exuded an irresistible allure. Her skin was as smooth as jade, delicate and lustrous, evoking an urge to touch, for fear that she might melt away. Her dainty feet graced the ground lightly, exuding elegance and charm. A sight so exquisite that one could not forget the perfection of her form. Such beauty and such grace undeniably possessed an irresistible magnetism, capturing hearts at first glance, leaving an indelible impression. Was she truly the Golden Lotus Empress? Jun Moxiao felt a sudden tremor in his heart, an involuntary stir of long-lost emotions. Her allure was unparalleled. Compared to her, Yin Ruo Sun seemed merely a little enchantress, while Jiang Miaoyi was exceedingly pure. Unexpectedly, the two innocent little girls, upon merging, transformed into such a captivating and breathtaking beauty. Ding! Discovered the fated woman, the Golden Lotus Empress. Fate level, Golden Tier 3 physique, dual Golden Lotus body age, confidential cultivation, mid-stage transformation experience, a chaotic Golden Lotus that fell from the celestial realm, enduring countless tribulations to become an emperor, perishing in the Ascension Thunder Tribulation, leaving only a soul and spirit to reincarnate. Return rate, 1,000 times bond value. Initial 1 point Golden Tier 3? Jun Moxiao was somewhat astonished. This fate level nearly matched that of Ji Rushui. His gaze towards the Golden Lotus Empress grew fervent. Who dares to spy? The Golden Lotus Empress's gaze suddenly shifted towards Jun Moxiao's position, her eyes glimmering with regal authority. She gently raised her hand, and in an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from her being like a raging tide, unstoppable. The crooked old tree transformed from the greenwood king crumbled under her might, shattering into countless splinters as though it were fragile porcelain. The greenwood king himself spewed blood, set reeling backward in an utterly disheveled state. With just a single move, A demon king at the peak of the transformation stage suffered grave injury at her hands. This display of power far surpassed what her own cultivation level could typically exhibit, leaving onlookers in awe. It was clear that those who could ascend to emperor status, regardless of their techniques or innate qualities, were the pinnacle of the cultivation world, possessing the strength to easily overpower opponents of higher levels. With the Greenwood King severely injured, the illusion of the crooked old tree dissipated, revealing Jun Moxiao behind it. The Golden Lotus Empress stepped forward, her piercing gaze locking onto him, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. "I am the Golden Lotus Empress. Are you the one who dared to spy on me?" Her voice was cool and detached, devoid of emotion. Jun Moxiao, with a heart as untroubled as the vast sky, now finds himself unjustly accused of being a voyeur. A wave of indignation surges within him. Voyeurism? It is. In truth, someone else's shamelessness, boldly intruding into his line of sight while he refrains from chastising them for their indecency, yet they dare to cast the first stone. Upon hearing these words, the Empress of Golden Lotus slightly lowers her gaze to her own form. Her skin, as pure as jade, exhibits exquisite curves, resembling the most flawless piece of art. She realizes, to her surprise, that she is unclothed. Yet, she feels no shame, akin to the celestial beings of the highest realms, untouched by the gaze of mere mortals. With a single gesture, she channels her inner power, transforming it into an imperial robe that radiates with hues of vibrant light, enveloping her graceful figure. The robe is embroidered in front with a lively depiction of 100 birds greeting the phoenix, while the back features the chaotic golden lotus, symbolizing the Empress's nobility and authority. This majestic presence instills a sense of reverence, compelling one to bow in submission at her feet. The finesse with which she manipulates her powers demonstrates her exceptional mastery. Turning her gaze back to Jun Moxiao, the Empress's eyes reveal a hint of indifference and coldness. "I perceive desire in your eyes. You dare to covet this Empress? Such audacity." Jun Moxiao cannot help but chuckle. "A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's admiration. This is but a natural sentiment. What is there to hide?" He steps forward, unflinchingly meeting the gaze of the Empress, whose cultivation has now dwindled to the mid-stage of transformation. There is a glint of icy resolve in his eyes. "Golden Lotus Empress, you are somewhat overconfident. This is the domain of my fallen cloud sect, and your current diminished power holds no threat over me." Observing that Jun Moxiao does not cower before her status, the Empress shakes her head slightly, lamenting her fallen state. A once mighty Empress now finds herself entangled in discourse with an ant of the perfected nascent soul stage. Despite her current cultivation being at the mid-stage of transformation, her true strength remains comparable to that of a grandmaster of the void refinement stage. To her, this old man is merely an ant that she could easily crush. Her phoenix-like eyes narrow as she regards Jun Moxiao, her demeanor still lofty, as if his words are but inconsequential breezes brushing past her. "Today, I have been reborn and had no intention of shedding blood. Yet, your boldness in opposing me compels me to show you that some things and some people are beyond the realm of your imagination." With that proclamation, a staggering phenomenon suddenly manifests behind her. From the depths of the sea of suffering, golden lotuses arise, as if summoned by her will, ascending from the tumultuous waves. The dewdrops upon the lotus leaves glisten brilliantly under the sunlight, dazzling to behold. As the gentle breeze sweeps through, the golden lotuses bloom in splendid competition, teeming with vitality, and an aura of chaos permeates the air around them. In a sudden moment, Jun Moxiao sensed an unprecedented, immense gravitational force emerging. His lifespan felt as though it were a wild stallion, uncontrollably consumed by the merciless chaos golden lotus. What a domineering divine ability! A surge of astonishment and a swell of fury coursed through Jun Moxiao's heart. Having personally endured the agonizing memories of his dwindling lifespan, how could he tolerate the audacious attempt of the Golden Lotus Empress to strip him of his vitality? A sense of crisis enveloped him as the dormant primordial spirit within him abruptly opened its eyes wide. An imposing and enigmatic divine demonic form instantaneously manifested. Seated high above the heavens, surrounded by an aura of profound yellow, akin to a deity descending to gaze upon the myriad beings below. Simultaneously, an ancient seal within the great strength demonic scripture was quietly lifted, as an ancient and formidable divine ability surged into Jun Moxiao's consciousness. This was the divine demonic unity technique, a celestial-level power encompassing the convergence of good and evil, the union of righteousness and wickedness, and the amalgamation of gods and demons. Featuring the invincible three-style fist technique, the deployment of such a transcendent ability would exponentially amplify his combat prowess, rendering it truly formidable. How dare that impudent empress challenge me? Today, let her witness what true arrogance entails. The serene and benevolent image of the elder vanished, replaced by an overwhelming aura of dominance and fearlessness. Undeterred by the divine powers of the Golden Lotus Empress, he unleashed the first form of his technique, convergence of good and evil. His right fist was imbued with the essence of compassion and benevolence, while his left fist harbored the will of malevolence and annihilation. As the two fists collided, they unleashed a formidable force capable of shaking the very cosmos, dominating the heavens above. The celestial phenomena behind the Golden Lotus Empress crumbled instantly under the terrifying might of the convergence of good and evil. The ocean evaporated into mist. Vast swathes of golden lotus petals were reduced to ashes, and the chaotic energies quivered and recoiled in the face of such power. With a sharp gasp, the Golden Lotus Empress spat blood, her eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Impossible! How could he be so formidable? With a single punch, he shattered my divine art. Having attained enlightenment for 3,000 years, she had never encountered an adversary capable of defeating her with a mere strike. She gazed up at the divine and demonic silhouette behind Jun Moxiao, her lips trembling slightly as a terrifying thought took root in her mind. Could it be that the techniques he practiced originated from the celestial realm? Otherwise, such terrifying power and momentum would be inconceivable. In that fleeting moment, her thoughts raced. But this singular conjecture appeared to align most closely with the astonishing battle unfolding before her. With but a single move, Jun Moxiao effortlessly shattered the divine powers of the Golden Lotus Empress. Yet, he exhibited not a shred of compassion. Instead, another, even more ferocious attack surged forth. The technique known as the righteous and evil convergence. The potency of this strike surpassed that of the previous good and evil gathering. Before the fist made contact, a suffocating gale emanated from it, tearing apart the imperial robe conjured by the Empress's arcane prowess, revealing her pristine yet vulnerable form. The Golden Lotus Empress had no time to lament her fate. She gritted her teeth and summoned all her strength in a desperate attempt to withstand this lethal blow. With a thunderous roar, the entire mountain seemed to tremble, rocks cascaded down, and dust enveloped the sky. As the dust settled, one could see the Golden Lotus Empress in disarray, sprawled upon the ground, her form contorted, with her abdomen concave, gasping for breath, gravely injured. Jun Moxiao stepped forward with measured grace, casting a disdainful glance upon the once mighty Golden Lotus Empress. A sardonic smile played upon his lips as he spoke, laced with mockery. "Oh, Empress, how does it feel to be vanquished by an insignificant ant? TSK, your current posture is indeed excruciatingly embarrassing. Are you not afraid of the insolence from one so seemingly trivial as I?" The Golden Lotus Empress, her face flushed with indignation, trembled as she struggled to rise from the ground. Summoning her remaining magical power, she conjured an imperial robe to drape over herself once more. Despite her valiant attempt to uphold her dignity, the remnants of her shattered visage and the blood at the corner of her mouth only served to highlight a tragic beauty. "Mortals must not insult the Emperor. You ought not to be so arrogant," she proclaimed, feigning composure as she sought to intimidate Jun Moxiao with her words. Yet he merely smiled lightly, moistening his cracked lips, a glimmer of danger flickering in his eyes. "Must the Emperor not be insulted? Then let us see whether it is your life that is resilient or merely your tongue." His voice resonated with resolve and authority as he invoked the third form of the divine and demon unity technique, divine and demon convergence. As his words fell, two enormous phantoms materialized behind him. Their formidable eyes seemingly capable of perceiving all that exists, now fixated on the Golden Lotus Empress. One thought becomes divine, one thought descends into darkness. The convergence of divine and demon, I alone reigned supreme. Before the final strike had fully taken shape, the sheer force emanating from it forced the Golden Lotus Empress to stagger back repeatedly. The imperial robe she had just conjured was ripped to shreds by this overwhelming power. Her complexion turned ashen, resembling parchment, as she realized that should this blow land, she would be utterly obliterated, devoid of any chance of survival. What to do? She screamed internally, faced with the choice between life and dignity. At this critical juncture, after a brief moment of contemplation, the Golden Lotus Empress made her decision. With a resounding thud, she knelt before Jun Moxiao, exclaiming, "I beg for mercy, esteemed senior." Liano acknowledges her mistakes. Seeing this, Jun Moxiao momentarily paused his rhythm of attack, and with a faint smile, he inquired, "Oh, you realize your mistake? Pray, enlighten me on where you erred." The Lotus Empress knelt upon the ground, allowing her snow-white legs to be exposed to the air. Her entire body trembled, and her voice quivered with a hint of trepidation. "It is I, Lianer, who was blind to the greatness before me. I should not have disrespected a senior, nor should I have dared to engage in combat, relying on my meager cultivation." Chapter 66. The Proud Empress. "Ah, your words are rather sweet." Hearing the sincere apology from the Golden Lotus Empress, Jun Moxiao felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. "Tell me, can I possibly defy you, my exalted Empress?" The Golden Lotus Empress was taken aback by his words, a rare blush rising to her cheeks. While she could easily dismiss the provocations of myriads, she could not remain composed in the face of threats from a formidable adversary, especially one who possessed the power to take her life at will. As a demon cultivator, she understood that survival in this world, where strength reigned supreme, was of utmost importance. Thus, she chose to submit and bow to Jun Moxiao. She endeavored to display an enchanting smile as she approached him, her steps graceful and captivating. If my esteemed senior wishes for me to serve, I am at your command for any task. I only ask that you take me in. Oh, a hint of surprise flickered across Jun Moxiao's face. How could this once mighty empress, who had sat lofty in the heavens, so suddenly change her demeanor? As an empress with vast powers, capable of traversing the world, how could you find yourself in a position of dependence on others? The Golden Lotus Empress chuckled wryly, confessing candidly, what you may not know, my esteemed senior, is that my true form has long been reduced to ashes in the heavenly tribulation. This appearance is merely a manifestation of the combined form of the twin lotuses, which cannot be sustained for long. In other words, Bai Linger and Bai Yeno have not truly perished, they will return? A wave of relief surged within Jun Moxiao. He would indeed feel a pang of sorrow if those two innocent little girls were to vanish forever. You speak the truth, my senior. After my dissolution, my soul and spirit shall reemerge. They are not your soul and spirit. Jun Moxiao interjected suddenly. Bai Linger and Bai Yinner are independent beings with their own identities, not your possessions. This is a point you must comprehend. Yes, my senior speaks wisely. The Golden Lotus Empress replied respectfully. These two girls are the very foundation of my existence. Thus, I earnestly beseech you to look after them. I shall forever be grateful and repay your kindness tenfold. Jun Moxiao gazed at her delicate and pitiful demeanor, unable to resist stroking his chin. And how do you intend to repay me, my dear? The Empress Jin Lian had long made her decision. At this moment, she cast aside all reservations, her garments no longer shifting in illusion. Her figure was graceful, akin to a lotus emerging from the water. She shyly lowered her head and softly replied, Lianer is at the mercy of her esteemed senior. Jun Moxiao found it difficult to resist such temptation, his emotions once again in turmoil. Alas, the nine-yang celestial body was indeed troublesome. Even the slightest provocation could lead to an explosion of feelings. He let out a long sigh, gently cradling the delicate form of the Golden Lotus Empress in his somewhat rough hands, placing her upon the cold, hard stone. The allure of this enchanting empress was simply overwhelming, and he conceded that he could not withstand her unparalleled charm. On the stone, the Golden Lotus Empress slowly closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the tempest to come. Yet, as time ticked away, there was no further action from him. Curiosity crept into her thoughts. Could it be that he had already finished before even beginning? Stealthily, she opened her eyes, only to find Jun Moxiao fixated on a corner of the stone. She shifted her position and looked down, discovering two lines of small script engraved there. Holding your hand, I shall grow old with you. Who had etched these words? Why was he so entranced? The Golden Lotus Empress was filled with intrigue. Suddenly, Jun Moxiao rose from her side, beginning to adjust his garments. The flame of desire that had once burned within him had now extinguished, leaving him as calm as still water. He could be flirtatious, yet here, upon the stone where he had pledged his love to Ji Rushui, he found himself unable to summon any spirit, feeling particularly awkward. What are you doing? Do you not intend to continue? The Golden Lotus Empress inquired, her tone laced with a hint of dissatisfaction. I shall not, Jun Moxiao replied, his expression serene. Why not? Is it because I am not beautiful enough, or is my status not noble enough? The Golden Lotus Empress felt a surge of anger. This was her first attempt to lower herself and engage, only to face rejection. Such a blow felt akin to a harsh slap across her face. Jun Moxiao gazed at her, his eyes brimming with a myriad of complex emotions, and slowly spoke. It is not that you lack beauty, nor that your status is insufficiently noble. The fault lies with me, for I can no longer continue. Upon hearing these words, Empress Jin Lian felt an inexplicable wave of subtle disappointment swell within her. Yet, almost immediately, a thought seemed to dawn upon her, and her gaze fixed intently upon the two lines of small characters, prompting her to exclaim, Did you carve this alongside another woman? Upon hearing these words, Jun Moxiao did not offer a denial. The Golden Lotus Empress, a woman of formidable strength, sought perfection in every endeavor, and her beauty was no exception. Senior, I dare to inquire, in comparison to that woman, who is truly more beautiful? Her tone held a hint of resentment. Naturally, it is she. Jun Moxiao replied without a moment's hesitation. The expression on the Golden Lotus Empress's face shifted rapidly, revealing her inner turmoil. In this world, she was confident that she could claim the second spot in terms of beauty, with no one daring to assert the first. Yet now, she found herself overshadowed, even deemed unworthy of a willing sacrifice. This revelation was difficult for her to accept, leaving her with a sense of injustice. Upon witnessing this, Jun Moxiao let out a resigned sigh and candidly confessed, "She and I have known each other for centuries. Our bond is profoundly deep. Our first encounter cannot be compared to what she and I share." The Empress Jinjian see that inwardly, I am the Empress. Simultaneously, curiosity piqued within her, pondering which woman could captivate Jun Moxiao to such an extent. A mere love declaration inscribed on stone could make him forsake the Empress who is at his beck and call. When that woman finally appears, she is determined to engage in a contest to discern who truly excels. For now, she resolved to play a prank on this detestable man as a form of retribution for his rejection. Oh dear, my head feels so dizzy. The Empress Jinjian suddenly feigned a most unconvincing act, collapsing directly into Jun Moxiao's embrace. "What are you doing? Stop touching me, or I swear I will knock you out," Jun Moxiao warned immediately. The Empress Jinjian lifted her delicate face, her enchanting eyes gleaming with a triumphant glint. "You wish to feign noble virtue, do you? Then allow me to demonstrate my prowess." Jun Moxiao observed the cunning glimmer in the other's eyes, instantly foreseeing an impending calamity. However, before he could react, the delicate figure in his embrace suddenly vanished with a soft pop, replaced by two charming little girls. The scene froze momentarily. Chapter 67, The Red Third Rank, Acquiring a Pair of Twins. Three distinct cries of astonishment erupted simultaneously. After a flurry of commotion, Bai Linger and Bai Yin'er finally donned their attire, cautiously approaching. Their cherubic faces were flushed, resembling ripe apples. "Great Elder, how is it that you are here? Why were you holding us like that?" Bai Linger mustered the courage to voice her burning questions. This was indeed a perilous inquiry. Should the answer falter, the esteemed reputation of Jun Moxiao could be irrevocably tarnished. Although the Golden Lotus Empress belonged to the demon race, she was, after all, a woman. The intricacies of a woman's heart are often elusive. When she becomes infatuated, her wrath can be exceedingly dreadful. Ding! The system detected the fortuitous girl, Bai Linger, Bai Yin'er. Her fortune level elevated, currently at the red third rank, with a bond value of 2 points and a return multiplier of 600 times. The sudden system notification caused Jun Moxiao to momentarily pause in astonishment. Soon after, he noticed a remarkable transformation, the unique constitution of Bai Linger and Bai Yin'er. The Twin Lotus had been activated. This awakening not only endowed them with unprecedented cultivation potential but also facilitated a qualitative leap in their fortune level. Soaring from the original blue 5th rank to the red 3rd rank, with the astonishing return multiplier escalating to an impressive 600 times. "Great Elder, please say something," Bai Linger implored anxiously, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. In her heart, the Great Elder was undoubtedly a figure of immense trust and respect. Yet, the earlier episode of being embraced by him left her utterly perplexed. Jun Moxiao coughed lightly twice to mask his embarrassment, and then his expression turned grave. "You two girls, kneel down and apologize at once." His voice carried an undeniable authority, and combined with the prestige and presence he had amassed over the years, it instantly left the two little girls trembling with fear. Regardless of right or wrong, kneeling first was the order of the day. Jun Moxiao slowly rose to his feet, gesturing towards the cliff with a gentle demeanor. "This is my secret place of cultivation," he began, "and today, by chance, I found you two lying unconscious on the ground. Upon investigation, I discovered that you possess a rare and unique constitution, yet due to improper cultivation methods, you have fallen into a perilous state of deviation, and the situation is exceedingly grave." He paused momentarily before continuing in light of the urgency. "I had no choice but to expend a portion of my dwindling lifespan to rescue you both from danger." As he spoke, he absent-mindedly wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead, his form swaying slightly, as if weary from the energy he had just spent. However, a faint smile of satisfaction graced his face. "Fortunately, you are blessed by fate. With my assistance, not only have you regained your lives, but you have successfully awakened your unique abilities. Truly, it is said that surviving great calamity leads to future blessings." Upon hearing the elder's explanation, the mouths of the two young girls fell agape in astonishment. The elder had sacrificed his precious remaining lifespan to save them, an immense favor indeed. Although they had been exposed, the esteemed elder's eyes reflected nothing but concern and compassion for them, devoid of any malicious intent, even in the event of closer interactions. The elder's intentions were undoubtedly pure. Thus, instead of harboring any resentment, they felt compelled to express their heartfelt gratitude. "We apologize for misjudging you, esteemed elder." The twin sisters exclaimed in unison. White Lingo was the first to act. She climbed onto Jun Moxiao's lap and embraced his neck, planting a soft kiss on his cheek as a gesture of thanks. Observing her sister, White Yin'er understood her intent and, with sisterly unity, she too knew precisely how to respond. With a gentle peck, she left a fragrant kiss on the other side of Jun Moxiao's cheek. Jun Moxiao, with a mind unclouded by distractions, found himself momentarily astonished by the actions of the two little girls. Shaking his head, he spoke. Since both of you possess a unique constitution, it is essential that you have a worthy master to guide you. I wish to take you as my direct disciples. Would you be willing to accept this offer? Upon hearing this, Bai Ling and Bai Yin were overjoyed and hurriedly knelt, bowing their heads. Master, we pay our respects. Bai Ling had long admired Jun Moxiao. Previously, during their encounter in the Demon Emperor's treasury, her bond value had already risen to 2 points. Influenced by her sister, Bai Yin's bond value had similarly increased to 2 points. This time, not only had Jun Moxiao saved their lives, but he had also become their master, further enhancing their bond. Ding. The bond value with the fated girl Bai Ling Bai Yin has increased to 3 points, and the critical return multiplier has risen to 900 times. Filled with joy, Jun Moxiao could hardly suppress a whistle of delight. He realized that these two young disciples would become significant assets on his future journey. Haha. Come. This is a welcome gift from your master. From now on, all your training resources will be provided by me. Jun Moxiao erupted with a hearty laugh. Retrieving numerous exquisite items from his storage ring, each person received a superior magical artifact, an extraordinary magical artifact, 3 5th-grade talismans, a vial of 4th-grade golden essence pills, a vial of 4th-grade breaking realm pills, 100 drops of celestial essence, a package of enlightenment tea leaves, and 10 lustrous superior spirit stones. Bai Ling and Bai Yin were left in a state of astonishment. As disciples, they had never encountered such a wealth of treasures, their mouths agape in shock, unable to close for quite some time. At that moment, they truly grasped the astonishing wealth of the Grand Elder. The value of this mere greeting exceeded 200,000 spirit stones. Typically, they would risk life and limb for a mere 10 to 20,000 spirit stones and resources. Yet, their master had generously bestowed upon them 100-fold. This exemplified the notion of boundless wealth. Instantly, the eyes of the two young girls sparkled like crescent moons, filled with stars of admiration. Who could remain unaffected in the presence of such a master? Ding. The host has successfully gifted all items to the fortunate girl Bai Ling Bai Yin, triggering a 1800-fold critical hit. Return rewards: 18 pieces of the purple lightning and frost sword, low-grade spirit treasure, 18 pieces of the celestial slayer flying sword, mid-grade spirit treasure, 18 pieces of the purple sky divine thunder talisman, 7th-grade talisman, 18 pieces of the clear blue elixir 6th-grade pill, 18 pieces of the transformation pill 6th-grade pill, 1800 drops of celestial essence, 18 pounds of enlightenment tea leaves, 1800 superior spirit stones. In that instant, Jun Moxiao's eyes also gleamed, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. Looking towards the two young girls, his gaze was imbued with fervor. How delightful! From this day forth, I have gained 2 precious girls. Chapter 68. The Star River Spirit Vein Mine, the Lecherous Rogue. Days later, the Star River Spirit Vein Mine was situated on the outskirts of the Arctic mountain range, at the border between the Xianyuan dynasty and the Great Qin dynasty. This location served as one of the crucial sources of spirit stones for the Falling Clouds sect, yet it had recently been frequently targeted by the Great Heavenly Demon sect, resulting in substantial losses. Jun Moxiao, accompanied by his 2 newly accepted disciples, soared through the sky on their flying swords, rapidly approaching the worthless Qing Mu Wang. Severely injured by a single strike from the Golden Lotus Empress, remained temporarily at the Falling Clouds sect. Do not laugh, my friend. I have come this time to resolve the troubles caused by those mischievous creatures, and to pay a visit to my old friend, Lu Ruyan. I have heard that in recent times, it has fallen upon her to guard the celestial veins of the Star River Mine. Jun Moxiao would not relinquish any of the women endowed with fortune, particularly someone like Lu Ruyan, who possesses a profound understanding of the world and a hint of materialism. She is indeed a remarkably desirable candidate for reciprocity. Consequently, should any misfortune befall Lu Ruyan at the Spirit Vein Mine, the repercussions for Jun Moxiao would be considerable. Before long, a magnificent city, heavily fortified and known as Cayenne City, came into view from a distant vantage point. This stronghold was erected by the Falling Clouds sect, serving as a residence for over 10,000 mining laborers. In the realm of cultivation, numerous practitioners engage in the profession of mining. Although the toil of extracting spirit stones is arduous and wealth does not come swiftly, the endeavor is relatively safe, devoid of life-threatening perils. However, in recent months, the frequent ambushes by the Great Demon Sect have rendered mining exceedingly hazardous. As a result, a significant number of the original workforce, which exceeded 10,000, has dwindled, leaving only around 8,000 miners. This has compelled the Fallen Cloud sect to offer generous remuneration to sect disciples and independent cultivators to bolster mining operations. At this moment, a multitude of guards were stationed at the entrance of Cayenne City, meticulously inspecting those who queued, forming an extensive line before the gates. Jun Mo smiled as 3 individuals descended with flying swords. He remained unhurried and composed, patiently following without cutting in line. With him as a model of behavior, Bai Linger and Bai Yinner naturally fell into line without fuss. At that moment, a sudden surge of intense magical fluctuations echoed from afar. Jun Moxiao furrowed his brow, clearly indicating that the demon sect was once again causing turmoil. You two proceed into the city first. I shall investigate the situation over there. Jun Moxiao cautioned the 2 young girls before him, and then, with a graceful leap, he soared into the air, his sword glimmering like snow as he took flight, a radiant streak vanishing into the distance. Bai Linger and Bai Yinner exchanged glances, obediently awaiting his return. The crowd entering the city was a complex tapestry of individuals, predominantly loose cultivators, alongside a fair number of disciples from lesser sects, while genuine disciples of the Fallen Cloud sect were surprisingly few. After all, being a disciple of one of the 10 great sects afforded them a commendable standard of living. The majority of those present were burly men, and the sudden appearance of 2 delicate and charming little girls was quite conspicuous, perhaps perceiving the 2 young ladies as easy targets. Some of the men engaged in whispered conversations, their crude remarks causing the listeners to blush. Others leered at the girls with predatory gazes, imagining the delightful vistas hidden beneath their garments. The exquisite twin sisters of the Bai family quickly caught the attention of the city guards. One guard, bearing a scarred visage, covertly produced a communication talisman. Young Master Yin, 2 extraordinary beauties have arrived at the city gate. Would you like to come take a look? Within one of the finest inns in Cayenne City, Yin Quan perked up at the news of the enchanting newcomers. His father was a divine transformation elder responsible for security in the city, and leveraging this connection, Yin Quan flourished within the urban landscape. The beautiful women from lesser sects or among wandering cultivators were usually his prey when they graced the scene. Donning his armor, Yin Quan hurried to the city gate. And at first glance, he spotted the stunning twin sisters amidst the crowd. In that moment, his eyes widened with excitement, and he felt an uncontrollable drool slip from the corner of his mouth. Exquisite. They are undoubtedly exquisite. Having never encountered such extraordinary beauties, Yin Quan was palpably exhilarated. He scanned the surroundings, confirming that the 2 ladies were unaccompanied. He speculated that the twins must have come in search of spirit stones, having heard that the Fallen Cloud sect was seeking miners at generous pay. Women in need of money are just to my liking. I have always favored those with empty pockets. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he approached, blocking the girl's path with determined strides. Ladies, I am Yin Quan, the current captain of the city guards. Might I inquire your names? We are strangers to you. Kindly step aside, Bai Yinner replied warily. We may not have met before, but we do now. I wish to befriend you both. Apologies, but we have no interest in your friendship. Bai Linger resolutely rejected him without hesitation. Though Yin Quan was somewhat notable in this locale, being publicly spurned by the twin sisters left him feeling humiliated. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to his trump card. I knew it all along. Your purpose in coming here is to seek spirit stones. He slowly extended a finger, his tone exuding an indescribable air of bravado. If you choose to accompany me, I will grant you 10,000 spirit stones each month. Are you suggesting you wish to keep us? Bai Linger and Bai Yinner exclaimed in unison, realization dawning upon them. Their melodious voices stirred Yin Quan's imagination, conjuring various fantasies in his mind. Indeed, I intend to keep you both. Consider this. 10,000 spirit stones could procure an abundance of cultivation resources, Yin Quan coaxed, feeling confident in his approach. Sister, this fellow must be out of his mind. Let's not engage with him. Bai Yinner tugged at her sister's hand, regarding Yin Quan with a look of disdain. Bai Linger mirrored her sister's expression, casting a scornful glare in his direction. After being publicly rejected by the 2 girls, Yin Quan's countenance darkened, and the pressure of his mid-yuan infant cultivation began to emanate. Bai Linger and Bai Yinner were forced to retreat several steps under the weight of his aura, exclaiming in unison, "Are you a villain that resorts to violence when refused?" The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, who turned their curious gazes towards the unfolding drama. Yin Quan noticed the derision hidden within those looks, and his expression shifted accordingly. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. He refrained from causing a scene and stormed off in frustration, a tumult of unnamable resentment brewing within him. Humph. These two little wretches dare to reject my kind intentions. They shall pay for their insolence. Yin Quan muttered through gritted teeth. Chapter 69. Jiu Rong after his departure. The lengthy queue continued to move forward, with each individual undergoing meticulous inspection and registration. When it was the Bai sisters' turn, the guard responsible for their inspection bore an oddly inscrutable expression, one that seemed to waver between amusement and irony. At that moment, Yin Quan boisterously reemerged, addressing the Bai sisters with a loud proclamation. Recently, I have discovered that someone has been secretly hoarding spirit stones, intending to unlawfully possess them. Your movements are suspicious. You must be the culprits behind the theft. Surrender at once. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Lingo furrowed her brow, displeased. We have just arrived. How could we have stolen spirit stones from the mines? Bai Yin'er quickly interjected. The onlookers bore witness to the spectacle, their expressions a mix of sympathy and concern. It's over. I've heard that Yin Quan is the most notorious playboy in Cayenne City, and few beauties escape his clutches once he sets his sights on them. Such a tender pair of sisters, they are surely doomed. Alas, do they not have any elders? Are they unaware of the perils of the cultivation world? To let these sisters roam freely? This time, Yin Quan, fabricating accusations, sought to exploit his power to satiate his desires. Right and wrong are determined by me. You two will accompany me to discuss matters further. His tone was laden with confidence, as if he had everything under control. Bai Lingo stepped back, revealing her trump card. We are disciples of the Grand Elder. Dare you lay a hand on us? Yin Quan paused, momentarily taken aback, before inquiring, which Grand Elder? Of course, it is the esteemed Qian Rentai Sui of the Fallen Cloud sect. The sisters replied in unison. Yin Quan was startled, his brow furrowing. He had only heard of the Grand Elder having a single disciple, Jiang Miaoi, and was unaware that he had taken on twin sisters as well. Could it be that these two little wretches were deceiving him? As this thought crossed his mind, his expression darkened further. Humph. You two frauds dare to use the Grand Elder's name to intimidate me. He unleashed his full pressure, a formidable force bearing down on the sisters, making it difficult for them to breathe. What do you intend to do? Bai Lingo demanded. With a sinister smile, Yin Quan spoke slowly. I intend to examine your bodies closely to discover where you have hidden the spirit stones. At the mention of a body examination, many rough men in the vicinity suddenly perked up, intrigued by the prospect of Yin Quan bestowing some form of benefit upon them. At that moment, another squad leader could no longer contain himself and boldly interjected, Captain Yin, what you are doing is against the rules. Furthermore, if there is to be an examination, it should be conducted in a private chamber by me. Yin Quan lifted his haughty chin, casting a disdainful glance at the female guard before him. Rules? My father has reached the peak of the divine transformation stage and holds the esteemed position of an inner elder guarding the spiritual vein mine. You dare speak to me of rules? His gaze shifted to Jiu Rong, the tall and striking captain, and he sneered, Jiu Rongs. I spare you only because you are the disciple of Elder Lu. But should you dare to interfere with my affairs, do not blame me for turning ruthless. Or perhaps you intend to take her place. He chuckled wickedly, his eyes glinting with malice as they roamed over her innate beauty. Jiu Rong, possessing merely the early stage of the nascent soul, was no match for Yin Quan, who was at the mid-nascent soul stage. Despite her status as Lu Ruyin's disciple, Yin Quan's father was the fifth elder of the Fallen Cloud sect, wielding greater influence. As she observed the two adorable little girls, Jiu Rong's lips twitched. She positioned herself protectively in front of Bai Ling Air and Bai Yin Air, shielding them from Yin Quan's burning gaze. This is the Fallen Cloud sect's spiritual vein mine, not your Yin family's territory. You have no right to act so brazenly. Are you openly declaring war against me? Yin Quan's eyes blazed with intensity, his tone laced with menace. Jiu Rong glanced back at the little sisters. Memories of her deceased younger sister flooding her mind. Both were sweet, lively, and charming. She would never allow these sisters to be bullied. Drawing her treasured sword, she pointed its tip towards Yin Quan and declared fiercely, what if I do oppose you? I, Jiu Rong, will never stand by and watch injustice unfold. Yin Quan's lips twitched in irritation. Jiu Rong, much like her master, was a captivating widow. 100 years ago, before she embarked on her path of cultivation, she had a short-lived husband. Later, when the Fallen Cloud sect recruited disciples, Jiu Rong, blessed with spiritual roots, caught the eye of an inner elder and was accepted as a direct disciple. Although she was married, she maintained her virtue and had repeatedly rebuffed Yin Quan's advances since arriving in Cayenne City, which had stoked his frustration. Now, Provoked by Chu Yurong's defense of two innocent little girls, he felt irked. His gaze lingered on her mature, alluring figure. Swallowing hard as thoughts of his own intentions began to form. "You are forcing my hand," he cackled. "With Elder Lu out of the city, I shall indulge in Chu Yurong first and deal with the two little girls later." Abruptly, Yin Quan shouted, "Captains, heed my command. Chu Yurong has neglected her duties and is suspected of colluding with thieves. Seize her." The captains who had long conspired with Yin Quan were prepared, and they surged forward. With a sharp clatter, Chu Yurong's sword slipped from her grip. Overwhelmed, she was easily captured. "Run, you two. Find my master, Lu Ruyin," she called desperately to Bai Ling Er and Bai Yin Er. The sisters, quick-witted, immediately activated several talismans. A cacophony of explosions ensued, sending Yin Quan's men fleeing in disarray. As the dust settled, the two little girls had vanished beyond the city limits. Yin Quan's forehead throbbed with anger. His quarry had escaped. However, he knew he must prioritize capturing the delectable Chu Yurong before anything else. Before departing, he sent a mental message to his two loyal henchmen. "Scars and Baldy, I shall indulge myself first. You pursue the escaped twins, they must not get away." The two henchmen exchanged lingering glances at Chu Yurong's alluring figure before their imaginations ran wild, nearly causing them to lose control. After a moment, they set off to track the whereabouts of the sisters. Meanwhile, Bai Ling Er and Bai Yin Er, both at the mid-golden core stage, realized they could not confront the captains head-on, who were at the early nascent soul stage. They relied on the magical talismans given by their master to evade their pursuers. At that moment, a man and woman descended from the sky, landing swiftly at the city gate station. The man, a sprightly elder with a sword sheathed at his back, was none other than Jun Moxiao. "Thank you, Brother Jun. Had it not been for your timely intervention, my junior sister would have been harmed by those fiends." Lu Ruyin expressed her gratitude, her gaze filled with complex emotions as she regarded him. Clad in a fitted gown that accentuated her mature figure, she exuded an enchanting blend of youthful innocence and womanly allure, her porcelain skin glowing, and a redwood hairpin shimmering softly atop her head. Each of her movements showcased the dual charm of both maiden and matron. Jun Moxiao gently stroked his goat beard and spoke with a double entendre. Lu Ruyin bit her crimson lips, seemingly lost in thought, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks as her mind raced. "Jun, my senior brother, claims that I hold great significance to him. What could that possibly imply? Could it be that he desires me?" Lu Ruyin gazed at Jun Moxiao's visage, momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, he appeared akin to a well-preserved gentleman in his 60s, robust and radiant, with traces of his youthful handsomeness still discernible upon his face. Her heart raced, a delicate flush creeping up her chest, as she mused. In truth, Jun Moxiao's current appearance resembles that of a gentleman in his 60s, not unappealing, and certainly not unacceptable. "Senior brother." Her tone shifted, and Lu Ruyin spoke in a sultry manner, sending shivers through those who heard. "Have you perhaps changed your mind? I have long asserted that while Ji Rushui may be more beautiful than I, her temperament is far too frigid for you." She arched her voluptuous figure, pressed her luscious lips together, and playfully nudged Jun Moxiao with her peach-like form. "Senior brother, I have been stagnating at the mid-stage of the transformation realm for quite some time. Why not join me in my chamber tonight for a little tutoring?" As Jun Moxiao gazed at the alluring Lu Ruyin, a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Initially, he had intended to bestow a low-grade spiritual treasure upon her in exchange for some system rewards. However, should this enchantress accept his offering, she might, in a moment of impulse, turn the tables on him. Alas, such is the burden of being exceptionally handsome. A wry smile graced Jun Moxiao's lips as he reminisced about his past glories. Since he had made quite a name for himself during the decisive battle between righteous and demonic forces a century ago, coupled with his strikingly handsome visage, he had been no stranger to the affections of female cultivators over the years. Were it not for his self-restraint, he would have likely amassed a significant number of companions, perhaps 80, if not 100. The captivating Lu Ruyin before him was merely one among many admirers, currently under the attentive watch of Ji Rushui. "Junior sister Lu, the spiritual vein mine here is fraught with peril, and I find myself unable to assist you adequately. Allow me to gift you some tokens for your safety," he resolved. To secure the system rewards, sacrificing a modicum of his allure was an inevitable concession. He braced himself and reached for his storage ring, summoning forth a sword radiating with a violet-blue glow, along with 3 shimmering talismans. Low-grade spiritual treasure, the violet lightning frost sword. 6th grade attack talisman, the ice sword rain talisman. Such artifacts held little value for Jun Moxiao, yet to others, they were treasures beyond price. Lu Ruyin trembled as she accepted these gifts, her enchanting eyes sparkling with delight, and her hands instinctively brushed against his chest. Ahem. Junior sister, please maintain your decorum. Lu Ruyin, flustered, offered an awkward smile. My apologies. I got a bit carried away. Ding. The bond with the fateful daughter Lu Ruyin has increased by 2 points, enhancing the critical return multiplier to 200 times. Ding. The host has successfully gifted Lu Ruyin a low-grade spiritual treasure, triggering a 200-fold critical hit, returning 20 pieces of the celestial slaying flying sword, medium-grade spiritual treasure. Ding. The host has successfully gifted Lu Ruyin a 6th-grade talisman, triggering a 200-fold critical hit, returning 20 pieces of the purple sky divine thunder talisman, 7th-grade talisman. A remarkable collection of 7th-grade talismans, along with 20 celestial slaying flying swords radiating an aura of destruction, filled his inventory. The celestial slaying flying swords could be arranged into a formidable sword formation, and with the current accumulation, he possessed a total of 88. When fully deployed, the might of this formation was unimaginable. The number of 7th-grade talismans was also approaching 100. Should he unleash such an arsenal, even a formidable cultivator at the integration stage would be compelled to retreat in disarray. Senior brother, your immense kindness leaves me at a loss for how to repay you. By chance, I have recently learned a set of the 18 soft water beats, which would be a perfect opportunity for you to experience. While Lu Ruyin was somewhat materialistic, she was not foolish. She understood that in this world, one does not receive gifts without earnest reciprocation. Jun Moxiao initially intended to decline, but upon recalling Lu Ruyin's exquisite techniques, he felt a flicker of interest. Very well, I shall trouble you, junior sister. The two exchanged laughter as they made their way to the border station. Suddenly, 2 melodious voices, akin to those of young maidens, rang out simultaneously. Master, you have finally arrived. Please go rescue Sister Rong. Bai Ling Er and Bai Yin Er hurried over, akin to fledglings returning to the nest, and leaped into Jun Moxiao's embrace. The grievances they had earlier endured transformed instantly into tears, cascading from their reddened eyes. What is amiss? Jun Moxiao immediately sensed something was wrong. Could it be that during his absence, someone had the audacity to bully his disciples? Woo-woo, master. Just now a wicked person accused us of stealing and insisted on publicly inspecting us. Bai Ling Er lamented, her voice laced with sorrow. Then, a senior sister named Qiyu Rong emerged to rescue us, but she was captured by the villain. Bai Yin Er, her cheeks flushed, bravely recounted the ordeal. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from Jun Moxiao. How dare they lay a hand on my disciples? What audacity! Nearby, Lu Ruyin's expression shifted upon hearing the name Qiyu Rong, and she inquired urgently, is the villain you speak of named Yin Quan? Indeed. He mentioned his name, Yin Quan. Bai Ling Er recalled. Jun Mo smiled in confusion and inquired, do you know someone named Chu Yurong? Lu Ruoyan nodded, her heart entangled in a web of conflicting emotions. To be frank, Yurong is my disciple and often finds herself subjected to the harassment of Yin Quan. However, Yin Quan's father is Elder Yin Chili, and as long as Yin Quan does not resort to violence against Yurong, it is not my place to interfere in matters among the younger generation. Nevertheless, today Yin Quan has crossed a line, as he has indeed laid hands on Yurong. And I cannot remain a passive observer. It is evident that while Lu Ruoyan embodies the traits of a refined egoist, she also manages to fulfill the role of a competent mentor. Originally, Chu Yurong had no connection to him, even if she were to be sullied. It would not concern her. Yet today, it is Chu Yurong who faces peril, all in the name of rescuing her own disciple. Jun Moxiao, possessing profound wisdom and integrity, would never allow harm to befall the benefactor of his disciple. With a sweeping glance, he soon spotted the scarred captain and the bald captain, trembling in the distance. With a powerful grasp, his formidable magical energy manifested as 2 ethereal claws, seizing the 2 men and drawing them before him. Speak swiftly. Where has Yin Quan taken Qiyu Rong? At that moment, the scarred captain and the bald captain found themselves utterly immobilized, their bodies rigid with fear. They sensed that the situation was amiss. Lu Ruyin, recognized as the most beautiful elder of the Falling Clouds sect, was a figure they were certainly acquainted with. However, they had never encountered the ethereal elder, having spent their lives in the confines of Cayenne City. They could only speculate that he might hail from some inconspicuous second-rate sect, perhaps an elder of the nascent soul stage. When they beheld the lively and adorable little sister duo bounding into the elder's embrace, the 2 captains suddenly realized the truth. The other party's guardians had arrived. Yet, even in this revelation, their trepidation did not escalate significantly. After all, the background of young Master Yin was not to be trifled with. With an intersect elder of the late god transformation stage backing him, Even a beauty elder like Lu Ruyin would not dare to sever ties hastily. What more could one say about this seemingly unremarkable old man? Old man, I advise you to swiftly release my brother and me. Surely you are aware of whose territory this is? The scarred captain taunted. Whose territory, you ask? Jun Moxiao retorted with a cold laugh, a hint of frost in his voice. It is, of course, the domain of our young master Yen. If you wish to live a long life, I suggest you mind your own business and depart quietly, the scarred captain boasted. Upon hearing these words, Jun Moxiao couldn't help but reminisce about the past. In the days of yore, before his injury, Yin Qilai had been as docile as a puppy before him. Ever obedient. However, ever since he had withdrawn from the affairs of the sect due to his injuries, Yin Qilai had severed all ties with him. He never anticipated that this young man would now flourish in the Star River spiritual vein mine, having risen to become a local tyrant. Jun Moxiao dismissed the two insignificant minions with a mere flick of his left hand, unleashing a sharp sword aura that swiftly severed the neck of the bald captain. With a soft thud, the head of the bald captain landed squarely at the feet of the scar-faced leader. Enough nonsense. If you do not take me to find Yin Quan, this will be your fate. Jun Moxiao's voice was chillingly cold. The scar-faced captain gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for the audacity of this elder to commit murder in such a place. It was a deed so daring that even the esteemed young master Yin Quan would not dare to attempt it. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan's heart trembled violently as she sensed the lethal allure emanating from Jun Moxiao, the man who had once swept through the world with a single stroke, captivating countless maidens, seemed to have returned. Are you not going to lead the way? Do you even know who stands before you? Lu Ruyan stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick to the scar-faced captain. He is our esteemed elder of the Fallen Cloud sect, the renowned Thousand-Blade Taisui, Jun Moxiao. What? The scar-faced captain's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted out, isn't the elder supposed to be hiding in the sect, waiting for death? Unable to bear his insolence any longer, Lu Ruyan waved her hand, sending the scar-faced captain flying. Cease your rambling. You should kneel and apologize upon seeing the elder. The commotion drew the attention of many cultivators nearby, who began to observe in secret. Upon realizing that the supposedly dying elder had made an appearance, they were left utterly stunned. No way. The elder appears quite vibrant, not at all like someone on the brink of death. Indeed. The elder looks as if he is merely in his 60s. I could easily believe he has several decades yet to live. Who has been spreading such rumors? This is tantamount to courting death. As news of the elder's appearance spread, a group of cultivators rushed to the inn, bowing respectfully. Greetings, elder. Rise, Jun Moxiao replied, his expression stoic. At that moment, he was solely focused on finding Yin Quan to prevent any harm from befalling Qiyu Rong. The scar-faced captain dared not hesitate any longer. He quickly got to his feet, leading Jun Moxiao through the twists and turns until they arrived at an elegantly appointed courtyard, one that Yin Quan had purchased at great expense, filled with various tools for his own twisted pleasures. Inside, Yin Quan wore a smug smile, having just sealed Qiyu Rong's dantian, rendering her powerless and as helpless as a mere mortal. To heighten the depravity of the moment, he produced a 4th-grade He Huan Dan and forced it upon Qiyu Rong. The effects of this elixir, known for its notorious reputation from the 10 great sects, were immediately apparent. Qiyu Rong's body ignited with heat as she desperately tore at her clothing. Yin Quan reveled in the sight of her garments falling away, his heart filled with joy as he secretly consumed several powerful pills to ensure his own performance would be extraordinary. Though Qiyu Rong retained some awareness, she could not control her frantic movements, tears streaming down her flushed cheeks. The stark contrast of her situation nearly sent onlookers into a frenzy of excitement. Since the death of her partner a century ago, Qiyu Rong had adhered strictly to her vows, never allowing another man to touch her. Though she had contemplated finding a new partner, Yin Quan's lewd and indulgent nature was far from her preference. Little did she know, the sanctity of her body would soon be violated by this very man. Was this truly the will of fate? As her hands moved uncontrollably, her alluring figure became increasingly exposed, on the verge of complete revelation. Yin Quan's eyes widened in anticipation. The moment he had long awaited was finally at hand. Haha. Strip it off. Obey me. He laughed maniacally. However, just then, fortune turned to misfortune. A figure abruptly materialized in the room, a glistening long sword reflecting the light ominously. You, the one who plots against my beloved disciple and forces a female cultivator into such disgraceful actions. Jun Moxiao's voice was icy and resolute. Yin Quan froze, sensing the overwhelming power and chilling intent of the newcomer. He hurriedly exclaimed, Elder, you misunderstand. I am Yin Qilai, son of the 5th elder of the Fallen Cloud sect. Misunderstand? Jun Moxiao cast a glance at Qiyu Rong, who was deeply affected by the poison and nearly devoid of rational thought, and with a furious sweep of his sword, he struck downwards. The sword flashed. With a sharp sound, Yin Quan's body shuddered as his head was severed in one swift motion. Blood splattered, painting the entire room in crimson. Yin Quan's eyes struggled to focus, filled with an unwillingness as he failed to catch sight of Chu Yurong's graceful figure. His gaze ultimately locked onto the one who had taken his life, his mind racing with the final thought. Who are you? How dare you kill me? As his pupils dilated, Yin Quan's life force faded away entirely. His headless corpse lay bare upon the bed, resembling a cold statue, utterly motionless. Jun Moxiao cast a disdainful smile at the lifeless body, poised to utter a few words when suddenly, a warm and alluring figure lunged onto him. Glancing down, he realized that the effects of the He Dan had rendered Chu Yurong uncontrollable. She now resembled a frenzied female leopard, fiercely clinging to her prey. Jun Moxiao was taken aback by the sudden assault, his mind thrown into disarray. Fortunately, his vast experience allowed him to swiftly discern the unusual state of his adversary. He opened his storage ring and retrieved a 5th-grade tranquil spirit pill, which he forcefully administered to the frenzied Chu Yurong. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, and she soon returned to her normal self. In that moment, she felt an unexpected chill enveloping her. Realizing that she was embracing an elderly man while clad in nothing but her own skin, which caused her to flush with embarrassment, Jun Moxiao turned away. His tone imbued with a hint of calmness. I am the master of Linger and Yinner, and I have come here specifically to rescue you. It was only then that Chu Yurong realized her own indiscretion and hurriedly began to don her garments. As the rustling of her attire gradually subsided, Jun Moxiao slowly turned back. Ding. Identified the daughter of fortune. Chu Yurong fortune level, blue grade. 7th rank realm, peak golden core identity. Disciple of Lu Ru Yin return multiplier, 25 times bond value, 1 point. To discover that she is indeed a daughter of fortune, albeit merely at the blue 7th rank, yet with a return multiplier of 25 times. I shall extend my care towards her. Jun Moxiao felt quite pleased with this unexpected gain, a thought of repaying her kindness blossoming in his heart. Young friend Chu, I have learned from Linger and Yinner about the events that transpired. I am deeply grateful for your sacrifice today. He gently patted his storage bag. And suddenly a dazzling golden gourd, along with 2 vials of elixirs, flew forth, suspended in midair. Young friend, this is a supreme magical artifact. Accompanied by a vial of 4th rank Yunjin pill and a vial of 4th rank Gathering Chi pill, as compensation for your contributions today. Chu Yurong gazed in astonishment at the grandeur of Jun Moxiao's generosity. Despite the considerable sacrifice she had made today, nearly being forced into submission, the lavishness of his offering exceeded all her expectations. The 2 vials of 4th rank elixirs alone were valued at no less than 200,000 spirit stones, while the supreme magical artifact commanded a market price of 300,000 spirit stones. This gift amounted to a total worth of 500,000 spirit stones. It is worth noting that Chu Yurong's annual income here barely exceeded 50,000 spirit stones. In other words, this casual gift from him spared her at least a decade of toil. Chu Yurong considered herself not a materialistic woman. However, upon encountering such an abundance of resources for the first time, she could not help but stand tall, striving to leave a favorable impression on him. As expected, her graceful movement caught Jun Moxiao's attention for a fleeting moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Thank you, senior. Despite a faint blush adorning her cheeks, Chu Yurong resolutely accepted the elixirs and the golden gourd. At that moment, her gaze towards Jun Moxiao sparkled with intrigue. Who is this extraordinary senior? So remarkably handsome? Ding. The bond value between you and the daughter of fortune, Chu Yurong, has increased to 2 points. And the critical return multiplier has risen to 50 times. Ding. The host successfully gifted the daughter of fortune, Chu Yurong, with 4th rank elixirs and a supreme magical artifact. Rewards: Yuan Ing Pill, 5th rank, 10, Tian Kimbao E, lower grade spiritual treasure, 5. Jun Moxiao nodded subtly. His gaze towards Chu Yurong infused with an added warmth of kindness. With a soft creak, the door opened, and the 2 stepped outside together. There, they beheld 2 figures. One was the scarred captain, and the other was Lu Ru Yin. Jun Moxiao was well aware of Yin Quan's numerous transgressions, having harmed countless female cultivators. His lackeys, scarred captain and bald captain, undoubtedly aided in his nefarious deeds. Eliminating them would indeed serve the greater good. With a flick of his finger, a fierce sword aura shot forth, piercing directly through scarred captain's chest. For such vile individuals, Jun Moxiao showed no mercy, leaving none alive. Master. Chu Yurong's expression was slightly aggrieved as she approached Lu Ru Yin and bowed respectfully. Please rise. Allow me to introduce you. This esteemed figure is our Grand Elder of the Falling Clouds sect. Ji Rong was taken aback. She had thought that the reclusive Grand Elder was nearing the end of his days. Yet, the reality was starkly different. The Grand Elder had just decisively severed Yin Quan's head with a single stroke, radiating an aura of grandeur. Moreover, when his gaze fell upon her, there was not a trace of lewdness, only a dignified righteousness. Ji Rong pays her respects to the Grand Elder, overwhelmed by the Grand Elder's presence. Ji Rong bowed deeply, her face reflecting sincerity. Simultaneously, her heart sighed with a hint of dejection. Alas, her master was far too mediocre. Not even a fraction of the Grand Elder's caliber. Soon after, they arrived at Lu Ruyan's villa, where they took their respective seats. Lu Ruyan remarked, "Senior brother, having slain Yin Qi Lai's son, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance and trouble you." From her words, it was clear she still harbored some trepidation. Seeking trouble with me? That would be fortuitous, sparing me the effort. Surprisingly, Jun Moxiao appeared remarkably composed. Given the circumstances, it was likely Yin Qi Lai was already aware of his son's demise. Like father, like son, having lingered in the spirit vein mind for so long, Yin Quan must have committed numerous misdeeds. Jun Moxiao was prepared to find a reason to eliminate this threat to the Falling Clouds sect. As anticipated, Yin Qi Lai had learned of the Grand Elder's unexpected arrival and the slaughter of his lecherous son. At that moment, his facial muscles trembled violently, his chest seething with rage. With a resounding crash, a priceless table made of 1,000-year-old agarwood was reduced to splinters under his palm. Jun Moxiao, you old scoundrel. You showed no regard for my face and killed Quan directly. Though he erred, he was still a child. Why could you not grant him a chance for redemption? In that instant, he yearned to confront Jun Moxiao, to send this wretched old man to his grave. However, he dared not, nor could he. While others might be oblivious to Jun Moxiao's terrifying prowess, as an inner elder of the Falling Cloud sect, he was aware of some truths. It was rumored that Jun Moxiao had acquired immense wealth within the Demon Emperor's treasury, possessing several 7th-grade talismans capable of rivaling the full force of a late-stage void refinement cultivator. Yin Qi Lai believed that in terms of magical power, he could easily obliterate Jun Moxiao with a mere wave of his hand, but he could not underestimate the latter's hidden capabilities. Chapter 73. What are Master and the others doing? After much contemplation, Yin Qi Lai realized that he must employ others to eliminate his foe. Thus, he retreated to his secret chamber, retrieving a special communication mirror to contact his allies. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe with a sinister countenance appeared in the mirror. Were Jun Moxiao present, he would certainly recognize him as one of the 4 dukes of the demon sect, Nightmare Duke, who had previously fled from the Fei Xiang mountain range. Indeed, in recent years, Yin Qi Lai had leveraged his authority to secretly collude with the great heavenly demon sect. Particularly in recent times, he had orchestrated ambushes, allowing the demon sect's agents to easily plunder vast quantities of spirit stones, subsequently dividing the spoils in a 70-30 ratio. Through such means, he amassed a colossal fortune worth millions of spirit stones in a remarkably short period. Originally, the conflicts at the Xing-He spirit vein mine were minor skirmishes, hardly warranting the personal attention of someone as esteemed as the Demon Duke. Knowing Jun Moxiao's temperament, the demon sect had anticipated his potential arrival, hence dispatching a formidable void refinement cultivator to counter him. Lord Nightmare Duke, that old man Jun Moxiao has indeed appeared. At the mention of Jun Moxiao, Nightmare Duke's teeth clenched in resentment. Recalling the time he was bombarded by 7th-grade talismans, barely escaping with his life, his expression darkened ominously. The sect leader's prediction was correct. That wretched man had indeed come. Elder Yin, do your utmost to delay him for 3 days. Do not allow him the opportunity to flee. Yin Qi Lai cautiously inquired. Lord Nightmare Duke, that old man has slain my son. I yearn to devour him whole. Why must we wait 3 days? Nightmare Duke cast a cold glance at him, a gaze sharp as a blade piercing through the mirror, seemingly targeting the depths of his soul. His power was immense. Yin Qi Lai felt as though he had been ensnared by an invisible force, dragged into an unfathomable abyss. His energy surged uncontrollably, a wild stallion escaping its reins. With a piercing scream, Yin Qi Lai's eyes gradually regained their focus after a moment of daze. He was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale as a sheet. Feeling utterly wretched, do not inquire into matters beyond your concern. In 3 days, I will inform you how to proceed. Nightmare Duke's voice was chilling, as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss. As the mirror slowly closed, Yin Qi Lai finally liberated himself from the oppressive atmosphere. In the presence of a void refinement cultivator, he felt as insignificant as an ant, liable to be crushed at any moment. Jun Moxiao, you arrogant fool. You have offended the great heavenly demon sect. I shall see how you meet your end. Yin Qilai's lips curled into a cold smile as he began to envision the tragic demise of Jun Moxiao. Upon leaving the secret chamber, Yin Qilai suppressed the turmoil within him and meticulously prepared a lavish gift. He then set off in his grand carriage towards Lu Ruyan's residence, intending to offer his sincere apologies. Having long coveted the beauty of Lu Ruyan, the foremost elder of the Fallen Cloud sect, this opportunity presented itself as a rare stroke of fortune. Over the years, through discreet inquiries, Yin Qilai had come to understand Lu Ruyan's preferences intimately. He recognized that she was a woman of material desires, drawn to opulent lifestyles and precious artifacts. In the past, with limited spirit stones at his disposal, he had been unable to pursue such a paragon of beauty. However, after being assigned to this location, he had access to vast quantities of spirit stones, which ignited his growing avarice. He began to exploit his position, embezzling spirit stones and artifacts, amassing a significant fortune in a short span. Now, his storage ring was filled with a plethora of artifacts, elixirs, and spirit stones, which gave him a newfound confidence in winning Lu Ruyan's affections. He merely awaited the demise of Jun Moxiao to set his long-cherished aspirations into motion. As dusk descended, the courtyard was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Bai Ling Er, Bai Yin Er, and Chu Yurong were gathered together in animated conversation. The Bai sisters, with their innocent charm, complimented Chu Yurong's forthrightness. The day's events had swiftly forged a bond of camaraderie among the three, their laughter ringing melodiously, infusing the tranquil evening with vitality. Suddenly, Bai Yin Er recalled something and turned her gaze towards Lu Ruyan's chamber. What could Master be doing? It's been an hour since they entered. Why haven't they emerged? She pondered aloud. Chu Yurong paused, realizing the implication of her words. The thought of her roast chicken master being alone in a room with the elder sparked a flicker of concern within her. Before she could voice her thoughts, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Bai Ling Er, however, remained blissfully unaware, springing to her feet with excitement. Hee, I shall go see what Master is up to. Her voice was as bright and sweet as the chime of silver bells. Chu Yurong, seeing her enthusiasm, quickly interjected, perhaps you should refrain from intruding. They might be engaged in something important. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Bai Ling Er replied, then I shall eavesdrop on this important matter. With that, she stealthily approached the door, straining her ears to listen. After a brief moment, she returned with a perplexed expression, her brow furrowed. Sister, what did you hear? Bai Yin Er inquired curiously. I can't quite describe it. It sounded like, some sort of sparring? Bai Ling Er scratched her head, uncertainty clouding her features. Sparring in the bedroom? That seems rather peculiar for a training method. I must learn that from Master someday. Bai Yin Er exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Chu Yurong listened to the innocent musings of the two, stifling a sigh as she covered her forehead. She could not bring herself to reveal the true nature of the situation, allowing them to speculate in ignorance. At that moment, memories of the earlier events flooded her mind, and she felt a rush of embarrassment at the thought of how she had been seen by the elder. Oh, how utterly mortifying. Just then, a man clad in a crimson robe strode into the courtyard with an imposing presence. It was Yin Qilai, recently bereaved of his son. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon Chu Yurong, and a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his features, particularly lingering on her ample figure. His attention then shifted to the two adorable little girls, his eyes darting back and forth between them. These three women are responsible for my son's demise. I shall ensure that my son's unfulfilled dreams are realized through them, extending the legacy of the Yin family. Yin Qilai vowed silently. Greetings, Elder Yin. What brings you here? Chu Yurong, despite her disdain for Yin Qilai's gaze, felt compelled to show respect due to his high status as an elder within the sect. Meanwhile, the Bai sisters, upon realizing his identity as Yin Quan's father, turned their noses up in disinterest, continuing their playful banter. Noticing their disregard, Yin Qilai's brow furrowed. He had intended to reprimand them but thought better of it, opting instead to maintain a facade of amiability. Chu Xiaoyu, I have come to express my contrition to the Grand Elder. My negligence in guiding my wayward son, Yin Quan, has cultivated his unruly nature. I am immensely grateful for the Grand Elder's intervention today. Chu Yurong, seasoned and perceptive, felt an unsettling chill as she observed Yin Qilai's demeanor. Despite his loss, he appeared to be seeking atonement, and she couldn't shake the foreboding sensation that, had it not been for the Grand Elder's esteemed reputation, his fate would have been dire. After a brief pause, she replied with a somewhat stiff tone. The Grand Elder is currently occupied with a matter of utmost importance and cannot meet with you at this time. What sort of critical issue could it be? Yin Qilai queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. Just then, by Ling Er, the clever little sprite, piped up with utmost seriousness. They are engaged in a sparring match on the bed, and it sounds like At these words, Yin Chi Lai's mind was overwhelmed, and he staggered as if struck. The woman he had long adored, Lu Ruyin, was involved in such unspeakable acts with the very man who had taken his son from him. He clenched his fists, striving to suppress the tumult of rage and despair brewing within him, repeatedly assuring himself, "It's fine. Jun Moxiao's days are numbered, and Lu Ruyin will inevitably return to my side. He is but a mere sewer maintenance worker. The ultimate claim will always belong to me." As Bai Ling Er observed Yin Chi Lai's seething expression, she felt a surge of dissatisfaction and added, "My master is quite busy tonight. He certainly won't be emerging. If you're here to apologize, you may leave the gifts and take your leave." Must it truly be such an ordeal for the entire night? The thought of his long-admired goddess facing such a fate filled Yin Chi Lai with profound anguish. His face flushed crimson as he endeavored to console himself. It's all right. Perhaps he may suffer a stroke from the excitement and perish. After all, who can resist the allure of Lu Ruyin? After a few moments of silence, he finally regained his composure and addressed the three women before him. "In that case, I shall take my leave for now. This is a small token of my appreciation. I kindly ask you to present it to the Grand Elder once he has concluded his duties." With that, he retrieved a pre-prepared storage ring and delicately placed it on the table beside him, before turning on his heel and hastily departing. For reasons unknown, both Bai Ling Er and Bai Yin Er sensed a slight stumble in his gait, as if he had been subjected to a considerable blow. "Chu Yurong, understanding more," secretly chuckled to herself. In Lu Ruoyan's boudoir, the sheer curtains danced gracefully, exuding a faint, enchanting fragrance. Jun Moxiao slowly rose from the soft embrace of his bed, gently stretching his shoulders, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Ah, junior sister, your technique of soothing bones and unblocking meridians has become increasingly exquisite. After your ministrations, I feel utterly rejuvenated, as if all my fatigue has dissipated into thin air." Lu Ruyin stood gracefully beside him, clad in a flowing gown of vibrant hues. Her skin as white as snow, subtly revealed beneath the fabric, which added an ethereal beauty to her presence. Particularly, her proud and majestic contours accentuated a striking silhouette, rivaling that of her disciple. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with an irresistible allure, and her every movement exuded boundless elegance and charm. Her slender waist swayed gently, creating an exquisite curve seldom seen in this world, while her long legs possessed a delicate beauty that made it difficult for one to avert their gaze. Lu Ruyin cast a flirtatious glance at Jun Moxiao, playfully chiding, "Brother, you are the most magnanimous person I have ever encountered. Those other seniors and juniors, while they speak sweet words, are truly quite stingy, consumed by thoughts of taking advantage. None can compare to you, a true gentleman. Despite my repeated teasing, you remain unperturbed." Jun Moxiao discerned the enigmatic nature of Lu Ruyan's thoughts. It appears that her assessment of a man's sincerity towards her hinges predominantly on the quantity of gifts he bestows upon her. Naturally, the act of gift-giving is but one facet. It also necessitates that she possesses her own sentiments in order to truly gauge his intentions. Jun Mo smiled with a hint of helplessness on his face. "Oh, everything is well, but do not always fixate your thoughts on my pure yang energy." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin glared at him with feigned anger, her figure standing tall, with a touch of reproach. "Brother, you truly are as dense as a wooden block. Now, both of us have reached a bottleneck in our cultivation. Perhaps we could achieve significant advancement and break through our current realms." As she spoke, she lowered her gaze to her own figure, and, recalling certain thoughts, a blush involuntarily crept onto her cheeks. With a hint of shyness, she asked, "Do you suspect me of being fickle? To be honest, aside from my late husband, I have never had another man." Upon hearing the words, Jun Moxiao was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at Lu Ruyan's mature and voluptuous figure, questioning, "Judging by your features, with deep-set eyes, plump lips, and slightly upturned outer corners of your eyes, it is clear that, how could it be?" Upon receiving such an inquiry from him, Lu Ruyin discreetly elucidated, "I have taken on a disciple, you see. When faced with difficulties, we aid each other to navigate through the challenges." "By the heavens!" Jun Moxiao exclaimed, left speechless by her explanation. Lu Ruyan's face brightened with joy as she responded, "Senior brother, allow me to assist you in standing up." Chapter 75, The Thunder Tribulation. The following morning, sunlight cascaded through the window into the room, as Jun Moxiao stepped out of Lu Ruyan's chamber with measured pace. Gazing upward at the sky, a hint of gravity shadowed his expression. He had not succeeded in breaking through to the transformation stage as he had hoped. This was not due to a lack of effort. On the contrary, he had exerted himself more diligently than ever before. Throughout the night, amidst the flickering candlelight. He had immersed himself in cultivation, striving to transcend the invisible shackles that bound him. However, at a critical juncture, he sensed the impending arrival of the thunder tribulation. Only by overcoming this trial could he step into the coveted transformation stage. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners encounter thunder tribulations only when transitioning from the integration stage to the Great Ascension stage. Likewise, when moving from the Great Ascension stage to the tribulation stage, they are met with the same celestial challenges. Successfully navigating the thunder tribulation grants one the status of an unparalleled emperor within the cultivation world. Yet, Jun Moxiao found himself facing this tribulation prematurely, perhaps due to the extraordinary nature of his cultivation method or his own exceptional aptitude. The thunder tribulation is an obstacle imposed by the laws of nature to thwart the advancement of cultivators. Despite the myriad strategies that cultivators possess for countering such trials, the success rate for overcoming the thunder tribulation often falls below 30%. Should one fail to navigate this perilous trial, the consequences are dire, at best. The physical body is obliterated, leaving only a lingering soul adrift. At worst, the soul is shattered, forever severing the chance of reincarnation. Jun Moxiao could not help but reminisce about his master, the three-mystic fairy, Ji Shui. It was rumored that her disappearance for over 2 centuries was due to her clandestine attempt to transcend calamities, a venture that tragically culminated in failure, resulting in her soul's dispersion. The reason for her secretive endeavor was clear. The act of transcending calamities was of paramount importance, allowing for not the slightest error. Every transcender harbored a profound fear of sabotage at critical moments, which could lead to their ultimate downfall. Consequently, unless one could entrust their life to another, revealing the undertaking of such a perilous journey was never taken lightly. At that time, Jun Moxiao and Ji Shui were merely fledgling juniors. Informing them would serve no purpose and might only heighten their anxieties. Now, as Jun Moxiao gazed up at the vast sky, he sensed that the date of the impending tribulation was approximately a week away. In these coming days, he must refrain from attempting any breakthroughs, lest the tribulation manifest prematurely. With time still at his disposal, he aimed to acquire as many external means as possible to enhance his chances of success during the thunderous trial. Given the gravity of the situation, he chose to confide in no one. After a night of diligent cultivation, Jun Moxiao had gained an additional 200 years of lifespan. He slowly opened his interface, meticulously examining the resources and treasures at his disposal. Name: Jun Moxiao. Age: 502 years remaining lifespan, 800 years realm, complete Yuanying stage root talent, 9 yang celestial body. Extraordinary comprehension fortune level, red 3rd grade identity, grand elder of the fallen cloud sect treasures, supreme spiritual treasure, 1000 shadow mirror, high grade spiritual treasures, rainbow phoenix hairpin. Heavenly dragon purple gold crown, glazed jade cleanser, mid-grade spiritual treasures, 88 immortal slaying flying swords, gold bricks. 8 trigrams purple longevity immortal garment, low-grade spiritual treasures, bright skin snow. 18 purple thunderfrost swords. 5 heavenly silkworm treasures, countless supreme artifacts, techniques, and powers, mighty divine demon sutra, divine demon duality technique, immortal command seal, great freedom longevity sutra, great chaos thunder sword. Heavenly heart sword technique. Other resources: purple sky divine thunder talismans, 7th grade. Over 100 earthly spiritual liquid, over 4,000 drops, high-grade spirit stones, more than 5,000 comprehension tea, 38 pounds, transformation spirit pills, 6th grade. 68 pieces, by Luo transformation clarity pills, 6th grade. 18 pieces. Jun Moxiao meticulously examined the array of treasures before him. Indeed, they were a dazzling display. Yet when it came to confronting the tribulation of thunder, their quality was evidently insufficient. Only treasures of the upper-grade spiritual artifact tier could wield any substantial efficacy. As for the mid-grade spiritual artifacts and the Bagua purple longevity robe he wore, they were more than adequate for dealing with transformation stage cultivators, yet woefully inadequate against the impending thunder tribulation. Furthermore, healing elixirs were indispensable. He needed to procure some high-grade healing potions. The 6th-grade Feng Shui Hunyuan pill he currently possessed, while distinguished among healing elixirs for its ability to rapidly mend a cultivator's injuries, was still too meager for his needs. At the very least, he required a 7th-grade healing elixir to satisfy his requirements. After all, this matter pertained to his very existence, and he could not afford the slightest negligence. Even with a success rate of 90%, he would not rest easy but rather strive to elevate that rate to a perfect 100% for peace of mind. "Master, you have finally emerged." By Yenner yawned as she stepped through the door, coincidentally bumping into Jun Moxiao. "Oh, it is you, Yenner." Did anything unusual occur last night? Last night, Jun Moxiao was so engrossed in his cultivation that he remained utterly oblivious to the outside world. Bai Yin'er, upon being questioned, seemed to recall something and hurried back into the house. Shortly thereafter, she emerged holding a storage ring. Master, Elder Yin came by last night to offer his apologies. Upon learning that you were engaged in a discussion with Elder Lu, he left this storage ring and departed. Upon hearing the mention of a discussion, Jun Moxiao's old face involuntarily twitched as he mused inwardly about how innocent and untainted his disciple was, devoid of any ulterior motives. However, Lu Ruyan's disciple, Chu Yurong, was quite astute. This matter would likely not escape her notice. Recollecting how someone had deliberately recounted the secret affairs between master and disciple to enliven the atmosphere last night, to an extent so intricate that it could fill a 30,000-word side story, Jun Moxiao couldn't help but exclaim, "All right, I understand. Please summon Linger and Yurong." Jun Moxiao received the storage ring and casually sent Yin'er to summon others, while he began to contemplate the distribution of the treasures. Shortly thereafter, 3 women approached gracefully. One of them stood tall, exuding a proud demeanor. The other 2 were petite and delicate, full of vitality and charm, each radiating a unique beauty that was utterly captivating. "Great Elder, have you seen my master?" Chu Yurong inquired, scanning the surroundings but failing to spot Lu Ruyan's figure, prompting her to voice her question. "Oh. She has just fallen asleep and is likely difficult to awaken at this moment. Unless it is urgent, it would be better to wait until nightfall to return." Jun Moxiao replied nonchalantly, his tone imbued with a sense of calm. "Just fallen asleep?" Chu Yurong was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a hint of shock. She was well aware of her master's constitution and endurance. Yet, the person before her managed to. Chu Yurong dared not pursue the thought further, for such reflections would only stir inappropriate impulses and fantasies within her. "Hey, Sister Rong, why do you gaze at my master in such a manner?" Bai Linger, noticing Chu Yurong's unusual expression, couldn't help but ask with curiosity. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Chu Yurong hastily averted her gaze, feigning composure as she shook her head. Upon witnessing this, Jun Moxiao's face revealed a peculiar expression, and he mused internally. This disciple, Rong, is indeed commendable. I sincerely hope she does not emulate her master. Ahem. Jun Moxiao cleared his throat discreetly to mask his inner thoughts. He then addressed the 3 women, articulating the carefully prepared words of gift-giving. "The gifts delivered by Elder Yin last night have been reviewed by me, and they are indeed quite exceptional. However, strictly speaking, these items rightfully belong to the 3 of you, as you are the true victims of this incident. Therefore, I have decided to bestow these gifts entirely upon you as a form of compensation. You deserve this." No sooner had he finished speaking than a collection of items materialized abruptly on the table before them, neatly divided into 3 portions. Although the quantity was not overwhelming, every single piece was of exquisite quality. Curiously, each item was categorically defensive in nature. Among them was a low-grade spiritual treasure, the heavenly silkworm garment, which was lightweight and flexible, capable of withstanding formidable magical attacks, along with a precious 6th-grade feng shui Haiyuan pill and a 6th-grade defensive talisman, the diamond talisman, all of which could safeguard the user in times of dire need. The 3 women exchanged astonished glances, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. As golden core cultivators, their usual encounters were limited to 4th-grade elixirs and talismans. Yet, the treasures before them were items that could only be wielded by nascent soul cultivators. In that moment, their emotions were a tumultuous blend of surprise and incredulity. Despite their intense desire, none dared to reach out. Without hesitation, please accept them. These items are of no use to me. Observing their lingering uncertainty, Jun Moxiao gently encouraged them once more. Finally, the 3 women summoned their courage, extending their delicate, snow-like hands to gracefully accept their respective gifts. This is how it should be. Seeing this, Jun Moxiao's face blossomed with a warm smile, akin to the gentle sun of spring. Ding! The host has successfully gifted multiple items to the Daughters of Fortune, Bai Linger, Bai Yin'er, and Chu Yurong, triggering a merging effect that results in a 10,000-fold critical hit, yielding the reward, the 7 Treasures Gourd. 7 Treasures Gourd, a supreme defensive spiritual treasure. It contains 7 resplendent divine lights in red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Each divine light can transform into an indomitable barrier, each stronger than the last. Even if shattered, it can rejuvenate and restore itself. As the system reward materialized, a gourd radiating an aura of mystery quietly appeared within Jun Moxiao's system space. Gazing at this sudden treasure of unparalleled defense, Jun Moxiao felt a surge of exhilaration, nearly bursting into laughter. Ha ha, truly a boon from the heavens. Just encountered a thunder tribulation, and the system presents me with this precious item for overcoming tribulations. This system is simply irresistible. Jun Moxiao chuckled triumphantly within his heart, as if he had already envisioned a future of resounding progress on his path of cultivation. He then turned his gaze towards the three young women, who were gleefully toying with their gifts, and a wave of warmth surged within him. He spoke again, "You three possess exceptional talents. I happen to have some time on my hands, so allow me to impart some skills to you." Upon hearing that their master would share his knowledge, Bai Linger and Bai Yin'er were instantly filled with excitement, their cheeks flushing with joy, and their eyes sparkling with anticipation. It is worth noting that the Grand Elder was a towering figure within the sect. Receiving his personal guidance was nothing short of a cherished dream. Qi Yurong also pointed to herself in astonishment and inquired, "Grand Elder, does that include me as well?" "Of course, one more is not a burden, and one less is not a loss. Let us all partake." Jun Moxiao replied with a hearty laugh. "Today, I shall teach you a newly comprehended technique known as the Falling Cloud Eternal Spring Art. This technique boasts three remarkable characteristics. First, rapid cultivation growth. Second, boundless magical power. And third, the ability to delay aging, preserving eternal youth. The Falling Cloud Eternal Spring Art, as he spoke of it, was derived from the Imperial Grade technique, the Great Freedom Longevity Sutra. Through Jun Moxiao's extraordinary comprehension, it had been simplified for easier practice. If one were to assess its rank, this technique would undoubtedly be classified among the upper echelons of celestial tier methods. Initially, the three women were unaware of the profound power of this technique. They merely followed Jun Moxiao's guidance with hearts full of joy as they began their cultivation. However, as they truly immersed themselves in the practice, they gradually recognized the uniqueness of this art. The Falling Cloud Eternal Spring Art was immensely profound, encapsulating the principles of the Tao, with every move and posture revealing the mysteries of nature. It was undoubtedly a supreme art unparalleled in the world. Jun Moxiao had not set foot outside his room all day, diligently guiding the cultivation progress of the three young women, patiently addressing their doubts, ensuring they could accurately comprehend and master the techniques. As evening descended, Lu Ruyin emerged from her quarters, radiant and full of vitality, her eyes shimmering with brilliance, as though she had been rejuvenated. As anticipated, she possessed an exceptional water spiritual root and had absorbed a substantial amount of pure yang energy, finally achieving the long-awaited harmony of yin and yang, which allowed her cultivation level to break through. Now, she had reached the late stage of the transformation realm, and her spirits were naturally high. At that moment, she still felt a considerable amount of residual pure yang energy surging within her, a satisfied smile gracing her face. To her surprise, the ancients had not deceived her. One cannot judge a book by its cover. She felt that the gains from her overnight cultivation exceeded her lifetime savings. Truly, she had stumbled upon a treasure. Upon arriving at the separate courtyard, she happened to see Jun Moxiao instructing the three women in their practice. She did not interrupt but quietly perched herself on a chair, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Jun Moxiao. Qi Yurong noticed Lu Ruyan's arrival and couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, her heart stirring with intrigue. What has Master become? Why does she gaze at the Grand Elder with such fervor, as if she were about to melt? Moreover, Master S' aura fluctuated intensely, suggesting she had made another breakthrough. Could it be that last night's practice granted Master such remarkable progress? Just as Qi Yurong contemplated this, she suddenly heard Jun Moxiao call out, "Yurong, pay attention and do not lose focus. You are currently advancing the slowest." Qi Yurong's expression tightened, and she quickly apologized, returning to her serious cultivation. Lu Ruyin observed everything keenly. She noticed that the three women seemed to be learning an exceptionally profound and powerful technique, arousing her curiosity. Chapter 77, The Seed of Longevity. Senior brother, what technique are they studying? It appears to be far more exquisite than my Earth-tier supreme technique, the soft water art. She could not help but inquire. Hearing Lu Ruyin's words, Jun Moxiao smiled faintly. Though your Earth-tier technique is already the pinnacle of the Falling Cloud sect, it still pales in comparison to the technique I am teaching them. This technique is approximately at the upper tier of the heaven stage. If you are interested, I could also teach you. Upper tier of the heaven stage. Lu Ruyin was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly lunged forward, nearly colliding with Jun Moxiao. I want to learn. Of course, I want to learn, she exclaimed excitedly. Thus, Lu Ruyin joined the ranks of those cultivating the Falling Cloud longevity technique. During the practice, Jun Moxiao gradually realized that while all four women had commendable talents, there were still noticeable differences among them. Bai Linger and Bai Yin'er, possessing the dual lotus physique, progressed the fastest, mastering the basics in just one day. Lu Ruyin took 2 days to grasp the fundamentals, while Qi Yurong struggled for 3 days to barely enter the realm. As the saying goes, a teacher can only guide one to the door. The journey of cultivation must be traveled by oneself. From then on, the path of cultivation would require their own diligent exploration. Jun Moxiao continued to play the role of guide, attentively monitoring their progress and offering counsel and assistance at critical moments. Ding! The host has successfully guided the fated daughters in their cultivation, triggering the merging effect once more, resulting in a 10,000-fold critical strike. And special rewards returned. The Great Freedom Longevity Technique has reached completion. Upon hearing the System S notification, Jun Moxiao was momentarily stunned. Then felt a surge of power coursing through him. Previously, he had possessed a combat power 100 times greater than his peers. Now, with the Great Freedom Longevity Technique perfected, it had increased by at least tenfold, reaching an astonishing level of over 110 times. Furthermore, Jun Moxiao immediately turned his attention inward. There, nestled within his dantian, lay a green seed radiating boundless vitality, exuding a gentle glow. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes as he murmured, "This is the longevity seed produced after the Great Freedom Longevity Technique reached completion." This longevity seed not only symbolized that Jun Moxiao had achieved perfection in the Great Freedom Longevity Technique, but also signified that he had acquired a second life. As Jun Moxiao's heart stirred, the seed of immortality found its way into his grasp. This extraordinary seed resonated with his very essence, harboring a fragment of soul power, as if it were an extension of his own existence. Should he encounter misfortune, should his body perish and his path extinguish, this seed would swiftly flourish, transforming in an instant into his corporeal form, retaining every ounce of his cultivation. In this vast expanse of heaven and earth, what is truly the most precious? Is it the dazzling brilliance of magical artifacts? The miraculous effects of elixirs? Or perhaps the rarest treasures of the mortal realm? None of these. In the grand tapestry of existence, the most invaluable treasure is none other than life itself. And this seed of immortality represents his second chance at existence. Immeasurable by any artifact or elixir, truly a priceless gem. As night deepened, the shadows grew ever more profound. Jun Moxiao sat gracefully upon the meditation cushion, his eyes closed and his mind immersed in contemplation. In merely 2 days, he was to face the daunting tribulation of thunder. It was said that the number of heavenly bolts in such tribulations followed a base of 9. The tribulation for breaking through to the great ascension stage consisted of 3 sets of 9 bolts. That for transcending the tribulation stage comprised 6 sets of 9. And for ascending to the immortal realm, there were 9 sets of 9. Although he remained unaware of the exact number of bolts awaiting him, he presumed it would not be excessive, given his relatively low cultivation level, which could not be compared to those of greater prowess. His exceptional spiritual treasure, the 7 treasure gourd, imbued with resplendent 7-colored divine light, was more than sufficient to withstand the force of the tribulation, serving as his protective shield. Additionally, treasures such as the heavenly dragon's purple gold crown and the immortal slaying sword array were immensely powerful and would further enhance his chances of success. With these artifacts at his disposal, he felt a confident assurance of over 80% in his ability to navigate the tribulation smoothly. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. He understood that beyond these treasures, elixirs were equally vital. High-grade elixirs could provide him with ample spiritual energy and restorative capabilities, enabling him to maneuver through the tribulation with greater ease. Thus, in the forthcoming days, he sought opportunities to procure some exquisite elixirs. Just then, a gentle knocking resonated from outside, accompanied by a melodious voice. "Senior brother, are you there?" Jun Moxiao inquired. "What brings you here?" The person outside the door continued softly. "For several days, my esteemed senior has diligently guided our cultivation. My junior sister has specially prepared some delectable late-night snacks, hoping to invite you to savor them." Unable to refuse such heartfelt hospitality, Jun Moxiao graciously replied, "Your kindness is appreciated. Please come in." With a gentle creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a graceful figure accompanied by a subtle fragrance. She possessed a captivating demeanor and exquisite beauty. Unmistakably the renowned elder of the Fallen Cloud sect, Lu Ruyin. However, upon noticing her empty hands, Jun Moxiao was momentarily taken aback and curiously asked, "Junior sister Ruyin, where are the snacks?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin smiled alluringly, shedding the only robe she wore, and gracefully reclined beside Jun Moxiao. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, her eyes shimmering with shyness and anticipation, she softly murmured, "The late-night snacks are right here. I invite you to partake." Jun Moxiao immediately comprehended her meaning and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He possessed the 9 suns' celestial body, with pure young energy as vast as the ocean. However, his resistance to the allure of women was significantly lacking. In the past, he might have been able to maintain his composure, impervious to any temptations thrown his way. Yet now, he found himself akin to a barrel filled with gasoline. While Lu Ruyin was like a spark. As long as he did not deliberately restrain himself, the consequences were all too predictable. Alas, Jun Moxiao let out a soft sigh, choosing not to dwell further on his thoughts. The flickering candlelight danced, unwavering throughout the night. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a room in utter disarray. The bed was in complete turmoil, with two of its legs even broken. It was difficult to fathom what had transpired here the previous night. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin lay ensconced in a profound slumber. As Jun Moxiao reminisced about last night, a wave of self-reproach surged within him. Playing with fire and wetting the bed. The ancient teachings do not deceive me. Master, it is time for breakfast. Just then, the voices of the little lowly girls suddenly echoed from outside the door. Jun Moxiao gently stroked his belly, feeling a twinge of hunger. Thus, he tidied his attire and proceeded towards the side hall. Upon his arrival, a table laden with delectable dishes awaited him. Chu Yurong and the others were seated around the table, eagerly anticipating his presence. When Chu Yurong noticed that only Jun Moxiao had entered, she couldn't help but be taken aback. After glancing around, she finally inquired, "Where is my master? Why hasn't he come to dine?" Hearing this, Jun Moxiao could not help but chuckle inwardly. He was well aware of the reason behind Lu Ruyan's absence at the meal, yet he feigned ignorance and said, I believe she must not be hungry and is likely indulging in a leisurely slumber at this hour. We need not wait for her. Let us dine first." Chapter 78, The Trap of the Demon Sect, Mo Wu Dao. Upon hearing his words, Chu Yurong instantly grasped the underlying meaning. She gazed at the beaming elder, Jun Moxiao, and could not suppress her inner musings. Last night, her master must have gone to the elder for a late-night snack. How frustrating. They had promised to collaborate as master and disciple, yet her master consistently abandoned her to relish in solitary enjoyment. Furthermore, with someone of the elder's distinguished status, extravagant generosity, and boundless wealth, coupled with an ethereal demeanor, who wouldn't be captivated? Why must her master always indulge in solitary feasting? Jun Moxiao was blissfully unaware of the intricate thoughts concealed within Chu Yurong's heart. As he savored the delectable dishes, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with those around him, creating a harmonious atmosphere. It was not until the afternoon that Lu Ruyin finally stirred from her slumber. Upon surveying the disarray of the room and the marks upon her body, she couldn't help but blush as memories of the previous night's wild abandon flooded her mind. Her originally melodious voice now hoarse, she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! If it weren't for the isolation array, I would be too embarrassed to face anyone again." After tidying up the room, Lu Ruyin discovered a delicate little box on the table. Curiosity piqued, she opened it to find a pill emanating a faint glow. Beneath it lay a note that read, "I inadvertently caused you injury last night. This pill is a token of my apology." Upon seeing the pill, Lu Ruyin was immediately flustered. This was no ordinary remedy. It was a 6th-grade pill, the Feng Shui Hun Yuan Dan. It is well known that 6th-grade pills hold a prestigious status within the realm of cultivation, and the Feng Shui Hun Yuan Dan stands out among them. Renowned for its miraculous healing properties, how could Jun Moxiao bestow such a precious elixir? In Lu Ruyan's enchanting peach blossom eyes, waves of emotion surged, filling her heart with warmth and sweetness. At that very moment, a sudden system notification resonated in Jun Moxiao's mind. Ding! The bond between the fated daughter Lu Ruyin and you has increased to 3 points, enhancing the critical return multiplier to 300 times. Ding! The host has successfully gifted the fated daughter Lu Ruyin a 6th-grade elixir, triggering a 300-fold critical return. Return reward, 3 life creation pills. Upon hearing these words, a look of elation instantly blossomed on Jun Moxiao's face. The life rejuvenating pill. This is indeed the legendary 8th-grade elixir. It is said that this pill can harness the very essence of heaven and earth, not only restoring the user's full magical powers, but also possessing the miraculous ability to revive the deceased. As long as the injured still draw breath, they can utilize the power of this pill to prolong life and achieve rebirth. Jun Moxiao, to his astonishment, had unexpectedly triggered an exceedingly high-level critical return. It is noteworthy that the highest critical return he had previously achieved was merely a 7th-grade elixir. Yet this time, he had remarkably ascended to an 8th grade. Gazing upon the 3 life creation pills nestled in his palm, an overwhelming surge of confidence and assurance welled up within him. With the assistance of these 3 immensely precious pills, his chances of successfully overcoming the tribulation had soared to absolute certainty, leaving no room for concern. The following day, Yin Chi Lai, who had been deliberately avoiding him, unexpectedly sought him out, seemingly with urgent matters to discuss. "Elder, it is dire news. We have received an urgent report from the spirit vein mine. Disciples of the demon sect are attempting to seize our resources. Ah, I see. Jun Moxiao replied with a knowing smirk, his mind already concocting a scheme. Although he appeared to have been indulging in a tranquil existence lately, it was merely a fade he had crafted to lower others' defenses. Since his arrival in Cayenne City, he had secretly conducted a thorough investigation. The results were as he had anticipated. Yin Chi Lai indeed had unsavory dealings with the great demon sect, although this conspiracy was buried so deeply that outsiders remained oblivious. As their sworn enemy, Jun Moxiao was acutely aware that his adversaries were likely plotting his demise in the shadows. Having been in this location for several days, the time was ample for them to weave a web of entrapment, awaiting his unwitting descent into their trap. With Yin Chi Lai's sudden appearance, he possessed a high degree of certainty that the time for action had come. In light of this, he resolved to ensnare them all at once, sparing himself from future troubles. The decision was made. Jun Mo smiled confidently as he readily agreed to Yin Chili's request, intentionally casting a glance at the sky. Elder Yin, please lead the way. Unbeknownst to Yin Chili, he had already revealed his intentions and felt a surge of delight as he hurriedly took the lead. The two ascended through the air, quickly arriving at the far end of the Star River Spirit Vein mine. Here, the depletion of spirit stones had rendered the area desolate, with only a handful of mining cultivators scattered about. Elder Yin, are you certain that disciples of the demon sect will appear here? Suddenly, before Yin Chili could respond, an eerie cacophony of laughter erupted around them. Almost immediately, four formidable figures, shrouded in swirling demonic energy, descended from the heavens. A fervent glimmer ignited in Yin Chili's eyes as he unhesitatingly dashed to the rear of the four individuals. Jun Moxiao's gaze was piercing, fixated on the formidable figures of the four great demon sects, particularly the one standing at the center. This individual, draped in a black demonic robe, exuded an air of grandeur, his appearance bearing a striking resemblance to the late Mo Tian, with a similarity of 7 parts. He was none other than Mo Wudao, the leader of the Tian demon sect. The other 3 were the nightmarish Duke of the Demon Gate, the Mad Duke, and the newly inducted Sorrowful Duke. What an honor this is. The Tian demon sect has dispatched 4 formidable cultivators of the void refinement stage to ambush me. Yet, I wonder, when you all meet your demise here, will the ancient relics of the Tian demon sect feel any regret in the face of this sudden crisis? Jun Moxiao remained remarkably composed and unflustered, exuding an extraordinary calmness and poise. The words of Jun Moxiao were audacious, prompting Yin Chi Lai to scoff in response. Jun Moxiao, are you perhaps a victim of time's relentless march, your intellect eroded by the ravages of dementia? Do not presume that possessing a handful of talismans from the refining void stage grants you the liberty to act recklessly in this world, disregarding all others. Lord Mo Wudao, revered as the most extraordinary being in the history of the great heavenly demon sect, achieved the pinnacle of refining void in a mere 6 centuries. What unparalleled talent and determination that reflects. Your talismans, in the presence of Lord Mo Wudao, would likely pose not even the slightest threat. Moreover, with 3 formidable lords by my side, you shall find it exceedingly difficult to escape today. At this moment, Jun Moxiao found himself encircled by numerous formidable cultivators at the void refinement stage. Under ordinary circumstances, this would spell certain doom. The cold wind held past, carrying with it a biting chill, as if even the very air had been frozen. Jun Moxiao slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze upon Mo Wudao. He was well aware of this individual's formidable reputation, even among the 10 great demon sects. Mo Wudao stood as a prominent figure. However, since Jun Moxiao dared to venture here alone, he undoubtedly possessed the confidence and strength to confront the adversary before him. Ding. System notification, the Child of Fortune. Mo Wudao has been detected. Chapter 79, Framing the Child of Fortune. Surprised, Jun Moxiao found himself taken aback by the emergence of Mo Wudao, which unexpectedly triggered a reaction from the system. This unforeseen development piqued his interest. The system, with its unparalleled capabilities, unveiled Mo Wudao's entire history as if it were a notebook laid before Jun Moxiao's eyes. Mo Wudao, originally named Jikao, was once the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. However, due to the collusion of his younger brother and his stepmother, he was falsely accused of heinous crimes. Ultimately, he was stripped of his title and exiled from the Great Zhou. For several years thereafter, he was relentlessly pursued by his brother. Fortunately, endowed with an innate demonic body, he was rescued by a venerable elder of the great demon sect. From that moment, he devoted himself to the path of the demonic arts, embarking on a new journey of cultivation. With extraordinary talent and unwavering determination, Mo Wudao quickly established himself within the sect. Years later, upon achieving immense power. He returned to the Great Zhou to exact his revenge. That day became one of the darkest in the history of the Great Zhou. His once betraying parents, who had doubted him, were stripped of their physical forms, their souls imprisoned within a soul-refining banner, enduring endless torment. The principal culprits, his own brother and stepmother, suffered far worse, brought back to the demonic realm, where they were brutally violated to death by the 18 blood slaves he had raised. The entire Ji lineage of the Great Zhou was nearly annihilated, with only a few distant relatives managing to escape. Upon learning of Mo Wudao's past, Jun Moxiao couldn't help but nod in understanding. He realized that this individual was indeed the son of fortune, wronged and persecuted. The ruthlessness with which he could annihilate his own kin was truly befitting of such a title. System, what is Mo Wudao's fortune level? Jun Moxiao inquired within his mind. Ding. This individual's fortune level is golden second grade. Golden second grade? Such a high rating. Jun Moxiao was momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated Mo Wudao's fortune level to be so elevated. It was akin to the nascent form of a future demon emperor. And who is the corresponding fortune female linked to Mo Wudao? Jun Moxiao continued to probe. Ding. Reporting to the host. The fortune female corresponding to Mo Wudao is Huan Miao. Huan Miao? Upon hearing this name, Jun Moxiao felt a surge of astonishment. Was she not the leader of the Hehuan sect among the 10 great sects? Recalling the woman who, alongside Ji Rushui's, was celebrated as a peerless beauty in the realm of cultivation, Jun Moxiao found it quite peculiar that she was linked to Mo Wudao. Moreover, Huan Miao and Ji Rushui were close friends, and he had some acquaintances with them as well. Had it not been for Ji Rushui's intervention, he might have been lured into the Hehuan sect. For both public and private reasons, he could not allow Huan Miao to fall into despair. System, what rewards are there for killing this son of fortune? Without hesitation, he delved straight into the matter. Ding. The system issues a quest. Eliminate the son of fortune. Mo Wudao. Quest rewards. Enhancement of system privileges. Maximum level of item return increased to imperial grade, and maximum grade of magical treasures elevated to extreme path emperor weapons. Jun Moxiao gazed at the rewards presented by the system, momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that his previous returns had indeed been capped. Only by vanquishing the child of destiny could this limitation be transcended. Contemplating this revelation, his eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of cold light shimmering within them. Jun Moxiao has never believed in fate. In his eyes, what significance does a child of destiny hold? He has slain such beings before. Since the opponent has recklessly placed themselves in his crosshairs, he shall strike without hesitation. At that moment, the mocking voice of Mo Wudao shattered the surrounding silence. Jun Moxiao, we meet again. A century ago, you were a youthful prodigy, standing beside Ji Rushui like a pair of divine lovers, envied by all. But what of now? You have transformed into this elderly visage. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are remarkable. TSK. I imagine Ji Rushui, upon seeing you in this state, would disdain you, avoiding you, wishing never to lay eyes upon you again. Such a pity. After your demise, I shall certainly offer my condolences to the beautiful Ji, enlightening her about what constitutes a true man. The words of Mo Wudao dripped with provocation and derision, as if he held Jun Moxiao's life and death firmly within his grasp. Have you said enough? Suddenly, an icy voice pierced the air like a blade, provoking involuntary shivers and goosebumps. Ji Rushui. That was his forbidden weakness, a taboo not to be trifled with by anyone. Yet, Mo Wudao dared to press further, mentioning her name once more. Oh, are you upset? A chilling smile curled upon Mo Wudao's lips. I merely uttered a few words, and you are already so incensed. If I were to provoke you further, would you leap from the grave to seek vengeance upon me? Ha ha. The laughter of the Yufeng Marquis, Nightmare Marquis, Sorrowful Cry Marquis, and Yin Chi Lai echoed through the air. Yet, as laughter gradually subsided, the atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment. What he holds in his hand. Could it all be talismans? The incredulity in Yufeng Marquis' voice was palpable. Jun Moxiao revealed a stack of talismans in his grasp, numbering 10. Exuding an aura of destruction that instilled fear in all who beheld them. Clap, clap. Jun Moxiao gently pinched the corner of the talisman in his right hand, rhythmically tapping it as if toying with his prey. Today, who among them would survive, and who would fall, remained uncertain. Yin Chi Lai and the others stood dumbfounded, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. So many? Could these all be talismans of the void refinement stage? Wasn't it said that the demon emperor's treasury contained little wealth? How could he possess such a multitude of talismans? The group directed their puzzled gazes toward Mo Wudao. Among them, Mo Wudao boasted the highest cultivation level, and only he could hope to emerge unscathed from the onslaught of these talismans. The others, despite exerting their utmost strength, might not be able to preserve their lives against the explosive force of these talismans. The atmosphere grew increasingly strange and tense. Fortunately, Mo Wudao had prepared in advance. Otherwise, facing such an overwhelming number of talismans would have been formidable even for him. Jun Moxiao, do you think I am unaware of your possession of void refinement talismans? A peculiar, frenzied smile crept onto Mo Wudao's face. Since you have stepped into this place, I am fully confident in eliminating you here. Today, let me unveil my long-hidden trump card. Chapter 80. The Weeping Curse of Despair. As a child of destiny of the second rank, Mo Wudao naturally encountered countless fortuitous events, and his trump card was certainly extraordinary. In his early years, Mo Wudao accidentally stumbled into the abyss of 10,000 demons, yet he emerged unscathed. Unexpectedly acquiring a forbidden technique of imperial caliber, the Weeping Curse of Despair. Now, he intended to showcase its power and make a grand display. Let the child of destiny have his moment, and then I shall teach him a lesson. Mysterious and unfathomable incantations flowed from Mo Wudao's lips, and in that instant, a drastic transformation unfolded. More urgent than ravenous wolves, more covetous than greedy beasts, the restless spirits awakened from the realm of beasts, responding to his call, offering the flesh and blood of all living beings as sacrifices. The mournful curse sliced through the stillness of the underworld. As Mo Wudao unleashed the forbidden technique, a black radiance illuminated the earth, enveloping an area of at least several dozen miles, shrouding the space where everyone stood. Endless black mist swirled, transforming the land into a realm of shadows. The ground turned as dark as ink, and powerful suction forces emerged, uncontrollably drawing blood and souls toward the abyss below. As if everything were destined to be consumed. What in the world is happening? Why? Within the area engulfed by the Weeping Curse of Despair, besides Jun Moxiao and his companions, there were numerous innocent mining cultivators. They were caught in the range of the curse, emitting powerless cries as their lifeblood surged into the black earth like a breached river. In the blink of an eye, only desiccated corpses, as if dried for a millennium, remained upon the ground. The survivors, witnessing this horror, fled in madness, yet this world had already been enveloped by the Weeping Curse of Despair, forming a space of its own, leaving no route for escape. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies withered away. The might of the Weeping Curse of Despair grew stronger with the passing of time. In an instant, the ground erupted with surging black haze, obscuring the sky and devouring all light, reducing the covered area to a hellish underworld. From a high vantage point, one could see this place transformed into the core of a vortex of black haze, violently spinning and indiscriminately drawing everything around it into an endless abyss. The sovereign is mighty, the path of demons covers the heavens. Yin Chi Lai, witnessing such an incredible display of power, was utterly astonished and hurriedly approached to flatter. Mo Wudao's entire being resonated with fluctuating magical energy as he proudly proclaimed, "This space has been sealed, communication tokens and battle fluctuations cannot escape." His gaze sharpened as he turned to Jun Moxiao, eager to witness how the latter would gradually turn to dust under this spell. However, in the next moment, he stood frozen in shock. Jun Moxiao was enveloped by a brilliant purple-golden light, emanating from the crown atop his head, the high-grade spirit treasure. The celestial dragon purple-golden crown, capable of driving away myriad ghosts and repelling evil spirits, was of immeasurable power. Damn it, he possesses such a formidable protective treasure. It happens to counter my technique. What a stroke of luck. Mo Wudao's grand spell, fueled by his magical power, was unexpectedly thwarted by the celestial dragon purple-golden crown, leaving him humiliated. Casting a glance at those beside him, he spoke with a hint of condescension, seemingly justifying the situation. My technique is immensely powerful. He, a mere PQ1 cultivator, would find it exceedingly difficult to wield a treasure of this caliber. Within a few breaths, he will exhaust his magical energy. He is merely struggling in his death throes. The sovereign's words rang true. He was undoubtedly hanging on by a thread. Yin Chi Lai promptly added, "Look at him. He probably lacks even the strength to activate the talismans." Mo Wudao nodded. "Indeed, so you shall go and slay Jun Moxiao, as a token of your allegiance to our demon sect." "Me?" Yin Chi Lai's expression momentarily froze, then turned ecstatic. "Thank you, sovereign, for granting me the opportunity to take down this enemy. I shall return with his head." Summoning his prized artifact, the 3 crystallized jade sword, Yin Chi Lai roared and soared forward on his sword. "Aha, old man, come and meet your end." His excitement was palpable, as he was determined to sever Jun Moxiao's head. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware of just how terrifying his opponent truly was. Jun Moxiao found himself ensnared within the sorrowful cage forged by the weeping of Guming, yet he remained unfazed, frequently casting his gaze towards the heavens above. His eyes shimmered with excitement, Today, he was not only determined to slay the Son of Fortune, but also to defy the heavens, stepping boldly into the realm of transformation. At that moment, Yin Chi Lai buzzed into his presence like an irksome fly, incessantly droning on. Ha ha, Jun Moxiao, you old scoundrel. This day next year shall mark your demise. Jun Moxiao observed that the opponent willingly chose to be the first to perish. Thus he decided to grant this individual their wish. He summoned forth his immense, oceanic magical power. Behind him, phantoms of deities and demons materialized. Above him, the celestial realms. And beneath, the abyssal depths, surrounded by a swirling aura of profound yellow energy, resembling an immortal king gazing down upon mere mortals. The first stance of the divine and demonic unity technique, the convergence of good and evil. In confronting this insignificant being, Jun Moxiao refrained from employing magical artifacts, opting instead to unleash a single, formidable punch. In an instant, a terrifying fist, born from the convergence of benevolence and malevolence, manifested. This punch blotted out the heavens and obscured the sun, sealing off all avenues of escape for Yin Chi Lai, who was left with no choice but to engage head-on. Yin Chi Lai's initially fierce assault met this dreadful fist as if snowflakes were to encounter the sun, instantly melting away. Witnessing this spectacle, Yin Chi Lai's expression morphed into one of utter bewilderment. Impossible. This must be a jest. How could he possibly possess such terrifying strength? With a thunderous boom, the scene unfolded. With a single, formidable punch from Jun Moxiao, Yin Chi was akin to a crab crushed by a colossal boulder, utterly shattered. The scattered remnants of flesh and blood fell to the ground, only to be consumed by the swirling, ghostly energy. The members of the demon sect, who had initially gathered to spectate, were taken aback by Jun Moxiao's overwhelming might, astonished that he could slay Yin Chi with a single blow. After all, he was a practitioner at the late stage of the transformation god realm, whereas Jun Moxiao was merely at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. How could such an anomaly exist? Jun Moxiao extended his hand, summoning Yin Chi Lai's 3 crystalline ice jade swords and storage ring to his grasp. As a life has departed, so too must its wealth be confiscated. Surrounding Mo Wudao, a swirling mass of demonic energy coalesced, forming grotesque specters that cast piercing gazes upon him. I have indeed underestimated you. You are none other than the Thousand Blades Tai Sui, who, during the celestial demonic war, vanquished hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators, and even in the face of death, you refuse to yield. If that is the case, then descend into the depths of hell. The 3 lords of the demon sect, come forth and eliminate Jun Moxiao. As his voice fell, whoosh, 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 3 streaks of black light darted through the air with alarming speed, their overwhelming aura instilling a deep sense of dread. It was none other than the Nightmare Lord, the Madness Lord, and the Wailing Lord, the 3 formidable masters of the Void Refinement realm. As they approached Jun Moxiao, they rubbed their palms together, and sharp, icy black light manifested instantaneously. The air before them was torn asunder, leaving gaping, dark fissures, as 3 devastatingly potent attacks surged forth towards their target. This was none other than the renowned divine technique of the Great Celestial Demon Sect, the Great Celestial Demon Blade. Each of these 3 possessed formidable prowess in the mid-stage of Void Refinement, and the combined might of their technique posed a significant threat even to late-stage Void Refinement cultivators. Jun Moxiao stood atop the mountain, his head crowned with a diadem that radiated an inviolable white light, warding off the eerie forces unleashed by the Gu Ming's lament. At this moment, upon seeing 3 flickering blades of the great heavenly demon sword approaching, he unhesitatingly detonated a stack of purple cloud divine thunder talismans in his grasp. Do you dare to bully an old man? I'll be damned. In Chapter 81, each displays their skills. The potency unleashed by a stack of 7th-grade talismans is truly beyond imagination. The spell Gu Ming's Lament, wielded by Mo Wudao, could not withstand the onslaught and was obliterated into fragments. The sky surged with stormy thunderclouds, as countless bolts of purple cloud divine thunder rained down indiscriminately upon all enemies within the space, the intensity rivaling that of a perfected Void Refinement. The Nightmare Marquis emitted a mournful scream, struck by several bolts of purple cloud divine thunder, his body instantaneously reduced to dust. The frenzied Marquis gazed with terror at the 2 bolts of annihilating lightning before him, casting an enraged glance at Jun Moxiao. Boom. The frenzied Marquis too was shattered into pieces, though an inconspicuous primordial spirit managed to escape. Should it eventually seize the body of a talented youth, he might yet have the chance for a resurgence. Among the 3 Marquises, the Morning Marquis was the most fortunate, as only a single bolt of purple cloud divine thunder descended upon him. With a furious roar, the Morning Marquis commanded the self-detonation of a spiritual treasure that had served him for centuries, expending a significant amount of his mana to ultimately stave off this impending doom. However, his countenance was grim, even tinged with a hint of weeping. That was indeed a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Just like that, it was lost. Suddenly, the morning Marquis came to his senses, turning his gaze towards the distant Mo Wudao, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. Mo Wudao, ever suspicious and cautious, had clearly orchestrated the situation, sending the three marquises of the demon sect to test the waters, to ascertain whether Jun Moxiao posed any real threat. The explosive power of Jun Moxiao's talismans was immense. Had Mo Wudao been struck, he would have emerged severely wounded at the very least. The three marquises of the demon sect had merely acted as shields for Mo Wudao. Haha, Jun Moxiao, you have finally revealed your trump card. Mo Wudao could not contain his boisterous laughter from afar. His inherently cautious nature compelled him to remain wary of the formidable talismans in Jun Moxiao's possession. Indeed, he had the capability to activate those deadly weapons. The three marquises had effectively borne the brunt of this assault for him. Truly, as a child of fortune, Jun Moxiao was merciless and ruthless. His expression remained composed. However, he mused that his subordinates had merely sacrificed themselves in vain. With a subtle flick of his right hand, Jun Moxiao summoned a resplendent golden brick, a treasure of dazzling brilliance that seemed to pulsate with golden light, akin to the blinding sun at its zenith. Without a hint of hesitation, the golden brick, imbued with immense power, surged forth with the force of a tempest, targeting the frail essence of the troubled Marquis. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air, as if the very fabric of space trembled in response. In the face of such unparalleled might, the Marquis's weakened spirit proved utterly incapable of withstanding the strike from the golden treasure. His anguished scream echoed, filled with despair. In an instant, under the crushing impact of the golden brick, his essence was obliterated, scattered into oblivion, leaving not a trace behind. This scene was profoundly shocking, a testament to Jun Moxiao's decisiveness and the ferocity of his methods. Just like that, a formidable void-refining cultivator was effortlessly vanquished. Yet, without a moment's pause after dispatching the Marquis with a single strike, his gaze sharpened, swiftly locking onto his next target, the weeping Marquis. In the depths of Jun Moxiao's eyes flickered a chilling brilliance as he resolutely unleashed the Emperor's divine power, the great Chaos Thunder Sword. An overwhelming aura, ancient and unfathomable, surged forth, as if the very fabric of the world trembled at that moment. The great nebulous chaos sword energy resembled the eye of an abyss, profound and inscrutable. Beneath the brooding storm clouds, countless thunderbolts churned like boiling water, colliding and intertwining, exuding a disquieting aura of annihilation. When the chaotic currents fused perfectly with the thunderbolts, they transformed into a breathtakingly formidable sword strike. This beam of sword light was resplendent and dazzling, yet brimming with destructive power, as though it could sever all ties and shackles of the world. Although Mo Wudao's Gu Ming's wailing lament was also an emperor's divine power, he had merely scratched the surface of its potential, barely achieving a modicum of success, and could not even compare to the great Chaos Thunder Sword. Faced with this earth-shattering sword strike, the expression of the mourning Marquis turned ashen, leaving him no choice but to fight desperately. However, having just suffered the destruction of his treasure and with his magical energy severely depleted, he found himself utterly bereft of hope against the cataclysmic great Chaos Thunder Sword. In mere breaths, all of mourning Marquis's defenses crumbled beneath the onslaught of the sword light. His body, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, was swiftly consumed by that cataclysmic force. Ultimately, only a pile of ashes remained, scattered by the wind into oblivion. Thus, the formidable four marquises of the demonic sect in the realm of cultivation met their demise. Mo Wudao had intended to intervene, but alas, he was a moment too late. At this juncture, he stared intently at Jun Moxiao, feeling an unexpected twinge of fear. Despite being merely an insignificant insect, how could he obliterate a grand cultivator of the void refinement stage? What hidden cards did he still possess? Shaking his head, Mo Wudao cast aside those unrealistic notions. Jun Moxiao must perish today. Otherwise, the immense cost expended by their demonic sect would render them the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world if their opponent were to remain unscathed. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a menacing banner imbued with ghostly energy. The murderous intent in Mo Wudao's eyes was palpable. This was his most formidable treasure, the soul-refining banner, now elevated to the status of a top-grade spiritual treasure. It harbored countless powerful malevolent spirits, including the souls of his parents, whom he had meticulously cared for. In his own words, "Even if you were blind to the truth in life and failed to trust your son, then serve him in death for countless millennia." Mo Wudao took a deep breath and pointed fiercely at the sky, his voice thundering like a storm. 10,000 ghosts slaughtering the heavens formation, activate. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to shudder. A series of deafening roars erupted, akin to the howls of ancient beasts, reverberating through every inch of space. In that moment, Countless grotesque and terrifying malevolent spirits surged forth from the soul-refining banner, driven by endless resentment and malevolence, flooding the air like a relentless tide. They spiraled chaotically in mid-air, swiftly and orderly, forming a terrifying grand formation. The ominous winds howled, dark clouds loomed over the city, and the sinister aura rolled like ink, seemingly devouring the very light itself. The mining cultivators, who had barely survived moments before, were now faced with this overwhelming, infinite army of malevolent spirits, their eyes reflecting nothing but despair and terror. In the blink of an eye, these cultivators were savagely torn apart and devoured by the spirits, becoming new souls in this land of malevolence. Confronted by Mo Wudao's terrifying killing move, Jun Moxiao remained unperturbed. Instead, he unleashed his own ultimate weapon, the Celestial Slayer Sword formation. Instantly, 88 flying swords shot forth from the void like meteors, weaving an unparalleled sword array in the vast expanse of the heavens, imbued with the supreme power to slay celestial beings and deities. This sword formation not only radiated a chilling brilliance that struck fear into the heart, but also contained an immense pressure capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. In comparison, Mo Wudao's 10,000 ghosts slaughtering the heavens formation appeared as feeble as a firefly against the full moon. Chapter 82, The Destruction of the Heavenly Tribulation. Mo Wudao's soul-refining banner was merely a top-grade spiritual treasure. How could the formation it constituted compare to 88 mid-grade spiritual treasures? The grand spectacle of countless malevolent spirits clashed against the annihilating aura of the Celestial Slayer flying swords, akin to snowflakes melting in flames, utterly powerless to resist. The once confident Mo Wudao's expression shifted dramatically, rendered incredulous by the unfolding events. Each of these flying swords was already a mid-grade spiritual treasure of formidable power. Now, as 88 converged, their collective synergy was beyond his imagination. Impossible. It cannot be. Where did he procure so many mid-grade spiritual treasures? The Falling Clouds sect should not be so affluent. Could it be that the Demon Emperor's treasury harbored some extraordinary fortune that he had seized? Despite Mo Wudao's profound magical prowess, desperately channeling the soul-refining banner to resist, under this sword formation, even celestial beings and demons could not escape calamity. The power to slay celestial beings was no idle boast. Ultimately, the 10,000 ghosts slaughtering the heavens formation collapsed with a thunderous crash. The soul-refining banner hurled away like refuse by the intersecting sword energies. Mo Wudao clutched his chest, a spurt of reverse blood erupting from his mouth. The esteemed leader of the great heavenly demon sect, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage, had sustained significant injury. His eyes brimmed with horror, grappling with the absurdity of the day's events. The once fated individual, purportedly on the verge of death, had slain several void refinement stage demons and even wounded the illustrious leader of the great heavenly demon sect. Cursed be it, I am the one favored by heaven. How could Jun Moxiao surpass me in power? At this juncture, Mo Wudao's resolve to retreat solidified. This old pervert was far too strange. I shall wait until I break through to the composite body stage and return to eliminate this rogue. However, Jun Moxiao would not allow him the luxury of coming and going at will. After employing several exceedingly powerful attacks, Jun Moxiao found it increasingly difficult to suppress his realm. Roaring, he bellowed as the eyes of his divine and demonic primordial infant blazed with blinding light. This signified a transformation from primordial infant to primordial spirit. As Mo Wudao prepared to flee, an ominous premonition surged within him, a profound sense of impending danger. He hurriedly turned back, only to find Jun Moxiao had not pursued him. How peculiar. If it wasn't Jun Moxiao, from whence did this impending peril arise? Suddenly, Mo Wudao lifted his head, his previously placid countenance twisted in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock and incredulity. He bellowed in disbelief, "This is impossible." His roar seemed to pierce the heavens, shattering all that surrounded it. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, dark clouds had mysteriously gathered. The heavy clouds loomed like towering mountains, nearly suffocating him. Bolts of lightning danced within the clouds, resembling silver serpents in a frenzied dance, illuminating the dark sky as brightly as day. Each bolt possessed power several times greater than the 7th-rank purple cloud divine lightning, instilling unparalleled dread. The blinding light and deafening thunderclaps plunged the world into a state of apocalyptic terror. Could this be the heavenly tribulation? Mo Wudao's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the sky, filled with confusion and fear. Why would there be a heavenly tribulation? According to the norms of the cultivation world, only 3 types of individuals would face the tribulation. The first were those at the composite body stage transcending to the Great Ascension stage. The second were ancient beings of the Great Ascension stage ascending to Emperor. The last were the mightiest of emperors transcending to ascend to the immortal realm. Yet here, there were only he and Jun Moxiao remaining alive. Could it be that the tribulation was triggered by Jun Moxiao? Contemplating this, a hint of disdain crept upon his lips. How could it be? Impossible. Possible. No way. Wu Dao suddenly turned to look at the serene Jun Moxiao, who was on the verge of soiling himself in fright. Could it be that this mere insect, with only primordial infant cultivation, had indeed provoked the heavenly tribulation? What a farcical notion in the realm of cultivation. The overwhelming pressure of the heavens bore down upon him, and Wu Dao hastily turned to flee, unwilling to linger any longer. However, without Jun Moxiao's permission, escape was not an option. The Celestial Slayer sword formation had tightly encircled the area, each flying sword transforming into a lethal serpent, launching a frenzied assault on Wu Dao, preventing his departure. Are you insane, Jun Moxiao? Wu Dao bellowed in desperation. The heavenly tribulation is already fraught with peril. If others are present, it could trigger a riot, amplifying its power exponentially. Release me at once. Jun Moxiao stood resolutely, his upright posture resembling a sword piercing the heavens, radiating an air of formidable sharpness. Upon hearing Wu Dao's words, he erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that even the esteemed leader of the great heavenly demon sect would experience fear one day? What a pitiful wretch, daring to call himself the son of fortune. Where is the might you once wielded when you slaughtered the great Zhou dynasty? Do not cower like a coward, fleeing in terror. Wu Dao's countenance turned ashen. Confronted with the impending tribulation, he felt utterly devoid of combat spirit. You are mistaken. This tribulation is yours, and there is no escape for you. However, it holds no relevance to me. Why should I wade through this murky water? As the thunderclouds loomed ominously, his hope of breaking free from the immortal slaying sword array in such a brief moment evaporated. Reluctantly, he conceded, Jun Moxiao, if you allow me to leave, I can offer you the blood of the ancient heavenly dragon as compensation. The ancient heavenly dragon is a being of celestial caliber, its blood possessing an unimaginable value. Seeing Jun Moxiao remain silent while the immortal slaying sword array grew ever more solidified, Wu Dao hastened to continue. I have heard that Huan and Miao of the Harmony sect is in dire need of the ancient heavenly dragon's blood. Should someone provide it, she would fulfill any request. She is one of the 4 great beauties of the cultivation world. Possessing the blood might even grant you the chance to bask in her grace. Have you finished your prattle? A sudden cold reprimand pierced the air, as Jun Moxiao remained unmoved, his gaze fixed intently upon the ominous clouds of tribulation above. Come now, Wu Dao, let us revel in this rare cataclysmic thunderstorm together. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, the heavens trembled. 2 immensely terrifying bolts of lightning descended, hurtling directly towards Jun Moxiao and Wu Dao. Jun Moxiao summoned with a single hand, merging the flying swords of immortals to forge a colossal divine sword, resolutely enduring the strike of lightning. Boom. Jun Moxiao's robust physique was bent beneath the weight, as the colossal divine sword was utterly shattered by the descending bolt of heavenly thunder. Indeed, its might was formidable. Once more, Jun Moxiao exclaimed with fervor. Behind him, the ethereal figures of gods and demons manifested, as he unleashed the most potent technique of the divine-demon unity, the divine-demon convergence. In an instant, the divine and demonic essences interwove, the two became one, and I alone stood proud against the heavens. The invincible fist was launched forth by Jun Moxiao, hurtling directly towards the heavenly thunder that rained down from above. Boom. Jun Moxiao shattered the heavenly thunder and retreated several steps, a sense of heaviness swelling in his chest. Ha, such a trifling tribulation, hardly worth mentioning. Not far away, Wu Dao had endured 2 strikes from the heavenly thunder, his body enveloped in smoke, and countless bones lay shattered. With great difficulty, he lifted his head to gaze at the seemingly divine figure of Jun Moxiao, painfully uttering 2 words. Freak. Chapter 83. Who is this handsome uncle? The emergence of the thunder tribulation caused an intense disturbance in this realm, spreading for thousands of miles. The inhabitants of Cayenne City looked up in unison, sensing an astonishing pressure from the heavens. Lu Ruyin and a few others hurriedly emerged, staring in horror towards the direction of the thunder tribulation, a foreboding feeling gnawing at their hearts. Bai Yin Air, anxious, remarked, just moments ago, Master mentioned he was heading that way to attend to some matters. Upon hearing this, the other girls gasped in shock. What should we do? Master must be in danger. We should hurry and check. Bai Ling Air exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. All right. We shall depart at once. The 2 little girls could not help but exclaim, preparing to fly over on their swords to investigate. Chu Wu Rong, hearing the sisters mention the potential danger to the Grand Elder, felt a similar urgency and turned to Lu Ruyin, imploring, Master, let us go and see. Lu Ruyin bit her lip, hesitating momentarily. That place appeared exceedingly perilous. Under normal circumstances, she would have refrained from venturing forth. However, recalling the overwhelming sense of fullness, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. No. The safety of Jun Moxiao is something she cannot overlook. Let us go and see. With a commanding voice, Lu Ruyin led her disciples and the Bai sisters to soar towards the tumultuous skies. The clouds were as dark as ink, shrouding the heavens and casting shadows upon the earth, as if the very firmament trembled in response. The thunder roared incessantly, and bolts of destructive lightning surged forth like the wrath of the divine, crashing down upon Jun Moxiao with unrelenting ferocity. The most formidable of heavenly tribulations mercilessly tested the limits of Jun Moxiao. The surrounding space seemed unable to withstand this immense cosmic power. Trembling violently and emitting mournful cries, the ground beneath him had long since lost its vitality, reduced to a barren wasteland under the onslaught of this force. Emma Wudao, who once fancied himself the son of fortune, appeared diminutive and fragile beneath the tempest of lightning. At this moment, his form was entirely consumed by the relentless storm, vanishing into nothingness without leaving a trace. Now, only Jun Moxiao remained, standing alone at the eye of this cataclysmic storm. In the face of this unprecedented challenge, he did not falter. Instead, he summoned an unparalleled fighting spirit. His 7 treasures gourd radiated brilliance, weaving together a tapestry of 7-colored divine light that formed an impregnable barrier. Under the deluge of annihilating lightning, Jun Moxiao resembled a solitary boat navigating through monstrous waves, steadfast in his journey. Little did he anticipate that his tribulation would be the legendary 9 Heavens calamity, a terrifying trial reserved for those of the combined body stage. Yet, this unexpected turn ignited the boundless potential lying dormant within him. The celestial slaying sword array, the divine demon unity technique, and various magical treasures and powers were unleashed in a bid to counter this divine calamity. Simultaneously, Jun Moxiao glimpsed a beacon of hope amidst this life-and-death ordeal. A vision of transcending himself and ascending to greater heights. Come forth, let this thunderstorm be the stepping stone to my path of enlightenment. Jun Moxiao laughed wildly, his eyes shimmering with indomitable spirit. While cultivators typically feared the tribulations of thunder and sought to evade them, Jun Moxiao understood that such trials were both calamities and opportunities. Only through enduring this baptism could one forge a true heart of strength and ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal path. At last, after enduring 26 bolts of heavenly lightning, Jun Moxiao faced the final and most formidable strike. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, as the tempestuous lightning converged into a singular entity, transforming into a colossal bolt of thunder, as thick as a water barrel. Jun Moxiao, fully aware that success or failure hinged on this critical moment, swiftly consumed the last of the 8th grade elixir, the life-transforming pill, to replenish the depleting mana and heal his injuries. The 7-colored divine light within the 7 treasures gourd had already collapsed into 6 colors, leaving only the final layer of purple light struggling to endure. With a furious roar, he unleashed all his strength and resolutely confronted the impending heavenly thunder. Boom! The sound echoed like the collapse of heaven and earth, resonating far and wide, causing violent tremors in Cayenne City thousands of miles away. Lu Ruyin and her companions, who were en route, were taken aback. Bai Linger and Bai Yin'er could not hold back their tears, calling out for their master. Master! After a brief interval, the group reached their destination. The ground had been utterly transformed into scorched earth, and the surrounding mountains were reduced to mere dust by the terrifying force. Bai Lingo collapsed onto the ground, crying out, Master, where are you? Bai Yin'er, Jiu Rong, and the others echoed her cries, desperately searching for any signs. Alas, under such a thunderous tribulation, if one failed to survive, there would be nothing left, not even the artifacts. Drawing on her extensive experience, Lu Ruyin observed the remnants of the area and was struck by an unbelievable thought. Could this be the mark of a thunder tribulation? Was there a predecessor who had undergone tribulation here? The mere thought sent a chill down her spine. A figure capable of withstanding such tribulations must be at least at the consummate stage of the combined body, and among the reclusive elders of the fallen cloud sect. Few possess such cultivation. If that predecessor were still present, a mere flick of their finger might reduce her group to ashes. We cannot linger here. We must depart swiftly. Resolving herself, Lu Ruyin commanded, You wrong. There is danger here. Take these 2 girls and leave at once. No, we will not leave. Master might be here, and we will not depart without finding him, even if it costs us our lives. The Bai sisters replied in unison. Seeing their unwavering determination, Lu Ruyin felt torn. Perhaps she should just knock them out and carry them away. As the sun set and the moon rose, the long night sky eventually revealed its stars. Just then, amidst their helplessness, strange movements emanated from the nearby ruins. Suddenly, stone shifted, and the ground cracked open, revealing a long, powerful arm that emerged. With long fingers and a robust palm, it was evidently a hand well-suited for wielding a sword, the delicate nails indicating the owner's excellent condition. As the hand opened and closed, a deafening sound erupted, causing the ground to shatter instantaneously, with debris flying in all directions and dust rising several feet high. At that moment, a figure leapt from the dust, accompanied by a clear whistle, soaring high into the air. The unexpected turn of events sent a wave of cold dread through Lu Ruyan. She did not have time to look at the suddenly appearing figure, only regretting profusely. It's over. I warned them to leave, but these two girls refused to budge. Now, it seems we have no choice but to face our fate. We four are likely to become that predecessor's furnace. I am not afraid for myself, but I worry for you. After venting her frustrations, she finally turned her gaze towards the figure that had appeared. Simultaneously, Ji Rong, Bai Linger, and Bai Yinar also focused on the sudden arrival. When the women beheld the person's features, they were all taken aback, an involuntary thought rising within them. Ah, who is this handsome uncle? He is so striking. Ji Rong and the Bai sisters were instantly captivated by his appearance, experiencing an extraordinarily peculiar impulse. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan could hardly contain herself, collapsing onto the ground as tears streamed down her cheeks. Oh, my dear dead senior brother, how wonderful it is to be young. Jun Moxiao lowered his head for a closer inspection. Before him lay the robust physique of a man. Tall and well-proportioned, his body was a testament to strength. Every muscle taut, showcasing the explosive power of a cultivator. As the gentle breeze tousled his long hair, a mature and composed visage emerged. Upon opening his eyes, he revealed irises as green as jade, clear as crystal, radiating a sharpness akin to a drawn blade, piercing through anyone who dared meet his gaze. How splendid it is to be young. His voice, imbued with a subtle joy, conveyed a sense of delight. He had never imagined that after transcending the lightning tribulation to ascend to the divine transformation stage, his appearance would revert so dramatically. The present Jun Moxiao had transformed into a suave and elegant gentleman, exuding a mature charm that was an irresistible allure for the youthful maidens surrounding him. Unsurprisingly, the trio Ji Rong, Bai Linger, and Bai Yinar were utterly captivated by his appearance, their minds consumed with a singular thought: who is this handsome gentleman? They failed to recognize the rejuvenated Jun Moxiao, mistaking him for a survivor of some calamity. Only Lu Ruyan, having known him for many years, could identify him at a glance. Her heart raced. Her senior brother had appeared so youthful. His current appearance was nearly half that of his prime. Undoubtedly, in his youth, Jun Moxiao was an unparalleled figure of striking handsomeness, and his immense fame was inextricably linked to his looks. The image of the charming gentleman before them, though only half as handsome as before, was sufficient to leave the impressionable young female cultivator spellbound. Observing the expressions of his two beloved disciples, Jun Moxiao felt a twinge of helplessness. Just as he moved to reveal his identity, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. Alarmed, he realized this was a symptom of extreme depletion of his magical energy. He patted his storage ring, only to discover that he had exhausted all his life-rejuvenating pills. And there was no time to contemplate other options. Overcome by lightheadedness, his eyes rolled back, and he fell backward. Fortunately, the women present did not allow him to tumble to the ground. Someone stepped forward to catch him. He felt his head collide with something soft and yielding. And then darkness enveloped him. Ji Rong, blushing with embarrassment, was completely unaware of her own actions. When the handsome gentleman suddenly fell back, she instinctively rushed forward to catch him, fearing he might hurt himself. His head struck her bosom with the force of a hammer, sending ripples through her heart. Soon after, Bai Linger and Bai Yinar approached, whispering as they gazed at the handsome gentleman cradled in Ji Rong's arms. Sister Rong, do you know this gentleman? No, I don't. Ji Rong replied, clutching Jun Moxiao as if he were an extremely important treasure, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing. Then who is he? He looks somewhat familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, sister, you feel that too? Ji Rong stared at the man in her embrace, sensing an inexplicable familiarity. Stop guessing. This man is the Grand Elder. Lu Ruyan interjected, directly unveiling his identity. The revelation was startling. Ji Rong, Bai Linger, and Bai Yinar's eyes widened, mouths agape, their minds overwhelmed with astonishment. This man is the Grand Elder? Ji Rong's expression was one of disbelief. Suddenly realizing that she was pressing against the Grand Elder's head, her face flushed crimson, heat spreading down her neck, rendering her dizzy. Is this really my master? How has he become so handsome? His hair is black, his skin fair, and he no longer has that scruffy beard he used to favor. The two young girls leaped with joy, elated by the transformation of their former grand elder into a suave gentleman. They felt the generational gap had narrowed, and the stern master seemed more approachable. Certainly. The happiest among them was Lu Ruyin. She paid no mind to why Jun Moxiao had undergone such a change, only aware that the striking gentleman who had haunted her dreams had seemingly returned. For a woman like her, enduring solitude was made bearable by the presence of the perfect man, Jun Moxiao. In comparison, other men were mere shadows, unworthy of her attention. She summoned him from Chiyurong's embrace, retrieving him with her magical artifact. Let us hurry back. As the warmth of his presence vanished, Chiyurong cast a lingering gaze at her master, a hint of longing in her eyes, as if she hadn't had her fill of the embrace. In a swift rush, the women returned to the residence in Cayenne City, closing the door behind them. Lu Ruyin reluctantly set Jun Moxiao down after a brief inspection, sighing with relief as she explained. The Grand Elder has fainted due to excessive depletion of magical energy. I will fetch some potent recovery elixirs. You three must ensure the Grand Elder's safety. With that, Lu Ruyin hurried away, leaving the three women exchanging glances filled with concern. After a moment, Bai Ling broke the silence. Why is Master so dirty? It seems as if all the impurities in his body have been expelled. She wrinkled her nose, exclaiming, Yuck, he smells awful. Chiyurong felt a jolt. Recalling the term cleansing the marrow and washing the bones, she looked at the unconscious Jun Moxiao with astonished eyes. Such a state typically occurred during significant breakthroughs in cultivation. To her surprise, not only had the Grand Elder regained his youth, but he had also experienced a substantial elevation in his cultivation level. Sister, let us prepare warm water for Master's bath. All right. Bai Ling readily agreed. Moments later, the two sisters had prepared a large tub of hot water. Chiyurong, suddenly realizing something, turned to the two innocent girls and asked, Are you two planning to bathe the Grand Elder? Of course, they replied in unison, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. We are disciples. It is our duty to honor our master. However, Chiyurong felt a twinge of discomfort, a hint of jealousy stirring within her. Inside the room, the sisters fumbled awkwardly as they undressed Jun Moxiao. Their puzzled voices occasionally broke the silence. How strange. Why does he look different? And he appears quite fierce. Outside the door, Chiyurong, a charming widow, was well aware of many things. Her cheeks flushed, and her throat felt parched. With a loud splash, Jun Moxiao was unceremoniously tossed into the tub. The sisters, inexperienced in attending to others, clumsily splashed water everywhere, nearly drowning the unconscious Jun Moxiao. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, Chiyurong burst through the door, her face flushed as she addressed the two clumsy girls. You two should leave this to me. I will bathe the Grand Elder. Oh, thank you so much, Sister Rong. Two little girls were troubled by the matter at hand, but upon hearing Chiyurong's words, they immediately cheered without further contemplation, unaware that they had inadvertently betrayed their own master. Chapter 85, The Revenge of Jun Moxiao after sending the two little girls away. Chiyurong firmly closed the door. She gazed at Jun Moxiao, who lay alone in the wooden tub, his handsome and charming visage captivating her. Chiyurong's heart began to race inexplicably, leaving her uncertain whether it was the oppressive heat or some other reason. She found herself drenched in a fragrant sweat, feeling unbearably hot. In resignation, Chiyurong removed her robe, donning only a strapless top to continue her task. Soon, she meticulously cleaned the impurities from Jun Moxiao's body, replacing the water with a fresh basin, and diligently wiped him down, leaving no area unattended. Her dedication to the task rivaled that of the most skilled bath attendants. Some areas were scrubbed dozens of times, yet she remained relentless. At that moment, her breath became erratic as a fierce internal struggle unfolded in her mind. The rational side and the side driven by desire clashed violently. Ultimately, the voice of reason was utterly vanquished by the allure of her desires. In that instant, she lost all control. She began to hum an ancient nursery rhyme. The little girl picking mushrooms carries a large bamboo basket. Time passed, and Lu Ruyin hurried back. Upon entering the courtyard, she found only the two little girls without a trace of Jun Moxiao. Ling Yan where's your master? She inquired. Bai Ling pointed toward a room, responding cheerfully, My master is taking a bath in there. Ah, has your master awakened? Lu Ruyin questioned, puzzled. Not yet. Sister Rong volunteered to wash my master. Bai Ling replied. Lu Ruyin was taken aback, her expression sharpening. Though this disciple had always been virtuous, she had experienced matters of intimacy and had long harbored desires. Faced with a defenseless Jun Moxiao, it would be odd if she could still maintain her composure. In a flash, she approached the door, straining to listen, but heard only silence. Well, you have even set up a soundproof formation, Lu Ruyin mused, glancing back at the curious little girls. With feigned calmness, she declared, "You two guard the courtyard. I shall assist inside. Rest assured, Master. We will guard this place well," the sisters chorused. Lu Ruyin nodded, exerting force with one hand. She pushed the door open with a loud bang. The explosive scene within made her burn with jealousy, tears welling in her eyes. "Humph! You ungrateful disciple, how dare you act in such a manner?" "Ah, Master. I was wrong. Alas, considering your hardships over the years, I shall let this pass, as a reward for you. But, Master, how could you shill? Do not let the little girls outside here." The door was tightly shut, and the soundproof formation was reinstated. No matter the noise inside, it remained unheard outside. Half an hour later, the two little girls in the courtyard remained oblivious to the events inside, though they sensed something was amiss. They exchanged glances. And Bai Ling'er remarked, "This master and disciple are indeed peculiar. Why do they both enjoy bathing others? Indeed, it has been an hour. Yet it is still not over. How boring." Time slowly drifted by until 2 hours had passed. Finally, the door creaked open, revealing Lu Ruyin and Chu Yurong. Their faces flushed and their expressions alluring. Behind them, Jun Moxiao appeared pale, his steps slightly unsteady. "Ah, Master has awakened. Are you feeling well?" the sisters exclaimed joyfully, rushing toward Jun Moxiao. Before the two little disciples could approach, Jun Moxiao raised a hand, delivering a playful rap to each of their heads, scolding, "How can you call yourselves disciples? Your master was bullied, and you simply stood guard at the door." The sisters shielded their heads, wincing in pain, tears brimming in their eyes as they pouted. "But we have been guarding the door the whole time. We didn't see any bad people enter." Jun Moxiao, with a hint of exasperation, rubbed his forehead, finding his two disciples adorably naive. He turned and cast a fierce glare at Lu Ruyin and Chu Yurong. These two, taking advantage of his unconscious state, had audaciously imposed themselves upon him, already drained of magical energy and in a frail condition. He was further beleaguered by these two insatiable vixens, recalling the astonishing sight that greeted him upon awakening, where their presence loomed over him like a mountain. He nearly succumbed to despair. After another scathing look at the smirking Lu Ruyin, he could not help but touch his nose. He vowed to exact double the retribution for today's humiliation. Chu Yurong, too, could not escape his wrath. Her facade of seriousness belied her reckless behavior, surpassing even Lu Ruyin in audacity. Lu Ruyin was well aware that their actions had been excessive, notably consuming an entire vial of the potent Longhu Dali pills. This matter, it seemed, would be difficult to resolve amicably. As fate would have it, in the dead of night, a formidable figure burst into Lu Ruyin's chamber, dragging another woman in tow. He unceremoniously tossed the woman onto Lu Ruyin's bed and, in a chilling tone, declared, "Today, while I lay unconscious, you two drugged and assaulted me. I am a man of principles. This is a vial of 10 by Wahahuan pills, and you shall each consume 5. Lu Ruyin and the bewildered Chu Yurong exchanged glances and obediently ingested the pills. The mysterious figure smirked, waving his hand to seal their dantian with powerful magic, rendering them as defenseless as ordinary women. A subtle smile graced Lu Ruyin's lips as she thought, "My senior brother truly knows how to play." Another sleepless night awaits. Meanwhile, Chu Yurong felt a growing restlessness within her, her mind wandering to future possibilities. The shadowy figure was none other than Jun Moxiao, come to exact his revenge. Rather than overpowering the two women, he deftly produced ropes of magical energy, binding their limbs securely, ensuring their inability to free themselves. Subsequently, he forcefully removed their embroidered masks, stuffing them into their mouths to silence any cries for help. He had come for vengeance, not to offer comfort. Soon, the effects of the medication took hold, causing the two women to writhe uncontrollably, muffled whimpers escaping their lips, indicative of their distress. Jun Moxiao cast a barrier within the room, sitting leisurely beside a square table, having brewed herself a cup of enlightenment tea. The 100-flower harmony pills they consumed were a 4th-grade elixir from the harmony sect. After ingesting 5 of these pills consecutively, should they refrain from mutual rest. Although it would not lead to immediate death, they would undoubtedly suffer unbearable torment. This night, he would not lay a finger on the master and disciple duo. Instead, he intended to subject them to profound anguish. "Humph! It is only through my granting that you may desire. If I withhold, should you take it, you shall face my retribution." Chapter 86. The Supreme Demon Ring, blood of the ancient celestial dragon. This night appeared tranquil, yet beneath the surface, a tumultuous tide was brewing. As dawn approached the following morning, Jun Moxiao had just released the two women from their bindings. Lowering his gaze to the disarray strewn across the floor, he maintained a calm demeanor and asked, "Do you two understand your mistakes? Lu Ruyin and Chu Yurong choked back their emotions for a long while before finally nodding slowly. Their crimson eyes still shimmered with a lingering agitation. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind Jun Moxiao as he departed. A flicker of trepidation surged within Lu Ruyin. She recalled instances where she had tempted the other to achieve favorable outcomes, but those had always been with mutual consent. This time, however, they had indeed crossed a line. At present, the effects of the potion still lingered within them, rendering them unfit to face the world. Forcing them to remain hidden in the room as they gradually dispelled the remaining effects of the drug. Returning to his bed, Jun Moxiao finally relaxed. A smile gracing his lips. He opened the panel revealing his details. Name, Jun Moxiao. Age, 502 years. Remaining lifespan, 1,200 years. Realm, initial stage of transformation. Spiritual root talent, 9 young celestial body, comprehension, extraordinary, fortune level, crimson 9th rank, identity, grand elder of the fallen cloud sect, magical treasures, 7 treasures gourd, 1,000 shadows mirror. Heavenly dragon golden crown, immortal slaying flying sword, golden brick, techniques, great strength demon scripture, unity of gods and demons technique, celestial seal, great freedom longevity technique. Great chaos thunder sword, heavenly heart sword technique. He had never anticipated that after enduring this lightning tribulation, the changes within him would be so profound. Not only had he broken through to a new realm, but his body had also become sturdier and more youthful, even gaining an additional 400 years of lifespan. It is worth noting that he merely restored his cultivation rather than achieving a new breakthrough. Such benefits were largely due to the baptism of the lightning tribulation. Moreover, there was another advantage. The demise of the child of fortune, Emma Wudao, also contributed to Jun Moxiao's gains. Emma Wudao possessed a second-grade fortune, and upon his death, a portion of that fortune returned to the world, while a small fragment was absorbed by Jun Moxiao, elevating his fortune level to crimson 9th rank. The higher one's fortune, the better their luck, a truth beyond dispute. Whether it was the former Xiaohuahua, Tang Sanhao, or Emma Wudao, all were individuals of great fortune. Had they not encountered him, a remarkable being endowed with a system, their futures would have undoubtedly been extraordinary, potentially reaching the level of emperors or even ascending to immortality, which was far from mere fantasy. At this moment, the rewards from the system tasks had already been delivered, and the cap on his future rewards had ascended to a new pinnacle. His highest authority had now risen to the imperial level, a prospect he eagerly anticipated. The reason for his successful breakthrough against the lightning tribulation was significantly attributed to the 8th grade medicinal pill, life creation pill. Additionally, the exquisite spiritual treasure, 7 treasures gourd, played a pivotal role. One could only imagine the formidable power of even stronger 9th grade pills, imperial grade pills, or imperial weapons. His heart burned with fervor. Come down. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to rise immediately. Yesterday, after vanquishing numerous experts from the great heavenly demon sect, although most of their magical treasures and storage rings were destroyed in the lightning tribulation, there might still be some that had escaped destruction. With a swift motion, he soared into the sky, directly flying towards the battlefield on his sword. Within a short span, he arrived at the former battlefield, located several thousand miles away. The area, still shrouded in terrifying residual pressure from the lightning tribulation, caused even golden core cultivators to feel an unsettling fear. Had it not been for Bilinger and the others' urgent anxiety, they would not have dared to venture into this place. Expanding his consciousness, he scanned the surroundings and found no signs of outsiders intruding. This was to be expected, as the area was desolate and belonged to the fallen cloud sect. Other sects would not recklessly approach even if they sensed something amiss. He landed on the ground, adopting a mindset of exploration, and began to meticulously search the area. After an extensive period of fruitless searching, just as he was about to give up, he suddenly detected an object. It was a large, pitch-black banner, slightly damaged but not significantly impaired. Haha, is this not the high-grade spiritual treasure, soul-refining banner, belonging to Emma Wudao? I never expected it to be left behind here. I must not let this opportunity slip away. Though this item held no utility for him, it could be sold or gifted to another, making it quite valuable. The unexpected discovery of the soul-refining banner reinvigorated Jun Moxiao, spurring him to continue his search. Efforts bore fruit. A black, intricately carved ring appeared in his hand. What is this? Jun Moxiao's eyes brightened as recognition dawned. It was the supreme magic ring, the insignia of the great heavenly demon sect's leader. The ring's exceptional quality allowed it to survive the cataclysmic thunder. Even though its owner, Emma Wudao, had perished, the supreme magic ring remained intact. What a serendipitous find! A smile tugged at the corners of Jun Moxiao's lips. Yesterday's actions had not only inflicted severe losses on the great heavenly demon sect, but had also resulted in the demise of their leader, Bestow, and the acquisition of the supreme magic ring. It was said that the great heavenly demon sect controlled an ancient secret realm, accessible only through the supreme magic ring. Without it, they effectively lost access to that ancient domain. This time, the demon sect would truly find themselves in dire straits. With Bestow deceased, the supreme magic ring became a masterless object. Jun Moxiao's spiritual sense effortlessly penetrated the surroundings, immediately revealing a substantial amount of resources. Moments later, he withdrew his perception, his expression brimming with disdain. What is this? How can it be so destitute? The finest soul-refining banner is merely a superior spiritual treasure, and not a single extraordinary spiritual treasure in sight. The elixirs are even more dismal, with the most potent being a mere 7th grade, and only a handful of those. How could one ascend to the position of the Grand Demon Sect's leader in such poverty? After a brief moment of sarcasm, Jun Moxiao finally spotted an object that piqued his interest. It was a jade-green porcelain vial, emanating a potent aura that instilled a sense of formidable pressure. Upon uncorking the vial and leaning closer, he discovered that it contained a thick, purple essence of blood. Instantly, he recalled the time when Bestow had proposed to exchange the blood of the ancient celestial dragon for his freedom. Could it be? Does this vial contain the blood of the ancient celestial dragon? The same substance that the enchanting Huanyin Miao from the Hehuan sect specifically requested? Jun Moxiao was certainly familiar with Huanyin Miao, and one might even say he was quite well acquainted. She is the current leader of the Hehuan sect, her beauty renowned throughout the cultivation world. She even bestowed upon herself an audacious moniker, Flower Fairy. As both Huanyin Miao and Ji Rushui belong to the 4 renowned beauties of the cultivation realm and are the leaders of the 10 major sects. Their relationship is amicable, often visiting the Falling Cloud sect. Consequently, Huanyin Miao became acquainted with Jun Moxiao. In the presence of the exceedingly handsome Jun Moxiao, Huanyin Miao found it impossible to restrain herself. Before Ji Rushui, she boldly attempted to woo him, trying to entice him away. This could not be permitted. Ji Rushui was infuriated on the spot. The 2 unparalleled beauties engaged in a fierce battle in the air, resulting in Ji Rushui emerging victorious, nearly defeating Huanyin Miao. Since that incident, Huanyin Miao concealed her affections. Chapter 87. Restoration of Realms returned to Cayenne City. Jun Moxiao continuously toyed with the jade vial containing the primordial blood of the ancient heavenly dragon, his mind swirling with contemplation. The ancient heavenly dragon transcends even the mightiest of emperors, akin to an ascended immortal. One could only wonder from whence Bestow procured such a vial of essence. Casting a glance at the supreme demonic ring adorning his finger, a spark of insight ignited within him. Could it be that the secret realm is connected to the ancient heavenly dragon? If that were indeed the case, he might embark on an adventurous quest in the future. However, the secret realm is the most vital treasure of the great heavenly demon sect, and with Bestow's demise and the supreme ring lost, it is certain that there will be elders of the sect in the fusion stage lying in wait. Without absolute certainty, he cannot afford to take such risks. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Jun Moxiao began to examine the vial of essence. The violet liquid exuded a captivating fragrance, stirring an irresistible urge to taste it. Jun Moxiao pressed his lips together, ultimately restraining the impulse that surged within him. A voice whispered in the recesses of his mind, warning him that this object must not be licked. Otherwise, his illustrious reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Known for his cautious demeanor, he promptly sealed the bottle. Huanyin Miao, one of the 4 renowned beauties of the immortal cultivation realm, must undoubtedly be a daughter of fortune, promising returns that could surpass 100-fold. With the system at his disposal, he could easily barter this item for a favor from Huanyin Miao. His demands were modest. He merely sought to understand the precise value of the object and the manner of its use. In due time, he could both grant Huanyin Miao a personal favor and utilize the system to acquire more precious blood of the ancient celestial dragon. There was no need to rush into this matter. During this period of leisure, he intended to diligently consolidate his cultivation and swiftly return to the peak of the transformation god stage. Before long, shocking news swept through the entire immortal cultivation realm. The Grand Demon Sect had laid an ambush for Jun Moxiao at the Star River Spirit Vein Mine, but unexpected circumstances led to their complete annihilation. Numerous elites from the Grand Demon Sect perished, including not only the 4 marquises of the sect but also the current sect leader, Bestow. Instantly, the immortal cultivation world was abuzz with speculation regarding the events of that fateful day. Some believed that Bestow and his companions had attempted to outsmart their adversaries, only to fall prey to the ambush of the experts from the Fallen Clouds sect. Others theorized that an extraordinary old monster had intervened to aid Jun Moxiao in vanquishing them. There were even suggestions that internal strife had erupted within the Grand Demon sect, leading to mutual destruction, with Jun Moxiao reaping the benefits. In any case, no one was willing to accept that Mo Wudao and his cohort had been defeated solely by Jun Moxiao's solitary strength. Given the rarity of void refinement cultivators, the loss of 6 from the Grand Demon sect was a significant blow to their vitality. Ultimately, an old demon master emerged from seclusion, reclaiming the position of sect leader. The first decree issued by this venerable figure was to command the disciples of the demon sect to temporarily cease all provocations against the path of immortality and to recuperate. The aim was to cultivate several new void refinement experts within 20 years, thereby preventing a gap in their ranks. The second course of action taken by this old demon was to station guards day and night at the entrance of a secret realm, waiting to apprehend anyone bearing the supreme demon ring. It was highly probable that this ring resided with Jun Moxiao. However, this individual might have a formidable entity backing him, and the Grand Demon sect was reluctant to engage directly unless absolutely necessary. The casualties had been too great. Should the old demon heads disregard their reputation and confront Jun Moxiao, the elders of the Fallen Clouds sect would undoubtedly intervene. In such a scenario, a new round of conflict between immortals and demons might be on the horizon. On this day, within the courtyard of Lu Ruyin, a notification chimed. Ding. The host guides the Daughter of Fortune, by Ling Air, by Yin Air, in her cultivation, triggering a 1800-fold critical strike, returning cultivation time of 2 years. Upon receiving the system's reward, Jun Moxiao felt a surge of energy ripple through his entire being. His cultivation level surged once more. Now reaching the mid-stage of transformation god, Jun Moxiao smiled with great satisfaction. By continuously guiding the Daughter of Fortune in her cultivation, his own progress in cultivation advanced remarkably. Through intermittent training sessions, in just over a month, he experienced yet another breakthrough. Due to his practice of the great strength demon scripture, his realm ascension was exceptionally slow, had he been cultivating alone, even with ample medicinal resources. It would likely take several decades to fully restore his realm. However, now, with the aid of the system's returns, his ascension felt akin to riding a rocket. Not far away, Lu Ruyin, who was similarly instructing her disciples, noticed his jovial demeanor and hurried over to engage him. Ling Air and Yin Air possess extraordinary talents, and with you as their esteemed mentor, they shall soon break through to the latter stage of the Golden Core. Alas, there is Rongyu, who is rather dull-witted. And I, being of limited learning, truly cannot compare to the bond you share with your disciples. Over the past month, Jun Moxiao's irritability had long since dissipated. After all, having shared intimate moments and both being daughters of fortune, they held significant value in his eyes. Thus, he gently acquiesced. Rong's aptitude is commendable as well. Should she perfect the falling cloud everlasting technique, achieving the integration stage, or even the great ascension stage in the future is certainly within reach. Ji Rong's eyes sparkled with hope, her heart touched by his words. Indeed, the Grand Elder's words were pleasing to the ear, and he was quite handsome. The master himself had yet to fully master the falling cloud everlasting technique, but still offered her guidance. Such was the height of absurdity. She stepped forward and knelt before Jun Moxiao, allowing her proud form to touch the ground, picking up dust. Disciple has numerous uncertainties in her cultivation. I humbly beseech the Grand Elder for guidance. Jun Moxiao nodded slightly, signifying his acquiescence. Subsequently, Lu Ruyin, emboldened, drew closer. The host guided the fated daughter, Lu Ruyin, also known as Chu Rong, in her cultivation, triggering a remarkable 400-fold critical strike, resulting in a return of 5 months of cultivation time. Time flitted by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a year had elapsed. On this day, Jun Moxiao stepped out of his chamber and could not help but release a piercing whistle, a sound that reverberated for miles, even dispersing the clouds above. He had once again achieved a breakthrough. At long last, he had restored himself to the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm, his strength immeasurable. Jun Moxiao speculated that if he encountered an ordinary mighty being during the fusion phase, he might find it difficult to overcome them. Yet he could still withdraw with composure. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. As long as one possesses power, they can face anything with confidence. He had already lingered here for nearly a year. As the Grand Elder of the Fallen Cloud sect, he could not remain at ease, neglecting all affairs. The sect had long since sent messages, inviting him back to preside over Fallen Cloud sect, the several supreme elders. Upon learning that Jun Moxiao had eliminated Mo Wudao and others with the aid of the Thunder Tribulations, were astounded and regarded him with an esteem equal to that of Ji Rushui. The matter concerning the Thunder Tribulation was classified as a top secret within the Falling Clouds sect, with strict instructions given to Lu Ruyin to never disclose it. Supreme Elder Lu Xian personally visited the site of the Thunder Tribulation, employing formidable magical power to erase all traces of it, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern any clues. Chapter 88. The Heaven-Turning Seal. Midnight Murmurs. What? You were leaving? Upon hearing this news, Lu Ruyin could not help but exclaim. Beside her, Ji Yurong also displayed a sense of reluctance. The emotional entanglement between her and Jun Moxiao had grown quite intricate during this time. She held a profound respect for him akin to that of a disciple towards a master, yet also harbored admiration and longing akin to that for a male idol. Whenever the night grew quiet, as she lay in bed clutching her blanket, images of her interactions with Jun Moxiao would involuntarily surface in her mind, stirring her emotions uncontrollably. Likewise, a more intense yearning surged within Lu Ruyin's heart. Well, as it is already late, I shall return to Falling Clouds sect tomorrow morning with Ling Air and Yin Air. Jun Moxiao contemplated for a moment before speaking, considering their impending farewell. He intended to present a gift as a parting token. With a single motion of his hand, a radiant golden artifact appeared before him. Sister Ruyin, this item possesses immense power. I bestow it upon you for self-defense. Jun Moxiao proclaimed generously. Senior brother. Lu Ruyin gazed at the dazzling artifact, nearly blinding in its brilliance, and was momentarily rendered speechless by shock. This was indeed a precious mid-grade spiritual treasure. How could senior brother be so generous, gifting it without hesitation? The thought of this charming and magnanimous senior brother soon departing filled her heart with an indescribable sorrow, and tears streamed down her face. She truly did not want him to leave. Ding. The host successfully gifted the mid-grade spiritual treasure, the golden brick, to Lu Ruyin, returning the innate spiritual treasure. The Heaven-Turning Seal. The Heaven-Turning Seal, an innate spiritual treasure with the terrifying ability to flip the hand mercilessly, specializing in striking the forehead. Once locked onto a target, it is nearly impossible for anyone to escape its lethal blow. Those who fall victim to the Heaven-Turning Seal meet a gruesome demise, instilling fear and dread in all who witness it. In the realm of Jun Moxiao, an imposing seal, suffused with an overwhelming aura of lethality, materialized out of thin air, enshrouded by strands of primordial energy. A primordial spiritual treasure? Jun Moxiao was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that the first primordial spiritual treasure he acquired would be a reward from Lu Ruyin. Undoubtedly, the might of the Fan Tian seal far surpassed that of the golden brick by countless magnitudes. Even a formidable being in the harmonization phase, if struck by the Fan Tian seal, would likely meet a fate of utter disintegration. To exchange a medium-grade spiritual treasure, the golden brick, for a primordial spiritual treasure, the Fan Tian seal, was indeed an exceedingly advantageous transaction. At this moment, Lu Ruyin cradled the golden brick in her hands, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement, nearly brimming with tears of joy. This scene elicited deep envy from Ji Yurong, who couldn't help but steal a glance at Jun Moxiao, her heart laden with disappointment. Yurong, this is for you. Jun Moxiao, fully aware that both women were favored by fortune, was determined to treat them equally. Considering that Ji Yurong was merely in the early stages of the nascent soul, he bestowed upon her a low-grade spiritual treasure, the purple lightning and frost sword, along with a top-grade magical artifact, the Xin Guang shield. Such treasures, within his grasp, were plentiful, and bestowing two of them would undoubtedly move this charming widow to tears. Indeed, Ji Yurong trembled as she accepted the artifacts, her rosy lips parting slightly as she reverently exclaimed, "Thank you, Grand Elder." At that moment, her heart raced with exhilaration, pounding fiercely within her chest. Her gaze towards Jun Moxiao was filled with fervent emotion, as if she longed to consume him whole. The Grand Elder appears aloof yet harbors warmth within. Clearly, he still cares for me. Ji Yurong pondered silently. Ding. The host successfully gifted the fortunate woman Ji Yurong with magical artifacts, receiving in return 12 flying swords of immortal slaying, medium-grade spiritual treasures. Ding. The current number of flying swords in your immortal slaying sword array has reached 100, achieving a state of perfection. You may choose to condense the 100 flying swords into one, forming the true immortal slaying sword array. Jun Moxiao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing those words. Ah. So that is the case. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting him to issue a command. Condense. In an instant, within the confines of the system's space, 100 celestial slaying flying swords erupted with an astonishing aura, merging seamlessly to form a formation imbued with terrifying power. This formation, known as the Celestial Slaying Sword Array, harnessed the might of the 100 swords, its potency rivaling that of the innate spiritual treasure, the turning heaven seal. With one more trump card in his hand, Jun Moxiao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Unable to contain himself, he bestowed a charming smile upon Lu Ruyin and her apprentice. Ah, the senior brother, the grand elder, smiled at me. Is he hinting at something? Both Lu Ruyin and Chu Yurong felt a stirring in their hearts. Could it be that he intends to impart a final lesson before parting ways? Such thoughts unconsciously blossomed within them. The bright moon hung high, adorned by a myriad of twinkling stars. The door of the chamber creaked open gently, and a figure entered hesitantly. On the large bed, Jun Moxiao slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the unexpected visitor, and inquired, "The night is deep. Why have you not retired? What brings you here?" Chu Yurong raised her hand, casting a barrier around the room to prevent their conversation from escaping. Jun Moxiao's gaze was tinged with a hint of mockery as she scrutinized the unexpected visitor who had intruded upon her in the dead of night. Clad in a dazzling black gown, her graceful figure was fully revealed, with curves that were both alluring and exquisite, her skin smooth and radiant as jade. She wore no makeup, yet exuded an air of elegance and confidence. As her crimson lips parted slightly, an enchanting allure of a mature woman enveloped her. Her cheeks were flushed, reminiscent of the vibrant glow of dawn, the blush cascading gracefully to her neck, a captivating sight that left one in awe. Chu Yurong gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice as delicate as a whisper. "Elder, tomorrow you shall depart, and this journey may keep us apart for a long while. Tonight is our final opportunity. I find myself restless and wish to request one last lesson from you." Jun Moxiao naturally understood the intentions of the enchanting beauty. As the old saying goes, it is most challenging to bear the grace of a captivating woman. Observing this exquisite creature, so invitingly presenting herself for his selection, stirred something within him. The nine-yang celestial body began to respond uncontrollably. "Very well. Today, I shall impart to you one final lesson." Jun Moxiao decided to no longer suppress his feelings, smiling as he spoke. Chu Yurong, upon hearing this, was filled with delight. With a delicate tug of her skirt, she shyly yet eagerly drew closer to Jun Moxiao. The flickering candlelight danced, illuminating the room with a warm and romantic ambience. In the latter half of the night, a slender silhouette pushed open the door and entered. The newcomer was clad in a gown as white as snow, her skin pale and luminous, her waist as delicate as a willow branch. She moved gracefully, the fabric of her white dress billowing in the gentle breeze, subtly revealing her long, beautiful legs, glistening like freshly fallen snow. Lu Ruyin, upon catching sight of the enchanting scene within the room, paused in astonishment, murmuring softly to herself as she shed her garments. Undoubtedly, Jun Moxiao had experienced an unforgettable night. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Jun Moxiao had already tidied his attire and prepared to depart. As he turned to gently close the door behind him, he couldn't help but steal a glance back into the room, where he beheld the beauty peacefully slumbering, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Jun Moxiao gently shook his head, a warm smile gracing his lips. Having indulged in a hearty meal last night, it is likely that he shall not feel hunger throughout the day. Chapter 89. The Return of the Grand Elder. Ling Yin, are you ready? It is time for us to embark on our journey. Jun Moxiao spoke gently to his two disciples, who had only recently risen from their slumber. Bai Yin'er glanced across the room of Chu Yurong, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Master, I just want to bid farewell to Sister Rong, but I found her absent from her quarters." "Oh, perhaps she has gone to seek her master. There is no need for concern," Jun Moxiao casually explained. However, something felt amiss. Bai Yin'er tilted her head, perplexed, and remarked, "I also visited Uncle Lu's room, only to find no one there as well. Where could they possibly be at this early hour? Could it be that they are secretly engaged in some clandestine affair?" Bai Yin'er's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, her words tumbling forth in a stream of speculation. "I understand now," Bai Yin'er suddenly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with insight. "They must have gone to relieve themselves. I'll go take a look." Observing the eager thirst for knowledge in the little girls, Jun Moxiao could only chuckle softly to himself, shaking his head in bemusement. His thoughts wandered back to the events of the previous night. In a moment of excitement, those two originally imperfect women had willingly offered him a portion of their purity. At that instant, Jun Moxiao was rendered speechless, yet he accepted their gift with grace. "Let us not dwell on them. We shall proceed ahead," he declared. waving his hand to interrupt his disciples' speculations and leading them along the path back to the sect. 3 beams of sword light soared into the sky, swiftly making their way toward the falling cloud sect. The journey was silent. On that day, the majestic residence of the falling cloud sect came into view. The resplendent palaces shimmered in gold and jade, standing tall amidst the peaks, where streams babbled melodiously and ethereal birds of wisdom flitted around a waterfall cascading from the heavens. From the mountain gate of falling cloud sect to the main hall of the sect leader, there lay a straight and grand thoroughfare, traversing numerous hooked bridges. Beneath these bridges flowed a river, its current ceaselessly surging, crashing against the surrounding stone walls, sending up sprays of water that, in the sunlight, refracted into a breathtaking spectrum of colors. Jun Moxiao is acutely aware that the broad avenue beneath his feet, along with the 4 locked bridges, conceals immense peril. This is the formidable protective formation of the falling cloud sect, a 10-sided ambush essential for its survival. Once activated, its power is sufficient to cause even the most formidable beings at the peak of the integration stage to meet their demise. Jun Moxiao returned alongside his 2 disciples, their steps steady and serene as they entered the gates of the falling cloud sect. Along the way, numerous disciples of various sects cast inquisitive glances at them. Oh, who is this distinguished gentleman? He exudes an extraordinary presence. Look, those 2 little girls beside him are none other than the Bai sisters. After nearly a year apart, the sisters appeared unchanged, still petite and delightful. Could it be that this handsome gentleman is related to the Bai sisters? Their bond seems rather intimate. As the young disciples buzzed with speculation, a seasoned elder's gaze fixated intently on Jun Moxiao's face. A series of images flashed through his mind, and he finally recognized the familiar visage. Could it be? He gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide as if they might pop from their sockets. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to the Grand Elder in his youth. Is he truly the Grand Elder? What? You mean this is the Grand Elder? The nearby individuals were taken aback, their faces painted with astonishment. How could this be? Wasn't the Grand Elder an aged man with white hair? When did he transform into such a dashing figure? Could it be that he had discovered some rare treasure that allowed him to regain his youth? Soon, the news of the Grand Elder's return and rejuvenation spread like wildfire through the sect. Countless individuals flocked to witness this marvel for themselves. Upon seeing the once white-haired Grand Elder now transformed into a suave and striking gentleman, they were left speechless with shock. Previously, rumors had suggested the Grand Elder's time was short. Now, given his vitality, who could still claim he was near his end? It seemed uncertain if even they would outlive the Grand Elder. Some female disciples were unable to contain their blush, their gazes shimmering with admiration and affection. The Grand Elder had utterly metamorphosed into a refined and charismatic figure, exuding a tranquil yet captivating charm that was irresistibly alluring to the vibrant young women. Observing the enthusiastic disciples, Jun Moxiao found himself lost in nostalgia, reminiscent of a decade past. Alas, it seems I shall soon be besieged by the fervent admiration of many fairies, he mused, shaking his head with a sense of resignation, yet filled with sentiment. At Taisui Peak, Jun Moxiao pushed open the gate to his small courtyard. However, he did not find his 2 lovely disciples, Yuruaxian and Zhang Miaoi, rushing to greet him. Instead, he beheld an enchanting woman, barefoot and poised, quietly cultivating beneath the enlightenment tree. Ah, is that Sunair? Jun Moxiao instantly recognized Yin Rua's son, who had defected from the great heavenly demon sect. Upon hearing the sound of the formation being activated at the entrance, Yin Rua soon slowly opened her stunning, starry eyes. When she saw a man of immense allure accompanied by 2 little girls, she momentarily froze. Who is this? So handsome. A wave of inexplicable excitement surged within her. Subsequently, she sensed the boundless pure young energy emanating from him. She realized that if her 9-yin body could absorb this force, it would greatly enhance her cultivation. Feeling the stirring emotions within her, Yin Ruasan easily identified the visitor. He was her one true man, the one who had left an indelible mark on her heart. Great Grand Elder, you have finally returned. She stood up, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. It was not out of frivolity, rather. The aura he radiated was overwhelmingly enchanting, possessing a deadly allure that was hard to resist. It felt as if her unique 9-yin body was destined to serve as his cultivation vessel, to be plucked and cherished. Conversely, Yin Ruasan's own 9-yin body held a significant allure for Jun Moxiao, akin to a luscious flower ready to be effortlessly gathered and ravished at his whim. Fortunately, Jun Moxiao was not a naive youth, and he remained undisturbed by such attraction. Chapter 90. Sunair's unspoken thoughts. Jun Mo smiled and walked directly towards the familiar rocking chair, reclining with an air of tranquility. He then inquired of Yin Ruoxian, "My dear, during my absence, have any significant events transpired within the sect or the outside world? Do share with me." "Yes, esteemed elder." Yin Ruoxian replied respectfully, promptly bringing over a small stool to take a seat. Beneath her exquisite visage lay an alluring figure, her long, well-toned legs crossed in a manner both enticing and graceful. Her bare feet glistened under the sunlight, with playful, agile toes occasionally swaying gently, the bells adorning her ankles chiming melodiously with her movements. If one were to encapsulate Yin Ruoxian in a single word, it would be captivating. This allure emanated from her very essence, a deeply ingrained sensuality that was undeniably potent. In terms of attracting men, her charm surpassed even that of Lu Ruyan by a margin. With her unparalleled beauty, she had risen to join the ranks of divine figures within the Luoyun sect, following in the footsteps of Yu Ruoxian and Jiang Miaoi. Not only did numerous disciples harbor affections for her, but even some inner sect elders found themselves entranced by her stunning allure. With her delicate lips slightly parted, Yin Ruoxian began to recount the recent happenings with eloquence and grace. Jun Moxiao listened attentively, particularly focusing on the news regarding Xian Er and Miaoi. First, it was Miaoi. This young lady was undergoing her training within the Xianyuan Empire, accompanied by the esteemed King Qing Mu as her protector. Ensuring her safety was not an issue. Recently, the old emperor of the Xianyuan Empire abdicated, and Crown Prince Xianyuan Wentian ascended the throne as the new emperor. A wave of celebration swept across the land, heralding the new emperor's coronation. Jiang Miaoi, reveling in her time within the Xianyuan Empire, unexpectedly formed a close friendship with the esteemed princess, becoming inseparable companions, and is currently residing in the princess's palace. The enchanting Miaoi, renowned for her beauty and talent, and the princess, a young and stunning beauty, are both extraordinary in their grace. Their unmatched elegance has attracted countless young noblemen, who linger outside the princess's residence, eagerly hoping for a glimpse of their radiant countenances. Jun Moxiao recalled the whimsical nature of his second disciple, a faint smile inadvertently gracing his lips. With the heart of a young maiden, let her indulge in her playful years a while longer. What follows is the tale of Yu Ruoxian, a narrative that unfolds over time. In recent years, the Shu Mountain Sword sect has witnessed the emergence of a prodigious swordsmanship disciple. At merely 16, he achieved the profound realm of Dan formation, and by the age of 22, he reached the pinnacle of the Golden Dan, accompanied by protectors. This genius embarked on a journey across the world, testing his swordsmanship and honing his skills. Over the past 6 months, many disciples from the 10 great sects fell to his prowess, including even the esteemed disciples of the Fallen Cloud sect. Fueled by arrogance, he began to mock those from the Fallen Cloud sect, declaring them unworthy of wielding swords. He asserted that the sect lacked any capable fighters, suggesting that even the once renowned Qian Ren Taisui was but a figure of empty reputation. At that moment, a figure emerged, ethereal and cold as a celestial being, none other than the sharp-eyed Yu Ruoxian. How could the esteemed name of her master be subjected to such indignity? With the Qing Xian sword in hand and her cultivation at the later stage of Golden Dan, she challenged the man. After nearly 100 exchanges, Yu Ruoxian ultimately suffered a narrow defeat, barely bested. Jun Moxiao understood that his disciple, Yu Ruoxian, was proud and ambitious, undoubtedly. Her heart was heavy after her recent defeat. His assumptions proved correct, for following her loss in the duel, Yu Ruoxian secluded herself in her chamber for a full day and night. Ultimately, she penned a letter and departed quietly. At this juncture, Yin Ruoxian produced a letter from her bosom and respectfully presented it with both hands. Jun Moxiao took the letter, gently unsealed it, and the elegant, delicate script unfolded before his eyes. He quickly skimmed through the content, feeling a slight tightening in his heart. It turned out that Xiano had returned to the City of No Tears. According to Qing Xian, the City of No Tears was a secret realm of great emperors. Since Tang Sanhao had perished, Xiano now had the opportunity to seize the fortunes of that place as well. However, this journey was fraught with peril. Even if she succeeded, it would take at least 3 years for her to return. Should she fail, it would be deemed an act of filial impiety. The graceful characters bore evident traces of tears, suggesting that Xiano must have been in tears as she penned this letter. Jun Moxiao fell into silence. He understood that the reason for Xiano's departure was closely tied to his earlier rejection of her. What a wonderful girl she was. If any misfortune were to befall her, he would undoubtedly bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Perhaps that day, I truly should not have pushed her away. Strangely, this thought began to take root in his mind. Yu Ruoxian was his foremost disciple, to whom Jun Moxiao had devoted the most affection. Looking at her was akin to gazing upon his own daughter. Thus, he had always been so reserved in her presence. However, from this moment onward, His demeanor began to shift. Grand Elder! Grand Elder! The call from Yin Ruoxian interrupted Jun Moxiao's reverie. This woman was astute. She discerned much from the expression in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity while Jun Moxiao's mind was at ease and his heart felt empty, she finally voiced the intentions she had harbored for quite some time. With a sudden thud, Yin Ruoxian knelt before Jun Moxiao, earnestly proclaiming, Grand Elder. Since the departure of the illustrious Miao Yi and Yu Xian, your side lacks care and companionship. I, a humble disciple, wish to become your apprentice and fulfill my filial duties to you. Do not laugh, for the aged may harbor wisdom. One can easily discern that Yin Ruoxian's words conceal deeper meanings. If you have something to say, speak plainly. Have you suffered some grievance at the Fallen Cloud sect? With the Grand Elder as her protector, Yin Ruoxian felt emboldened to share her tale. In truth, she had long aspired to become the Grand Elder's disciple. After joining the sect, her circumstances were far from favorable. Due to her extraordinary beauty, the other female disciples ostracized her. The room assigned to her was plagued with misfortunes, fires erupted, belongings mysteriously vanished, and at times, derogatory phrases such as Winchan roast chicken were scrawled upon the walls. Similarly, her beauty drew the unwelcome attention of male disciples and elders, who often harassed her. Without a formidable backing, it was only a matter of time before she would become a pawn in the schemes of others. Initially, when she first arrived at the Fallen Cloud sect, her relationship with the Grand Elder was not yet established, thus no one dared to lay hands on her. However, after more than a year without any official standing, certain individuals began to stir. Particularly, there was the self-proclaimed most charming elder of the sect, Shen Lang, who, after relinquishing his interest in Yu Ruoxian, shifted his gaze toward Yin Ruoxian. Her days grew increasingly arduous, filled with feelings of helplessness and confusion regarding her future. Yet, she never relinquished hope, continuously seeking opportunities to alter her fate. Now, she felt that her moment had arrived. She gazed at Jun Moxiao, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. She understood that if she could become the Grand Elder's disciple, her life would undergo a profound transformation. Chapter 91. The Fortune-Bearing Disciple. Yin Ruoxian Jun Mo smiled quietly as he listened intently to Yin Ruoxian's narrative, his expression remaining placid, yet his mind was diligently weighing the implications of the situation. Accepting Yin Ruoxian as his disciple would undoubtedly prove advantageous for him. As the daughter of fate, she possessed an extraordinary fortune that could bestow upon him numerous unforeseen benefits. Her talents and potential were also remarkably impressive. Should her development proceed smoothly, given time, she would undoubtedly shine within the realm of cultivation, emerging as a formidable figure. However, what would transpire if he chose not to take her under his wing? With Yin Ruoxian's exceptional beauty and grace, it was likely that she would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. He understood that in the world of cultivation, a breathtaking beauty like her, possessing a pure constitution, would inevitably become a target without a powerful patron to shield her. Moreover, it was quite possible that he would encounter others of a similar ilk, perhaps not just one or two. Jun Moxiao gently caressed his lustrous, ebony locks, resolutely determined not to let them lose their sheen. Indeed, I must admit my oversight in this matter. Since it was I who brought you back to the Fallen Cloud sect, I bear the responsibility to ensure your proper arrangement. Today, I shall formally accept you as my disciple, and from this moment forth, you shall be the fifth direct disciple of Jun Moxiao. Jun Moxiao's gaze was as piercing as a torch, his expression resolute as he continued, should anyone dare to harbor improper intentions towards you, they shall find themselves at odds with me. I shall intervene without hesitation, showing no mercy. Yin Ruoxian had long awaited these words, upon hearing her master's declaration. Her heart surged with uncontainable joy. She hurriedly knelt and bowed, her voice imbued with boundless gratitude and reverence. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. With a chime, the bond between the daughter of fortune, Yin Ruoxian, and you has elevated to 3 points, and the critical hit return multiplier has surged to 900 times. Upon hearing these words, Jun Moxiao felt a secret delight within his heart. Yin Ruoxian, along with Ling Air and Yin Air, bore an astonishing resemblance to one another. The current return multiplier had astonishingly soared to 900 times. Although Yin Air was no longer by his side, Yin Ruoxian could reluctantly fill this void, bringing him greater opportunities and fortune. Jun Moxiao casually produced 3 exquisite jade vials and extended them towards Yin Ruoxian, his tone imbued with a hint of concern. Within these vials were the 5th grade Yuaning pill, the 5th grade breaking boundary pill, and a precious 100 drops of celestial essence. With these resources, your path to breaking through to the god transformation stage will be well provisioned. He then summoned 3 talismans shimmering with a chilling sword intent. exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine, as if they contained boundless murderous intent. These are the 6th grade Gung Jin Sword Rain Talismans, once activated. They can unleash a power equivalent to a full-force strike from a late-stage god transformation expert. Keep them well, for they serve as your safeguard. Finally, with a tap on his storage ring, a sword radiating a piercing cold aura and an exquisitely ornate robe flew forth, dazzling like the most resplendent star in the night sky. Disciple, this is the purple lightning and blue frost sword and the heavenly silkworm robe, both of which are low-grade spiritual treasures. Accept them. Yin Ruosan gazed at the precious gifts bestowed by her master, utterly astonished by his generosity, her beautiful eyes fixated on the man before her, a mix of shyness and playfulness welling up within. Master, you are simply too dashing. Master, I find myself utterly captivated by you. What shall I do? As she carefully stowed away the items, her heart brimmed with gratitude, and her rebellious thoughts against her master began to surge uncontrollably. Fortunately, Jun Moxiao's usual authority still loomed, and among all his disciples, only Jiang Miao occasionally strayed from obedience. The others were quite docile. Bai Ling Er and Bai Yin Er silently witnessed the scene, their youthful minds seemingly as underdeveloped as their stature, particularly innocent. Upon realizing their master had taken on another disciple, they appeared particularly elated, as if they had found a new companion to play with. Wonderful! We are no longer the youngest. Now we have a little junior sister to tease. Hee. Yin Ruosan swept her thoughts towards the Bai sisters, noting that they were merely at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. With her own strength, she could easily defeat them with a mere finger. However, regrettably, due to her later entry into cultivation, she remained just a junior sister regardless of her prowess. Observing the two little girls, who had yet to surpass her in height, Yin Ruosan felt a twinge of helplessness but could only approach and offer her respects. Greetings, esteemed senior sisters. This junior sister pays her respects. This address of senior sisters sent a flush of color to Bai Ling Er and Bai Yin Er's cheeks, akin to blooming peach blossoms, rendering them exceptionally endearing. Jun Moxiao gazed with satisfaction at his 3 disciples before him, gently lifting a cup of enlightenment tea, savoring its exquisite flavor. The tea's fragrance wafted through the air, seemingly capable of cleansing one's soul. Ding! The host has gifted the fortuitous daughter Yin Ruosan a Yuanying pill, a breakthrough pill, in the essence of heaven and earth, successfully merging to trigger a reward. Supreme Soul Nourishing Pill, 8th rank pill. Supreme Soul Nourishing Pill, an 8th rank pill, immensely precious, utilized for the cultivation of spiritual power, with top-tier efficacy. Ding! The host has gifted the fortuitous daughter Yin Ruosan a 6th rank talisman, successfully returning a reward. 3 10 Directions Annihilation Talismans. 10 Directions Annihilation Talisman, an 8th rank talisman, possessing astonishing power, capable of unleashing a full-force strike equivalent to that of a cultivator in the late stage of integration. Ding! The host has gifted the fortuitous daughter Yin Ruosan a low-grade spiritual treasure, successfully returning a reward. Water and Fire Gourd, absolute grade spiritual treasure. Water and Fire Gourd, an absolute grade spiritual treasure, an upgraded version of the Golden Mist Gourd. This gourd contains the 9 nether divine water, capable of manifesting a celestial water curtain for unparalleled defense. Within it resides the 3 true flames, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, with boundless power. Aha! This disciple has indeed not been taken in vain. The rewards returned by the system are remarkably bountiful. Not only has he obtained an 8th rank pill, but even an 8th rank talisman has appeared. And there is this. With a flick of his wrist, a large gourd, adorned in a striking blend of red and blue, materialized in his hand. This gourd, reminiscent of the 7 treasures gourd, bore a similar silhouette yet emanated a distinct aura. The Water and Fire Gourd served as both an instrument of offense and a talisman of defense, a truly rare and invaluable treasure. Coupled with the artifacts he had previously acquired, he now possessed an impressive collection of precious items. The innate spiritual treasure, the heaven-toppling seal, wielded unmatched power, capable of instilling fear in multitudes. The exceptional treasures, including the 7 treasures gourd, Water and Fire Gourd, and the 1000 shadow mirror, each exuded remarkable strength. While the superior treasure, the heavenly dragon purple gold crown, provided him with comprehensive protection. Remarkably, he had also secured an exceedingly rare sword formation, a formidable celestial slaying sword array, which would ensure his invincibility against formidable foes. In terms of treasures, he was no longer in want. As the days passed, it had been nearly 2 years since Ji Ruxue had entered seclusion to break through to the integration stage. Initially, she had indicated that such a breakthrough would require over 3 years, suggesting that in just over a year, Ji Ruxue could emerge from her retreat at any moment. Jun Moxiao pondered in silence, contemplating the possibility of fully restoring his former appearance and elevating his cultivation to match that of Ji Rushui before her return. To achieve this, his foremost task was to enhance his cultivation. The natural synergy of the 9 yin and 9 yang was undoubtedly a remarkable path laid before him, promising extraordinary results. Chapter 92. The Alluring Fragrance. After dinner, Jun Moxiao reclined comfortably in the large bath, his gaze fixated upon Yin Ruosun, who seemed reluctant to depart. He inquired once more, "Are you truly not planning to leave?" A faint blush graced Yin Ruosun's cheeks as she rolled up her sleeves and adopted a posture of nonchalance, responding, "Of course. It is only natural for a disciple to attend to their master." As she drew ever closer to Jun Moxiao, she could increasingly perceive the overwhelming pure yang energy coursing through him, an irresistible and deadly allure. Under the influence of this force, the pure yin energy within her began to surge uncontrollably, her vital essence roiling, difficult to quell. Simultaneously, Jun Moxiao experienced a similar sensation, feeling the inexplicable charm emanating from Ruosun. Amidst the steam rising from the hot water, his skin gradually took on a rosy hue, exuding a healthy glow. At present, his cultivation had stabilized at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Having practiced the divine technique mighty demon scripture, he possessed a power 100-fold that of his peers, though the difficulty of his cultivation had correspondingly increased 100-fold as well. Even with his exceptional talent and abundant resources, a normal breakthrough would still require decades of effort. The path of cultivation is indeed long and arduous, with the pace of advancement slowing as one ascends through realms. In the latter stages, a single period of seclusion could extend for hundreds of years, and upon emerging, the world outside would have transformed beyond recognition. The young disciples within the sect might never catch a glimpse of the venerable elders even until their dying days. Currently, Jun Moxiao wielded 8th grade talismans, equipping him with means to contend against formidable foes in the fusion stage. Logically, he should not be overly zealous about further cultivation. Yet, who would not desire to extend their lifespan and reclaim the youthful visage of yore? Gazing intently at Yin Ruosun, he beheld her radiating an enchanting charm that could captivate any soul. The innocence of youth beautifully intertwined with seduction in her being, rendering her utterly irresistible. Her skin, pure as freshly fallen snow, was smooth and delicate, as if untouched by the worldly grime. Her waist, slender as a willow swaying in the spring breeze, complemented by rounded hips that formed an exquisite silhouette. Her long, jade-like legs peeked alluringly from beneath her skirt, further enhancing her allure. At that moment, a sweet fragrance quietly permeated the room, reminiscent of blossoms in spring, enticing and intoxicating, ensnaring all in its embrace. Jun Moxiao gently inhaled through his nose, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Sooner, what is this delightful fragrance?" "It is simply exquisite." Upon hearing this, Yin Ruosun's cheeks flushed even more, resembling 2 blooming peach blossoms. She softly replied, "This is my natural scent. Whenever I am moved by emotion, this fragrance uncontrollably emanates." Jun Moxiao was taken aback upon hearing this, and a peculiar expression soon graced his face as he teasingly inquired, "So, does this mean you have developed feelings now?" Yin Ruosun's complexion deepened in embarrassment. She slightly lowered her delicate head, her crimson lips parting gently, and her pearly teeth lightly biting down. Her voice was as soft as a whisper of a mosquito. "Master, I long to improve so much." As Jun Moxiao heard these words, he couldn't help but marvel at Yin Ruosun's extraordinary charm. Setting aside his distractions, he reached out and pulled her into the large wooden tub with a splash, sending crystalline droplets of water cascading around them. "Very well, I shall provide you with a lesson," Jun Moxiao said with a smile, his tone imbued with affection and excitement. Yin Ruosun's heart soared at his words. She lifted her delicate face to gaze at the handsome man who held her, her eyes shimmering with enchanting brilliance, and without hesitation, she offered him her cherry lips. Meanwhile, in another room, Bai Ling Air and Bai Yin Air were experiencing a sudden, mysterious surge of energy within their hearts. A voice echoed through their subconscious, urging them to attempt a fusion technique. "Sisters, united in purpose," they said in unison, exchanging a knowing glance. They were unaware of the source of this voice, yet they trusted that it would guide them toward a path of greater strength. After countless attempts, the 2 sisters,